Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
Welcome back. It's the Blast Premier.
We'll be bringing you all the madness that is Counter-Strike, and we'll be rocking your world from start to finish until we get that grand final game.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this?
Glaive falls down. What? No scope to the spine of Shush. Oh, a second.
45 seconds to spare.
Oh, he peeks. He's got it. No, he's got it. Hampton.
Don't fall. Don't give him the ace, but there it is. What an absolute monster. Can he find Nico on the other side? There is a chance. Oh! He takes him down. He thinks maybe, oh, and he gets a one more click. Brokey hiding in the back. He's got, oh no! How can that be?
And here comes Zaiwu. Perfecto. Got it all. Perfecto.
He's got the help. He's got the AK. He's got the clutch.
The 2022 season has arrived and we are ready to kick things off with a bang. Storylines galore, more roster shuffles than you could shake a stick at, and plenty of action to ensue as we enter the Blast Premier Spring Groups. My name is Freya. Joining me, of course, the lovely Maniac, the ever lovely Pimp. Gentlemen, I don't think I've ever been as excited for a start of a season as I am this year.
Yeah, we probably had the craziest roster mania that ever happened in Counter-Strike, and now we get to kickstart the year. That's it, we're back together, we're back with Elite Counter-Strike. We missed that for a long time, and I'm ready for that.
Me too, man. We probably had the first, perfect silly season in the sense as it was roster mania, and a lot of them made sense, bringing in Maniac.CET to G2, bringing in Robs to FaZe Clan. It made an awful lot of sense. That excites me an awful lot.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a hell of a lot of these teams going forward, as of course it is a new start, it's a new year here at Blast. We're kicking things off with the spring season in the groups, then we're going to be moving on into the showdown, and finally into that final, which I believe is going to be on land. But of course, we've got so much to be getting into this year. A little bit of a shake-up in terms of the format as well, Maniac. I'm sure we'll be getting into that very soon. But we are now at the spring groups, and this is a little bit different as we take a look at some of the groups we're going to be seeing gracing our stage as well. Very interesting because we've got a lot of different teams coming into things, and we're going to be starting off with those best of ones.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Best of ones, and I know they get a lot of flack by the community, and people, at least some people don't like them, but it's very intense, right? You gotta be there from the get-go. You gotta be ready. You play first to 16. Whoever gets there wins the game. So I'm super excited to see this high-octane Counter-Strike.
I think what really matters is that we've had so many changes that we are filled with questions. We are filled with doubts, and we have no idea the kind of Counter-Strike that people will play. And so now with this format, as we can see it right here, we're gonna see a hell lot of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like. Time for teams to play again and again, to find their groove, find their philosophy, and give time to the viewers to get to know them as well.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. I think it's a really good testing ground to be opening up the season as well. Of course, we can see the first group that's going to be gracing our stage here. This is Group A. Tomorrow, it's going to be moving into Group B. Then Sunday, we're going to be culminating with Group C. But the format this time around, as we can see, we're going to be going through an entire bracket in a day because it is that best of ones. And these are acting as kind of seeding matches as we move on into that bracket gauntlet.
Yeah, you definitely want to win. You want to put yourself in a good position when you move on and try to qualify for the 4 finals. But we see it right here, the gauntlet overview as well in different stages. You want to make sure you get off to a good start. You want to make sure you get off to a good first-hand impression. And these teams, they'll be fighting for it, right? Best of one, sure, throughout an entire day. You could play 3 games. It's high-octane Counter-Strike for you.
To explain it quite simply, the better you place in your group, would you win it or you base 4th, you get closer to qualifying for the finals. You have fewer games to play to qualify for the finals. And that's what the teams will try to do. We'll try to avoid having to play the entire gauntlet, these best of 3s, hard games all the way. You get to mix match as well. With other group, you can suddenly play against someone from Group B or Group C. It's harder on the preparation. So you want to do good in that group stage phase. You want to end up first, so you are that much closer to the final.
Yeah, because we could just see from that graphic that was on our screens, the first on the left-hand side, it could be one best of 3, and you're out if you place last in your group. Of course, we do have that best of 3 as a little bit of a buffer there, but that's still a huge test for some of these teams.
It is, and that's why I think it's a good thing we get to see the best of ones now, because we talked about it, a lot of roster mania stuff, a lot of new teams coming in. Are these teams ready to play best of 3s already now? It's probably a good thing for them that the map pool doesn't have to be that strong before we move into the next stage.
But that's why the timing is so good. Timing is so good for these teams, because usually in the realm of Counter-Strike, you would see teams changing rosters and having to jump straight into a tournament. And then every interview we hear, we weren't really ready. He just arrived. Hell no, we just had the winter break. All these teams have had a few weeks to settle in, kind of figure out what kind of Counter-Strike they want to play. And now we have already a very good first version. There's not going to be a lot of excuses. You've had a little bit of time together, and that's why I'm excited.
Yeah, then if you flip over to the other side of it, it's one best of 3, and potentially you will be qualifying for the spring finals as well if you place top of your group. So really a lot on the line for these best of ones coming into things.
I'm sure all teams are coming in highly motivated to show that they are the best version of themselves. As you said, Matthew, you had a couple of weeks of practice now. A lot of them are boot camping as well, more or less everyone outside of FaZe Clan as well. So in that regard, they are together, right? And when you're playing together, when you're sitting next to a teammate, you play on a different level. You play with a different energy. So I expect the teams will come up and show the best version of themselves, despite it being the first time for some of them.
And the spring finals, man, that is where you really want to be going. We saw the chaos, everything going down at the fall finals when they were back online in Copenhagen as well. We're not sure exactly where the spring finals are going to be, but that's going to be so exciting to see go down.
Yeah, some of it is outside of our power, of course, but we're touching some wood that we get to live through these LAN finals again with the crowd, just like we had in Copenhagen. That was so insane, and I think it's a huge motivation for any team to kind of imagine themselves once more in that context. So you definitely want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. Well, we've got a lot of new rosters gracing our screens here at the spring groups, and of course, a lot of questions going on with that. So it's time to dive straight into it. We're going to be getting Group A on our screens first of all, with a mixed up G2 taking on a complexity going back to their roots. We're kicking it to a break, but when we're back, make sure you join us.
Being back here at the boot camp with the boys and everyone is just it's just a nice feeling overall, and I'm really looking forward to play.
It's European Counter-Strike. It's really exciting to play all the time, especially on a team like this. We're all friends with each other and we all get along really well outside the game as well.
I get to play with 4 of my best Counter-Strike friends under a super great org.
To be honest, it's just great to compete and play as a new team overall.
And I'm looking forward to just enjoy the season and enjoy some official games again.
It's going to be a bit of a grind because we started 2 weeks ago with this brand new core lineup.
Once we get more practice, I think we can be a top team.
This is our season, I would say. Now it's more stable. Now everyone is here. Everyone is ready to play.
We also have a new player within the team to try to integrate him in the best way we can.
We have kind of changed a little bit. It's a little bit of a secret. Everything is possible this year, but I can promise that we'll give our best to be as best as we can. This is just the beginning and everything is possible. we can do really good, but we can do really bad as well.
Playing against G2 is always, or this new G2 is going to be a huge question mark.
I think anything can happen, especially with online best of ones.
We are a new, fresh team also. They don't really know how we approach the game yet. It's gonna be a fight, but I feel like we will come out on top.
3 kills from Rez. Beretta's out. The action hero. Oh, about an ace.
Just looking forward to play against NIP.
We've always played close versus them. It's always been close games, but I think it's gonna be a good game.
Toughest opponent in our group, I'd say, would be our first match against G2.
They got in Monacy, which he's a really good player, so they have a lot of firepower.
I think they will be one of the best teams here.
Got a single click from Nico.
I think Big is gonna be our toughest competitor.
I think we bring more firepower to the spring groups than we had before.
You can expect some new crazy things on the T side and just some good games.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day as top-tier Counter-Strike is ready to return to our screens with the Blast Premier Spring Group. So we're going to be beginning the road off with Group A. But that doesn't mean that the other teams here at the competition haven't been practicing a little bit coming into this tournament. We know how much is on the line here in Copenhagen, and we can see just how much these teams have been spread around. You know, it's been that off-season, but they have been starting to practice. We have been seeing these boot camps all around.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. You want to start off the year in a good fashion, especially when you're a new team. You're bringing in new members. Yes. You want to get to know them. You want to sit next to them, right? One thing is practicing online and talking over TeamSpeak or whatever you use. Another thing is whenever a mistake is happening, look to your mate, you know, talk to him before and after the game, look him in the eyes and figure out what is the solution. Having that personal connection with your teammates is definitely going to showcase itself on the server. So I'm super happy to see that everyone besides FaZe Clan is at a bootcamp. Why they aren't, I don't know, but it would be nice to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Na'Vi is straight up there winning the race by kilometers and everyone's trying to catch up. That's why everyone is at bootcamp. Everyone is gunning and running for Na'Vi, which is what happens when you have such a good team on top.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question coming into 2022. Who's going to be the one to dethrone Na'Vi? And there's been a lot of teams that have been attempting to do that with some of the roster shuffles. And it's left us with a lot of question marks, Maniac, in terms of what we should expect coming into the groups.
Look, we have so many questions, obviously. I mean, a lot of teams have made very, very deep roster changes. We have here the teams from Group A. We can talk about NIP, big complexity, of course, Monacy coming in for G2. But just overall, I think we just nailed it. Because of how dominant Na'Vi is, that created so many movements because so many teams felt like in such state, they could not compete against Na'Vi. That's exactly what happened with G2. A team that went to finals against Na'Vi on multiple occasions in 2021 said, we're not going to make it with that roster. We need to change. We're going to go and bring in this guy, Monacy, that Jacob, you actually saw a little bit in the replay destroying everyone.
Yeah, he's destroying everyone, and he's going to be super, super interesting to follow for sure. Monacy is the hottest talent in the world of Counter-Strike right now. Also buying him at an age of 16 for the money that's involved for that one. It's a big investment for G2, so obviously some added pressure on his shoulders. But overall, I agree, Matthew. It almost reminds me of 2019 when Astralis were doing the same thing. They were so good that they forced everyone around them to be even better, forced them to copy that method, you know, going the hardcore way of boot camping a lot, getting in psychologists, etc., etc. So right now we see Na'Vi and them, you know, destroying everyone, elevating the rest of the scene as well. So I agree with Matthew. I think it's going to be good for the overall health and the level of the game.
And that's what's so exciting about today's matches is all four of those names that you saw on screen. We're going to be seeing today multiple times. We can take a look at the schedule to see exactly what is on the cards. Of course, as we were prefacing, it's all going to be best of ones coming into today, which is kind of going to see the teams going forward for the rest of the competition to see if they can make it to the coveted spring finals. Complexity taking on G2 first of all, then it's going to be Big taking on NIP. I think a lot of us went with G2 for this first game, and I think for good reason, because there is a hot prospect in Monacy coming onto the server, but Complexity as well. They've obviously had a complete shake-up too.
They completely revamped the entire roster. I mean, the organization went a different way and picked up that roster with Green, Junior, JT, and all of that. Look, the fact about G2 is that we recognize that there is so much talent and power in that team that is almost harder to lose than it is to win. When you have so many good players, that's what it is. Think about how good they played in 2021, and now they have a roster that's even better. But these guys right here, I don't think they're here for a joke. Honestly, there are some great storylines on that screen. We talk about the Junior, the Grim, players who struggled in 2021, maybe finding a new breath of life in this roster where they should feel comfortable.
Honestly, it's a bit like, and we've said with all due respect, it's a bit like the leftover team, you know, and who haven't had a pizza on day two, you know, a cold pizza slice can be really, really good as well.
Okay, I feel I see where you're going with
That's
that
where
one.
we're going with it, right? These are all players that couldn't quite make it, you know, to the top level. They didn't really break through. Grim had a chance in Liquid, didn't really impress that much. Same with Junior and Freya. Now they get a second chance to get on a team, I guess, where they can showcase their true self, where they get more responsibility as well. It's about them creating the plays, about them performing. performing. So I'm curious to see if this day 2 pizza is as good as it was, prospect on day 1.
Now he's made me hungry.
Yeah, would you warm up your pizza or do you just take it straight out of the fridge and eat it cold?
I like cold pizza.
Cold. Yeah, that is the way. That is definitely the way. Anyway, moving back to the Counter-Strike, I do think this is a very exciting roster to be looking at, particularly as what you were saying. These players coming from really different areas of NA, and it's also really exciting to see Complexity kind of going back to their roots in that sense, sort of throwing it back to the old days.
Yeah, look, overall, I think it's a great thing that organizations invest in the NA scene, the root scene. I think we need that for Counter-Strike. That's great. You talked about Junior, you talked about Grim. Look, we're going to touch on Floppy. We have to because of how much of a talent he is. But I do believe that success goes through these two players, Junior and Grim. And sometimes I wonder, emotionally speaking, where are they after this first year? Where is Junior after the Fury Assemble? Where is Grim after all that happened in Liquid, all the interviews and the quotes we've had? Where are these players? Where's their confidence? Do they feel great? Do they want to go for revenge? Or did they just turtle back in their shell? That's the question that I have. What kind of players we are going to see from Grim and Junior? I think that's going to decide the fate of that team.
Well, a lot of questions, and hopefully James Banks has some answers. He caught up with Fang ahead of this game.
Now, today you're going up against G2, right? Certainly a top-tier opponent, but do you think they've got a lot of added pressure onto them, and especially maybe this pressure could benefit you guys in affecting a young player, a young rookie like Maniac.CET?
I'd say so a little bit. I think there's honestly pressure for both teams. Maybe a little bit more so on G2 compared to us, obviously, because it's their new roster. But I just hope it's gonna be a good game. I think Maniac.CET is the type of player where I think he's gonna slowly just kind of like evolve and get used to G2 and the system and everything like that. But I don't know. We'll see how the day goes.
We certainly will. Well, Fang, good luck going into the match, man, and thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it, Banks. Have a good one.
A lot to be getting used to for the side of G2 as well, as we're seeing, a different change of in-game leader. We talk about Maniac.CET, but the fact that Alexi B is now coming in to be the talisman of the squad.
Yes, that's one of the most interesting moves, I'd say. Obviously, we talk about Nico, we talk about Maniac.CET, but this guy is the key to success for me, at least. He's the guy who's supposed to get everything to work together. He's the guy who's supposed to make sure that there's space for Nico, there's space for Maniac.CET, there's space for Hunter as well in order to redeem himself and do another great year of Counter-Strike. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what he can make happen with this lineup. We compared the two players in terms of individual skill. I don't really care that much how much of an output Alexi B has on the server, because I think we have such a skilled lineup on G2 that he can allow himself to be the secondary string when it comes to fracking.
I want to talk about the pressure that Alexi B has on his shoulders. Just take a second to realize he went from ENCE, departed from ENCE, had a great run. He built up his value and his credit, right? He goes on to OG with very, very limited success. I mean, this was not the kind of results that I was hoping for. I think his credit, his value kind of went down the drain a little bit, and now he's in G2. And if this project doesn't work, if you have Nico by your side, if you have Hunter right behind, if you have Maniac.CET, the hot prospect, with you as well, a team that already had a great 2021, you brought in as Nigel, and it doesn't work out, then you are the reason. Then your credit is going down. There's going to be no excuses whatsoever for Alexi B. I'm going to give him time to build his philosophy with the coach as well. But there has to be result, because if it doesn't work out, that is it. That's the end. It has to work.
Just to add cherry in the top as well, bring in one of the best coaches in the world in XDES as well, right? He's going to help out Alexi B to elevate this lineup to the next level as well. I think G2 right now are setting themselves up for potential success.
Well, we do have a few words about the new in-game leader of the squad of G2 from Nico.
One thing I want to touch on with Alexi is, obviously, when he was on other rosters, we know he's very good at micromanaging players and getting that sorted out. Now, I can see that being very beneficial for Maniac.CET, but for someone like you, obviously, maybe not needed in that sense. How's it all working out within the team? Have you got a structure and how that gets planned out?
So far, I don't think that he has been micromanaging anyone. Even Maniac.CET, you can say that he's very young and maybe he needs a bit more guidance, but he is fucking good for his age, he doesn't need that many micromanagers. Maybe you need to teach him some rotations and some utility, but you don't need to micromanage him too much. He can handle himself as well. And so far, Alexi, you can say it's maybe very early for him to start from the start to micromanage some players, but so far he hasn't been doing it at all almost. He has been helping a lot, yes, but not micromanaging and telling every player what to do in a certain situation, so I don't think it will be a big problem for him. Maybe in OG he felt like he needed to micromanage a lot. I think in this team he will just do it when he feels that we are not communicating well enough in clutches. He will not communicate in the middle of the round and he's alive who should do what, but maybe in clutches when someone is not throwing utility he should be, maybe Alex then will say Manesi, maybe you should flash with this guy and stuff like that. But he won't need to micromanage a lot, and I think he will adjust pretty easily to that.
And that is really interesting to hear, because I don't know whether you guys heard as well on the HLTV interview, but they heard from Alexi B the fact that maybe there were some expectations coming into this, that he was going to be micromanaging the squad. He was saying, you know what, these players at this caliber, they don't need it in the traditional sense.
Well, Nico just said it perfectly, right? For him, it's not about micromanaging this lineup, because he's got players around him that actually deeply feel Counter-Strike and can make their own decisions. I think for Alexi B, the challenge is going to be to find a way forward tactically and in the game figure out solutions. And that's what you want to be doing as an IGL. You don't want to be communicating for your teammates, trying to figure out solutions when you're not playing. No, you just want to think, how can I use these pieces to create the most beautiful puzzle? That's what he's got to do. He's got amazing pieces to play with, but he's got to figure out the solution, figure out the recipe.
I think Alexi B's biggest challenge and the road to success, and that's something even, I believe it was Jason saying it yesterday when I spoke to him, trying to create a little bit of a foundation, trying to create, you know, a stable foundation they can always fall back on, but allow the chaos to unfold on the server. Allow Nico to go for the peaks that he feels for. Allow Manesi to roam around with the AWP, but still build up a foundation, build up a way of playing that you can always rely on and fall back on if Nico is not having a great day, or if Manesi is feeling the pressure. And finding that balance as an in-game leader can be extremely, extremely difficult. But can he find that, and can he elevate G2 to that level? Then we know what the skill ceiling of these players are, and that's where it gets real dangerous to go up against them.
Yeah, and I think that is really the key phrase, is finding the balance for this squad going forward as well. And that's what's going to be so exciting about seeing them take to the server for the first time. You can take a look at the Betway odds as well to see exactly where the books are lying for this one. Favouring G2 way more there, I think it kind of makes sense when we're looking at the caliber of players on that side, particularly Manesi coming onto it as well. We are going to take a look at the map picks and bans as well, because as we were saying, this is best of ones, which leaves us in a bit of a different situation than before. I don't know about you, Maniac, anywhere that you're thinking this will be going?
Look, generally you end up in middle ground. That's the boring trade for BO1 V2. That's just what it is, right? Teams have so many chances to push maps on their side. The fact that Mirage obviously is pushed away by Complexity, it's a bit annoying if you're G2. That's a map you wanted to play, same with Dust 2. So you could end up technically in a map where some of these players aren't as used to, aren't as familiar. So I'm not exactly sure where this is going to end. Sweatman in the middle. Nuke is still in the pool. Just putting it out there. Like
Nuke?
That would be interesting, you know, an atypical best of one map. You like the even sides as well. You like the Infernos, the Mirage. You don't like to start T side on Nuke, but here we go. We get on Nuke. So one of these teams will potentially get off to a rough start. You know, if you were to start on the CT side, you may feel comfortable. Whereas if you start on the T side, Nuke can be very tough to fight your way into, especially when it's first game of a new tournament. So I'm curious to see if G2 were to start on that T side, how they're going to adapt and how they're going to get off to a good start.
And we talked about Manesi, and actually Matthias from the production crew, he found this little gem that Manesi hasn't really played Nuke. He played it twice in 2019, that's it. Right, so for this player to kickstart his career with G2, he's going to be thrown on a map that he doesn't really play or hasn't really played. I'm sure he played it loads of times in FPL, but a different kind of ballgame right now with doing it.
Yeah, definitely a different caliber of tournament there when we're talking about it. But you brought up a good point in terms of Extaz coming in as the new coach as well, and that's been a really interesting transition, considering that we didn't really know too much about him. He hasn't really given us many English interviews, and now he's going to have to go onto that English-speaking team. So just looking at him from Vitality, we know he had the strats to kind of build up a team like that. So I'm interested to see whether, you know, maybe he's been preparing something for Manesi on this map.
It's always hard for us, you know, and for the public to know exactly what kind of influence a coach is having on a team. But I do feel that everything we hear about Extaz, especially from the Vitality camp, was positive notes. He's a guy that comes in with a lot of authority. He's a guy that is well-spoken, a guy that knows the game, and a guy that is good at building up a game plan. That's where LXB needs to help from him. They need to bounce off each other, build up the game plan together, and Maniac can probably elaborate even more so, because you know him better than we do. But all I hear from Extaz and the players around him is that he's a lovable coach.
Well, that might be a paradox, but I think because Extaz is such a good coach, you will not see his impact right now. Because now is not the time for him to have an impact. If you're Extaz and you come into this new team, you have these players around you, you want to soak it in a little bit and getting to know people, knowing how they want to think about Counter-Strike, how they operate without you influencing the object you're studying. You want to be a little bit lean back, learn about everyone, and then figure out a solution.
Yeah, no, and that's a really good point. That's something that Alexi B did say in his interview as well, that right now they're not trying to overhaul too many things in G2 alongside Extaz. It's more about learning about the players and making those little micro adjustments too. We can take a look at our predictions presented to you by Betway. This is all the talent across the board, what we've predicted for the first 2 games of the day. I mean, NA's representatives, apart from Jason, going with Complexity.
Because he actually has, he's actually sane. That's what happened.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, but do you see any world, Jacob, where the upset from Complexity could happen?
I mean, it could happen. It's a best of one. We are on Nuke, and I said, if you get off to a rough start, if m0NESY is not finding his footing, and we have seen, historically speaking, G2 struggling a little bit on Nuke. They've been very inconsistent. Sometimes they look like a very, very good Nuke teams, and sometimes they lose in a very, very poor fashion. Obviously, they had a couple of weeks of practice to iron that out. New player, new dynamic, so we'll see.
What I really like about this graphic is how young Jacob looks like without the beard. Look at this. It's actually insane.
I don't know
he looks
why
so much older right now.
A picture from like 6 years ago.
Where was that picture taken? I don't know.
But we've been back together one day, and you're already getting straight Savage Maniac. Well, I think that means we should be kicking it to a break. But when we are back, we're going to be getting into our first matchup here, and you do not want to miss out. Complexity returning to their roots and some new stars bracing the side of G2. It's going to be going down on Nuke, and it's coming up after this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. A whole new year has begun. Blast Premier is ready. We've got the first game coming up, Complexity and G2. How are you feeling, Jason?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready to get the season started. I'm ready for this. The whole break was just like stewing in what these new rosters would be and just waiting to watch them in action.
It's been the roster changes that have been crazy, and everyone's been talking about them, obviously. We're going to get a chance to actually feel what they're like, so I'm excited. Even if it's best of ones, I'm excited about it. I don't want to make too many crazy predictions.
Okay,
but,
well, just give us one crazy prediction.
I think this G2 project is going to be wild. I'm so.
That's the tamest prediction I've ever heard.
I know, but my reasoning is crazy. That's the thing. So maybe many people would pick G2, but for me, it's just that we got past the point in history where Simple finally won his major, and for me,
Nico's up next.
Yeah, has to be
next in line.
Yeah. So I'm not making any prediction based on anything else. I'm just saying in terms of like the tides of like history.
Okay.
It just has to be.
You don't want to do like another crazy major champion prediction that you always tend to do? You don't want to go down that road?
So tempting.
You don't want to go for like the win with no loss?
Yeah, it's just the problem is we're picking against Na'Vi is the issue, and I don't want to.
No, not we. Not we.
No, we.
This is a you. This is a you thing.
Just leaving me up there. Oh, let me think about it.
My favorite, here's one we can talk about, because I actually found this and I was laughing about it before the show went live. All those clips we have of like the players talking about like what it's like coming into this and all the practice they've had. The one of Junior, where he's talking about, he's like, yeah, with a little bit more time, you know, I really think we could be a top team. And you could see his brain wanted to say top 10, but he was like, keep the expectations low. Yeah. Let's start slow and go from there.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I do too.
Catching himself in a
That's not a knock on him. I just thought it was funny.
It is funny. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's just so much talent out there. I had this crazy sort of vision of what could be like a really incredible year for Counter-Strike if we managed to get the North American region up and running a bit more.
Yeah.
If we got...
That would be nice.
Yeah, obviously everyone wants COVID to go away completely, if that can happen too.
That'd be nice as well.
Good step in the right direction. If we could have these academy teams starting to pick up more. I mean, we've already seen a little bit Torsi's playing on mouse sports, the sort of the main lineup, but if that gets up and running to an even bigger extent, and we have so many international teams, right? So we've got like 4 different things that not saying they all work out all at the same time,
right?
But if even 2 or 3 out of 4 happen, that's a pretty interesting year in Counter-Strike right there.
It's awesome seeing teams willing to kind of build those international rosters just to try and get the best talent into the team. And obviously, with FPL and everything, it's a lot easier to integrate them and everything. This complexity roster, perhaps, I mean, you mentioned kind of bringing the North American scene back up to pace, back up to speed. I think of all the 3 teams in North America, Liquid, EG, and this complexity team, Liquid and EG obviously having their rosters shuffled just a little bit as well, bringing in some new lineups and some old faces back in action. I think and on some level, this complexity squad is actually the most exciting and most interesting of all 3, because this is the next generation of North American Counter-Strike. These are the players who you'll see over the next years probably be a little bit more of a mainstay. If something doesn't work in Liquid, if something doesn't work in EG, this is probably the crop of players that they're going to be picking from and trying to poach and snatch away and bring up and kind of give that quote-unquote promotion to the bigger organization. And I don't know, this is just like the players here. There's a lot of potential on this lineup.
Without a doubt, yeah, I agree. I think this is it's just the start of the year, so if you wanted to sort of join and be a complexity fan, it's a good time for it, because you're gonna have like the whole year ramping up and see how they do, right?
And they're owned by the Cowboys, and the Cowboys are awesome.
We've got that going for it as well.
Not great at football, but awesome, just in general.
When's the last time they won the Super Bowl?
90s, I think, is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's coming up. Like an ice age, it's like, we're past, we're due time. It's
late 90s.
Good times. Actually, speaking of, wow, almost dying. Speaking of the Americas.
Yeah.
There's obviously so much talent in the South American region as well. I managed to catch and I think cast a couple of games last year of Woody, who's playing on MIBR.
Okay.
And I think Woody is a crazy player. I actually love watching Woody play Counter-Strike so much that I've kind of missed it in this break since. So maybe much to put all the weight on just one player, but I think he's gonna be someone I'm gonna be watching for it anyway this coming year.
Okay, I'm gonna watch for him just because you said that, because he wasn't. I thought you were gonna go when you started talking about South American teams. I'm gonna go with like Taco and Godsent and like kind of like the end of the year that they had and the kind of year that they had.
No. Woody. Yeah.
Yeah, you and Woody's.
It's good.
Complexity in G2. The other side of things, obviously, Alexi B, interesting addition to G2. A lot has been made there of what kind of impact he's going to bring. I think that's a super kind of compelling story. And I think, for Alexi, we kind of talked about it before the game as well with Launders and Scrawny. I feel like, he's gotten away a little bit. He's had a little bit of like a grace period of not having to like take too much responsibility for some of the struggles that his lineups have had. I think we're all giving him a grace period after the whole how his time at ENCE ended.
True.
I think we've all kind of felt really bad about that. Well, now he gets a chance to prove everything. Now we get to see what he's made of as an in-game leader with a roster that has an incredible amount of skill that he has never had surrounding him in his previous lineups. Here we are, Nuke, best of 1 to start Blast Premier 2022.
Yeah, it doesn't really get better than this, does it, if you're Alexi? G2 going to be starting on the T side with Complexity on the CT side. And you're right, it is a best of 1. So a lot of pressure to begin with means even the first round here is going to make a huge difference. And it's going to be pretty explosive from the looks of it. Coming out of the squeak door, Molotoving the corner, and smoking of Mini as fast as they can. It's Jax to open up the season with a kill on Junior, and Grim. Oh no, they stuck on top of each other, and Grim, he will get a quick triple, and that really should be the round. Alexi on his own, just a Glock in his hand, and he'll take down Grim for a 1 versus 2 now.
Yeah, but man, Grim did everything there. That round was busted. A lot of mistakes, small mistakes, 2 of them right in the pistol round from the Complexity players, and Grim was there just with talent to recover the situation. So Alexi's got plenty of time, just under a minute remaining in the round, although this is going to eat a lot of time off the clock walking around outside. Floppy and JT to defend. They've got the bomb down in the upper bomb site.
These are the kind of rounds that are winnable, right? When you're in a pistol round, especially. You've got the health for it. It's 40 seconds. Is obviously that's really the problem.
Problem is the range and no armor as well. Like if he doesn't get an immediate gush with his Glock, he's in a lot of trouble. 30 seconds now on the clock, and Floppy up in the rafters, ready and waiting. He's got the tag. They have the information, and what do you do now? Ooh, look at those Stretch Armstrong arms.
Yep, he has some real long fingers on that one.
Go Gadget arms.
Perfect. The new upgrade, the new patch coming out. All right, it didn't quite work out for him in the end. Grim coming up with the hero play in this particular round. Good to see. Obviously, a player that I think, you know, for good reason was talked a lot about when he joined Liquid. I think Grim is a really good player, but his time in Liquid was a bit confusing. I thought at the end of the year, he just started playing significantly better. I want to see that continue.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure Grim kind of wants to put that chapter behind him. It was a hard situation to come in on a team that kind of had some of their own struggles among the veterans. Never really able to find comfort and any footing for Grim, but it was always obvious the talent he had. It's the rest of the game. It's adapting to the higher level that he kind of struggled with more than anything. Regardless, he's certainly going to be one of the big names along with Floppy in terms of riflers on this team. 1-0 for Complexity, and this looks like it should be a relatively, I was going to say easy round, but JT eats a deagle shot.
Yeah, good shot from Jax. Interesting stuff. We've got to stay on the lineup as well. That's in itself an interesting conversation. I quite like Jax, so I'm on board with it. Fang, probably one of the more unknown players, at least in compared to the rest of them here on the team. But definitely, I'm sure a name that we're going to be more familiar with even at the start of the year here. We'll see. 50 seconds left. 4 versus 3 right now. And they're still hanging around in the ramp room. Not really sure where they want to go right now.
Yeah, but this is kind of cool. You leave m0NESY here. You give him a chance to just kind of chill. Maybe you catch someone rotating unawares. You put him in a position where he can kind of make his own decisions on when to activate himself based off the contact his teammates are making. And he's just hoping to punish Fang if he tries to rotate up towards Heaven. Still going to be very tough. You need Jax or Hunter to provide you an opening, a kill to get some movement in this defense, and Floppy's going to peek right into it. There it is. That's perfect. Now Fang is put into action. Oh, and he just missed the timing. This is dangerous for Complexity. 2 players in the lower bomb site.
Yeah, that is really scary. Only 10 seconds left, but they're going to get a chance to get the bomb plant down already. Such a great turnaround in this round if you're on the side of G2. Almost a chance there for Jax to find another kill. Oh, and actually somehow m0NESY able to take down Fang. You would have thought at that range the M4 would have won that fight every single time, but now instead Grim and Junior on their own trying to walk in. It's a massive crossfire, and they're never going to make it through. So G2 will end up winning the second round. That is a swift comeback.
Yeah, that's a good find. Obviously, a great lurk from m0NESY. Very, very patient, and a few things just go the way of G2. The timing on Fang missing m0NESY, kind of making his play up the ladder. But still, just like we saw in the pistol round, some mistakes coming out from the Complexity side, and this time Grim's not there to be able to turn the round in their favor regardless.
A really excellent slowdown. You mentioned it when it was happening, but that's something that can be hard to do, and maybe especially in rounds that are almost kind of throwaway rounds where you don't have that much, but you call that, you know, slow it down, walk back, and see if we can't win this 3-on-3.
We'll have to keep our eyes when the gun rounds come out from Complexity. That round, it felt like a little bit of like a misallocation of personnel. 2 players kind of watching the vent drop towards the lower site and just way out of position to be able to hold anything off. So Complexity's back to just pistols, 1-1.
Junior out here. Not quite ranged for the one-shot headshot here with the P250 since it's changed, but it will be enough anyway to take down Nico. So not a bad start. And I would have expected Nico to watch for all of that, but I guess he was looking for the sniper spot instead up at Heaven. JT's down here with the Deagle. be interesting. Obviously, since that got changed, the sort of the spam body shots that come out don't have quite the same impact. And I actually think in terms of deagle use, it has made a pretty big impact on the game. Don't see it to the same extent, but obviously still a powerful weapon. 45 seconds, and they're all downstairs.
Complexity is cleared out lobby. They know exactly what's coming. Turn from the flashbang, gets a tag. Oh, that needed to be a completed kill. That could have been everything, but Grim's in position. I don't know if they heard those footsteps. If they can bait for him just enough, Grim is going to have an opportunity to turn the tide. Still waiting in dark. Waiting for his moment. Hunter just above him. Hasn't spotted anything just yet. There's the plant. Grim's going to start peeking, and he stops it. He slows it down. Puts the M4 in play on Fang. Into a one-on-one we go, and Junior has 15 seconds to play a stone-cold clutch against Alexi.
This is going to be tricky. 10 seconds. He fakes it once, and he probably can't really fake it again. He swings from up there, the head, and he finally spots him. Now he has to duck down low, stay out of the line of sight, and he gets the headshot. Absolutely brilliant play at the end there. Alexi, he was maybe half a second too late in spotting that face up there.
Yeah.
A lot to watch for, but that's a massive play. And again, all of that was really set up by Grim, who was hiding for the longest time down there and got the kill on the guy planting the bomb.
Yeah, this is just like a grinded out round from Complexity. It's just like you can see everyone, it's just one-for-one trades across the board. Bodies coming in with each kill, and I mean, still requires, all things considered, still requires a stunning shot from Junior to actually win the round.
It does.
Well done from Complexity. So back and forth rounds so far to start the group stage for these brand new rosters. And I mean, with these brand new rosters, you're going to see sometimes this kind of exchange back and forth, a little bit of maybe disorganization, a few miscues that are allowing these rounds to be converted.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing that I think we didn't even really touch on, but with all of these roster changes, think about what it does to the map pool and your ability to have a really good sense of what even is a good map for some of these teams right now. That's going to be very hard to know. And Best of Ones and Nuke are just, I mean, traditionally something people have tried to probably gravitate away from, but not today.
I mean, there's going to be some sloppiness too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, not just naturally, as you're trying to acclimate yourself to new teammates and new ideas and new ways of playing, especially when you bring in a new in-game leader and a new coach on the side of the G2 team. A lot of conflicting philosophies, I imagine, that need to get ironed out. 5-on-4 for Complexity, opening kill in their favor. And down to the lower bomb site we go. Fang to defend. Oh, what a great entrance from Jax. Immediate headshot. And the bomb site is open for business.
He runs right into JT, who was preoccupied looking down onto the lower part of the bomb site. Jax, I feel like that is actually probably a classic view of both the strength and weaknesses of Jax some of the time. It's like getting that opening, getting the follow-up, and he wants to keep going, and he's very excited about it, but probably could have just kept it cool there and played a 4-on-3. This retake, though, they do have kits. This is dangerous right now if you're Complexity. Super dangerous. They're going to go for it. They're committed to it now, and they could lose everything in this retake, and they will. Tech9 kill from Hunter, and Nico will take down Junior. And there was a moment there where it even looked like they were thinking, do we just give up this round?
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably would have been, you know, maybe perhaps especially this early in the game on your CT side when it's been so back and forth, that probably would have been the smarter call. But especially on a round like this where you know they have kind of a half buy, it's tough to really commit to that decision. And they get punished for it. Yeah, it is. I mean, strength and weakness in terms of Jackson, you're right. Probably could have held back after that second kill. But also think of the information even in that failure it provides to his teammate.
Yeah,
like
true.
The next guy that's going to make contact with you is like halfway down ramp. Like, you guys are cool. Like, get into position, get that bomb down. You've got a lot of safety.
Yeah, that is a good point. Alexi almost looked like he could have spotted Floppy up there. Haven't got to say Floppy's name too much, but again, he's a powerhouse all on his own, and I think a lot of people have looked forward to seeing Floppy play on his lineup.
Of all the North American players that I guess like kind of like went and flirted with Valorant, I think he was one of the more painful ones.
Yeah,
Floppy, and I think that I don't. You know, I haven't spoken to him about it. I imagine that was more of like a partially at least a contract situation with Cloud9.
Could have been, yeah. Could have been, yeah.
But that was one I think where everyone has kind of seen the potential of Floppy in that Cloud9 lineup that didn't pan out, and even in some of his previous performances, it's just like, please don't lose him.
And we brought him back.
That was how was going on in my head.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. Under 50 seconds. They went down, and now they're back up into the yard. Junior, not impressed by the flashbang, but he does have the deagle in hand, ready. Hunter is looking the right way. He's got the right idea. Almost walks into it, but now he's ducked under and could just sort of slide up in front. And now Junior's aim is going to be wildly off, but maybe he can still find Jax. Note that they're actually all ducking under him. That's incredible. 20 seconds, though, is a big problem right now.
Not anymore. 3 kills going the way of G2, right as you say that. Floppy and Grim, the last ones, the upper defenders.
I take it all back. It's not a problem at all.
Yep.
Man.
But, I mean, it could have been.
On a map like Nuke, to leave it down to 6 seconds, there are so many angles to clear. If someone's hiding, fair enough. They made it work, and they haven't lost anyone yet. So.
Well, we already saw him get punished by the time trying to plant that bomb as the time dwindles down. So G2 finally string a couple together. They take a 1-round lead, and they take the economic advantage as well. No money left for Complexity's defense, so they'll have to back away. Junior's got 1100. He's trying to make sure he can have that AWP in the next gun round. Couldn't shoot him from Odyssey. We haven't had to say his name too much. Didn't really touch on him. I figured, saw the excitement and all the hype around him being picked up by this G2 roster. I feel like we've all heard a lot about him in the recent days and months.
Yeah, and I think for good reason. So yeah, I kind of agree. And the only thing that people really say is, okay, but what about it at this absolute top level? How will that be? Which I think is not even really a point of criticism. I think it's probably more just a sort of, it's just an interesting thing to think about, you know? But he certainly does have the skills. 6th round, and you're right, the money, I mean, this comes back to that previous round where they wanted to go for the retake in that 3-on-3 even after the bomb was down, with Jax got the double opening. This is now where, you know, if they could have saved a couple of FAMAS and an M4, they could have continued to be more dangerous. Now it's going to be G2 probably taking a further lead here. All right, Nico. He is playing very similar to what he did in the former G2 lineup, which I guess is not surprising, but this kind of aggression out in the yard and just taking the fight with whoever is out there, that's pretty much what he did.
I don't think he's going to be too committed here either. He knows what he's up against. He knows it's going to be, what, the one save deagle on Floppy and most of the USPs, so he might want to chill a little bit. This is a trap set up by Complexity. There's the flashbang. It's just Nico. How many can he get? There's the first. Actually, nobody really pushing up behind Fang either. So they threw the flashbang. They had 5 players out here, and Nico's able to just kind of survive and chill with 18 HP behind Redbox.
Yeah, and he had, I think, a little bit of backup from the high ground here in Hunter. So, yeah, you're right. They probably, once that flashbang is out, just keep going, right?
Yeah, that's kind of your play.
That's the round.
That's your one gambit you got.
All right. They got the headshot as well from Floppy there, finally. And Hunter was in a desperate situation trying to get out, but I don't know, he's being held back by the bullets. That is one of the worst feelings, isn't it? You just cannot escape.
You just keep getting tagged and
slows you down way too much. Junior, 1 versus 3. Would love to pick up a deagle or really anything. Yeah.
Get you one.
He got the deagles. Can't really do anything more than that. So it will be, what, 4-2 now in favor of G2. It's a pretty decent start. And again, the pressure, it just hits you differently when you're playing those best of ones. You don't have the luxury of saying, oh, okay, well, at least, you know, it's their map pick. We can always try a second one. All the rest of it. It's Graham in the background, isn't it?
It is. It's got that nice little ponytail.
Yeah, he's adopted the Viking lifestyle.
Powerful ponytail.
Yeah.
I think they call them man buns now.
Possibly. I wouldn't know. Speaking...
I wouldn't either.
We're not the right people to really comment on this, are we? There's Monacy with the AWP. That's something that we're looking forward to all the time. And Junior, he will feel the wrath of that sniper. Now, 7th round, and another good start here for G2.
And that's a tough loss to take in this kind of a round, too. I mean, this is the first gun round, really, that we're seeing played between these two teams of kind of, you know, decent amount of economy. But just look at the nades for Complexity. They haven't really established anything. They didn't really even have a full buy due to the back and forth nature of how this map began. So now you've lost your Opper, you've lost outside control. Monacy's got another one. That's Grim peeking up from the stairs. That's Nico coming through the smoke and finding a double. And it looks oh so easy for G2. Just snowballs out of control after the opening kill for Monacy.
And I think Grim actually got a Molotov thrown onto him. Then he had a choice to run back
or forward.
Yeah, and he just kind of, probably wanted to make a play. Which actually, speaking of which, It is important to have playmakers on a team, and Jax is obviously one of them for G2. I mean, we've seen that already, and then just from personality and his style, I think it's fair to say that he's going to be one of those players. All right. Floppy trying to... Who's going to be it for Complexity, I wonder? Who's going to be the person that can sort of, you know, shake up around a little bit?
I think, yeah, I mean, the first name that comes to mind for me would be Floppy.
Yeah.
I view Grim, I mean, maybe it's just because how he used him. Maybe he can add a few more wrinkles to his game, but is more of like a solid anchor type. And obviously Junior with the AWP. You never know how dynamic we've seen him get at various points throughout his career. But this is some good shooting from Odyssey to start the game. First round with the op, and yeah, Junior gets a little bit punished. 3-round lead for G2.
And another return to the terrible economy for Complexity. So yeah, but this is turning into a little bit of a rougher start than you'd like to see.
If you remember too, though, this Complexity team is like kind of like starting with a blank slate. Like none of these guys have really established themselves, even as individuals, at like the pro top level. And certainly none of them have been on a team that has established itself at a pro top level. The closest would be Grim with Team Liquid. The G2, all these guys on this team have been playing, except for Monacy, obviously, but have a little bit of like a groundwork, have a little bit of a foundation, like a shared foundation to work on, and kind of, you get to start a few steps ahead, right?
Yeah, I think that it is a huge difference, there's no doubt. And even if G2 has changed a lot, there is still a foundation, there's no doubt, to build something on. So we'll see. Complexity. It's early days. Floppy with another deagle kill. I found Jax, so it's a 4-on-4 here as Grim. And they were actually not a bad place to try and get that kill on Hunter. He's out in the open, he can't easily escape. Didn't quite land the shot this time around. Fang going down, and Junior and Floppy are on their own now. Know if there's much they can do. G2 are so measured in these rounds. They are. There's really not a lot of panic. I mean, not that there necessarily needs to be, but they're not even in a hurry to get the bomb down. They're really taking their time.
Ooh. Okay. 1v3. No real chance at winning. Can't even find a second. Not even a clean fight for the next kill. And G2 is on fire. 5 straight in a 6-2 lead.
The things are just looking really good right now. There's no doubt. Monacy, 11-3. Just casually a real good start. That's obviously something that is probably impossible to predict at this point, but we've seen so many games with Nico being the main engine, sometimes almost the only engine it feels like on G2 to win some of these rounds. It's interesting to see if Monacy will take space away from Nico or just complement him nicely. That actually was a good prediction from Nico, but Junior shooting through the box and landing right in his forehead.
Respect, going back for the aggressive play after getting picked off, and obviously you have to think that's part of the game plan that Complexity talked about before this is, look, we got to find some way to make sure that Nico just can't run willy-nilly outside whenever he wants.
Yeah.
We have to be able to put a stop to him. We have to make him feel some pressure and feel nervous about making those plays outside, like we're going to be prepared for him. And that's probably the first time they've really accomplished it. 3-man stack outside now. Fang is ready, Junior's there with the op, and Grim obviously up close to the left. This is going to be really dangerous for G2 to re-aggress into this position.
Yes, it will be. But also Complexity, they can't really stay here forever, can they? There's no one holding the ramp, so it looks like it actually might be the right call at the moment. Grim, he sees the shadow on the ground, and he's going to be able to pick up the kill on Hunter. It's a swift return from Jax, but they line up. Oh, he gets the headshot anyway to take down Junior. What a scary position there. They could have been wiped out by that AWP, but instead now, it's a 3-on-3, and JT is on his own back here. And he's had a bit of a rough start to this game. He's 1-7 so far. Sees them coming in, tries to set up for the flashbang, and it actually works, but he's not quite quick enough. Floppy is there to help him out. And maybe JT bought enough time. It's Fang to end it, and it will be another round finally for Complexity.
That should have been much cleaner, it feels, for Complexity. They got everything they wanted. They had the trap on Nico. They got that pick, and then they had everything perfectly set up after the fact and couldn't convert. And there's actually a world. Complexity rotated 2 players down. They were convinced G2 was going to use that wall to go down secret to the lower bomb site. Almost completely fooled. Good rotation from Floppy up the vents. Good job from JT inside the bomb site, just delaying as long as possible. But Complexity probably gets away with one there. 6-3. Junior again, a little bit aggressive with the op. A new position to peek into. Molotov is going to force him away.
This is where they really need the comeback and the turnaround. Oh, and that is a nice vent dive and even a better turnaround for Alexi. Junior, you could almost feel like he had that sense that this is dangerous and I probably shouldn't be doing this, but it didn't quite catch up to him in time. And now, Grim and Floppy at least on a bit of a return here, and with damage on Monacy, this actually could be a real interesting round. Complexity need this round really badly.
Yeah, real badly. Good kill from Fang. And Alexi B continues to be a menace around the smoke. First using it to drop in events for the opening kill. This one finding Grim, who wasn't expecting the angle. So we slowed things down. Jax and Alexi B, 2 versus 3. Jax is outside. Alexi is over towards the squeaky door, and oh, a missed opportunity. That looked pretty clean, all things considered. And unfortunately, the kill just not converted.
Yeah, very important. I mean, good that Floppy was able to react quickly, because if he goes down out there, the round is right back in play from G2's point of view. Now instead, Alexi getting shot at the back, and it will be another round. 4-6 now. Complexity starting to climb back into the game a little bit more.
Yeah, this is a really nice recovery for Complexity. Putting these 2 rounds straight, keeping them within striking distance, and we're going to get our first time out of the opening map. A lot of emphasis outside in these past 2 or 3 rounds for Complexity. I wonder what the call is going to be from G2, if they're starting to sense and they're starting to notice that there's a few more bodies outside than they're normally used to.
Like you said, it's kind of a blank slate from Complexity. So if you had to write down some notes, what we're learning so far is that they at least in a couple of rounds here have the capacity to change how they play outside and actually sort of realize that if we give so much space to G2, it's a problem. So it's a small change, but it's good to see, right?
Yeah, it is good to see. Well, now you get out of this timeout, you're going to get the mind game. This is exactly how are both of these teams going to approach the problems that they've been having. 6-4, still in the favor of G2, but that's dwindled pretty quick. Full buy for both teams. Plenty of nades, everything they could possibly want.
Money for G2, not that good either. So they probably kind of need this round 2. Entry for Alexi. Oh, that's a huge kill, and he nearly got Grim as well. But now let's see, can he return? It's absolute madness inside of the smoke. I don't think anyone could even see anything that's happening. That nade, though, you don't actually need to see who you're throwing it at for it to be effective.
You've done great damage, but everyone from Complexity is out of position. Yeah, there's no one even close to the slower bomb site, and G2 doesn't realize it quite yet. It's going to be a free plant, and it's going to be a real struggle to even get into comfortable retake positions.
Especially if you have to fight around secret and lobby before you could even do the retake to begin with. So, yeah, I don't think they know. They don't even realize it. Well, they're going to realize now.
Actually, this might actually work out perfectly. They've somehow found a weird timing and a weird gap to get down here. Monacy's the only one actually in the lower bomb site. This turned into a huge issue for G2, and it turned into a huge round loss. Complexity given a bit of a gift. There's no way Nico stops this, surely.
No, he's out of position, and the smoke is on top. He had the right idea, but he's going to go down. I assumed, because they were 2 people in lobby, that one would be holding hut and another one be holding squeak door and vent, and it seemed like they just let them slip past.
The decision from Grim and I think it was Fang, the other player in towards Mini, to just kind of bail out of these fights and go immediately to the secret stairs and downstairs, that's the winning call. And I don't even think they realized how perfect of a call it was at the time. Just a little bit of fortune and a little bit of lady luck going their way.
Yeah, that was amazing. Really, that looked like a lost round. So,
and perhaps a miscue from G2. We probably don't see those kind of miscues too much moving forward for G2 when they start feeling a bit more comfortable with themselves.
Oh, comes to the smoke and takes down Floppy and Junior both. That is... You talk about the mind game of playing outside, and they're sort of saying, okay, we're not going to just send Nico fighting. We're going to set up the wall and go down, and then instead it actually is Nico fighting, just through the wall instead.
It's kind of interesting. These last 2 rounds from G2 really opened up with players. I mean, you saw towards the upper bomb side out Squeaky, Alexi inside the smoke, set up with a pop flash from T-Roof. This round, it's kind of Nico coming through that smoke with a pop flash so we can come through and get a clean fight. So those opening attempts from G2 with that stylistic choice are very, very effective. And again, Complexity, 3 players out of position, and I think you got to save this one.
Yeah, you probably do need to. You're, again, just so far out of position, and this time also a man down. So 1 AK-47 to basically open and win the round at the same time. That is incredible, and it will get them 7 rounds on the board.
Who are you giving credit to in that round, Anders? Alexi B or Nico?
This is, I actually think this is just...
I know, you brought it up earlier. I just wanted to check. Is Alexi for calling it? Is it Nico for just killing everything?
It's gonna be Nico. Okay. I'm on the Nico train a lot. Just to highlight that part, because we did talk about it earlier with Nexa, versus LXAB, and I still think the problem is from the outside judging what is a good call and what is just Nico winning rounds is just, you have to like you almost look through the filter of Nico winning absurd rounds sometimes. It's very hard to figure out, well, how much of this was pre-planned and how much of this is just like this sort of stuff obviously is part of the plan, I think, but it's just I don't know who to give the... I mean, I would give it to Nico, but I think eventually when you do that, you're going to end up undervaluing whoever the in-game leader is.
Yeah.
No matter what, so we're sorry about that.
Boomich is over there nodding his head.
Yeah, I mean, similar if worse, basically. Oh, Alexi find Grim again through the smoke to make his way downstairs. This time, at least, they have Fang down here, and that's maybe their big hope right here, Complexity, in saving this round.
Alexi's done a pretty good job over at Squeaky Door, things considered. I think I've seen like 3 or 4 like really good rounds for him from that position, especially at the opening. He's picked off Grim first. Oh, got another one as Fang rotates in. Yep, and he's just it's also it's such a it sucks having a T in that position, getting an opening kill and one's gone down vents. It's like a pressure point that is just so painful as the round goes on, and especially when you get down that early, you have so much time to be that player, be a nuisance, and to just be a presence in your opponent's brain.
Yep, and eventually Fang kind of caved to it there. Interesting kill on Nico through the smoke. JT able to pick him up. 50 seconds though now. Junior and JT and Floppy, 3 versus 4 in this round. Absolutely critical round once again for Complexity. They've had their backs economically to the wall pretty much the entire first half so far, and they just need to keep these rifles alive, and they probably more than anything need to win the round here. JT, oh, this is so scary. When you're walking through the bomb site like this, and you're out in the open, if you get caught here, you just have to win the fight immediately, and Jax, he's going to have the advantage. Good kill, though, and Floppy, he's quick to turn around. That actually is a neat example of his understanding and his sort of built-in mechanics, but it's not enough to get the kill, and it will be Junior. Just 1 versus 3 to try and save the AWP here. Or he could have shot through the ceiling.
Or he could have, yeah. I know you like this.
For a 1 in a billion.
Yeah, but if you get it...
Everyone's excited.
Yeah.
Did you know that by far and away the majority of all Bobcats are not called Bob at all?
Okay.
You realize?
The majority of Bobcats are not called Bob at all.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a
fact.
I feel like there's like a riddle. There's like a word game that I'm missing out on. What's the punchline, Anders?
Way too high expectations. Way too high. We're just starting the year, Jason. I'm just trying to keep the people informed,
Jesus. Well, round 14. Pistols for the Complexity defense. Stuck on just 5 rounds. Ooh, that flick is almost there. It's quick.
And there's a trap that's been set up in ramp, which, again, is probably you'd expect for G2 to try and be really careful of stuff like this in a round. They can guess the economy, so they know what they're up against.
Yeah, no reason to commit to like a call too early in the round. You still got plenty of time to investigate. So m0NESY's gonna readjust across the map. Goes from ramp room outside to the silo.
Ooh.
There's nerves getting into him.
I don't know. It's just always funny when I mean, this is... The funny ones are really on Mirage, where you're jumping in and out of the window and you mess that up. That's always more entertaining. Well, it is a classic execute on the A-bomb site. Now, they're not executing against anyone, but you see all the same Molotov.
It looked great, though.
Yeah,
it looked beautiful. Well-oiled machine.
They can be proud of that one. JT, nice shot. And Nico is back with a Krieg in hand, and he actually drops really low. Should not really be a winnable round here for Complexity, but maybe they could steal a rifle or 2. That would be huge.
Yeah, that would be nice. Right at the end here. Although the economy isn't too much of an impact, obviously, going into round number 15. I think Complexity is going to be fine either way. Grim, just waiting. Hoping to get something on the exits. There's Nico. Oh, dear. Hate to see that. Tag. Somehow, Nico is still alive. 9th round on the board for G2. Not even the bomb can handle Nico.
Yeah, he just lived through all of it. That is interesting. 15th round is coming up. Last of the half. G2 with that beginning. That was a very, very cool shot. If they would have had the immediate follow-up on Nico, it would have been a 5 versus 3. I mean, maybe they could have decided to fight really quickly, but...
Well, at least when you get that 5-on-3 and you eliminate that player in the door room, then you like crank up the pressure on the retake. Then you're getting way more aggressive, like coming in from that ramp flake. And unfortunately, we just never saw it come into fruition, but close. Final round of the opening half. Fang outside, AWP in the hands of Junior, m0NESY as well. m0NESY 14-7. A lot of people keeping their eyes on his performance in this opening game. It's been admirable, but I wouldn't say he's gotten tested in any massive way.
No, I agree. But I mean, but on some level, this is a template for what you want into the future with G2, right? You actually want the Nico and m0NESY, like the powerhouse that could be, because obviously at some future date, you're going to be fighting a simple bit in electronic, and you better bring that firepower.
Bit of a difference from Junior, Floppy, and Grim, isn't it?
Yeah, I still think it's so outrageous that is the bar that's been set that high. But we'll see. Grim and Floppy with a good defense to begin with here. Taking down Jax and Alexi. And Grim actually going aggressive into the lobby. In case there was a second sort of pump of that A attack, he would have been ready to catch it, and he was. Oh, and he even dodges that. I don't think m0NESY even saw that.
Ooh, good shot there. Grim has found Hunter. It's just a 1 versus 3 chance, but Junior's ready and waiting. So, Complexity get their 6th round. It's 6-9. They're going to try and make a comeback on the T-half right when we return from the break, so stay tuned.
They basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot. They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
I think that the team that could have been around a little bit longer was the C9 roster with Golden, Flusha, Tim, Rush.
I really wish the Cloud9 roster worked out, because I'm obviously fans of Floppy and Zeppa.
But I do think that they were a good team, that they had a lot of potential. If they could have figured out the logistics side of it a little bit better, I think that they could have been good, and I think that they still could have been like a thriving team, maybe with 1 or 2 changes.
My ex-teammate Floppy, like, he's a great guy and he's a great player. It's just I don't think the team got the chances they deserve.
The old Mousesports team, you know, that won the Pro League and all those tournaments, it was really surprising to me that they didn't end up winning more tournaments. You know, they basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot in the online phase of Counter-Strike. So that was like quite surprising to me, actually.
I mean, the phase roster they had with Karrigan and Guardian, that was a pretty good roster.
I don't know if it's the first phase or the second one that went to the grand finals on the major, on the Boston major.
I think it was just a superstar team, and they won a lot of events, but they just didn't win the major, basically.
I mean, I think after that the team just went to a slump, but on the paper and on like all the names they had, I mean, they were like a superstar team. And I think if they managed to win that major, I think it would be like a total different storyline nowadays.
It was sad for them that they never won a major. They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
I think they were super strong, and if they were like on point and, you know, like getting the flow of the game, honestly, they were really, really unstoppable. Like even Astralis in their prime had big troubles against them, and even lost in grand finals against them in a couple of tournaments. It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
They're taking control.
I'm trying to beat them.
Bomb control.
Two control.
Two split, guys.
Wait, I go down.
I smoke on right, Joachim Molly left.
One is big left.
Let's try and take me.
Yep. I can flash Poopy. I flash Poopy.
Do it.
Let's smoke the big wall. Be careful.
I'm gonna swing when I get out. Flash on Paden.
Yeah. I'm going to the bomb.
Dark, nice.
Dark dead.
Dark and left big wall. Left big wall, left swinging. One more.
Big one left.
1v1, brother.
Let's bomb toxic.
Nice, dude.
Good job, man. Sick fucking shot, bro.
I love the way chickens just show up at the end of all those clips. Every time we have a mic'd up moment, at the end of it, it's always ending with chickens.
They're just there to celebrate, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's an exciting round. There's a lot of pressure on both teams there. Like, again, this is a best of one game, so usually that does happen in every round. You really feel that the weight of every single round, but I was surprised by G2 also sounding like they were under a lot of stress there, but good clutch at the start of it, but it is not enough. Right now, G2 are ahead 9-6. Complexity need a pretty good T side here.
You can understand the pressure on G2. Ooh, hold the thought. Hold the thought. Alexi is going to spot one. Good movement. Tough target, and Alexi drops, but the rest of Complexity is attacking towards Under Heaven. Monazy's stuck. There's nowhere to go from there. Jack's pushing in towards HUD. He's found one. He's got more to deal with. Taps away. It's a second head found, and now he's got an odd angle. Now Complexity going to be tough to deal with, but they have gotten into the bomb site. Both players are going to be stuck behind the silos. It's Grim and Fang with everything to do.
What excellent work coming out from Jackson this round. The fact that he managed to push forward, get the kill so that he doesn't get sandwiched, turns around and gets another one as they come in through heaven. Simply fantastic. See if he could finish the round. No, Fang is going to bring him down. That's a nice headshot. And now Nico on his own, and they're very low on health on the other side. They're going to come fight him instead of waiting for him to come and find them at the bomb site. Simple one tap to finish the round. And it will be G2 to pick up the first pistol in the second half here. I've got to say, I thought that they were going to win that 1 versus 2 at the end there. Looked like that was going to be a good shot at it.
Just couldn't arrange the peak at the same time. You know, and I mean, there is something beautiful about watching Nico play clutches with the USP. He's just so precise. You could see it. Actually, they do even do a pretty decent enough job at the double peak. Just not able to get traded. That one there is brutal. Those USP one taps, I feel like I've seen Nico clutch rounds with the USP with a one tap so many times in my life.
Yeah, and somehow it always is refreshing. Like, it just always feels like, oh yeah, there we go. That's the feeling.
You can see it like building to that point, and you can even see it in Nico's brain. Like, you can see he knows he's gonna hit that one tap. You see him just freeze, pause, hold an angle for the repeak, and he's got it.
Otherwise, I think as a strategy for Complexity, it's a cool one, right? They put the pressure on the ramp player to force to fall back down lower. That was LXCB. And then they isolate the player playing Hell, which was Monacy. And like all of that is actually, I think that's, if you can get to that point in a pistol round, that's a great start. They just needed a bit more. And as the case may be, you know, once you get the bomb plant down, they have a really good buy in this second round Complexity. So things are not all that bad at the moment. They can still fight back.
Heading outside, Nico's got the AUG though. That's the biggest problem. And there's only one smoke on Junior. And you're never going to use that in the warehouse to block this position. Monacy watching the cross. He's got a scout. Nico waiting for information as well. They just get to be patient. G2 doesn't have to do anything for the moment. And Fang with the AK stepping up to the plate.
It's such a hard position to clear out. Yeah. Even with the AKs, it's such a narrow gap, and the scope just does give a bit of an advantage. And even on the scope, Nico going to be able to finish the round. Outrageous.
This is a guy who protested against the scoped weapons for the longest time, and here he is just bodying people outside.
Yeah, I think it was because he knew I'm already good, and if I use this weapon, it's gonna be that much better.
Yeah,
it's not fair, you know.
I'm sure.
He tried to warn them. He was like,
"Yeah, this is not.
Don't make me do it."
Yeah, I will if you want.
Yeah. Remember what you asked for. It actually is funny. There were about a couple of other players, right?
It's like, yeah,
slow.
And it's like a very Counter-Strike like mindset for a game that like went unchanged for 12 years. It was considered like, don't touch any rifle except for the AK and the M4 and the FAMAS and the Galil.
Ooh, that nade. 1 second later, and they would have all jumped on top of it. But good movement again, LXC. I would expect nothing less, but he obviously understands the idea that you don't really need to sacrifice yourself to defend a ramp. You can just fall back down lower. Although there are some players even at the top level who sometimes forget that in the, you know, a passionate moment where they're just, I'm going to stand here and fight to the death. It's not really necessary. So good stuff from Alexi. Just fall back, let him come.
Good stuff from G2 so far as well. Although pretty early in this half and not yet tested. This will be the first true challenge. m0NESY has the Scout still. Alexi has the FAMAS. We'll see if Complexity can find a way to take advantage of the weaker weaponry.
It's actually a pretty decent nade to begin with. KT landing almost on top of him. And yet they are doing good. 12-6 right now. They're doubling the round score of Complexity. And Nico, he was aggressive on the T side, on the yard, and now he's trying to put some pressure on. I actually love it, but it does blow up in his face. But you know, as a way to put so much pressure on Complexity, if that would have worked, it would have taken a lot of confidence away from them.
Well, let's see how G2 kind of rotates to close the gap in this defense this has created. JT's already gotten down secret stairs, already down low, hasn't seen anyone just yet. No one from G2 has even gone to the lower bomb site, so Complexity and JT have got to find the solution here. Oh, great headshot. That's Grim, full HP down, and you already have Junior, you already have JT with low HP. Jax finds another one. These are valuable players going down for Complexity, and all of a sudden the man advantage is turned into a rough spot.
Ooh, JT, the follow-up headshot, and there's Floppy to find m0NESY. They managed to save themselves, and it actually looked like that was going to be an outright disaster there for Complexity. It looked like they were about to completely get wiped out. Hunter in the right position, though, and he even had the right idea. He wanted to continue the spray, but Floppy was lightning fast to take him down. Complexity real happy about winning that round.
Yeah, and Junior's thanking his lucky stars that he didn't get put into a 1v1 with 4 HP. What a weird round.
This is JT doing, I mean, I think
these kills from JT are great.
Yeah, I think especially it was the second one that he gets is so quick afterwards, right? Like, oh, this one is so important.
And both fighting in the window. Yeah, just good shooting from JT. Hey, even 2 players from G2 doubling up on the fight, and they can't handle it. Huge impact for JT, for the in-game leader of Complexity, keeping them alive in the game. 7-12, 5 rounds back. Long way to go, but a good first step. They've got the money of G2 at a breaking point.
I mean, it's within the margin of error right now for Complexity. 5 round difference, you can win that back fairly swiftly.
They would love to have this reset right here, right now. In fact, I think in some ways, if you truly want to make this comeback a realistic thing, it's got to be a reset right now. It has to be a round win for Complexity. And if you can hit them hard enough to where you take all their guns away, even better. Chances are G2 would find a way to save at least a couple rifles. m0NESY gonna back off. Here's the footsteps, but Floppy's got 2 players boxed in. He's not able to pounce on it just yet, but now is his time. There's the first and the second, but Nico makes it down for the trade, and a second frag as well. He's just rotated perfectly, and that's the hopes and dreams of Complexity ripped out of their hands.
Man, if you showed me a freeze frame, sort of a screenshot 5 seconds before all of that happens, I'm throwing in everything on Complexity winning that round. It just looked like it's done. And somehow Nico changes the whole thing with a really quick double kill. Right place, right time, I suppose. But it really looked like they were being completely squished inside of that bomb site. It looked like they were in an awful position defensively. I'm so shocked by that one.
Yeah, I mean, Floppy was in such a power position. He actually does a great job. It's due to this rotation. Nico gets down here so quick at the perfect moment to make sure that Floppy can't just hide after that second kill or get away. And then, obviously, as we know from Nico, spectacular shooting after that. But heartbreaking for Complexity, who actually set up a pretty decent pinch on the lower bomb site.
Yeah, and, you know, what they've learned about the way that Alexi's been playing that ramp is that he will fall back immediately. So the idea of putting someone to catch him falling back is actually super smart. It actually makes a lot of sense from Complexity's point of view, but it just wasn't enough this time. Nico for the smoke, he will get one, and practically a second on Fang. Yeah, they need to get out of there, trying to see if they can escape. It's another kill for the smoke from Nico, taking down Junior. And Alexi, he's got the right idea. He knows communication, obviously, there from the side of G2. Had a very good read, and I'm not sure. Bomb plant in itself would be kind of impressive here. The nade almost catches Grim. But they get the bomb plant at the very least.
Yeah, that's the bare minimum. But this is why I said kind of Complexity really needed to have that reset in the previous round. You're now looking at 7-14. Gonna be tough. G2 just 2 rounds away from their opening win here at Group A.
Bomb has
I know it's not been that long since we saw Nico play at the end of last year, but obviously he had, I think, no bad games really at the last 2 months. Like, it was just crazy. That
I certainly can't remember one.
No, like his 2021 was really something. And he's starting out the same level. He is just back. He's got, what, 27 kills now?
You know, that was my kind of thought process in predicting G2 to win this, was like, you know, yeah, best of one, could go either way. New rosters, there's going to be a little bit craziness there, but if Nico just plays the way he did at the end of last year, like, single-handedly, he'd probably win this game.
It is so funny, isn't it? It is crazy. 14-7, 22nd round. And that moment where they had that 7-12 scoreline, where they could have maybe reset the economy of G2, that really was the time to win. But now you can see G2, they're sensing that victory, and it's not that far away now. Opening up this round with a couple of kills. Nico, you will go down to JT. Much needed kill, and something they have to build on right now.
m0NESY cam. Let's see what he's got. That's a nice flick. He finds him. A little bit of smoke. Goes for the fancy shot afterwards, and just looking for information. Looking to find out where Fang is before committing to anything.
How does he even react that quickly?
We saw that. Launer showed it. I hadn't seen it. It somehow escaped my my all-seeing gaze. That Deagle clip on Mirage that m0NESY had. That was weird.
It just looks completely ridiculous. I mean, you think there's just no way that his brain is going to be able to, like, you know, register something is there, and then, like, the whole thing. And
well, his obviously can. Ours can't.
No.
That's why he's getting the big-time contract. Good shooting, though.
The neurons just move much quicker.
Faster, yeah.
It's unfair, really. But it's amazing to see. We love it. Not so much if you're on the side of complexity.
No.
They are starting to fall far behind here. 15-7. One more round for G2, and they will be able to claim their first victory in 2022. Not a bad start to the year. Again, Nico up there at 27 kills. Make it 28 as he takes down Fang outside just as the smoke went up. So not necessarily a bad idea to try and fight if you're Fang around the smoke that's just going up, because sometimes the CT will make a mistake if they're holding it. They're like, all right,
yeah,
that's going to be smoked. I'm moving away, and then you're in a fight all of a sudden. So there's some logic behind it. Nico, he's run out of bullets. He's got the pistol out instead, and JT will find him once again. m0NESY is there to revenge maybe the wrong player, but Junior be the target for the revenge there. And it's going to be a 4-on-3 now. m0NESY, yeah, he's got some backup here. That's good news. Oh, no. Hunter goes down, and Grim will find m0NESY. And now it's the 2-on-2.
How does Alexi want to play this? Spots one. Knows another one's pushing up. That's a tough angle. 6 HP. Alexi's got a bailout. Up the ladder he goes, and into the bomb site. Good drop. Floppy has the bomb, and they have control of outside, but there's no utility on the complexity side of things. It's kind of Jax who's got to have a huge role, obviously, with Alexi only at 6 HP. Alexi is going to choose to, he's going to try and find a position for information, and he's basically just playing off Jax. They double peek him. He says both are here, and Alexi's in a tough spot.
He actually could have done so much there, and even if he just got away, it would have been huge. Oh, Alexi! He's got the right idea. No bomb plant. He takes down Floppy, and now there's only 20 seconds. And a lot of pressure now on JT. Does he try and find him, or does he try and get the bomb instead? Very, very hard to call the right play. Molotov will help him out, and Alexi will have to move around that, obviously. Oh, but wait. He waits a long time. And flash around the corner. I almost thought that he'd outplayed himself in that moment, but at least Alexi has got him locked in on the bomb site for a minute here.
Not anymore. JT, a little bit of courage to swing out wide, and he's going to find an off angle. Oh, this is so tough for Alexi. I think this is near impossible as he kind of swings out. Here we go. JT playing it pretty well, and he's got the kill.
That was, you're right, that did take some courage. Which again, when you're getting beat up a little bit like this, and it's a high-pressure game, you could have made the mistake of playing it too defensively and just sitting around inside of the bomb site. Good stuff.
I'm assuming one of his teammates mentioned when it gets into that one-on-one, like, I mean, obviously the classic that I just stumbled into is he's lit. But someone's telling him he's low. They know I mean, it was actually JT, I believe, that tagged him up so much underneath over towards lockers. So I think that was kind of what gave him the confidence to make that sort of a move.
JT. That was a potential big opening, and he will actually double down and get it anyway. He's had some pretty nice openings in this game so far. In terms of kills, I mean, it's 14. It's not completely spectacular, but I think many of them have been these opening frags. They did lose Grim in the meantime, so that's unfortunate. You know, I call out his lead every time just so people don't think I just dive without a fight, you know. We just have to...
Yeah. Oh, what? I didn't hit him? That's weird.
Yeah.
Look,
sure.
It was on him on my screen, I swear.
Must have done at least like 80, 90 damage every time. All right. Flash setup coming through the ceiling. These flashes are really a coin flip, in my opinion. It'd be very, very hard to get one that actually covers a lot. So we'll see if it's going to be working out or not. Hunter, he turns around for the first one, and there's no follow-up. Floppy, he'll get it anyway. Absolutely works out, and he will actually find a second entry right there on m0NESY, leaving Nico in a 1 versus 3, and they have time and everything else. Complexity hanging on just barely to this match.
Yeah, a little bit of fight, and I'm right at the end of the road, isn't it? A couple rounds strung together to keep them alive, to try and close the gap, and a little bit more respectable scoreline. Would be tough. I mean, unrealistic at this point to think that the comeback is truly gonna come in. This is actually a winnable 1 versus 3 for Nico. The question is, does he actually want to go for it? Does he want to fully commit? He's got 2 players very low HP.
If they fall far enough away from the bomb side, especially, is where it gets a bit tricky. If he sort of runs in there, kills one, and diffuses.
Surely not.
I don't know. It's the start of the year. Everyone's a bit sleepy, but not JT. He's down there. Look at how far away they were. If he did that, I don't think they can get back in time. So heads up play from JT.
Yeah, that would have been really interesting. But I mean, you know, also, he's not really going for the ninja, right? If you wait a few more seconds, you can maybe catch JT bailing out. He's kind of going to start the retake just at an odd timing, hoping that Complexity was going to think he was saving. Good heads up play from JT, though.
Yeah, that's important. I mean, you might end up losing the match anyway, but you would really never want to lose it in that sense. That always stings, doesn't it?
Well, nobody would know better.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I'm seeing a taser on the side of Alex.CET. Always fun when you get those out.
It is good. It's the way that we like recorded like the chicken death rattle to be the taser sound.
Yeah. Hunter and m0NESY both going down in this one. Alexi, I don't think they're going to come down event this time, unfortunately. Oh, is there a chance anyway? You would have to be really quick to make this work. Grim almost looked like he was going to do it. That far away.
I'll buy you a double cheeseburger if he gets it.
A double?
Double cheeseburger.
Could it be 7 slices of cheese on it?
Yes. As much cheese as you'd like, Anders.
All right. It's an obscure reference.
In fact, only 3 people know that reference.
And the
4. You're right.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a hotel employee. Anyway, bomb is ticking away. Taser doesn't really have the range for this kind of stuff. Oh, wait, it does?
Yes.
Outrageous. I feel like half the time, you know, you just do the 91 damage or whatever it is, and then
every time I hear that noise, I think of like, you know, like the facts about like, you know, Jurassic Park. Like actually the T-Rex roar is a combination of like a seal, an elephant, like a baby elephant. It's like 4 different animal screams in one.
It's true. So you think similar thing that went on here?
There's got to be like 3 animals that we've combined into the taser sound.
It is. It works really well on a regular basis. It works really well in slow motion as well.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. Like slow down. It's just always good, really. No doubt. All right. Complexity, they're hanging on pretty well right now, and I still feel like you're right. Probably G2 will find a way to win one of these next 5 rounds, but at the same time, some of them are going to be without much of an economy. So if they could just win some of these rifle rounds, Complexity, they're off to a good start.
I mean, the curse of this map for Complexity, I think, is the fact that they didn't really start either one of these halves in control. Remember, they lost that economic jockeying in the CT side that started them out really low, and admirable comeback. And then you start this one out as well, losing the first 3 or 4 rounds of this half as well. Again, you're playing from behind, both in terms of scoreline and also in terms of your economy. And now, yeah, this comeback going to be tough, and just so many chances for G2 to close it out. Upper exec, really powerful. Hunter's waiting, and they've gone downstairs. They've gone down the vent. Nico at the double doors. Nobody spotted him. Nobody's cleared out the side of control, but Fang's got it.
Excellent kill right there. That was the big danger to them in the round. Now they have the bomb down, 4-on-4, and G2 has a choice to make once again. They really don't have the money. Yeah, it probably should be a save call here.
You don't have kits, or you have one kit, excuse me, on Jax, but you have that AWP, which is super valuable, and you have no utility. There's no smoke. There's a Molotov and 3 flashbangs, so there's no reason to go for this round if you're G2. You have 5 more rounds to play with to try and get the victory. Just make sure as many of those rounds are filled with rifles as you possibly can.
There was a really effective layering of flashbangs to get down Secret in that round. I think Hunter up there was turned around for like the first 2 or 3 of them, and then when you turn around, you just got flashed anyway on a 4th flashbang or something. So it was very hard to see what was happening as they were running down.
Which can be effective if they're choosing to attack the upper bomb site, but also that's like 5 seconds where they deny information of what's happening. Remember, it was really only Nico down there to initially challenge for that lower bomb site control from double doors. He opens this, and it's kind of a double peek essentially against him. Grim and Fang ready to go. Alexi, because Nico goes down, was never able to get into the action, and also obviously paying attention to the flank. So, ooh.
I mean, it is just...
I like making those things out to be bigger than they actually are.
It is just because I guess so many of us dropping 28-16 in a match would be like, this is the best match of my life. But for Nico, it's just never enough, right? Like, it's even if you had 40 kills, he'd still be like, no, I should have had every one of those kills.
Okay, so Complexity show they use the wall to get downstairs as much as possible, and they pop right back up.
Yeah.
I actually don't even know if that necessarily fools the defense a whole lot, because there's not a whole lot of information being gained with the smoke wall up, but regardless, they wanted to come back for that fight. It's forced 2 defenders down to the lower bomb site, so it's done its job.
Nico drops really low, and they give him the AWP as a response.
This is tough, though. Like, you fake going down and you come back up, and then you go right back down, but you've given G2 time to kind of set up a trap with Alexi here with Hunter. All 5 players from Complexity are here, so there's no other presence anywhere on the map.
Yeah, it's... Maybe it would have been more defensible if they would have got that kill on Nico. They would have said, okay, they've wasted a lot of time on nades, but they're in a 4-on-5 and they can win the round from here. Now it's getting very tricky. 35 seconds on the clock. They can't really make any mistakes, so they're going to end up losing the map. Remember, they're fighting for the comeback here to try and get in the 15th rounds. And m0NESY is up with the AK that he's been handed over from Nico. He's got the right idea, he's got the right crosshair position, but JT again with another opening, and Nico, he's going to be dead as well. Floppy's down there. What a flashbang against Jackson. He'll burn alive, and it will be a 12th round for sure here for Complexity. They executed the end of that round so well.
Yeah, that little back and forth kind of the 5-man death ball just wandering around the map actually just ends up working so spectacularly. Great hit. I mean, once you also get control of above the ladder, taking down m0NESY, you have a lot of control of that map. 15-12.
So well done. And again, I've got to point it out, I mean, JT is getting so many of these openings in some of these really critical rounds.
Yeah, he's had a lot of impact on this T side so far.
He had I think he had 1-7 at some point. He had a really bad start to this game. But making up for it and then some, I would say, at the end here, which is amazing news. Fang goes down. It doesn't really matter at this point in the game, I think. 3 more rounds for Complexity. They've won 5 in a row, as we can tell. So they just need a little bit more. There we go.
Yeah, tough fight for m0NESY. Good job from Floppy with the follow-up lurk. How many rounds is this in a row? What was it? It was like 15-8, I want to say?
Yeah, I think it's been 5. Like I want to say 5 in a row here for them.
Yeah, they're on fire. So yeah, 15-7 even was the scoreline at one point, just 3 rounds away. Still, due to the virtue of the save in the 2 rounds ago, G2 have another good buy here in round 28. AWP on m0NESY. M4s across the board, decent amount of utility for this CT side, but certainly the momentum in the favor of Complexity's offense.
Yeah, it's looking better than I think most people were expecting. JT, again, making the run out here. Flashbang. Oh, he's actually going to follow. That's really good timing with the Molotov going away. Could have been interesting if the flash would have caught someone there. Junior is kind of just waiting, I think, to see if anyone's going to be reacting to JT's footsteps, I'm assuming. Which no one is right now, but it's worth trying to play around. Grim will fall, though. That is Nico finding his 29th kill. and this is that's a brutal one-way. Really very hard to see on the other side. JT's walking out below it, but yeah, Nico has got all the vision, and JT, he can't see much. Fang, thinking he's a step ahead, but that's 31 kills for Nico, and that is probably what it takes to close this one out. As Floppy goes down, Junior is on his own, 1 versus 5, and Nico, he's going to be rewarded. One last kill, quad to end it with absolutely spectacular play, and G2 will win the match against Complexity.
Yeah, a little bit of a test there, though, at the end. That took a little bit of effort out of the G2 side. Complexity almost able to grind back into the comeback. Regardless, they take a loss in their opening match here at Blast Premier. G2 is going to move on, and we're going to do a break.
It's fantastic stuff. We're not going to break. Okay. Jason, you're lying. We're going to go to the desk for...
It's rusty. It's the start of the year.
It's fine. Well, you do want the breakdown, so I'm excited.
Oh, we're even coming on camera. I got it so completely wrong. It's actually unbelievable.
Well, listen, now we have desk and then break later.
It's all right, Jason. Everybody's a little bit sleepy at the beginning of the year, you know. It's a new year. But for G2, man, they were looking pretty solid throughout that. Obviously, a valiant attempt at a comeback for the side of Complexity. But that name that was on everybody's lips, m0NESY, coming into it. We heard the statistic. He only played Nuke twice on an official ever before. And I think this was a pretty good debut for him coming onto his 3rd ever attempt.
He delivered pretty much from round number 1. You know, it was good to see m0NESY get up to a good start. We knew, and he knew, of course, as well, that he'd be a little bit nervous, that he'd be, you know, the jittering in his fingers, you know, getting to play your first tier 1 matchup. I know there was more than 200,000 people watching the game as well, so a lot of pressure, you know, on young m0NESY, but he delivered big time. You saw it with the rifle, and you saw it with the AWP and even the scout, so he just got to showcase his whole repertoire, and it's good to see.
Look, there's absolutely no doubt that this man is incredibly talented, mechanically speaking. The way he plays Counter-Strike, the way he feels it, almost got a simple vibe sometimes when he, you know, flirts with angles, just fast scoping. But we could also see towards the very end, in some situations, he got caught off guard. I have that position heaven towards the very end, but he didn't really know what to do. These are the moments that we are to expect from m0NESY, and this is why we are talking about an adaptation period, because he is going to need to figure out these last few seconds. It got a little bit dicey, but for a first test, I think jump is done for G2.
And that was something that Alexi highlighted in his interview with HLTV. He was saying, you know what, m0NESY coming into things, he's looking really solid in terms of those fundamentals, but it's these little things, you know, playing at this top tier of Counter-Strike, getting used to that pressure as well. So we're not necessarily surprised to see maybe a few little errors coming out here and there from m0NESY.
No, it would be ridiculous to not see a couple of mistakes coming out of m0NESY, and I'm glad you highlighted that one in heaven, because it's a small mistake, right? Some people would even argue it's not a mistake, but it's those scenarios that can decide game, you know, that could allow Complexity to fight their way back into the game, and that's something that comes with experience, you know. So we can have this conversation again in a year, and he probably would have played that situation in a different manner. Overall, though, a good game of Counter-Strike. I was happy to see Complexity as well fighting back and giving us a bit of nerve in the game. I was a little bit disappointed, you know, the first 23 rounds, thinking to myself, it would have been nice with a competitive game, but they made it somewhat close, and I think they deserve a bit of credit for that as well.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame to see G2 just coming out so hot initially in some of those first halves of the first rounds, but we've got to be kicking it to a break, because when we are back, we're getting into our second game here at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. NIP taking on Big, and you don't want to miss it. taking on NIP in our second game of Group A, both making their debut here at the Spring Groups and both hoping to start things off on the right foot. But as with any season coming into the opening of it, we have a lot of questions for some of these teams. Maybe we should bring up some of the points that we were stating at the start of the day, because a lot of question marks surrounding these two rosters. Obviously, we focused on G2 and Complexity going into that first game of the day. But Maniac, what are you kind of wondering with these two teams coming next?
Well, we can start by focusing on NIP for a second. And one of the first questions we had was whether or not Rez would actually be able to make up for the absence of Device. I really want to underline here how difficult the situation it is for NIP when you bring in a star player that then needs to take a leave of absence that is going to be undefined. And I fully respect that Device puts his mental health first. I absolutely accept that. But for a team, it becomes so hard when you don't know what the future is going to hold. Now we bring in Fuzi. The good point is that the last time I saw him with NIP, I was actually positively surprised by how he stepped up in the Tier 1. But still, very complicated situation. It requires a lot of guts, a lot of resilience to be able to power through if you're NIP, and that's going to be a test of characters today, the day after, and maybe the month after.
I agree. It's two very valid questions, two very valid points to bring up. I want to cut through it, you know, and try to provide the answers and say I don't think Risk can make up for the absence of a Device. He's too big of a character, he's too big of a player, and he has too much impact on every team he's playing on for anyone really to make up for it. We've seen it in Astralis. They haven't been the same at all ever since Device left, even though they were also struggling while he was there at the later stages. And as for Fuzi, I think he can continue to impress. I think what we saw during the World Finals was fantastic for him. I still think there's some areas where he can get better, but as we spoke about with Monacy as well, experience makes you better. So I think it's two good questions and two questions that after this game and after the next couple of hours, we probably will know more about.
Yeah, certainly. And I think it's a good point you bring up about Fuzi seeing him back at the World Finals. You know, didn't look too shabby coming into things. Sure, he's got huge shoes to fill in terms of trying to fill in for one of the best AWPers that we've seen in the history of Counter-Strike Go. So in terms of just what you're expecting of him coming into this new season, do you feel like they've maybe had a little bit more time to integrate him, knowing that Device wasn't going to be coming back for this one?
Well, I have no idea for how long they have known that this was going to be a situation, if they have prepared it or not. But I'm just going to name you the teams that Fuzi had to face with this NIP Tier 1 roster. We're talking about G2, Vitality, G2 again, and Astralis.
Ouch.
And he actually had a decent showing against these teams. So that's why I'm making the point that I believe he's got the shoulders to withstand the pressure and do what he's supposed to do. No one's going to ask him to take over a game and hard carry this NIP lineup. Just don't be a liability. Just provide enough for your teammate to believe in yourself and for them to believe in themselves and their ability to win. That's what he needs to do.
I was lucky enough to cover him during the Replay Academy season 3, I believe we were doing right here. And Young Ninjas, which he's playing for under normal circumstances, didn't qualify for the LAN finals. They were being very disappointing in that tournament. And Fuzi as well didn't have a great tournament overall. So he was not playing very well against what you'd classify as Tier 4, Tier 5 Counter-Strike teams. You know, the Young Guns, the Academy teams. So I'm questioning it in a sense that we saw him play well at the World Finals. Then he went back to his normal home playing for the Academy team. Didn't do too well. He was okay without, you know, standing out. And now he has to switch it back on again, playing against some of the best in the world. It's a big task at hand for him. And we'll see. I mean, it's going to be tough.
And then some more questions as we flip over onto the other side of the server, as we do indeed see Big coming in with Farven on their lineup. We did get to see a little bit of them at the FunSpark tournament as well. So, I mean, any takeaways from you, Maniac? Because I feel like when Big were trying to make all these roster shuffles, this was kind of a name that everyone was saying, you know, why don't you get this guy in your lineup?
Well, first of all, it's Big kind of backtracking on the whole international ID. They really go back to truly German-speaking Counter-Strike. In that regard, in that sense, I can completely understand that Faven was the first on the list to pick up. He's been a hot prospect in the German scene for a long time. I see how he can be an upgrade. My problem is that I feel like this doesn't resolve some of the core issues Big had, and there is a very dire firepower problem in this Big lineup. Sure, Sursen had a great FunSpark, and if you guarantee me he's going to go back to that level, that's fine by me. This guy right here brings a lot on the table, but still from the bottom up, we're talking about the Tizian and the Keto, and sometimes I am a little bit afraid that it won't be enough. These players, they have to convince me, they have to convince us that they can do it again, because as far as it looks, I don't believe the top 10 is anywhere arm's reach for now.
I agree, and the problem with this guy is he's not off to a good start. He was playing fantastically well in the later stages of 21, posting a 1.25 rating in the past 3 months. Coming into this Big lineup, he's 0.99 so far. The first tournament he played with Big wasn't too well for him. Of course, he needs to get adapted. He needs to get ready to play for Big, but he's supposed to be the firepower. He's supposed to be the guy fracking out, and so far, small sample size, it hasn't looked too good. So we need to see something more from Faven in this one.
Well, we can take a look at our bedway odds to see exactly where the markets are lying for this one. Of course, favoring Big just slightly, though, over the side of NIP. We do indeed need to get into the picks and bans for this one as well. Of course, if you didn't join us for our first game, this is all best of ones coming into the first 3 days of this competition. Maniac, where do you want to see this one going?
What would I want to see? Why do you always do that to me in best of one? What kind of maps would I like to see?
I mean, you said nuke earlier. We got nuke,
yeah,
so
I would
maybe
I'd be surprised. Oh, so you mean I can actually direct the veto? I can actually decide.
Choose a map.
I think I was going to say Ancient, but kind of took it away from me right here, right now. Look, maybe a Mirage could be a map that I could see both these teams eventually play. We're going to once more end up on the middle ground. But I don't believe that the map is going to be the deciding factor. It's usually not the case in best of ones. We still have Overpass that's over there, and we are going to go towards Overpass. A map that NIP has been picking quite a lot with relative success. But again, in best of ones, I don't put too much weight on the map that ends. You have 3 vetoes. Like, it should be a map you can play.
Yeah.
They've lost a lot NIP on Overpass lately. I'm just going to say it. They played it 4 times the last 3 months. And the problem with using that stat is that we're now into a new year. And we've had a break, you know. Teams have been practicing their boot camping, so we don't really know where the map pool is. I'm just saying, you know, the last couple of months, Overpass used to be a good map for NIP. Historically speaking, a map where they played very well and they could beat some of the best teams in the world. Lately, it hasn't looked good. So I think Big Clan is pretty happy with this veto.
Any final thoughts for the big side of life coming into Overpass, Maniac?
Well, just do a quick one. One of the reasoning why bringing Faven in to have that German speaking as well is to have more tactical depth. Overpass is a very good terrain for that. It's a very good map for Tapson, this man we're seeing right here, to showcase that he's got that extra plus tactically speaking. I want to see that.
Well, it is Overpass as our first map coming up here in this best of one series between NIP and Big. The first time we're going to see them here at the Spring Groups, and it's going to be going down with Anders and Moses in just a few.
With a new year comes new content from Blast and Betway. For the Blast Spring Groups, we've got something special coming your way. The free-for-all Fiesta. 3 groups of 4 players will fight it out in our factory new free-for-all arena. But there's a twist. Weapons will change every 20 seconds. The player with the highest number of kills will be crowned the winner. Make sure to stay tuned on the Blast Premier stream to see your favorite pros go head-to-head.
Welcome back once again. Second match is now coming up, and it's NIP versus Big. I mean, that first one was actually closer than than maybe a lot of people were expecting. Certainly looked like Complexity were fighting back at the end, but G2 ended up winning, and now we'll see NIP and Big.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, not to go backwards, but I do think the scoreline makes it seem closer than it actually was, right? Yeah. This one's interesting though. I remember sitting watching all like the predictions that Talons were putting in like the WhatsApp chat, and I saw everyone predicting NIP, and I was like, y'all know Device isn't here, right? And then on the other hand, I was also like, I can't believe I'm starting the year predicting Big to get a victory. Like,
well, at the same time though, Big they must be one of the hardest teams to predict in general.
Yeah. I never feel like I have a good read on them.
No.
Every time I feel like they're gonna start kind of building up some momentum and getting a bit of a streak going, they just like, it feels like they just plummet off the face of the earth, and then I don't have confidence they're gonna make it back, and then they sure enough, they kind of shoot right back up, and they just lull you right back. You know, it's a circle. It's a time is a flat circle thing.
Yeah, I have the same experience with Big. It's been weird, but at the same time, they certainly do have a lot of strength behind them, and NIP, I mean, also have been kind of in a weird spot in a lot of ways. So
it's hard. I don't think NIP is like as I don't think it's like as much of a hit as it feels like. It's just because the name of Device is so big. I think that's like something they can kind of, it's not like he's been this like unstoppable force since he's joined this roster that they can't overcome missing him, but with that kind of a name and the kind of legacy that he has, it feels like a huge loss. So it'll be up to this guy to be able to kind of close that gap, and a lot of players in this team still trying to prove themselves. at.CET still trying to show that he's worth kind of all the hype and excitement that he's had around him for months, for even, you know, over a year now. So we're going to get a good test of these two teams to start 2022.
I mean, actually, I think the one game that we saw at the end of the last year with Fozy playing
wasn't bad.
Yeah, it was really impressive, right? Like he really made it work. Obviously, longevity is really what we're looking for here. We wanted it to be able to show up all the time, but it was certainly interesting. So I really don't know. I predicted NIP as well. I wouldn't say I am super confident. I would have been. I mean, it's just this is a weird matchup in a bunch of different ways.
This matchup feels a bit like a coin toss, right? You're just like, yep, whichever way it goes is just about fine. And KJ, in case you guys haven't known, he's been around for quite some time. Used to be an analyst working with a lot of the French teams back in the day.
Yeah, he has really been around for a long time. You're right. It's good to see that people are finding positions outside of the sort of active playing that can still do a lot. That's really cool. I mean, we're going to be playing Overpass, which is, I still think, one of the maps that gets played less and less these days. But in a best of one, why not?
I know when I was still coaching, a lot of the conversations I had with some of the other coaches in the scene, a lot of them were like really bored of Overpass.
Yeah,
it was one of those maps that I felt like a lot of people that I spoke to at the time just felt a little weird about it. Hampus, a little bit of an initial contact, and he's just going to back away from all the fights. Big starting on the T side, NIP on defense. 5 players for Big heading towards B, and they have information on one of these players, and Hampus is actually quite lucky to kind of get away from these fights. He could have been pounced upon from sandbags a number of times.
But the fact that he got the info that there's at least a couple of people out there is super important, because they're going to execute on him. Smoke is up there. He's realizing, oh man, I need backup badly, or I just have to stand up for myself. Hampus is definitely can be an impressive player, but this time Keto will shut him down, and it's a good start to the round here for Big so far. They're going to get the bomb plant behind that box as well. It's a 5-on-3 right here, and they've done everything right. Tapson with the headshot to take down S-Tag, and that leaves Plopsky and Fozy on their own 2 versus 5. Really methodical work to get into this B-bomb side for Big.
You're exactly right. Hampus got the information, but NIP wasn't able to really get anything done with it. Nobody able to rotate into a position to help Hampus out on that initial hit. They were all forced back. Somehow this retake is getting a couple nice kills, but no real progress made towards the bomb site, and so it's just going to drift out of NIP's hands. Big take the opening pistol.
Yeah, job well done. I even forgot about Rez at the end, but even the fact that he was alive wasn't enough. They couldn't really make it work. Yeah, one good headshot to begin with.
And
here.
You can see there's no USPs kind of making that a tough kind of swing, a tough fight for him to get involved in. Upper is smoked off as well. Nobody's able to peer down. There's no utility. So yeah, you know there's 2 players kind of flirting with Monster. You probably know there's at least 1 or 2 going to be coming towards sandbags, but not able to get the players in position. 1-0 for Big.
Good start. They've tripled down on the MAC-10s in this round. They got some Galeals to follow it up. Full-on save for NIP with all of them stacked out by the restrooms. Interesting. I mean, I don't think I've seen this ever work before, but it's the first time for everything, so I'm down if they show up. It seems like they're going to be going for the B bomb site, so maybe not. Faven definitely, I think, an interesting addition to this team. I think actually that's a really solid addition to the team.
Well, the comments. I mean, I think it was Tabson who gave the interview where he just said, yeah, when we had Zanteres, like he gave us like a level of firepower that we didn't think we could reach with any German player, and now Faven's the one that we think can replicate that,
Yeah.
you know, and also, you know, work within our communication as well. So I think you kind of have to be a little bit happy about that, excited to have, you know, the word of Tabson kind of back you up. And again, just another player we're going to see if he can live up to the hype and excitement that he's supposed to deliver for this big squad. They're going to get a free plant and a free round. No damage done.
And no risks taken from Big, right? If they really committed to the execute, even if they might have had an inkling there that there wasn't much defense, still so worth it to not walk into crazy deagles or anything else like that. It is actually really interesting that no one from NIP even picked up a deal at all. I feel like that's actually so rare nowadays.
I'm assuming we'll see a third round buy. I'm assuming that's where this is kind of pretending. Portending? That felt really weird.
I think you're right. It sounds very intelligent when you say, you know, you do
That's
that.
what I was going for, but then in my own head, it made me feel a little bit like an idiot. So a couple losses towards the end of the round.
Yeah, actually, they managed to do a lot of damage with the USPs. A bit funny, but still, obviously, the round for Big. We'll see what are they. I mean, especially now when you get kills with the USP. If you were going to buy in the third round anyway, you get a couple in there, and yeah, they're going to go for it. That is obviously not unique, but it's interesting.
I like it, to be honest with you. I like it a lot. 2-0.
It's a way better buy than I was expecting it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like it. Like, I'll take this buy over Deagle Armor any day of the week. But I also have always stuck with Deagle, so makes sense. There's some movement short sewers. They've been waiting for a bit of utility, looking for the boost spots. Nothing. Control towards sandbags. Over to Big. No real contest from NIP.
I'm looking for a potential jump. Not going to get anything just yet. Patience, though. Let's see if anyone is going to be tempted. It looked like almost Hampers wanted to make that jump, but now instead, it's going to be a swift execute jumping around the corner. Perfect flashbang and a perfect use of the map 10. What a double up from Tizian, and Fabian will take down Hampers. This was so well done from Big.
Yeah, Tizian's going to be in the replay. He's going to be in the highlight, but look at that smoke. That smoke that just perfectly covers Hampus's position, so he cannot actually watch for that player jumping from sandbags around to eliminate the monster defense. That's his job, to get that kill, to protect his teammates back, or at least delay them, or at least get one and then die and give them time to go for a trade or readjust. But with that smoke, with that utility from Big, entirely neutralized. Really, really nice execute. 3 straight rounds towards the B bomb site, 3 straight round wins.
And that the first kill that he gets with the Mac 10 on the player that's playing on ramp there, that's usually a position that's very, very hard to flash. I mean, one thing is throw it through the tunnel, but if they're wedged up against that fence and they're just kind of sitting there, it can be very hard to land a flashbang. But, I mean, I think the utility... You're right, the smoke up there, but also the flashes. And I think Hampus must have been able to shoot him in the back, but he was probably flashed too.
Yeah.
So just all around, good flashbangs and a good Molotov, a good smoke up in the sniper spot.
And I think it's a pretty good sign. I mean, again, very early, so let's not make it a bigger deal than it is. But every time I feel like Big kind of gets on those streaks where it makes you feel a little confident in them, it is like a more of a tactical game. It is a little bit more of a utility-based game. Good job from Tizian. You're right, Plopsky entirely blinded.
Yeah, Keto and Searson, and Keto again, those were the 3 flash assists on those kills. So some good work. Yeah, and that shuts down that third round buy in a major way. Gonna be able to save that 1 M4 on Fozy. Again, him with the AW, he's an exciting player with that AWP, so the fact that they're able to have this streak early on, Big obviously delays the purchasing of that weapon.
I think the only real blunder they've had so far in these 3 rounds is that second round where they had to clean win, but they lost like 3 players right at the end for what felt like no good reason.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that might be like the only reason why this money hasn't kind of ballooned to a bigger position. But either way, they're feeling very comfortable, Big, so far in their attack. This time, not at the B bomb site. In fact, no presence there. You can see S-Tag on the mini-map starting to investigate towards the short sewers. He's going to see that it's all clear. There's 1 player watching for the long flank, and the rest of Big marching up long A.
It's really been a project that's been in the making for a long time, Big, hasn't it? With many, many different pieces over the years. Sort of a puzzle that just keeps changing.
Another one of those teams that struggled to find like the final piece, that fifth player they really, really feel comfortable with.
It feels like it. That is a very important kill there for CSM to take down Fozzy, because they did just lose a player to a Deagle. They're going to be able to convert this nicely. Keto will pick up a couple of kills, and it will be S-Tag. 1 versus 4.
You want to talk about, I mean, we just got to see Nico play. We've talked a lot, obviously, about guys like Zaiwu and Simple. It almost feels like, you know, if you ever want to talk about like a lost superstar that's just kind of been swept under the rug and hasn't probably gotten, hasn't had a chance to show off what he's truly capable of in a top team, tabseN.
Yeah. I don't think
he's underrated. I just don't think we talk about him enough.
Well, it really feels like on some level tabseN probably at some point there was like a fork in his career where he could have taken one path and become the superstar.
Do you go for like the international rosters, or do you stay with the German project?
Yeah, essentially try to save German Counter-Strike by becoming a really good leader and you know, like a very hard choice in my opinion to make.
Admirable.
Super admirable. In fact, it's even more cool on some level if, you know, given the skill that he obviously does have.
And all fair play as well. I mean, I think he's been posed that exact question a number of times, and he's always just like, look, it's important to me that I play in an environment that I'm comfortable and that I feel like I'm within like a family. And he's like, that's exactly what Big is to me.
Yeah.
It would be great to see him finally get some of the success and accolades that he probably deserves, and, you know, commensurate to his skill level.
Well, look at this. Massive boost. They're not going to find anyone.
I think they missed it. I think the last one missed it, and they busted it.
That's unforgivable. You have to... That's what you need to practice as a team. In the early hours, before the sun, you know, sets, you know, you just gotta...
When the birds start chirping?
Yeah, we gotta be ready to do that. We're not done practicing until we can do this blindfolded. You know, out of spawn, just run there.
Well, again, an attack towards the B bomb site, and again, it's a lot of the pressure of this whole hit is going to be on Hampus, who's meant to guard his teammates back, and again, he misses the timing. Great utility usage. Hampus is blind and has to be forced away. They know where Plopsky is, and the Molotov is burning. He's got out. He's going to push forward. He has a chance. Good job from Plopsky so far, but only one. Maybe deserved more, and that's an important miss from the AWP.
That's a very counterintuitive play from Plopsky to push forward in that situation as opposed to just running away. But he needed a double kill probably to make this a really good round for Big right now. There, sorry, for NIP. They're starting to fall behind just a little bit too much at the moment. 4-0 in favor of Big, and Fozzy and Rez, they have to keep the economy in mind too. They can't really just throw away the rifles and go for a hero play here.
Yeah, you have an AWP and you have no smoke. This is a crazy attempt at a retake. Rez better deliver something huge.
Well, that's what he's on the team for in a lot of ways, so could understand his confidence, but now time has run out and he's going to try and make his escape. Farman will not let him, and Fozzy save the AWP almost certainly. tabseN should be giving his life here. Yeah, he will, but I don't think that's a big issue. I've got to say, I mean, some of these executes, apart from the flashes and everything else, it's also just there is no delay. When that Molotov goes down, they're on the bomb site immediately. And normally, I mean, that Molotov to the barrels back there can be thrown at any random point in the round. Not even always to, like, do any... Sometimes you're like, let's try and force anyone out there and see what we can do. And then, you know, we'll see if there's a reaction. This was just very aggressive.
It's very clean hits, but there's also a little bit of unfortunate luck going against NIP, and the fact that, you know, those two-man setups with Hampus watching their back, every time they've run it, the main thrust of Big's attack has been focused on Hampus. It's been focused away from the two initial main priority defenders, and he's obviously been bombarded with flashbangs and smokes and Molotovs. So really tough time for the B defenders of NIP. They gotta be frustrating as well if you're Hampus when you feel like you're just getting blindly negated no matter what you do.
I actually feel like this is a bit of a classic problem on Overpass to begin with. It's not uncommon to put 3 people there, but you often find it can actually not be enough. And then you put 4 people there, and there's, I mean, you obviously can't keep going in that direction. But it can be really tough to defend that B bomb site. And Big have shown the entries and all is all fine, but it's really the utility that is absolutely wrecking the NIP defense on top of the whatever misfortune they may have in their positioning.
Which has always been a hallmark of Big.
Truly, yeah.
And now they're trying to get some talent around that as well. searson, tabseN. If Faven works out, that could be massive. 5-on-4. And a couple of those players for NIP are tagged up. 5 HP and 38 HP on Plopsky. And Big is playing it slow and patient, putting a lot of pressure on this A bomb site without any kind of a commitment. In fact, they still have 3 players lined up and all ready to go towards the B bomb site.
Good call.
Perfect call.
Very late in the round.
You can't ask for anything else.
No, I mean, it's just... if there was a risk, then maybe they could have lost the round. It obviously gets taken away as soon as they make that switch. Keeping the orb alive there, S-Tag now picking it up, is the only thing that matters to NIP right now. But this is going to be 6-0 in favor of Big. What a fantastic start.
And I wonder how much they give to the hunt here. You know that S-Tag is, or you know someone's recovered the AWP. How much do you want to take that out of the hands of NIP? You have got a 5-on-1. How many rifles are you willing to risk?
Yeah, I mean, if it's just such a big map, so to trying to sort of run one orb down is probably going to be kind of tricky anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it alone. Okay. That's a very interesting beginning to the day here. Big definitely showing us a lot. I mean, for the start of the year, first match like this, they are looking super well prepared.
Yeah, they're on point at the moment, forcing a timeout out of NIP. It makes sense as well, as you said, 6-0, and it's now. I mean, they've done it a couple different ways, right? We've seen them the execute to the B bombs that have been clean. We've seen them hit from sandbags. We've seen them hit from the monster tunnel. We just saw them this round throw a fake. A lot of pressure at the A bomb site and back towards B. We've even seen them actually walk up long A and have success. So they've actually had success pretty much everywhere on the map so far.
Yeah, what a situation to be in.
Yeah.
Nothing's failed them really yet. So we'll see if NIP can find something to work with, anything. I mean, there's a lot of aggression you could do generally on the CT side of this map. Some of it might be hard to do if you're not feeling super confident, but we've seen those pushes towards even the fountain over on the A bomb side by all the way deep down there. You can really put a lot of pressure on the T side if you want to.
Man, just not a whole lot of kills coming out for NIP. You want to talk about how good Big has been tactically and in terms of the utility. 10 kills across the entire Ninjas team, 6 rounds into the game.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not enough at this stage. Clearly, not putting that much pressure on.
Ooh, he saw that.
Yep, he did, and he's going to swing for it. Sees an opportunity. It's not the best, tap that we needed the one-shot headshot there, but it gets the job done. So who cares?
I was worried. I was worried. A little bit of spam through the smoke, not going to connect, not going to do any damage, but Big's happy with the 5-on-4. Still just mostly, not even really kind of picking an end game quite yet, just taking slow, progressive control of the map.
Yeah, and I don't know, I mean, they don't need to make up their minds. They've already proven a couple of times that they're able to change the direction of the attack at the very end of the round, so why not just keep it open?
This is one of those rounds where you're going to have a lot of pressure. I think the most important player on the map right now is Hampus for NIP. Like, where do you choose to go? You've gotten beaten up at A. You're kind of the rotator between the 2 bomb sites who's supposed to read what the end game is and be there at the right moment. You've had a tough time at B. Do you stick around there? He's supporting. Holding off long A's so Fuzi can be this aggressive with the op.
He's so far forward. 18 seconds on the clock. Another good kill. He needs a third one, and he's going to get run down. But Hampus has shown up. He's only going to get the one, though. Citizen comes out of the smoke, and S-Tag able to finish up the round. A good double for him right then and there. And the first round is on the board for NIP. It did take a lot right there. And I think, if Fozy hadn't got that double kill and slowed them down quite a bit, too, this probably could have been a round for Big once again.
This is good as well from Fozy as well. I mean, also just getting aggressive as the clock is kind of dwindling, being a little bit of a force, being able to pick a couple players off, and nicely done from Hampus, who delivers as well. Yeah, first round's on the board, but it just kind of, it also, I mean, in the back of your head, if you're NIP, you got to be thinking this is setting you up for something of a reset. You've got to buy fully into this round. This is all the cash that you had built up. Rez, shoots a bit early. Now he's got to back away, and he's got to be a bit fearful from behind.
Yeah, I was getting worried. It looked like he just ignored that. And even if he's got the orb up here, it's still scary. Tough start for Rez individually. 1-7 right now. And in terms of firepower on the NIP side, Rez is
the one you look
the
to.
person to look for right now, yeah. Or he should be.
Yeah, just to help Rez out a little bit. Remember, they have had a lot of success hitting that B bomb site, especially early on. They've been so clean at times that there's not even really a chance when you rotate over and come for it.
Yeah.
5-round lead for Big. Back to the B bomb site we go.
Yeah, but keeping still an eye on the playground out there. They're making sure that NIP can't get a huge amount of information about what's happening. At least they'll have to sacrifice something for it. Under 40 seconds now. And this time, they've had a couple of rounds where they've walked onto the bomb site. This time, it's a little bit more telegraphed. They're throwing grenades early on. S-Tag turns around for the flashbang and picks up Favin. And now, I would say they're in a lot of trouble here, Big. 25 seconds.
Keto's got to make a play over like the lurking isn't doing anything for you at this point. You have to get involved in the action. Awkward moment for Tabson. Yeah, and he's just shuffling between nades and weapons. And if you're Big, you got to back off. This is exactly what NIP needed. Sustaining it around like this, stringing 2 rounds together, but this time 4 players are going to survive, so finally you can build up some money, finally get a little bit more comfortable with your economy, and then you can start digging into the defensive playbook. 4-round lead for Big, it's dwindled to.
Yeah, super important. I don't mind that they tried to switch the pacing of this attack, but and I guess if this flashbang would have worked, maybe it would have looked really brilliant anyway. But definitely a noticeable difference from some of the other rounds where they almost walk onto the bomb site and start the fight when they're there. This time they got shut down way earlier.
I think a lot of it comes down to the NIP nades. I mean, at this point, you have kind of the smokes. We've seen these last 2 rounds. We've seen the clock dwindling as they kind of make their final play. And that's down to a lot of smokes for NIP, biding their time, doing it well. There's a good double for Rez. Finally getting up onto the scoreboard and showing off a little bit. Small flex to start round number 9.
Yeah, he didn't even take any damage. That was just really well done. Searson patiently waiting, and Fozy gave them a kill back. That never feels good in that kind of... You hope if you're the AWPer on the CT side here that that's it, your team's going to win the round from here on out, but there's always a feeling, did I just give it back?
Yeah.
Because it's a 4-on-3 now, and there's plenty of time here for Big to come up with a solution.
They're looking for another mistake. You can see on the mini-map, everyone from Big is just paused and waiting. Nobody really moving across the map. Everyone's hoping there's going to be some level of aggression from someone from NIP to find information. Searson doing his best to stay quiet as he dropped down, and he failed.
Yeah, I was going to say...
I heard the chuckle.
Especially because he was swimming, it just looked like he was so focused on it, and he was like crashing onto the bench. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to make a big difference this time, but there's only 35 seconds.
Essentially a 3-on-1 to this A bomb site, though. You've got Rez pushed up towards long. That can be a nuisance if you get into the site, but here, and I think with so much quiet towards A, oh, that would have been a great shot to hit. Campus does eventually go down. Rez is going to start pushing forward. 20 seconds. He'd like to stop the bomb plant. Are they aware of the possibility?
Doesn't seem like... Oh, but that Molotov is amazing. The timing is good. Farming goes down on the other side. That was Plopsky sneaking on in. And yeah, maybe the Molotov actually kept Rez hidden as well because they never knew that he was there. That just looked like it was going to be a nightmare, but they've managed to turn it around. A good retake from NIP, I've got to say. You'll land him a 3rd round.
Nice round from Rez.
Yeah.
Triple kill from him. He opens it up with... he opens up with 2. Right at the start, and that final kill, just being patient behind the Molotov, as you mentioned. Really, really good stuff. Keto and Tapson taken down first. But Big almost found a way back into this round. So 3 in a row for NIP, and this time it's going to be a timeout called by the attacking side. Big wants to talk things over.
That early double kill for Rez, I mean, that's an interesting position too because he's not peeking and he's just standing behind the giant tree. He actually hears the flashbang that the T side throws, and that's his cue to peek. He's like, oh, okay, you throw the flashbang to try and fight me? Well, I'm not flashed at all, and I know when you're coming. So that was that kind of worked out a little bit against Big in this particular scenario. Well, interesting to see. Ooh, writing notes in the middle of it.
Nerd.
Super nerd. You always wonder what kind of stuff is in those books. I guess we'll never find out, but
probably keeping track of what the opposition is doing and what kind of things that you've ran, and just kind of trying to keep track of a couple tendencies if you need to call something to adapt to. 6 rounds left in the half.
Yeah, that lead from Big, it's still pretty good. They're still in a good position. It's not nearly as overwhelming as it was at the beginning. NIP have shown up a little bit more now. CSGO holding outside of B, but Plopsky in a position where, from Favin's point of view, and his knees are going to be showing way before he could see anything else, so...
This is good from NIP. They found a little bit of swagger and a little bit of confidence to start really denying control over towards Big. Tizian loves that fight. He was so happy to find Rez there, and you can't even blame him for committing to it because he wanted the equalizer. Searson's going to get tagged by the Molotov, and Sound Q forces him passive. And now NIP is hitting a very nice stride in this game. 3 in a row and another 5-on-3 round.
Yeah, things are starting to look whole lot better. Their economy is still not actually that amazing. But if they can come away in this round with a couple of people alive, it should be good enough. 45 seconds. S-Tag down here. Oh, what an entry from Tabson, but unfortunately he was low on health, but the nade will take care of him. And Rez able to probably save the round right there by getting the last kill. So 1 versus 3 now. CSGO, yeah, he knows. He's not going to give it away.
Man, Big has not had a chance to get any kind of comfortable execute the way they were in the first, 5-6 rounds of this half. Not able to kind of march over and line up and hit those executes through Monster or Sandbags. NIP's done a great job ever since they got some money in their pockets. Searson going to save the AWP. Talked about the money situation for the Ninjas not really building up to anything spectacular. Same thing for Big with these losses now being strung together. Running out of funds and not even really having access to the bomb sites to get that extra bonus money that would help them with strong plants even as the losing bonus grows. Tale of two halves, or excuse me, tale of, it doesn't work. Should have saved that for a better moment. But it has been...
It's fine.
It's been a long streak for Big. It's been a powerful streak for NIP in these last 4 now.
Yeah, I don't know if it is necessarily going to work against you, because I guess you could also think of it as it's good that we got that 6-round buffer to work with, because now NIP have really shown up. But when you get 6 rounds like that, you're... Ooh, there's the boost. Talking about it, they failed it once. Fozy, not going to be happy about that. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, but they're coming right back into 2 aggressive players at Fountain, and these Deagles... Someone better put a stop to Hampus. He's dinked. He can get taken down through the smoke. Certainly good aggression from Faven to come grab him. Rez is going to back away and smart. 3-on-3. Still an open play on Searson with low health. But NIP's holding on for the moment.
Yeah, it would be quite devastating to NIP if they lost this round to the ult boost and then the follow-up Eagles. That would be kind of a disaster.
There's almost like a bit of a crossfire set all Rez. If you get baited into this peak, how long does Searson hold this angle?
Long enough is the answer. He'll take down Rez. He did get baited. I mean, you can understand the kind of play because he'd just seen them, and then 20 seconds gone by. He's like, you know what? Maybe they've lost patience out here. Not at all.
NIP's not blinking though. They're kind of rolling the dice, because I was going to say there's a little bit of a crossfire set up with Rez at Long and Plopsky in those stairs, but because Plopsky's not hearing any information highway towards that A bomb site, S-Tag has not left this B site. He hasn't even considered it.
Yeah, could be in a good position right here to... All he really needs is a kill, and then to call in Plopsky and try and see if they can win that 2-on-2. 19 seconds on the clock. Getting real close, and there's the smoke to confirm that sticking put is the right choice. Excellent kill, and he's actually going to move forward. Almost gets away with it. Keto, brilliant headshot. He nearly got behind the sandbags. They were in a 5-second bomb plant right there. Almost out of time for it. Plopsky now in a 1 versus 2. And Searson at it again, finding the perfect angle. That's a really cool round from Searson.
Yeah, spectacular. The opening kill off the boost, holding for the long push for an extended period of time, and even as we saw the final kill in the round. And what an unlikely way for Big to get back on the scoreboard. Ooh, Fuzu was actually looking for that. He tags him through the wall.
Wow.
I didn't even catch that the first time around.
Okay.
That's an important first bullet headshot there.
Yeah. Yeah, because if he gets away, Plopsky shows up and they're in a crossfire. All right. Big taking a vacation for a minute there, but they find the 7th round finally. And NIP's economy, it really did not build enough in their little win streak here. They have some money to work with, but if they lose this round, it's really a disaster. And Fozy, he's gone all in. He is alone out here One good flash going over the wall before they peek him, and he's just dead. Man, this is high risk. He's thinking about it. He's sneaking into it. Gonna find the opening on Keto, but again, escape. They're not gonna chase him down. Wow, I am shocked that he's even got away with this much.
Pretty good. Man advantage for NIP. Ooh, good position from Hampus as well. Catches Searson in transition, who thought he was safe because the teammate had already pushed up, and Hampus has got another one. That's some spectacular stuff. Tabson does find a frag, but he's surrounded. Ooh, and he's gonna just push forward. His only way out is to go to the other side.
Yeah. There's really not a lot that you can do right here. Maybe? Oh, they don't have a lot of weapons again. MP9 down there. For S-Tag will be able to find the kill on him, and that is absolutely critical. If Tabson would have won the second fight, who knows what could happen in this round. Now, way less likely they could win it. Actually, probably possible given where the bomb is. Hampers will find one more. I've got to say, I mean, Hampers showing up for that first kill, that was just right place, right time. He was just like, oh, there's a free kill here. It's got to say, this is super risky from Fozy, but it worked.
This was good stuff from Hampus. You gotta like that double kill for NIP. 7-5, round number 13. And Big is, I mean, after a hot start, I mean, 6-0 for Big to open up the half. It's been 5-1, obviously, since then. But the 6-0 start was so blistering and so powerful, and NIP had no chance in a lot of those rounds. This has been a really, really good recovery for the defense.
It has, but if you would... I mean, if you could give me 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass, I'd be pretty happy with that on any random day.
Okay. So what if you started out 6-0 and then someone said you're only going to get 7?
That's the problem, right? Like that really is the issue. Is it no longer feels like a win when you get that stuff.
Yeah.
You got to fight against that somehow. I don't know how, but you got to find a way to forget about that. 13th round here. Tech 9, P250s. An AK and a scout. We're going for the whole do more with less strategy of management. Rez gonna get a couple of kills before he gets overwhelmed. It's actually not such a bad start to it here. Tabson should be able to find a weapon somewhere and join the fight, but Hampers got a perfect timing on that one, and he'll spray down both of them at the end. So it's another round for NIP.
I can't believe how much this has just shifted. This has just turned. I mean, Big hasn't even in these gun. Like, remember, the only round they've won since they're up 6-0 was an AWP and like 4 pistols. These gun rounds have been overwhelmingly in the favor of NIP, and they've looked really good for NIP as well.
Yeah, it was maybe just a slow start, really. Rez had 1-7 or something.
Yeah, 1-7, and he shot up the scoreboard. He's now second in line on the NIP side in terms of frags, 9-9, going even.
Some good recovery. Good to see Rez put in the work. That's something that this team just needs, I think. Oh,
I think Hampus is going to watch that back and be like, yeah, maybe he had a couple different things I could have done.
There were other options.
I think he got stuck on a door. He was trying to like jump on top of those pallets. Either way, he's given over, I mean, not just the kill on him, but even the follow-up for Faven to have that positioning. 2 kills in the round for Faven for the new addition, and S-Tag. As the smoke clears, he's got 1, but Tizian's up close.
Fozy and Rez, 2 versus 4. Could not be winnable. And the Molotov. Oh, Rez! That's a beautiful double kill. And Fozy getting the shot on Faven, and just like that, it's 1 versus 1. That looked buttery smooth from Rez. Absolutely impressive work. And now 50 seconds here. Keto. He's got an orb of his own. Smoke is fading up at the high ground. Fozy, secondary smoke down there means he can't really see where he's escaping to, and eventually we'll probably just have to fall down the low ground. Oh, but he sees it and he hits the shot, and that is a huge round for NIP.
Yeah, you can see Keto frustrated. He knows that shot, that frag, that last kill, it was on a silver platter, exposed out in the open, and he just feels definitely like he missed the shot. But again, for someone who started out so quiet, Rez saves the day. If he doesn't get that double kill there, that's a much, much more difficult and much lower percentage round to win, even inside the Molotov. Likely knows he's going to die no matter what.
Yeah, so it started with Hampers fumbling around in the smoke, but it ended much, much better. Yeah, that is frustrating. I can't really blame him either. Nobody likes that. 7-7, it's all tied up. We're going into the 15th round. NIP on a bit of a comeback arc here to begin on Overpass.
Huge comeback. Not just in terms of the number of rounds, but just the style that it's been done in. Vaven's brought down to 10 HP. And Fozy's going to be mobile. New position with the AWP. Again, aggression towards long. It's Rez here at Tree and Plopsky coming up. Or excuse me, Hampus coming up. Good opening kill. Hampus gets the trade. Important trade. And look at the damage done to Big.
Yeah, that's an issue. I'm shocked that he landed that first headshot, Keto. That looked like it was not a fight that was going to favor him on any level. But you're right. Favre and Sisson are both very low on health. That does make it a bit awkward here. Like we said, you start out 6-0. You're not expecting to just get one more round of that. That could be the reality that Big end up living in.
And again, one more round, that was just, it was not a save, but, you know, AWP and pistols.
Yeah, that's true.
The gun rounds have just, like, went from so clean and so excited about tactically and how they were using utility, and now their gun rounds have just been absolutely smothered by NIP.
Yeah, that's true. It all changed quickly. Ooh, timing there for Hampus, very dangerous, but it did slow them down. Fozy is out with the dualies because they got a bit close for that AWP, but he's still going to be going down, and Hampus, he'll be found as well. Good work at the end of the day, and a 2-on-3. Still a couple of them very low on health. If that nade had landed on any of the other two players, they would have been gone. And Tabson, at least he got his bomb down, but did give his life for it as well. Health advantage massively for NIP at the moment. Going to be a Molotov to force them back, and they can't even play around it. They can't even, you know, run into it to try and do anything. 1 second. Oh, but it's a headshot from Fowden, and it will be Big to find that last round finally. Amazing work at the end of it. The second half is going to be coming up right after the break.
Who has wronged me throughout my career?
All the tournaments he's made us lose, probably cold. Be very nice.
I'd like to have my last map either on Cache, the old Cache, or Mirage. I think these two are my favorite maps by far.
I will say Ancient. It will be a fun game for sure, so that's why.
I would want my last competitive game to be on Inferno. It's been my favorite map for my whole career, and we've had some great matches on there, and it's always a fun time to play some Inferno.
My last competitive game, I would like to be on Dust 2, probably, just for the overall CSGO feeling. Dust 2 is like the map, so. Oh, it would be like a 19-15 game, you know, overtime to get all the good feelings of Counter-Strike and all the adrenaline kicking through your blood, so for sure, like a close game.
My last game of my career should be against the best team at that moment, and I hope that will be in the grand final.
I would say Heroic because it's like tough opponent, and I'd like it will be a tough game for sure. It will be really cool if I will play versus them.
I would like my last game to be against the best team in the world, whoever that's going to be. Right now, it's Gambit, but who knows who it's going to be in the future. But hopefully we go out playing the best team and come out with a win.
2017 was a good year for FaZe. We were always had looking forward battles with MIBR/LG and SK and that old lineup. And the games have always been so good with them, and probably would like my last game to be against those guys if time would let it be.
Last kill of my career should be with a Deagle. I think I'm one of the best Deagle players out there, and I think it would be nice to have a nice headshot as the last kill.
I will say Scar 20. Nice weapon for last kill, I guess. Or Negev. Like two of this one.
Here we go. Second hour is coming up. It's NIP and Big, and we're on Overpass for a best of one. The second game of the day here at Blast Premier. And I mean, I don't know, the comeback is just really cool for NIP. It looked like they were going to get swiped off their feet by Big, but not so.
And it shouldn't be any surprise that the comeback is kind of also coincides with Rez stepping up. Remember, 1-7 at one point, ends the half at 11-11. Some critical double kills he delivered. A couple early frags in some of those rounds that gave NIP 5-on-3s for their defensive side. He was absolutely massive for the Ninjas. Still, second half pistol round, they're facing a one-round deficit. They're going to be on the attacking side.
Probably very important for Big to find that 8th round after the great start that they had. At least that's going to put a bit of a smile on their face. And we do have, what, doubles? Well, 1 smoke, 2 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs. Looks like it's going to be a very aggressive execute into the bomb site, but a great counter flash to slow them down. Faven, he probably could have had at least the 1 kill there, and now it looks like he's going to get run down. Hampers with the opening, and finally, they come for Faven as well. Plopsky able to get the kill. Keto, nice headshot. He's had some good 1-bullet accuracy so far, and he's actually going to get the double before he finally gets taken down. Tabson and Searson, and oh, wow. 2 bullets to put him on 1 health, and yep, he's going to be put out of his misery as well. It's Tabson on his own to try and save the team, and it's not going to happen. Fozy will take him down. That's a long fight there for NIP, but they win.
You got to say as well, I mean, they weren't easy, but Big had their chances. Faven had his chances as he was falling back and he got the pop flash in. There's a lot of jumping Glock bodies that he had to choose from. He had a teammate coming in as well that gets absolutely deleted. So there were the opportunities for Big to turn this around, or at least make it a more doable situation. Just suffocating from NIP as they eventually find their way into the bomb site. 8-8, we're all tied up.
That initial flashbang in the monster tunnel, if it's anything but the USP on the other side, that's a nightmare. But it's a pistol round too. I mean, I can understand it's very hard to swing. I mean, if any other weapon and you swing into that fight and you just try and get as many as you can, but with the USP, doesn't really work the same way.
They were very close as well. I think that was what probably made that more difficult for Faven, was how close they were already to his position. Obviously, with that USP, you got to find the headshot. Not easy to do on the jumping Glocks, even when they're blind. A little bit of a boost, a follow-up boost, and that time Plopsky's in the position.
He saw the jump on the other side too. Unfortunate, because initially they'd been waiting, but the jump kind of gave it away. He's like, you know what? I'm going to check. So, fair enough. 4 on 5 is Scout out on long. Rez finds that out the hard way. Down to 31 health.
Searson gets that tag, flashes himself out long, and then pushes up all the way towards Tree, and now he's already peeking towards Fountain. So Big have all the information.
Yeah.
They essentially know what's happening. And I mean, they're saying, look, keep 3 players at B. If they're walking up lane, if they're walking up bathrooms to the A bomb site, we lose. But at the moment, I'm telling you, there's no presence here.
And if they wait in the... It's probably going to be 10 seconds. They probably won't wait that long. But otherwise, maybe he could actually be there to shoot them in the back. But it's a long time to wait here if you're an IP. Plopsky, oh, he goes down. Faven with a big double kill. And this is a lot of trouble now for NIP. They even pick up a Mac 10. Vozy swings for it. And a must-win fight for him there as he takes down Faven. If he hadn't got that kill, they would have lost the round right then and there. And Searson, the infinite flank that he has been on, finally going to get rewarded, even if it was a bit scary because of the flashbang. But S-Tag is low on health and doesn't have a Molotov or anything else. No kit in play right now for Searson. So a very, very long defuse ahead of him. Usually a hard one to win, even if you have the health advantage. He's going to swing for it, but got gooshed. S-Tag down low. Barely lives for the round. My God, that was close.
2 HP. Oh, no, that was as close as it could possibly get. Absolutely wild. Almost a great round from Big. I mean, actually, I should say it's a great round. It's almost unfortunate that they I mean, especially considering I even forgot. This is a round they're playing like 4 on 5.
Yeah.
And they almost pull it right back into their favor. Great Deagle kills from Faven.
I mean, the fact that they pulled it back and in such a fashion. He even had all the right reads, I think, at the end. I mean, he found this tag, which in itself could be very hard to do in an afterplant one-on-one like that. But, ooh, how many? 4 nades. I'm ready.
Yeah, we love this.
I mean,
it almost never works out the way you'd like it to.
It almost never does. But that's why it's so exciting. We could be witnessing, you know, a really rare occurrence if it does. They've got it all lined up. Just waiting for the call, right?
Waiting for the information. And I mean, even more so, waiting for hopefully at least 2 players to be in those choke points, right? And when you have those 4 nades, you really don't want to waste it on just one guy going for a scouting mission. You really want to lure them into a trap where you can do damage and potentially kill multiple players. It'll be interesting to see how much they're able to kind of hold their nerve with this nade stack. NIP. Here's the problem. Hampus has this MAC 10, so does Rez. If these guys go like just investigating, which Hampus is doing right now, if they find Keto, they're just going to come right back to this bomb site. And in fact, everyone from Big now rotating over. Good kill.
The nades still work here. That's the cool part.
Yeah, but NIP staying spread across this whole map. Yeah, Hampus says it's clear. But now he's just going to backstab. These nades are going to get absolutely nothing done. And this is part of the reason why it almost never works. Run and gun, drive by, whatever you want to call it. Hampus has 3 in the round, and that's going to be a 10th for NIP. A 10-2 run.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. It's very sad about the grenades, but I'll have to try it another time.
I don't even think they threw one.
No, I think maybe one of them, and it didn't hit anyone. It's just a lot of hype for nothing, really. Sorry, guys. But yeah, it is. That's an amazing thing to think about. 10-2 so far, coming back into the game, leading the whole thing now. Looking strong right now. Everyone on NIP. Hampus quite far ahead of everyone else at 19 kills, which is impressive, but Big need to show us they can play the CT side too. And they have the money for it finally.
Searson with the AWP peeking over the smoke. Gives up the angle pretty early. No kits on the Big side. Zian gets aggressive and right into the crosshair of S-Tag. 5-on-4 again for NIP.
Friendly flashbang there for S-Tag to even clear the next corner if you wanted to. Or at least try to. But a nice little gift at the beginning of the round. Still so much time on the clock. I think Tabs at this time is the one that's sneaking out long. Again, really high risk when the rest of the team is all the way across the map. Flash to set it up, and it's such a good flash setup right there. Didn't even get the assist for it, but they did absolutely land that nade on him.
That's the second time we've seen NIP kind of spot the jump before the boost really comes in.
Yeah.
It's trouble for Big. Searson, they need this kill. They need him to find something. Oh, dear. This tries to run the gauntlet, and he's punished. Nade to try and ensure the op is going to stay out of the hands of the Big defense, and it doesn't really matter. Nobody else is here. Hampus is just going to march his way in. The rest of NIP is going to follow it up, and this match is completely flipped on its head from the opening 6 rounds. It is a completely different game. 11-8 is going to be the scoreline, but again, the scoreline makes it seem closer. This has just been a trouncing for NIP in the last, what? I don't know.
Trying to do math.
I am trying to do math. Oh, I hate you.
It's you know, it's one of the first rules in broadcast. Never try and do that. Just use vague terms. Last several rounds.
Trying to elevate my game with live maths and
just not worth it. But you're right. I mean, it's been really impressive, and it's. I think there's a bit of an interesting position that they're in NIP in general. I think even with Device playing on the team, the sort of initial hype died down a little bit, and it just looked like they were struggling to make as much of an impact as you really wanted them to have.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting test, because going down early on in a match like this can be very hard to recover from, and I think it's a good sign when a team is able to do that no matter what. So I'm happy to see NIP sort of turn it around a little bit here and trust in some of the fundamentals of the team to swing it back. Never a bad thing. Hampus all the way up there, 20 kills. I feel like I don't see many bad games out of Hampus, really.
Okay.
I think consistency-wise, I think he always has like a lot to say.
Okay.
In these games, so.
I like that.
Triple boost. Again spotted. This time not before it happened, but they're really aware, NIP, of what could be happening.
Keto forced out by the Molotov, but he's still going to stick around for the fight. He's got no escape route. It's essentially, he's going to die at some point. It all goes down in this staircase, and Plopsky's found him. Even with that door blown open, he was probably feeling a lot of pressure, knowing they were coming from behind as well. One M4 taken away. Second one is on the other side of the map, and just free kills everywhere. Hampus is feeling very confident just to stroll out Monster. It's going to be 12-8. Now a 12-2 run.
This is crazy.
And outside of like maybe 2 rounds in this, like a one-on-one clutch loss and a one-on-one clutch win for Big, it feels like most of the other rounds haven't even really been within, within their grasp.
It's hard to even explain. I mean, I look forward to the analyst segment on this one because you think about it and you think, well, I mean, it's also the fact that they won those first 6 rounds just in glorious fashion. Like, there's so much going on there.
So nice.
It's like they went to the exam and they'd prepared like the first, like 5 minutes of it, but it's like a 20-minute exam and they're like, oh no.
Yeah, when you read like the first 3 chapters of the textbook, but you haven't read 4, 5, and 6 yet.
Yeah, so you sound like a genius on that front, and then at the end it just all is guesswork. Like, oh, maybe, I don't know. I thought we'd be done by now, you know. Oh, tough, really tough. 12-8, 21st round.
And it is Hampus now. I mean, the first half it felt like NIP getting back into the game. On their CT side was a lot of Rez providing high impact, but you're exactly right. This half has been all Hampus with some of these entrances, some of these multi-kills. tabseN, as you mentioned, trying to be that leader that you talked about, trying to get his team back into this game. 4-round deficit. It's got to feel shocking for the players as well. As shocked as we are, I'm sure it feels way, way weirder for them.
Yeah, because they obviously for them we keep looking at the scoreline and say it's still kind of close, but you're right. The feeling of having lost this many rounds out of the last 10 or 12 that have been played.
Speaking of doing math,
yeah, no, it's kind of almost. I almost walked right into it. Yeah, you feel that emotionally, obviously playing the game in a different way. So on both sides right now, but NIP 4 rounds away from putting Big to bed early. Listen, down to the 4, back a little bit there. Look, did he just second guess? I feel like that's so dangerous.
Just getting a new angle, I think, towards the back while that smoke is there. As it clears, he's going to back away. He does have a teammate in stairs who's now backing off as well. So a little bit of aggression towards Fountain. For just a little bit to open the round. And the defense has gotten new positions. tabseN brought very, very low. 15 HP as he backs off towards the A bomb site, but CSGO is sticking around long for the moment. Still, NIP is just kind of running their default. They're happy to just force anyone back, happy to gather information, happy to make sure there's no aggression that's going to punish them for the moment, and they'll pick what to do from here. Bomb is still very, very far back.
All right, flash this time for the boost to set it up, and it works. S-Tag will go down. It's a good sign here. CT side. They need some sort of win right. They haven't won a single round in this second half yet, so it is time, surely. Rez he actually had a Galil on him, but he used the Deagle instead to take down tabseN. I guess that works. CSGO, he misses the flick, and he's in a lot of trouble right here. Has to be forced back into a passive position. And playing forward even is dangerous. Fozy goes down. Still a 3-on-4. Hampus. It's one good opening, but there's a second player, and it's very hard to predict. They thought they'd cleared that corner with the initial kill, and I don't even blame them. Good setup in this case for Big. And now it's on Rez. 9 seconds on the clock. He sees one of them, but the bomb is right there, and he has to go for it. He can't even fake it. They're going to be running right on top, and CSGO, it's a good read, because the second player is left behind. Even if he came off the plant to get the kill on CSGO, he's going to lose the round. So.
I was really worried when he tried to make that play out towards long around the smoke, and he took 80 points of damage in that kind of a play. And I was really worried that was going to force him to be way too passive to help his teammates hold this. But a good setup at truck. 2 players, a little bit of a bait and switch. If you're NIP making that execute, you probably don't imagine there's going to be 3 players there, someone tucked into that corner.
No. I mean, the only downside to that play is if they have a Molotov and Molotov, then you've got 2 people standing on top of it. But it was very, very late in the round. So.
And that's the first round on the board now for Big on their defense. So, I mean, they absolutely need to build upon this. You gotta like this aggression. Yeah, talk about switching things up. CSGO's already got control of Playground. 1 and 30 seconds on the clock. He's cut the map in half for his team.
It's very rare. That doesn't really happen, I feel like. It's one thing to get this eventually, but he just walked there, scoped up. Absolutely no fear at all. The problem is they can still lose this round. I mean, we talked about this earlier. Sometimes defending for this B bomb site, even with 4 players, is not enough. And that's going to feel devastating if that happens. Tizian, though, take down Hampus.
Listen, I don't care what bomb site it is. If 4 players isn't enough to hold on to it, you know? It's like, what more? There's really not a whole lot more options you've got. You can't bring 5 players over.
I feel like that happens, though, sometimes on this map where you're just like, oh, okay, even that doesn't really work. They finally put some resources into fighting Searson. 4 on 3. I mean, this should still very much be big round to win.
Well, the interesting thing is because Searson he kept going for those repeaks after getting that kill, he does eventually get traded off, as we saw by Fozy, and then but now the escape route is open. Now there's the possibility that NIP can fall back. So all of a sudden you no longer have those 4 players or what might have been 3 players at this B bomb site. You have your players trying to shift around and consider where the attack is actually going to come. So it gives a little bit of breathing room and an opportunity to NIP with 15 seconds left. Utility to get into the bomb site. 1-for-1 trade.
Okay, 7 seconds now. So bomb can't really get away from it. They have to keep planting it. Tabson, that looked like the smoke was going to obscure his vision, but he gets a great double kill instead, and that works out in favor of Big. A little bit of a moment there, but good recovery.
Yeah, really nice recovery. Good double kill for Tabson to close out the round, and Big has strung a couple together. Huge play from Searson, and yeah, this is that is kind of like a coin toss. It's a bit of a gamble if you're Searson. You're just like, look, this is the play I'm going for, guys. It's either going to be spectacular or I'm going to go down. It's going to put you in a tough spot. This time you get the reward.
Yeah, well done. And that, I mean, that could have even destabilized NIP a bit. You know, any assumption that they can make now about, you know, how aggressive is it going to be? Could we just assume no one's long? Because that doesn't happen most of the time. They have to really probably be a little bit more careful in some of these upcoming rounds. So, interesting stuff. Big starting to find a bit of courage at the end here, which they desperately needed. And in terms of the money, I mean, obviously on the CT side, they can't afford to keep losing either. So holding on to the good rifles there, Tabson not losing his, even though he was kind of fighting on his own. It's good to see. Not a huge bank that they've built up on the CT side, but it'll do for now.
Yeah, I don't think if you're Big, you're not even thinking about economy. You're just like, just keep stringing these together. Yeah. It's been a long time since we've been able to get some momentum and winning multiple rounds in a row. Let's enjoy it. Let's get to 3. Tizian picked off. Keto in trouble, and he's going to have to back off as well. Oh. That's the sole defender, excuse me, the most aggressive defender of that B bomb site. There's one player far back just playing retake. That's Faven.
Decent need to put Fozy and Rez down in the 70s, but that kill on Tizian is definitely an issue. Now they're playing 2A, 2B, which means if NIP put all their resources into a swift attack on really either bomb site, it's isolated 2-on-5, that probably should favor NIP. And they're angling for it, they're setting up for it. And right now, Big yet don't know that this is coming. Searson actually gets away with it. I thought if he kept peeking, he'd be trapped no matter what, but good reaction. Quick one, and a nice flick onto S-Tag as well. Saved by Searson, at least so far. 4 versus 3, and they can't really run back here. This is being heard by Keto, and he's also hearing only one set of footsteps there.
Yeah, but everyone's rotating. Oh no, missed opportunity for Keto. They still don't have numbers here. They still don't know exactly what's happening. All he's heard is the footstep, but it's pulled 2 players back from the B bomb site, which is the end game for NIP. It's going to be on the new big player, Favin, to defend against this. Hampus has done his job so well.
Yeah, and now they know, man, he sold that even before really trying, just by running up there. That's a rare sight. 5 seconds on the clock.
Can't do it.
Oh no! They had the time.
The Molotov prevents them from getting... Oh, that's painful. Molotov prevents them from getting into the bomb site on the left side of that pillar. And they obviously don't want to go to the right side of the pillar because Heaven is exposed. And Big get away with one.
That is crazy. I mean, otherwise, it was really well played from NIP, but I'm shocked that they couldn't find a way, even running through the Molotov, but maybe they didn't have the help for it. This is such a successful round from Hampus' point of view, and it doesn't win them the round anyway.
I mean, they're going to see it when they watch the replay, when they watch this map back, how big of an opportunity they had at that B bomb site, but there's no way to really know it at the moment. Hampus did not have the information that everyone had rotated towards A.
It's true, isn't it?
That's really, really painful. Now, some of these aggressive stances from Big, I feel like haven't really worked out, but they keep going back to him, which is kind of cool to see, but it's put him in a tough spot occasionally from time to time. 12-11, 1-round lead for NIP.
Be cool to see NIP take a page out of Big's playbook on the T side and go for some really aggressive B plays like this, where they're just sort of walking onto the site with almost no notice. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. You are correct.
Good times. S-Tag sees it coming. Good double for him. That's the round 1. It's hard to play against when you're defending there, because obviously it's not that you like having grenades thrown at you, but at least the grenades give you a fair warning that something is coming. But when they're just walking through the tunnel like that, all right. Cool.
Yeah,
thanks.
I know, and it's not even necessarily the first person. It's like the multitude of players that are just walking into you. It's the trade. Run boost really messes with Tabson.
Yeah, he actually human decoy that he threw in there.
It's also the nade coming out, like the timing of that nade, and you probably not comfortable switching to his gun by the time they're peeking. So that again, a little frustrating. 3 in a row is the run for Big that NIP put a stop to. Round 25, and NIP is 3 rounds away from taking the opening map of the Blast Spring groups.
And now, once again, the economy does make a difference for Big. You're right. They just were focused on winning rounds, obviously, but now they're back to pistols. Going to be an issue for sure. Huge stack towards the B bomb site. I mean, even a 5th player that could just easily be drawn back there. So they are banking a lot here on the NIP, making a basic mistake and walking onto a stacked bomb site. Feels unlikely. Shooting the glass bottle Molotov to a teammate makes sense.
Yeah, smart idea. That's one of those, like, don't try this at home.
Yeah. All right, Hampus. Nearly getting caught by a trick there. Pop flash setup into the monster tunnel. Seems like NIP are still kind of gravitating towards this B bomb side for a minute. Tabson spotting one with the jump there. Oh, wow. I actually would love a replay of that. How close was that to his face? That looks very scary.
Oh, one more smoke at Monster. This could be really dangerous. Monster is kind of close. Nade with the peek as well from Tabson. Got the information. 15 seconds. Big needs to win by clock, not by frags. And unfortunately, NIP, very, very aggressive. Very successful as well entering into the bomb site. Almost an opportunity. It's going to be a 14th round for the Swedish side.
You're absolutely right, though. That potential to be a very scary round. If anyone from Big there gets a quick headshot and can stay alive, who knows what can happen. All right. NIP back in charge of Overpass once again. Yeah, you can tell they're feeling the pressure right now on the side of Big.
As they should be.
11. They got some money at the very least, so that's always something to think about. Searson back on that AWP. He's been a real factor, and this is the reason why. He's lightning fast.
I was gonna say, this is where you really, really, really need Searson to kind of open up a round for you, find you a little bit of a kill, find you some breathing room with a 5-on-4, and he's done just that. Plopsky, excuse me, has been brought down to 39 HP as well. So a little bit of chip damage there, or a lot of chip damage there. The round's going to quiet down for now as NIP hope for a mistake. Try to gather any piece of information that can let them pull together this round. And Hampus, and we've said his name a lot. He's cooled off, I think, in the last few rounds. At one point during this half, he was at 22 kills a few rounds back.
Yeah, it's true. He's had a couple of rounds where he hasn't had the same impact. Oh, S-Tag. That would have been a gift if he could have landed that headshot right there.
Throughout this whole half, some of these jumps and boosts that Big have gone for, I think they've really only had success there like once.
Yeah.
And I think they've actually been punished for it a number of times.
S-Tag playing close to that corner. Obviously a position you can get pop flashed in, but if they flash behind him to go look for him, then that could work in his favor. So So far, no one is peeking on the side of B. Gets Hampus to open it up, and there, yeah, he's still flashed out there, and they knew. They're going to hunt him down, surely. Tizian just under so much pressure, running away with the flash in his eyes, and they're going to Molotov away Searson as well. Nice conversion here for NIP. Looked like a hard round to win, but with that entry from Hampus, double kill makes all the difference in the world. And tabseT and Searson, they need these rifles badly.
NIP had a lot of space to work with at the B bomb site. It's surprising in that 5-on-4 as well that NIP was given that much room to work with, but they basically had all the access in the world towards that kind of, I guess we'll call it like a staging area on the other side of Monster, on like the CT side of Monster. And as we saw before, and as you even mentioned, even just with a contact play, but even when you're using utility, just the time from like execute to contact when you can have that position for free is very, very quick, very tough to deal with.
And even if you're just trying to fall back into us, if you're trying to not even fight for it, but just run away, you're going to get flashed along the way. And that's, I think, what happened to Tizian at the end of the day, is he was flashed initially, and by the time he recovered himself, 2 of his teammates were dead, and he was fighting around the smoke, and it's just like, it's not a good position to be in. 15-11, map point right now for NIP, and it is a best of 1. The opening stage here, in case you forget. 27 kills on Hampus. Super impressive. Everyone, though, today has actually been playing pretty well.
I think Hampus actually has 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. I think the previous, that kind of anti-eco. Ooh, that's the all-poo. Searson missed shot. Good trade from Favin. As the tag goes down, but they'll be happy with it. A lot of just like mini duels across the map at the moment, challenging for control. And tabseT is sticking around a little bit longer than you'd normally expect, but he's going to start sneaking away just now.
Yeah, I was getting really worried for tabseT right there. And again, Hampus, he's doing so much down here. Is he going to be rewarded? Quick headshot. Nice little tap there, but he runs into the AWP of Favin. So still not quite the round win. But the fact that he even gets in there, the fact that he's that deep in, very hard for Big to deal with in terms of the defense.
This is kind of like the snowball effect of someone like Hampus having so much success in that position. NIP having success making that kind of a play of number of times, is Hampus with the hot hand is just going to keep going back to it over and over again. And Big has already shown they're struggling to deal with it. So yeah, this time it's 1 for 1, but previously it's been round loss. It's been a heavy punish. I think does Big believe they have NIP trapped outside the B bomb site? I think
Possibly,
Keto just rotating back now.
Oh, this actually would be a heartbreaking way to potentially lose the series if they lose 1 player here defending the bomb site in Keto, and then they end up losing the 2-on-2. Because you're right, they were really probably expecting that they were going to find them outside of the B bomb site. Now I think they should realize Fozy sneaking in, scoped up. He can't really change the scope or it'll give it away. He doesn't check all the way. Molotov towards the back, and Keto with the deciding headshot right there. That's all they needed. And he's going to get the double kill. It'll be another round for Big now, fighting for overtime. Man. Some potentially very, very close rounds right here. Big managed to hold on to. It's a kind of an unusual position to be in at that point in the round, I would say. So I can understand why Hampus isn't looking for it.
Timeout called by Big as they want to talk things over for this final stretch. They've got, what, 4 rounds they need to win straight to force overtime.
Yeah, that's not an easy task at the moment, is it?
No, and especially not with like what we've been seeing. Like, yeah, this is nice. They've won. They had like the 3-round streak earlier. They've had some close rounds, but nothing that's giving you the confidence that they're just going to have to be able to go rattle it off. This defense has not seemed solid. We've seen some weaknesses towards Monster. We've seen weaknesses with those jumps and boosts over the walls at the B bomb site as well. We've seen some of the aggressive plays towards Fountain. Sometimes they've worked excellently. Sometimes they've been catastrophic losses. So I think if you're Big, there's not a whole lot you're going to hang your hat on. And here's maybe their final kind of gambit here, switching into the double ops setup right at the end. 12-5, need to win 3 in a row, excuse me, not 4. And Keto's going to grab the secondary AWP.
I actually think this is a really cool thing for B. I think Keto with the AWP is not to be underestimated. I understand why Searson is the primary AWPer, but I definitely wouldn't count him out as someone that could do a lot of damage. So, and with 3 rounds, it's not like NIP have a lot of space to figure out how to beat the double up. If they can make work initially big, they don't have a lot of buffer rounds to say, okay, how do we deal with that? So
that's actually a really nice point. If they're able to kind of establish some success, if this double up setup is a menace in this round, then it just could get built upon. And you're right, NIP maybe a timeout, but you don't have a whole lot of rounds to play with to find the solution. That's the tag. Just trying to maintain presence and control at the moment.
Yeah, he's feeling a bit lonesome down there. Doesn't really want to peek anywhere. Get some teammates down to help him. 50 seconds on the clock, and they're pretty far forward up towards the restroom, so maybe they don't know everything big, but they have a pretty good read of where NIP are leaning to. They're going to go quick again, running onto the bomb site with minimal exposure to begin with. Pomsky going to be able to trade the kill, and Fozy is there. And that is such a clean entry again. They're almost stepping onto the bomb site by the time that first flashbang hits. And now this is the huge downside of double ops, retaking with them.
Yeah, what are you gonna do here? Oh, this is so tough. Molotov is out, no smoke. They do put it in the right position. That's Plopsky. Missed opportunity, but Keto's gonna build. He's got Asa tag deep. Searson needs to find this, but tucked into the corner, it's Fozy. Against Searson for the map. Fozy's gonna swing just as the glance goes down to the bomb, and that's NIP recovering in this map from 0 to 6 early on to a 16-12 victory.
Yeah, absolutely well played. I've got to say, really, really impressive comeback, first of all, for NIP being down early on. And I think what we really learned today is that just the power in both from Big, but also from NIP, of hitting that B bomb site with almost no delay. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had some very very impactful rounds attacking that. That was cool. I think just the collapse of Big really hurts. There was a 12-2 run at one point.
It was. I want to know what the desk thinks about this, because there's a lot to unpack, so let's hear from them.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, a slow start for NIP, but not one that would write their fate on the grounds of Overpass. They do seal this one over the side of Big. And Jacob, you were coming into this saying, you know, haven't been too impressed with what you've seen of NIP on the grounds of Overpass thus far. Anything you think that was key, instrumental for them to be sealing this one out?
I think the B bomb site hits over and over again. You know, them being assertive when they went into the bomb site, trading their ways out of the problem. And of course, part of that is Big falling apart as well. And probably that's what I am most disappointed about. After that 6-0 lead, I thought to myself, okay, Jacob, you picked Big for a good reason. They look good, they look sharp. And I don't know what happened on the CT side. They couldn't get it done at all. I think Moses said it a couple of times. The aggressive A plays was nice. You know, there was an idea behind it, but it didn't lead to anything whatsoever. NIP was okay giving away the space, and then they just hit the B bomb side and won the game.
And then there was that key turning point in the second half that I know you want to pick up as our eco play.
Yeah, I would like to talk about round 24 as our eco play, because that's a call coming in straight from Hempus. I guarantee you that. It's based on a little bit of action towards the A side. You'll see that run boost coming in here. Taps him completely off guard. He's got no idea what happened. And right behind it, you have that whole squad ready to pounce Monster before the smoke blooms, and that is it. Just like that, in about 10 seconds, all the pieces fall down on the side of Big. After that, they have to eco, and that will put NIP on 14. I think this right here was a very good call from Hempus. He analyzed the defense efficiently, and he found a way to win. And just as a whole, I think he played beautifully this whole game.
They found the weak spot. The B bomb side was the weak spot, and I think this is a great clip to showcase that as well. The defense over there wasn't coordinated. They couldn't trade their way out of the problems, and for Big, that was the biggest problem, you know, no pun intended in this one. If they could have shut down the B bomb site, they would have forced NIP to try something else. They would have forced them to try to take A control. And I think Tapson would have shut them down. It looked like Searson and Tapson had a good idea of how to play that A bomb site, take away the space, etc. But NIP just kept going towards the B bomb site, and unfortunately, Tisha and the rest of the boys couldn't shut it down.
And that was a big question mark that we had for Big, you know, coming into this 2022 season. We were saying, do they have that tactical depth that we knew and loved them for back in that online era when they made it to #1 team in the world? And I mean, I know it's a small sample size. We've only seen them on one map, but thus far, it's not showing a kind of the stellar defense that we should expect from them.
No, I agree with you. It's not. And also, if you go back to the first half, you find yourself in a situation where Big is 6-0 up on the T side, and they only end up with 8 rounds, right? There were a lot of other opportunities where they had the economical advantage over NIP, and they struggled to push it. Rez did a fantastic job of the defense, Hempus as well. So, no, tactically speaking, that wasn't exactly stellar from Big, and then you mentioned the defense, a lot of holes to be plugged. We saw how they abused the doorways and then going back to B all the time. So that's an NIP, or sorry, a Big that was one step behind NIP, I think, tactically.
I agree, and you even take into consideration as well that Fusi didn't have an impactful game on. He was just doing all right. That's the AWP player for NIP. Imagine a world where Device was part of this game. He's notoriously known for being fantastic at overpass as well. So I'm standing here with a feeling that I'm left a little bit disappointed in the performance coming out of Big. Small sample size, you're right. It's just one game. It could have been a rough, side. It could have been all about the B-bomb side. That's one thing they need to fix, and all of a sudden we see a new look of Big. But from what we saw in this game, I'm left a little bit disappointed, unfortunately. I thought more of Big, and I thought they would come in better and more well-prepared against NIP.
You mentioned it already, though, Maniac. I did like what we were seeing from Hampus in this particular map, too. Coming into this season, looking pretty strong so far.
I mean, playing against Hampus when he is in the zone is extremely irritating, because he's going to get all the gaps, all the holes he can absolutely plug. Not only was he, I think, one of the main forces on the defense, as we can see it right here, for NIP to come back, but on the T side, if his teammates give him a couple of trades, a couple of space, then he is going to take it. We saw him lurking out of Monster a couple of times. Obviously, he caught the guard a lot, so great performance from Hampus, but it can be hit or miss. That was a hit, definitely a hit.
I think Hampus is the best player on the server. He's the most impactful player on the server, to be completely honest. He's an in-game leader that is, at least in my books, highly regarded for being able to create space. And as you said, Maniac, you gave us a great example. Doing the explosive calls at the right timings. He's reading the game well, and he's always putting himself in positions where he can make the difference. A lot of in-game leaders do that, and they don't deliver, right? They are in a position where they can decide a round and they fail a duel, or they don't have the individual skill to pull it off. Hampus, more often than not, delivers in those situations by actually pulling off the kill that wins the round. So again, we praised him last year for having a fantastic year. I think we will have to look out for him in 2022 as well, because if this iteration of NIP is going to find any success whatsoever, it has to come from Hampus and, of course, Rest as a sidekick.
Yeah, 100%. We can take a look at the updated bracket for the Group A side of things. We've had 2 games already, 4 more still to come on day 1 of the spring groups. And we can see exactly how the land is laid. We're going to be getting to G2 versus NIP next, Maniac.
Yeah, that is going to be a great game. Obviously, we are just looking for more and more answers. We came here with a lot of questions. We saw a little bit of G2, a little bit of NIP, but the day is still quite young.
Yeah, it is. And we're looking at that lower bracket matchup. Just don't be fooled. There's no elimination here, because we're moving on to next week. It's going to be the best of 3 games, and that's where the elimination is going to come into play. So we're looking at this PIMP as trying to get kind of the best seed going into that bracket, because it's going to be really instrumental making it closer and closer to the spring finals.
Yeah, and I think it's a very even game as well between Complexity and Big. Big disappointed me a little bit. I think Complexity surprised me a little bit in the way that they were able to fight back in that G2 game. They showed a bit of resilience. They showed some level I didn't really expect at this level. So I think we have a much more even game than I initially would have thought before the games went live.
Well, as Maniac mentioned, plenty more action still on the cards here at day 1 of the spring groups at Blast Premier. We're going to be heading to a quick break, but when we are back, it's G2 taking on NIP.
Whose face is that? We've got 3 pro faces smushed together in some Frankenstein-esque situation, and you guys are gonna guess piece by piece, from top to bottom, one at a time, whose collection of faces it is. Lasers? And police. We know these guys are kind of the top of the line in terms of competitors, so I have high expectations. But whose face is that? Oh. You can go first. I don't know the bottom one. And just like that, the confidence is gone. From the top? Incorrect. Incorrect.
Perfecto?
No.
What the hell? Maybe it's Georgian hair? No?
Wrong.
Yeah.
So, face number 3.
What?
Canadian. That is also correct. 2-0. You didn't even know your own teammate, Tessa.
Yeah, I would have guessed it. I
guessed the entire thing.
3 points for me and 0 for you?
Yeah, that's nice for you.
Who has this hair, bro? Who has this hair? If I give you one clue, it's going to come down to whoever has faster reactions. And I think that's what the people want, all right?
Okay.
So get ready. Get ready. G2.
Oh, it's I'm a nigga one.
I'll take it. Almanac, yeah.
I said Almanac first.
Yeah, but it was a wrong answer. You also said Kenny. There was no buzz in between.
That's what I was trying to check. I was like, did you go with
It gets dirty, man. It's not Almanac.
I'll take it.
Man. So let's hear a config for the 6-0 sweep, bro.
It's Hunter, right?
Correct.
And then it's Velde.
Boom, 6-0. That's a smoke. Ladies and gentlemen.
No, is it already over?
Sorry, what was that last guess? Was there a buzz in there? Yuri? Oh, is that a steal?
God,
is that a snipe?
Gajon?
Correct.
Kajan?
Kajan.
Oh, I was thinking
Kajan. Thinking a little too long there, Hampus. It is Yuri. It is. I'm gonna give you that steal just because that was quick, man. Yuri at the top. Who's in the middle?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Device for the eyes.
Also correct. 2-0. Sweep it.
And then Shocks for the bottom.
3-0 lead for Elige. Damn. I feel dirty. I feel like I've wronged you.
Our winners matchup of Group A coming up very shortly as G2 are going to be taking on the side of NIP. But before we jump into that one, let's remind ourselves exactly what groups we're going to see gracing our screens here at the Spring Groups. Of course, we are in Group A at the moment. Group B going to be coming up tomorrow. Group C later on Sunday. And we've had a lot of questions coming into these groups, Jacob. Anybody that you found some answers for maybe thus far?
Not yet. You know, we got some indications.
Let's take our time.
Yeah. Let's make sure that we get this one right. I think we're getting closer, but I think we'll know more in a couple of hours, Freya.
Yeah, let's take a look at our bracket at the moment for the Group A side of life. Of course, we were just taking a little look at it. We're going to see G2 taking on NIP in our winners matchup, trying to make it closer and closer to that final. Unfortunately, Complexity falling down to take on Big. Any takeaways from what we've seen thus far from either side of the equation, Maniac?
I think we're pretty much sticking to the script. I think everyone agrees that even though G2 had to change the roster, they still came here as great favorite to make it through that group. And on the other hand, obviously, Complexity may be a little bit of the little, not the favorite, but little fighter here in that group. They did put up a fight against G2, so I'm going to give them a chance later on, but they still have to fight not to be in that third, fourth spot.
Yeah, definitely still a lot of questions heading into the 4 more games that we have on the card today. We can take a look at what exactly they're fighting for, though, in our Gauntlet overview. This is the format as we head into the next week of the Blast Spring Groups. And it's highlighted where exactly we're going to be seeing these teams and how they place in this bracket. And you can see the absolute advantage that first place spots get you. You only need to win one best of 3 and you're guaranteed at the Spring Final.
And that is why it matters, Jacob, right? Because if you perform poorly in the group stage, then Lord knows the way is going to be so long to potentially qualify for Spring Final.
And there's a huge difference, as you said, between just having to win one best of 3 game, potentially winning 2 or even 3 if you're finishing 3rd or 4th. And that's the point right here, right? Even finishing 3rd in this group doesn't necessarily win you another round, sort of. You know, you just get to face on paper, perhaps, you know, a weaker opponent depending on who you get matched up against. So it's very important for these teams to, at the very least, finish top 2. And as you said, Maniac, for G2, there's no excuses. In this group, when the caliber of the teams are in Group A that we see right now in NIP, Big, and Complexity, it'll be a bit of a disappointing one for G2 if they were not to win this group.
And what I really like about this format as well is the fact that they're going to be going up against teams in the other groups. Yes. So we're going to be seeing a real nice mixture of stuff there. And then looking at those elimination games, doesn't mean that you're eliminated from the entire circuit. It means you're going down to showdown. But Maniac, we know that is no easy feat for any team to be ending up there.
No, if history told us anything, is that the showdown is not easy. There are a lot of great teams who did not survive the rows of the showdown, but I agree with you. The fact that we are mix-matching the teams later down the road means that everyone has to be ready for potentially everyone, and that is great for Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting to see how this plays out, particularly in this 2022 season with so many roster shuffles going into it. If we bring back up the bracket that we were just seeing on our screen, just in case you guys missed out on any of the action earlier, of course, Complexity were the first team to be taking on this new look G2. And for Complexity, kind of unfortunate that they were taking on G2 when Manusi was looking really on form. Nico was hitting some really, really nasty headshots. So are there any takeaways from what we've seen in Complexity thus far?
To be completely honest, right, they got to start on the CT side of Nuke, and you'd expect them to at least be competitive in that first half, which wasn't really the case. They were down 9-5, and they somehow, you know, managed to get a decent half out of it. Again, in the second half, G2 started off well, get up to a 12-6 lead, and Complexity, they were never close to make this game, one where you thought they could win. But the one positive takeaway for me was the fact that when they were down 15-11, 15-10, or whatever it was, they fought back, 15-7 here, as a matter of fact. They fought back and they stayed in the game and showed us a bit of resilience in that T side. That's the confidence they need to bring into the next game and believe that they can be the favorites against Big.
They did way better than I expected, Freya. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was just looking at the paper, I was looking at the lineups, and I thought there's no way this is even competitive. The caliber of players that we have on G2 is going to eat Complexity alive. That's the thoughts that I had going into this game. And actually, some of these players on the side of Complexity put up a great fight. JT was there with some of these entries. We had Floppy shining, Grim towards the inside. Their problem was that Junior missed the game. Junior missed the game completely as an AWPer. I know it can be complicated to play on Nuke, but you gotta do better than that. And they paid the heavy price. But still, I thought it was a competitive game against G2. This bodes relatively well going forward.
Yeah, and going forward, they will be facing the side of Big, who we just saw, unfortunately, losing out to NIP. And I say unfortunately because Big actually started off looking pretty decent on that map.
Yeah, I had them to win that game, to be completely honest. I thought NIP without Device, NIP with Fusi coming in, it must hurt their motivation a little bit. And Big, on the other hand, they bring in a new player in Faven. They're so motivated to show that they once again can be a competitive team. People may forget that Big had a period where they were #1 in the world. They were winning tournaments. They were going deep into runs all the time. That's not the case anymore for Big. So for them to lose in the fashion they did against NIP here, being up 6-0 and just falling completely flat on the CT side of Overpass must be a little bit disappointing. Still small sample size, but I think right now they're sitting back with a feeling that we should have done better.
And the one element that they had when they were on top of the world in Counter-Strike was Surson playing good Counter-Strike. And that's the one shining light, if you're a Big fan right now, is that Surson in 2022, with the small sample size we have, is playing good Counter-Strike. He's impactful, he's making the difference. It was not enough against NIP, but this is the exact Surson we need if you want them to go deep in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's going to be instrumental coming into the rest of the bracket here in Group A of the Spring Groups. But we're ascending to the heights of the upper bracket this time around. We're going to start off by talking about G2 because I feel like they have been a really big hot topic coming into this new season. Huge roster changes coming into it. I feel like we spent a lot of time talking about Maniac, but we've also got to acknowledge the fact that Alexi B is now the talisman of the squad. And Xtaz as well. It's a good point that you brought up earlier, Pimp. He's been such an instrumental coach for the side of Vitality, and it's going to be really interesting to see how he can mold this team going forward.
Yeah, I guess the first-hand impression was a good one. All right, we got to see what we kind of expected. Maniac doing well without, overshining the server. He was struggling a little bit on that CT side. Part of the reason why Complexity were allowed back in the game was that Maniac found no impact whatsoever on the CT side. Again, small sample size, so let's calm down on that one. Nico, of course, doing what Nico does. Absolutely fantastic performance, both on the T side and on the CT side, finishing with 34 or 33 kills, I can't even remember. Just being ridiculously good at the game as always. He finished off 22, being, at least in my understanding of the game, the most impactful player in the entire world. You can argue that Simple and Saibu was better over the entire year, and they have better stats, and even Simple, doing what Simple does is always probably the best player on the server. But in terms of raw impact, Nico once again is just continuing down the same path, where he's just the guy making the difference for his team. One can only imagine what G2 would have looked like last year if it weren't for Nico playing out of his mind.
Yeah, and it's good to see the fact that Nico hasn't really skipped a beat after that player break as well, coming back into things, looking really, really hot. And the fact that we're looking at him as a hugely impactful player, and he just comes out and does this straight out the gate too.
I agree with you, and I think it's one of the key points, one of the key goals for Alexi B moving forward into this lineup is that to make sure that Nico stays in positions which are comfortable for him, because your absolute goal if you're Alexi B is to make sure that Nico is at 100%. But let's talk about Alexi B just a little bit, and let's show some of these rounds on the T side of Nuke where he was the can opener and he found solutions I was talking about. Look the way he's navigating that vent position. That is typically something that Alexi B can do, and that's what I was talking about. Being able to find the gap, find solutions and have that impact on the entering side of things. His role is to create space because he knows he's got teammates behind him who know how to handle and navigate the waters once the trades happens, and he did exactly that. So if this nuke is the blueprint that G2 is going to follow, that's fine by me. Let Alexi B go first, find a couple of kills, analyze where the solution is, and then the rest of the team can close it.
You guys remember the Katowice major when ENCE broke through and they went all the way into the final against, I believe that was against Astralis, playing a fantastic tournament. What we see right here, what Maniac just showcased us, is exactly what he was doing so well back then. I remember on Train, Alexi B would always go out of T-main and create space. He would always be annoying to be up against. He reminds you a little bit of Glaive in some ways, but also Hampus in the sense that he's the man who can go out, create the space, and then there's players around him who can follow up. And who better to follow up than Hunter or Nico or Maniac for that matter. Even Jax once in a while can create space as well. So if Alexi B can find this role within the team, find the impact that we saw here in Nuke and make that, I guess, a known quantity and a stable thing think for them, then I wouldn't doubt that G2 can be the best in the world.
I know that we've highlighted it already. I know it's a small sample size, only having seen one map of this new squad. But initial impressions of Maniac, are you impressed with what you've seen?
Initial impression is that he's way better with the mouse than I ever was in my life. I can guarantee you that much. The way he plays and how quick he is on the trade and how his pretty much the time to kill is extremely low, and I think that's the DNA of extremely skilled player, and we can already see it. I also think he's got the killer instinct, which is the ability to go for the next frag, to the next, always knowing where the next target is going to be. Couple of mistakes here and there, but then again, I think it comes with the territory. I think we have to give him a little bit of time until he reaches that point where the mistakes are just ironed out. He's surrounded by the right people for that, so I'd say the first signs are great. Honestly, it's great.
I agree. There's a lot of people out there saying that we shouldn't put pressure on Maniac and we should allow him to evolve as a player and give him the time to grow, and I agree, but I will also say that a guy who's bought for the amount of money he's bought into, who's getting paid a lot of dollars to play Counter-Strike, and he's only 16 years of age, we may as well apply the pressure right now, because if he can withstand the pressure, we have a gem in the making right here. And there's only one way to make gems, Freya, and that's by applying a lot of pressure to them. I think Maniac can be a superstar. I think he is the greatest talent we've seen ever since Saivu came out. Sure, there's going to be times where he's going to shit the bed, to be completely honest. He's going to make mistakes. That's part of growing as a person, part of growing as a player. But we got to apply some pressure to him so he can morph into the player that I think could be one of the best in the world.
Well, let's see how Maniac is handling the pressure as he caught up with Banks ahead of this game.
Vanessa, you guys start off with a win over Complexity. And okay, it got scary a little bit towards the end. You know, they were trying to make a comeback. But I want to ask you straight away is, did you feel much pressure going into that opening game?
No, I think no. Like, I didn't feel pressure at all because of my mates. They always trying to support me and help. So no pressure at all. I was just playing my game.
And you played it very well. And in terms of Nuke, right? Obviously, it used to be the instant ban for Na'Vi Jr. In terms of your actual experience and playing it, was there much time you'd have to practice Nuke with the team?
Yeah, we practiced too much on this map, but I still think that I need to practice more because in some extra situations, in situations, I need more experience where I need to rotate or other stuff, you know, and also with my utility stuff as well. And I didn't feel pressure in like easy situations, but when it's going hard, you know, a bit tough, it's a bit, I can feel it. Yeah, but I know
it's
that
certainly all a learning curve.
But honestly, I played T-side better than CT, as you can see, because it's always about rotation with my CT. But yeah, we played good. I like.
And what was it like to get this first win under your belt and celebrate with the team at the end?
Now we have 100% win rate, and we need to still keep it.
Certainly going to be a hard thing to do, but I think if anyone can do it, it will be you guys. Now, obviously, we don't know who you're going to face off against next, but what kind of things will you guys do during the break while you wait to see who your opponent's going to be? Is there something you need to plan out and figure out?
I think we're waiting maybe for NIP. I would like to play versus PZY because he's from Academy as well, and it would be a good match, I guess.
A little bit of the old clashing on tier 1 rosters for sure. And just in general, right, when you're being led now by Alexi, how different is it compared to when you were on Na'Vi?
Alexi is really good. I like how he goes, I like how he thinks in the game. And also meet calls. I like his playstyle. But yeah, nothing to say. He's really good.
And I do have to ask this one thing, right? We've seen you guys do it on stream. We've seen you now do it in this game as well. Your reactions and your speed when it comes to hitting some of these shots, they're just incredible, right? We can't even see it from an eye test. For you, you make it look very natural. But, like, what is the secret?
I don't know, good vibes, bro. Just good vibes. You need to always keep it.
Well, keep the good vibes rolling into the next game for sure, mate. Maniac, good luck, man, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Good vibes only from m0NESY. Man, that's just the answer to unlock all the success. I like how he was saying also, just no pressure. Like James, I was asking him, did you feel the pressure coming into this game? No, absolutely not. Teammates made me feel incredibly comfortable. And that is what we want to be hearing from a kid, really, essentially. He's super, super young coming into this.
Yeah, and if you're following G2 on social medias, you could also see that him and Jax were dancing around before the game. And Jax, I think, has I wouldn't call it a father role within this lineup, you know, but he's adding some value in the sense that he's a very outgoing and outspoken person in the way that he can have fun, dance around, and that probably will make a guy like m0NESY relax a little bit more. So that's good to see they have that synergy.
I think what is awesome for m0NESY is that he's got that luxury of not having to be an absolute mega carry from the get-go in G2.
Yeah.
That's not what we're asking from him. We are not asking him to take over games right here, right now. He has to plug it into the structure, and he has to do what Maniac was doing just a little bit better. That's enough for the start. It's enough for the start because there are so many quality players around him that by some sort of magic, they will win plenty of rounds without him having anything to do. So that's the best case scenario. You can just warm up into your roles, kind of understand what you have to do, and progressively, Alexibi is going to give him more freedom, more autonomy. So he's going to have more authority in what he's doing, and that's perfect. That is the luxury position any rookie would like to be, and he's getting it right now.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the progression of m0NESY as we delve on forward into the competition. I also am excited to see our betway odds coming into this series versus NIP. It is going to be favouring the side of G2 Esports coming into this one as well. But we do need to see what map we will be ending up on in this best of 3 series. I'm going to open it up to both of you. Anything you want to see, anywhere you feel like this is going to be going?
Well, what's sure is that we're not going to see Overpass. I'd be extremely, well, exactly, I would be extremely surprised to see G2 allowing that to go forward. A nuke could be a possibility for NIP. They play it. Well, we have Inferno and we have Nuke currently left in the pool. So these are the last 2 maps. We're actually not that wrong. Sometimes it can happen. And G2 decide to go for the Inferno. So do they take that as a training ground, knowing that they've already played Nuke? They want to try a new map. They want to see how it goes on that one. I can appreciate it. I think Nuke is a decent map for the streets as well.
I would agree. I think G2 is a map that, G2 is a team that is known to be good on Inferno, right? We remember we had periods where Nico was destroying everyone on Banana. Hunter was the best CT side rated player. Now all of a sudden you bring m0NESY into that equation, playing at.CET, you know, playing along with the AWP. So you basically have a world-class player on all different positions on the CT side of Inferno. We talk a lot about CT Inferno being a side, especially with the new meta, with the silence M4, where you can lock down and you can shut down. I couldn't think of a better composition of players, having Hunter to play the bomb side, having Nico to play Banana, and then m0NESY and Arch with an AWP. Where on earth are you supposed to go if you're NIP? Yeah,
can you give us a little bit of insight into maybe what we should be expecting from m0NESY? I know you have seen him playing in the WePlay Academy League as well. What are you expecting?
Well, I mean, given he's playing the same position, he will play Arch side with the AWP. He likes to rotate around a lot, you know, play Arch and then go short, then go into apps. Sometimes he's even moving over to Banana, so you could have a scenario where both Nico and m0NESY will try to go aggressive for Banana control. So m0NESY is a player, I think, as you said, Maniac, in the beginning, I don't think Alexibi and Extras will overcomplicate things for him. He'll be put in a position and say, here, m0NESY, do what you do best, feel comfortable in this one, and then we can always add on. We can always make you move in towards apps. We can always integrate you in our Banana control takes, etc., etc. So I wouldn't expect him to roam around too much, but I've seen it in Na'Vi Jr. I've seen him doing it at the Academy League. This man is a beast on Inferno.
And it is actually very interesting that you bring up Na'Vi Jr. because I truly believe that there is a cultural way to play Inferno on the CT side. If you look at Na'Vi and you look at what Simple is doing, feels like he's already figured out the equation totally. The way Simple plays the CT side of Inferno is close to perfection. You never know when he's going to be. But it's a very demanding role, and it's a very demanding position to be filling. So we are going to see, that's one of the questions. Will we see m0NESY being more stable, like a turret on a position, or will we see him roam around and trying to do his best Simple impression?
And m0NESY is going to get what he wished for. He's going to come up to face against Fuzi as well, obviously another former Academy player too. Anything you're expecting from NIP if you're saying, you know, this is looking like a good map for G2, what do NIP need to do to potentially win this?
I think the problem for me when it comes to putting stock into NIP is they ride or die with Hampers. Hampers can create space. Hampers can be super annoying on that T side, going up middle, going up Banana, finding the openings, and we will see him try over and over again. But if he's not finding success, I don't see it coming from anywhere else. Rest is a good player. The rest of the boys in NIP are decent players as well, but the one key to victory for me is Hampers. If he is having a fantastic game, there's a chance for you, but without Hampers playing well, I don't believe it's even going to be remotely close, to be honest.
Well, let's going to see if Hampers can burn out his opponents on the map of Inferno. It's taken on G2, a tough opponent already here in the spring groups, and it's coming up with Anders and Moses in just a few.
That's
yes,
beautiful.
more of that.
All right. Look at the laser focus on Jax.
We're playing chicken. That's what that is. Seeing if you can mess with Jax. Seeing if you can pull his focus away. That's some advanced training. You say, Jax, we're preparing you for a clutch moment in the major. You're in a 1 versus 1. Things are going on all over the place. You've got to win this.
And someone tries to kiss you.
Yeah, and you just keep seeing if you can pull his focus away with a little kiss.
The play in that moment is to just turn your head real quick, when right in the middle of it. That's how you outdo him. That's how you win that fight.
Yeah.
So the chemistry is good. That's important.
Yeah.
On the side of G2, gonna be happy about that. They're playing NIP, which they made it through that first match. Actually, you know, apart from the start, they made it through pretty well. So what do you think about this one?
Yeah, if you take the first 6 rounds away, NIP looked pretty good after that one. I mean, thankfully, the slow start you'd hope is behind them, at least for the day. We'll see if they can come back into this map and get started right out of the gates. They're going to need it. G2, a lot of excitement around them, a lot of strong players on this team. We'll see what NIP has in store for us. They're going to be on the offense first, and look, we'll just bring this up, because remember, 2021, a lot of the conversation around NIP was T-sides a little bit lackluster, a little bit weak at times.
That's true,
They would love to be able to start 2022 kind of getting past that obstacle. They would love if that was not a conversation at all about NIP.
Yeah, for sure. And probably one of the harder things to really fix is that CT side. So that's a lot of work will have to go into that. I don't think it's going to be easy at all. So far, we've seen Nuke Overpass, and now we're on Inferno for the 3rd best of 1 of today. And it's going to be a little bit of a play around top mid. Here is m0NESY, though, interrupting them as they were trying to set that up. Now, good on S-Tag for getting the kill back. Plopsky, he's committing to the plan, even if actually they kind of got almost sprung on them instead. Good double kill for Hampus, but that looked like NIP were about to completely get washed out. And now Alexi, 1 versus 2 here. And he's actually going to catch him right at the edge. What a find that is.
Oh, he's got the read as well. He knows exactly where Rez was. Rez is going to have no idea. Bit of an opportunity, and Alexi's got it. Great precision. That little one-way smoke he's got inside the bomb site is brutal. It gives him a free kill on the second player coming in. But man, that is a grind. And NIP, I think, with their pounce out of holes, to deny that lane play, I think they're going to feel like they probably should have won this round.
Yeah, and it's so chaotic because this kind of a start here, even if they get the refrag, if you're up in the hallways, I think as Hampus jumping down, kind of hard to know whether or not you should follow up or you should cancel the whole thing. Yeah. But I mean, they followed up and they actually made it work. So I agree, like it looked like that should have been NIP's round to win right there. G2 though, stealing it away, more specifically Alexi B. Stealing it away. Nico, MP9, but he is so blind. That does matter more in the end. Hampus down to 2 health behind the nade, and they can't quite get Alexi B. Now, if they could have done that, would have been a really interesting round here for NIP.
Well, I mean, think if you're NIP, you've got to be relatively happy with the 1-for-1 trade at the moment. So you have banana control. Problem is lack of utility, and obviously no armor picked up as well for the T side, so they can just get chewed up. Alexi's playing the B bomb site. Actually, he's backed off now with m0NESY rotating over. But still just the 1 smoke on Alexi if they want to put it down at the B bomb site. He's going to bide his time and try and pick the perfect moment. Still, NIP going to be a tough round to win.
Rez thrown over the Deagle. Had more health than Hampus, so trying to see if he can carry on and find another headshot on somebody. Hunter. Dangerous moment right there, but he is just a quick peek. One of those things where if you're a little bit preoccupied and you just overstep by even an inch, you could be gone. But a good double for Hunter. That should buy enough time and enough space for the rest of the team to finish out the round. Jax is down in the pit. And I'm quite curious how this is going to be working out with m0NESY on the team, with the AWP on Inferno.
Did Jax not buy armor? He didn't have armor that round. He had a little bit of an aim punch right at the end. That could have been spicy.
Just living life on the edge, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, he has like $3,800 at the end of the round as well.
Don't need it.
Whatever.
So yeah, so far, I mean, I guess we don't know the full setup, but so far it's Nico and Alexi playing
the banana. Yep.
Probably worth writing that down if you're interested in that side of the game. People's position. They don't always have to stay the same throughout an entire half, but generally, knowing those core positions is a good way to get some insight into what the team is doing.
You have to imagine like Nico's gonna love that, having your in-game leader having kind of like the tactician over in banana. coming up with game plans to make sure that you're activated on the defensive side. Flashbang over, Alexi's close up, can't get the kill, Nico's gonna trade. Alexi taking the attention, 1 for 1 again in Banana, and Nico's gonna grab another. What a timing through the board.
Hard to explain how that works out, isn't it? Just some internal feeling. It's like, you know what? Maybe. Definitely turns this round at least against NIP. Hampers low on health already. They could maybe do something here. They're all grouped up in the apartments.
One flashbang is the problem.
Yeah.
You just have one chance to blind your opponents, and Jax is going to step in front of the smoke. S-tag, that's a hard play to guess. That's a hard play to read. And now that one flashbang better be perfect. Plopsky's picked up another one off the dead body. And they've gotten out at least one player out of halls, but really don't have a whole lot of a foothold on this bomb site.
What a nice move here from m0NESY to make sure that he can get in and try and help out Hunter, who's inside of the bomb site. He created a gap with a secondary smoke. Oh, he lands that shot on Plopsky. Oh, wow. Forget about the smokes. That's a kind of lightning that we expect out of m0NESY.
Taste of what's to come, perhaps.
Very likely, yeah.
That's a swift second shot. That's beautiful. You love to see that. If you're watching G2 on m0NESY Watch, that's got to make you happy.
Yes. But I really do want to highlight, as a point of decision-making, right? Especially playing with a scout in one of those moments and you get smoked off towards the little pit in library, you could feel like, I don't really want to go through. That could be a little bit scary to go through, but he made that decision instantly.
Yeah. I think what's nice about it, too, is also, I mean, he stuck around and kept going for it because NIP wasn't applying a whole lot of pressure. Like, right? The defender inside the bomb site is like, they're not turning the corner. He's not shooting, so, you know, you're still kind of trying to figure out what's happening as well. Force back to Tech9s. 4 Tech9s and a Deagle for the NIP side.
Love the Tech9s. Even if they don't have quite the same impact as once. Stuff of legend, but
nostalgia is always nice.
Nostalgia is always nice, yeah. I guess that's really what it is. I think they occupy a pretty decent space in the game right now, so I'm all right with it. Single, lazy flashbang, doesn't really do anything.
Trying to bait out a little bit of utility with that smoke on the left side of mid, but with Hunter and Jax both in front of it, nobody bats an eye. This is where it'll be interesting to see how Banana's going to work out. If Alexi's going to be the anchor at the moment, what happens when they put pressure on him? Because they're lined up for it. And he's got no nades behind this. Good push from Hunter. He's got intel. Alleviates some of that pressure towards B, and m0NESY gets one more. That's in halls. That's at stairs. And now they're definitely funneled. This is the only option they have left. Here we go. Nico's going to spam Alexi for defense.
Yep, and even just the one tag there as they slow down is definitely super helpful. So whatever threat there was in this round from NIP, it's kind of all been extinguished at this point. Hampers on his own. He's going to get the one Deagle headshot, and that is it. And they should be able to save. Yeah, they can save that AWP so that m0NESY could bring into the next round. Not a bad start at all right now for G2. We'll see if NIP could do a little bit more once they have to pick up some more rifles again. But they're going to be pretty satisfied with this so far. Just, I mean, I think when Maniac was on the team, he was playing B, I want to say, a lot of the time. So, really interesting. I feel like if you have a strong setup at the B bomb site on this map on the CT side, it just such a luxury, right?
Yep. I mean, this will be an adjustment period for Nico as well with Alexi there. Very, very different style of playing it and very, very different probably desires than what he's used to. Alexi's going to burn down to 30 HP, speaking of which, excuse me, make that 13 HP as he runs through the edge of another Molotov. That low HP, good for bait. m0NESY prepared, takes a little bit of a dink through the edge of the wall, but Plopsky goes down.
That's an odd angle to be facing someone at. Could have easily just walked right into that. A bit of damage on Rez and Hampers as well to kick off the round with. But we'll see. This is a strong play from Fozio. Released it could be. Hunter, though, seems to... Oh, the timing. He goes back into library. Doesn't matter. It's Alexi B coming in from CT spawn to find that kill. And took a second, but S-Tag will still go down. And that is a good way to cement the round here on the side of G2 there. Should not be losing this round.
No, I don't even think they'll have like a chance to lose this round. You have to almost think NIP perhaps... Actually, no, not a save. They'll probably just go lose these guns. even in a 2-on-5. They don't have any utility really to speak of, and no bonus money would be pretty brutal. So, yeah, gonna go to your death. Jax, easy shot. The follow-up is good as well. So, quick 5-0 for G2, and now you start asking if NIP doesn't get the next round, or at what point do they call the timeout, and you can hear the music. It's coming in right now.
Yeah, take a deep breath, trying to find a way to get back into the game, and or at least, if nothing else, just do some more economic damage here.
This was the conversation that we kind of, not a conversation, the comment that I had just coming into this was like, okay, NIP played their map already against Big. They had their slow start. They went down 0-6, and they managed to recover. Hopefully they're kind of over that hump, coming into this game a little bit warmed up, a little bit more prepared, a little bit more like kind of ready to go out of the gate, and all of a sudden you're down 5-0 again. So both maps now, NIP's looking at a pretty hefty deficit just to start the maps.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you saw even at the end how it got maybe a bit close with Big, and this is a potentially a team with a lot more firepower out in G2. So I think making the comeback here is going to be even more tricky.
Yeah, and you're 0-11 to start these maps so far.
Yeah, that's so crazy. And again, just like against Big, it's really no kills on the board for NIP. They just haven't been able to do much. Oh, Hunter. That is very aggressive, and they will take that. They were actually set up very nicely to be able to take that fight.
Yeah, and I actually don't mind the aggression whatsoever. I think especially for a team like NIP where you know they've kind of had some struggles on their offensive halves. Yeah, get up in their face a little bit. Yeah, make them wonder. Keep them at bay as long as possible. And obviously this time it doesn't work, but you know, the idea is there.
Yeah, and I think not that we could really see it, but I think some of his teammates were throwing flashbangs over the wall for Hunter, so he wasn't just fighting them, you know, on his own. The idea would have been that there would have been flashes against anyone who was out of the open, but they were just really, really far back.
Now, here's something to keep your eye on in this round. Who knows if it'll actually come to fruition or have an impact, is Maniac.CET alone at the B bomb site with that AWP. He's got utility as well, but you quote-unquote the rookie is solo defending Banana. If they fall back to it, how's he going to play things?
Yeah, that'll be fun to see, and it's also a good way for G2 to equalize the odds over at the A-bomb site, playing 3 men here now instead. Some more flashes, and now the fight is there, but Nico, he lost his teammate on the other side. LXCB had already rotated around, and this is actually looking really solid right now for NIP to try and find that first round. Maniac is already rotated over. 30 seconds on the clock right here as Jax tries to buy a bit of space, and it's a really good double kill for him. Inside of the bomb side, Alexi again playing on top of that one-way, just like in the pistol, and they don't even know it yet. He's shooting at them, but that silencer just makes it very, very hard to know where that's coming from. 18 seconds now on the clock, and they're going to get the bomb plant at a minimum here. We'll see. Boost on top. They shouldn't be getting away with this. Maniac, he trapped. Oh my god! He is close to hitting that shot for the smoke, but it seems like it's time to call it a quits here for G2 and just fall back. They tried really almost everything, and it didn't work.
And you're exactly right. That one-way smoke Alexi is setting up back in the pistol round as well, and that should be something NIP have in their head. If Alexi's alive, if you're coming into this bomb site and you see that smoke, be prepared. Maybe you pre-aim on top of that box, and obviously know, because Alexi set that smoke up a long time prior before he actually took the fight.
Yeah.
He wants that smoke exactly for these kind of set pieces that are coming in from NIP. Good kill from Jax, or good double kill. I think he needed just one more to make that doable. NIP have their first round on the board.
Think of how many nades were thrown to just take top mid in this round. I mean, they eventually got the kill on Nico, but they had I think a couple of flashbangs and 2 Molotovs and a smoke towards Arch to clear it out the first time around, and then they waited, and then they sort of did another round of flashes and nades to finally kill Nico. It's just a lot of nades. Not that it's not worth it, but it's just an interesting way to think about it. Because once they get that kill, they use far fewer nades towards Jax and the pit and everything else. They're just kind of rolling from there, really front-loading the attack just towards top mid.
Yeah, I mean, you never even get the Jax if you're not using utility to neutralize Nico, right? If he gets like a double or triple kill as you come up mid, you don't even get to the point where you have to worry about pit. Jax, the only defender here, and that is a bold, well, maybe nothing crazy from S-Tag, just walking through that smoke. It comes in a little bit late, and he beat the timing.
Well, I mean, it's a really interesting timing that we actually see it, I feel like, a lot. Wow.
Yeah, okay.
It's just working out. NIP are right back. They're hitting the shots once again. Nico, though, picking up that AWP. Ooh, Frozy, that'll do the trick. I was going to say, a lot of teams have been incredibly greedy around putting 3, 4 people in the B bomb site initially in case there's a banana fight, and also just obviously dump grenades and throw them, you know. And the whole point is, a lot of the time, it's really hard to punish for the T side because you don't know what's happening. So I actually understand why S-Tag wants to be a bit more aggressive, but I mean, you never know when that round is going to be. Just get the AWP.
Yeah, you're certainly right. A little bit of fortunate timing on how that all played out, but blind victory here for NIP, it feels. There's the op, there's the extra smoke. 5-2 for G2. They've got a decent amount of money left over. Jackson Hunter a little bit labored, but Alexi can drop whatever's necessary with 7,000 in the bank. So,
okay,
we've got NIP on the scoreboard early. We've got them stringing 2 rounds together. First, it was, as you said, like a double exec or, double nade set up mid to take care of Nico and attack the A bomb site. This time, it's just kind of walking through that top mid smoke.
It worked out this time. NIP. Not quite the same deficit as it was against the Big. That's nice to see. They get into it a little bit earlier. They put some pressure on the G2 economy, which again is obviously a strategy for the whole half. That's got to be part of it, right? Keep that money as low as possible. If you can keep m0NESY away from that AWP, that is surely a point in your favor. Not quite walking into that one. But they have at least half of the banana control that they need. And they're starting to work their way around the A apartments as well. So they're laying in some of the groundwork here on the T side of Inferno.
G2, I think because m0NESY has this AWP, but he hasn't always been there. But they've, I mean, pretty much every single one of these rounds, they've had a decent enough start in terms of defense at brackets, at top mid. They're putting some presence here just to at least have the initial contact and initial battle. m0NESY goes back for more. Great follow-up on S-Tag.
It's got to be a concern at the very least when normally playing G2, you always know you have to fight Nico, and he's probably going to be dropping more than 30 kills in any given game. But now, I mean, I think it's already becoming, you could see the sort of impact that m0NESY could have in some of these rounds. It's just so lightning quick. So taking down Plopsy and S-Tag already. It's a 3 versus 5 now, and only 20 seconds left. So I have no idea how you get back into this. Nice catch there from Fozy. m0NESY probably expecting that was the one position he probably would never go down to, given that his 2 teammates were covering it. But regardless, he did, and Rez is going to be falling last to Nico.
I think he never expected to go down from that position because of the flashbang.
Yeah.
I think his teammates being there is like a nice little security blanket, but it's the flashbang where he's just like, oh, he wasn't blind. That's odd. Either way, good double kill from him to start this out. That's good, and even, coming back, he sees it, and he knows he wants it. He knows he's got S-Attack kind of frozen in the open, spamming that AK. Good victories for m0NESY, and good win for G2. Timeout, second one used by the Ninjas.
It's pretty early for a second timeout, but I mean, it could be used well enough, I suppose, just to get the team under control. Make sure that they remember what it is that they practiced for this particular game. And I don't know if there's any obvious openings right now that they can try and exploit. I feel like they've had an alright time getting banana control actually in the last couple of rounds. So
some to start was like they had a couple decent like 1-for-1 trades, but then you're kind of falling into exactly what kind of falling into the idea that you're going up against Nico to start with, and he's obviously been doing a good job for some time now. So that's not an easy prospect either. Molotov deep. Flashbangs towards alt mid. Fozy completely blinded. He's taken down by Alexi and Nico. 3-man play, and Banana is going to net G2 the opening kill. And that is the op taken away from NIP as well.
Yeah, and actually look at them even rotating Alexi back to begin with. So a lot of movement, maybe just picking up the grenades in CT spawn, but still.
I think it's because Nico grabbed the op. Another kill for m0NESY. Towards lane, towards quad, towards stairs, and towards boiler, excuse me. Jax is holding on towards Pit and Haykart. But another great start to the round for G2.
Yeah, very hard to... Oh, that's a fortunately fallen teammate. But better make sure that the zombie apocalypse has not started.
Yeah, that is the... What is that, like rule number 2 is the double tap?
Exactly. Gotta make sure. Hampers goes down. m0NESY again back with the AWP S-Tag. Just unfortunate. We all know what that's like. And Rez on his own. Man, about to be 7-2 in favor of Gamers 2.
A strong... Ooh, he's done it.
It's got to something.
I don't even know what to follow that up with. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. It's worse than the Bobcat joke. Rez is up mid as well. Monacy's got that one. 7-2, 5-round lead. Everything's looking good for G2.
It is. Yeah, this is super impressive. Also, I don't know. It is just the start of the year. Obviously, they've been playing a couple of matches now, but setting the bar really, really high. Everyone's expectations were already high. You start up like this, and Monacy looks good. It just from an incredibly limited data set, it looks really good. So, you know, the backlash could be there as well pretty quickly if you run into more opposition later. But so far so good. Not saying it's a bad thing that they're winning, but but still. Yeah, this is looking a little bit more serious on the side of NIP. Already with a couple of timeouts so far. And they need to find a way to convert some of these timeouts into actual wins as well.
Wait, is this that was the third timeout?
Was it really? I guess it was.
Bless my heart and soul.
Interesting. All right.
We have confirmation. It was indeed 3.
They keep going.
I no longer want to do math on air. I can't even count to 3. It scares me. It's intimidating.
That's not what we're here for.
Monacy speaking down mid. Tech9's 4 of them with the AK on Hampus. Ooh, Hunter again, aggression. Gonna find the opening kill. It baits them into the swing that Monacy was looking for, but he might have fallen asleep at the wheel just a tad bit.
Jack's thinking about that wall bang. That is possible down there, but...
Remember, too, when we just watched NIP taking on Big on Overpass, when NIP was down 0-6, kind of what marked the kind of comeback in the first half to get them back in the game was Rez stepping up. He was like 1-7 at one point. I think he ended the first half like 11-11.
Yeah.
And then you got to the second half, and that's when Hampus, who'd been playing well throughout the first half, Hampus really took over in the second half to pull him over the finish line as well. I mean, again, you'd probably look at one of those two guys and say you two as kind of our X factors, as kind of our stronger players right now. So we need some magic out of somebody. We need a little bit of life in this team, and it's probably going to have to be provided by one of those two guys.
Yeah. Yeah, the ability to sort of set up a round. I mean, instead of all these rounds that are basically starting 3-on-5 in favor of G2, it has to be the other way, right? It has to be NIP getting the man lead and then manipulating the defense behind a 4-on-5.
Yeah.
Even a 4-on-5 lead would be just fine, but they're not even getting into that position right now. So many advantages right now for G2, and it's going to keep going, it seems.
This is looking very, very solid. And remember, coming down to the map veto, it was between Inferno and Nuke. Nuke, they had just played against Complexity.
Yeah.
And I don't know if maybe it was a little shaky, maybe if they just like their Inferno, maybe they're just happy to play NIP on Inferno, but going away from Nuke at least this time around.
Okay.
Showing that they have a 2-map pool.
Yeah, at least that. It's a good start, isn't it? Nice move from S-Tag. I actually think even when he saw the grenade go for the smoke initially, he was like, okay, I feel like, here's a window of opportunity. And there was. And he's going to go down afterwards, but still, I like it.
I like that play from Odyssey as well. Sometimes the rookie can be a little bit maybe nervous to kind of go for a play like that, but you've got the smoke up at the half wall. Go find the equalizer. You know he's at car. You know that's the safety position after he gets that frag.
Yeah.
So good find. Good way to give your team a 4-on-4.
Oh, no.
Oh, they line up for Jax. That's beautiful.
Right next to the hay cart, there is a tiny slimmer there. Oh, and he actually finds another one, Jax. Not bad. Yeah, so happy.
Did he just go cross-eyed during that?
Yeah, he did. He was the whole thing. The kind of...
It's a whole Doc Holiday.
The kind of move you otherwise only see out of Apex. Wild times. That's just very unfortunate. I mean, it's a really cool move from Jackson, the fact that he spots it out there, but if you're on the side of NIB, you just must be like, come on,
15-4.
Yeah. Playing the pit, which can sometimes be a little bit uneventful,
Yeah.
Hanging around on there. Oh, close. 9-2. G2 are, I don't know, they're living up to the hype at the moment. It's exciting. I mean, right now, Jax is top fragging. Monacy is behind him. Nico is just chilling out. So it's kind of an unknown position for him to be in most of the time. But I think he'll take it. Ooh, nade around the corner. Gonna be a good setup right there. Again, they only have pistols, but why not do the damage? That is a nice catch. He lived for a long time.
Save. Yep. I'm calling unless Monzi gets something, or Monacy, excuse me. Yeah, it's not like an immediate save call, but you're gonna go for some picks. You're gonna boost up over that smoke and see what you can get. But if he's not providing you something, even if he gets 1 kill and maybe not 2, you might still just want to save here because this is a lot of money. And also remember, you're losing this round 2 due to just an unforced error out of Jax.
Yeah.
There's a single unforced error, and unfortunately, this is the consequence of the pit player making a mistake like that.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. They're hanging around still, but I kind of feel like this is just more to try and punish NIP if they walk across down. They're not going to try and win the round anymore. So interesting. Just caught like a deer in the flashback. Has anyone ever used flashbacks on deer?
Yeah, you can actually.
You can?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can, but different story. We used to do like deer spotting. Like you go in a truck, and this was when like I was super young, but you could go into a truck at night and shine like a big spotlight into the field, and as soon as you hit the deer with the light, you just see their eyes glowing back. They freeze. Like as we all know, deer in headlights. But yeah, flashbang would be a little bit cruel, I think.
You're going to shoot them afterwards.
Either way,
I feel like
I did want to bring up just the small kind of mistake that Jax that I felt like Jax did was just, I mean, he came out of the pit and crossed to get to the bomb site and then immediately crossed right back. And it's like, why'd you even go for the first cross, you know?
I know, yeah.
It might have been a call from a teammate. It might not have actually been Jax's error, but yeah, you kind of move right back into the position that you once occupied and get punished for it. Again, another 1-for-1 over at Banana.
Rez almost did an amazing transfer midair there, but it just didn't work out for him. Hampers, though, will find LXCV, so it's still worth it. 2-for-1 trade favoring NIP. If they want to build a comeback, they have to start now. They've used so many timeouts. They're really far behind here in the first half. They need to start to put this together in a little bit more convincing fashion. Oh, not like that.
Speaking of unforced errors.
A lot of smoke in that chimney, guys.
Got a nice fire going for the winter. Not gonna lie though, that's like that's one of the awkward ones when you see it as a team on replay and you're like, yep, that was my bad.
And the consequence is, right, they have to use another smoke in this position that maybe they won't even be a problem because there's probably not going to be much of an upper plant. But just in case, you know, normally just to follow through on it, you'd need that smoke for the actual after plant. In this case, it's fine.
Well, now we're at a point in this game, too, where it's like G2 gets so much freedom in what they decide to do and how they decide to save in these rounds because they have such a big lead, because they were up 9-2 at one point. Like, if this is like a little bit closer, maybe, like 4-4, maybe they try and kind of go for some of these and have a little bit more of an aggressive stance to protect the bomb site. But now they're like, we got some rounds to play with. Like, NIP can win like 2-3 rounds before we really have to feel like this half's in any kind of danger. So just preserve the economy and make sure we don't get entirely reset. We've got the space.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a lot of money in the bank still, G2, but that can still disappear at the end of this half, so it does make sense if you think about it that way.
I think at this point, now it's like when you get back into starting to go for it. You got 2 more rounds in the half, like you're going for everything. There's no point to save now. You've saved a couple times to have enough money to no matter what happens in these rounds, you're going to be able to buy. So if you're G2, everything from here is aggression. Everything here is trying to win the round.
Well, let's see. They a door back up into this Inferno map, NIP slowly. 9-4 is the scoreline. But now they actually need to get through here. It'd be good if they could get up to 6 rounds at this point. Win the last 2 here would be a bit of a cool feeling, I assume. Fuzzy, a real close flick right there. Could have worked out. Molotov at his feet, and he will cancel that aggression. So, Banana kind of neutral at the moment. Oh, they fall real far back to pick up the nades. Looks like they're gonna maybe... No, actually. All right, I guess no one wants to throw the nades closer to B, but I feel like that's normally what happens on this map. But they're actually back in CT spawn. Oh.
Ooh, that's painful. That's very, very painful. And S-Tag is gonna hear the drop off that boost. I think G2 is going to want to get a new defense, and that's bold. That's bold from Jax. Hampus spots one more inside the bomb site. They know Monacy was in lane. He just fired it off, and they want to come right here. Monacy's lucky to still be alive and fortunate to get a kill on top of it all. Just barely, he keeps a one-man lead for G2.
There's so much pressure on him in that moment. He actually is getting tagged through the smoke up there, and he still managed to keep his composure and get that kill. Pretty well done. 40 seconds now on the clock, and Alexi playing alone inside of the bomb site. It is all on him, and he will go down. even if Nico didn't die there and just sort of managed to escape, a very hard retake to be pulled. So Hunter and Modesty, like you said earlier, now is when you kind of want to try and start to fight for it, but it's just so unlikely to win around like this.
Yeah, this one's gotten away from them, and that's going to be frustrating because it felt like they had the advantages, they had the man advantage, they had Alexi in position, just couldn't get anything done. And this is a save that they don't really want to make. You're right, they'd rather be going for it.
Interesting to see. It felt like the moment when Jack sort of had to fall back because of the wallbang, that kind of retreat was not particularly organized. That was more sort of a panic move, and you could see Jack's like, oh, I'm going to relocate up in, but you're just getting caught. It just felt like they probably could have played that way safer and just put Jax down in the pit somewhere and played it cool.
Well, look, it's also, I mean, think of it this way, too. Like, he's had an excellent game at 15-4, but he's had 2 rounds where he's made a mistake, this one and the one previous. That's now put NIP back in this game. So no matter how good of a game you're having on an individual level, if you're making those positional mistakes, that can be really, really punishing to the team overall. And we're seeing it here, as all of a sudden NIP, they've got a shot at getting all the way back into this game.
They really do.
9-5 all of a sudden.
Timeout being called. First one being used from G2. And I guess they're going to be... I wonder how much money they'll have left after the buy here, because almost feels like they could have almost been over-saving. Like, you know, they could actually hit this 15th round with...
They could have gone for that 2-on-3 in the previous round if they'd wanted to.
Yeah. It's not very hard to know, isn't it? But it's just an interesting case. 15th round. They didn't have that much money, but a little bit maybe. Probably could have gone for it. Regardless, NIP, 5 rounds. Chance for more. Hampus is again on top of the board with the Rez not that far behind him, so it really is the duo of those two. You mentioned it earlier. And they actually, they heard your call. They wanted to help you out on that one. Hampus, all the way committed. That's pretty brave.
Well, remember, they've had actually, I mean, if you're going to talk about any kind of success in this half from NIP that they've been relatively consistent with, is they've had a couple decent one-for-one trades in Banana, at the very least.
Let's see. Good counter Molotov there. Hunter kind of sensing the pressure from the early nades, like, I know what's coming next. Could be a Molotov, could be a flashbang, but either way, they can swing against me with my teammate over at Archway not being able to do anything, so better to get out. 4-on-5. Still plenty of time in the round. It looks like NIP has started to gravitate a little bit further back towards the banana position. Haven't seen too many clean B executes from out there, really.
No, it's not the style at the moment. Smoke in the B choke point is going to slow things down. 3 players from NIP are here. It's asset tag in alt mid with 1 smoke just lurking. I think they're going to come back to him. I think this might be a fake to set up Rez to make some kind of a play, but they might want to go towards A at the end of the day. Rez blinded, no idea where to go, and here's the attack. Jax is still anchored in pit, holding his position for the moment.
18 seconds left. They really can't make any mistakes. Jack's down here. Nade, Molotov on top, but he stays alive long enough to get the kill. And he actually even backs out of the Molotov. I'm shocked that he got that kill and the follow-up double as well. What a great way to finish with Jax, making up for past mistakes. And the first half goes heavily to G2. We'll see if NIP can come back and do a little bit better job in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
I'd rather play the SMGs.
I think would be like the best thing that could happen for the game.
Just bring some more. Astralis, of course.
So my wish list for 2022 changes for weapons, I would say that we would get a reduction in price for the A4. I think a slight nerf on the A1, so maybe like a little bit harder to control recoil.
In terms of weapon changes, I would like the M4 A1 to be a little nerf. I think it's buffed too hard right now. So on top of my list for 22 weapon changes is I want the farmers to to be a little bit more viable. I feel like it's not really being played that much. Most players, I mean, especially me, I rather play the SMGs than play FAMAs, honestly. I think the CT is just like something with the economy, maybe. I mean, right now they have the very OP silencer, so maybe they should balance that out with the M4A4, so both weapons get a little bit viable, because right now I feel like 90% is just playing the silencer.
Top of my list for 2022 in CSGO is more maps being introduced. More fluent map pool. Kind of tired of playing the same 7 maps. Just bring some more.
So I'd like a new map, like a rotation or something, I don't know. And I'd want like Dust 2 removed. I feel like it's been in the game for a long time and I don't really like it. I don't like the change they did now either.
I think it would be nice to get another map coming into the pool, like a completely brand new map. And then I think just like some small changes on like maps that we play a lot, or like removing old ones like Dust 2. I think I would just prefer that to just be removed and then put in something like completely different, or something that we had before like Cobble. Just getting one of like the maps that we used to have, just like revise it.
I think Ancient is not ready yet. I think there is a lot of wasted space on the map, and I think there needs to be some more rotations on the map.
How many trophies am I winning? That's a good question. I think 1 major trophy and 3 big tournaments. That's a goal.
I would like to win at least 1 major trophy for next year. Like actually winning the major would be like obviously the biggest wish list.
Welcome back once again. Second half is here, and it's G2 versus NIP. It's a best-of-1 game on Inferno with, I think it's still a pretty strong start here for G2. 10-5 half. NIP, they definitely start to wake up. They definitely start to play better. Not sure it's enough, but we'll find out.
You got to give props to Jax. Despite having 2 mistakes that led to 2 round wins for NIP, I mean, 18-6 is a phenomenal opening half to have in that pit position on the CT side. So props to him. Nico's been a little bit quiet, 9-7, relatively quiet, you know, for Nico.
It's true, like it's a rare sight these days. But it could even be maybe a good sign into the future. Not that it's not fun to see him carry the entire team. It's long-term, probably not the best solution. So, you know. Yeah,
I mean, the goal is to get something like Na'Vi, right, where you're just having consistent impact like Simple does, and then when you have your rounds here and there, and when you need someone to take over and close things out, that's where you want your Nico and your Simple to step up. But you do need to have that team effort to kind of get you close to the finish line.
Yeah.
You can't rely on it.
Double dualies, Jason, what we're working with here.
I admire it. Rez has like the classic dualies clip on this map, and then a bomb site as well.
You're right. He is a connoisseur of the dualies in some sense.
Classy man.
Yeah. Hampus being pressured a lot back. That's a nice grenade. A little bit of backup. Yep, and they're going to try and go aggressive on them instead. If he had more bullets, probably would have been a kill right there. Modesty still goes down to Fozy, and Jack's out in the open, and he makes it back around the corner. But there's a second player that he doesn't know about. It's Plopsky with the dualies showing up. Nico and Hunter now on their own inside of the bomb site, and it's a 2-on-3 here. Kind of winnable, really, for both sides. I'm not seeing a kit currently picked up. I don't know if there's one on the ground either. Hunter, that's a nice fight. Looked awkward for a minute there, and he's back for more. Another headshot to bring down Plopsky, and now it's just Rez. No kit. I don't think there's going to be one either that he can pick up, so yeah, he wants to sort of run for it. There it is, actually a little bit closer than I thought, and he's still going to go down. Hunter ending the round in a strong fashion. That is a great way to win that 2-on-3.
Yeah, and you can just see these two guys are on the same exact wavelength. I mean, Hunter's getting into position, and he's even calling Nico over while the bomb is being planted. They've got a position to kind of double peek as soon as contact is made. Really, really well done from G2. Also, remember, that's a sticky situation. They're splitting towards the B bomb site through CT spawn. As soon as that nade lands, how often do you see someone get naded like that and piss around?
Yeah.
If you're a T walking down that narrow hallway and a nade falls in your feet, you're like, oh, we're so screwed.
Yeah, they know everything. Yeah.
We're so screwed.
Speaking of nades, there was 5 HEs at the start of this round for NIP. They've already tossed out 2 of them.
3 and 4?
There's more. Not really the effect, but I still admire it. And they have Deagles to follow it up with, so they could try.
Yeah, I mean, at least the second two did damage. The first two didn't really do anything at all. 3 and 4 land on Alexi. So patience on the map, quiet on the map. Nico has control of Banana, playing at the half wall as we can see. The rest of G2 working towards mid and clearing out the A apartments.
So the funny thing about doing that kind of thing is you obviously don't know if you did any damage. It's like, you know, maybe, maybe not. You'll find out when the fight actually starts. And they're not going to be too happy about it. But the Deagles can still do some damage. I'm not going to rule them out here. Very difficult position to be in if you're playing down next to the hate cart there, because if your teammate doesn't make it work up here, then you're going to get overwhelmed. And that is the trouble there. Rez, just way too many targets. Had to spin around a lot. Last nade. at.CET would be the perfect target, but he's very far away. Way out of range of any potential nade.
Ooh, okay.
Actually, he does a lot of damage.
Yeah, almost does it. 9 HP on Nico, but with that, they're going to back away. Preserve the armor, preserve the Deagles. 12-5 for G2. Pretty commanding lead, all things considered. 7 rounds ahead. And looking good.
Yeah, this is quite the lead that they're working on at the moment. G2. And unlike on... It was NIP, wasn't it, on Overpass that saved for the third round bye?
Yes, NIP, yep.
Yeah, but this time they do invest a little bit more to try and get it. Maybe just because it's Inferno and it's close range with the Deagles. And
yeah, and I think you're more comfortable with, you know, you can smoke off choke points. You can funnel them probably a little bit easier as well. 12-5. Well, I mean, look, this kind of, with a lot of excitement around G2 in terms of the individual players that they brought into this team with Monesi, Alexi, and Xtaz as the coach. And kind of, you know, it's interesting having a team like this that's brought in 3 new people and still has the expectations of challenging for trophies like right out of the gate. It's nice to see G2 live up to that excitement, at least on day 1 so far. Oh.
He missed the chicken, and now they failed the grenade. Can we get a replay of the missed chicken shot at the beginning? He tried, like twice. Gotta hold people accountable for those kind of things, you know?
Right. Speaking of chickens, we have homemade chicken burgers. No cheese.
At the studio?
Yeah, at the studio.
Oof.
That was going to be your double cheeseburger, but we don't have slices of cheese.
Man, I don't know. I feel like it's not even a burger if there's no cheese. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I don't accept the framing of cheeseburger as if though the other things.
How do you feel as with chicken as the chosen meat in the burger? Does that remain a burger? What about ground turkey?
Yeah, I could be on board with all of that.
What's the weirdest meat you've eaten in a cheeseburger?
The weirdest meat. Probably tuna, I would say.
Tuna burger. I would never in my life do that, you sick human being. What a disgrace to the burger family. I've had an ostrich burger.
All right. What is that like?
I had a kangaroo burger as well, I think.
That's going to be controversial, isn't it? Fair enough.
I don't know. Is it? It was served at a restaurant. I thought it was all in the clear.
Probably fine. It probably is.
Cool.
Ostrich, I guess it just tastes like chicken, isn't it? More or less.
I don't remember. Smothered in ketchup, it's all the same.
Okay, well, if you've tried anything more rare than that, you can tweet at us or something.
You just gotta make sure you don't go for the lean meat burgers. You need a little bit of fat in a cheeseburger, Anders.
Obviously. But no, I think chicken is fine. I'll accept that. I think it's fine. We'll still call it a burger, but it has to have cheese in it. S-Tag, he's put under a lot of pressure. Kind of on his own out here. Posey, Smoke making it very hard to do anything. He's gonna get the kill on Jax, which is certainly good for his stats, but not much else in the round. Posey and Rez gonna have to back on out of there. He was very isolated, S-Tag, in that moment. That's unfortunate. Okay. Gonna be found right there, Hunter. But this is about to be 14-5, so G2 have an enormous amount of runway before NIP could even catch up to them.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is actually kind of similar to the nuke match they played against Complexity. I think they were up like 15-7 at one point. and it took them a while to close out. Ended up 16-12. So you felt like it was close, but like, was it really all that close? And here again, 14-5, and even if NIP closed the gap, it's like they have so much comfort, so many rounds, so much time to find these final two.
That's a good find.
And much like the end of the first half as well, you have so many options in terms of like your playbook, which admittedly at this point with new coach, new in-game leader, is probably a little bit smaller than what you've had in the past. But I mean, you have time to kind of find any solution should you get into trouble. And they've only had to use one timeout so far in this game.
Yeah, they have a very
they have every advantage.
Yeah, they really do. Hard to imagine a way in which they could screw this up right now. And ooh, Vozy, he was so focused at the bottom of Banana. He was not even aware that Alexi had already pushed up. And he wants to keep going and adding some pressure. Some counter nades are coming out, but Bobski very nearly dead on top of that. So much pressure here on the side of G2 and NIP. I don't know if S-Tag. MP9 to save the day. It's really asking a lot of that submachine gun.
Look how much utility they're using here in Banana, NIP.
Yeah.
So many nades are being dumped here. 3 players peeking, and that should be information. I wonder how many Nico actually saw. I think at least 2. Around the edge of the smoke, just underneath it, Monazy gets 1. Alexi B is there for another kill through the smoke.
Wow.
And it's just chaos in Banana, and G2's gonna come out on top.
Yeah, they really threw everything in that position, and it somehow still was not really enough. Smoke is up. Klopski, nice bit of revenge to take down Monacy. They'll force them back over towards Rez, who is in an interesting position, actually. It is still asking a lot of the rest, but this is maybe one of those positions where you could do something if they don't expect you to be there. Because they probably think he's already rotated out, but he's still in the pit, misses the initial shot, and it just takes a little bit too long. Hunter will take him down, and Klopski
can't even go for it.
No.
No HP. No nades as well. He just picks up a Molotov. Remember, that's from when they exchanged so much at the beginning.
That's a good position with the AWP, and then the follow-up here. Just unreasonable. It'll be G2 getting the 15 rounds.
Jax is having himself a game. We're kind of curious, like, is he going to keep up with things moving forward after that first half? 23-8.
He's doing a great job.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, not even the guy that we usually look to. I mean, a lot of the attention gets brought over to obviously Nico and now Monacy, and
right.
But certainly not the first time that we've seen Jax in these kind of games have a high impact in terms of the kills. Good to see. NIP, we're not seeing the same kind of resurgence that we did against the Big. So this is definitely going to be a much harder road back into the game. 10 rounds in a row, in fact, is what they need. And in terms of the kills, I mean, again, Rez and Hampers, they're doing something, but the rest of the squad, not so much.
3 of the halves that NIP have played today have all started out 0-5. If you look at the 2 maps that they've played.
Oh no.
They've just been in like just 0-5 holes here and there, which are just, you know, if that's going to be a consistent thing, really difficult to dig out of. I mean, it's going to happen from time to time, but tough across 2 maps. Nico going to step up through the smoke after Alexi B goes down.
Yeah, that's such a big deficit to have to fight back from, not just once, but you know, that many times.
Both halves in this map are 0-5 starts for NIP. It was 0-6 in the first half against Big, and obviously 5-0 in the second half against Big as well. But overall, just, I mean, that's a lot of deficit to overcome. 15-5. G2, 10 opportunities to close out this map and take Group A.
Yeah, pretty common setup right now for NIP in terms of the defense. Nothing too exciting on that front. Jax is out looking for an opening to try and win it for his team. And again, like you pointed out, he really has been playing an amazing game so far. It'd be cool to see him finish this one. Although now that they've lost a second player and even a third there, it's going to be very tough. Monacy, quick with the flick to take down Vozy. Jumping, he's very nimble to get up on the balcony, or not even that, the flower pot that's up there. Another good shot, and Nico with the headshot. Oh my god, surely there's no way. Only 18 seconds here. They just have to stay hidden. He's shooting the gun a little bit. I think actually trying to hide the fact that he was running up to that corner. But it will be the round for NIP. Man, that was some...
I think he was trying to bait him maybe into making a play with those shots, and Almost worked. Almost had the exact peak you wanted. I was hoping, you know, in that kind of a situation, that is one of the ones where Modesty is just like, let him off the chains. Get a 2-on-4. See what you can find us. Pretty good stuff. 2 kills for him in the round. But still 9 chances for G2.
Yeah. All right. They're still pretty excited on the side of GG. They're not sad about it. One more step in the right direction for NIP. They need S-Tag, Popsky, Fozy. Some of those people need to start to put a couple more kills on the board. S-Tag started last round with an MP9 kill. That's good, but that was his 4th kill. So definitely need a slight bit more production out of the rest of the team here. And G2, it's a bit of a luxury when you have this many rounds. I mean, right now they're playing fairly conservatively, but if they wanted to throw in a couple of rounds where they try and go a little bit more quick, try and explode out the A-apps, trying to go for some more chance-based plays in terms of where the defense is, I mean, you have the space for it. Throw away a couple of rounds if you really want to. Oops. Jax getting double-teamed there, and ultimately, Hampers will take him down.
Oh, that's a nice kill. That's his sole defender. And actually, Nico might realize that. If the op is at car, 9 times out of 10, that's the only guy there. Now, at.CET has gotten back into position at the right moment. So Nico's going to have to slow it down, but they know they can apply some pressure here right through the smoke. at.CET just peeks out a little bit. Nico's going to try and cross. Spam misses. They've got to pick up the bomb and get into the site. It's Modesty to bring it in a little bit late, and he's walking to avoid the spam, and at.CET almost gets him down to 14 before Nico finally hits him from the side.
Yeah, good use of audio there for at.CET. Actually, pretty impressive that he managed to tag them up that much, but it just is not enough at the end. Nico back there, and Modesty with the AWP. He might be low on health, but at this range, not sure it's going to make a big difference with that AWP, and time is already running down very low on this bomb. They've got to be really quick with this one. Rez is down. It's another headshot for Nico. He started to get warmed up, and if things weren't already bad enough for NIP, they certainly are now. Plopsky goes down. One last tap there for Nico, and it's G2 to take it away and bring down NIP on Inferno.
Oh man, that is a nice victory for G2. Everyone playing well, but shout out to Jax, a great game. And regardless, we have the analyst desk ready to go. We'll send it over to them. Take it away, Freya.
Stellar showing from the side of G2. We didn't exactly know what to expect coming into this for one particular name in Modesty. We did know that G2 have historically liked this ground, and they definitely showed it throughout this series. Modesty, though, man, I think he went above and beyond what we were kind of expecting of him, what he showed in those Academy League days. I don't know your take on it.
Yeah, I really liked what we saw from Modesty. He was mobile, he was changing his positions. That was the debate that we were having before the game. Sometimes towards long, sometimes towards quad, sometimes banana as well on top of that car position. That is such an asset to have when you have an AWPer that can take these risks and take that space away from the T's, and that's exactly what he did. Look, score-wise, nice and easy, 18-9, but the first signs we are seeing from Modesty at the top level are all green lights.
The first signs we're seeing from G2 as a team as a whole right now is just green lights. You know, that was very, very demanding, very impressive by all the players as well. Modesty having a great game. Jax coming out of nowhere, you know, delivering big time on the CT side. He made one single mistake when he was caught off guard that cost him a round, but outside of that, he played a picture-perfect CT side, finding a lot of impact from that pit position. Nico wasn't even needed. We saw him shut down the very last round here in Nico fashion with some tapping away, but he was the lowest guy on the scoreboard throughout, you know. So when G2 can win a game like this, 16-5, without having Nico playing well, without having, I would say, Modesty going completely off the charts, or Hunter for that matter as well, it was just a good team performance where everyone chimed in, everyone had impact, and if they're playing at this level already now, a month into the venture, then Jesus, what's going to happen in 3-4 months from now?
It's just the firepower is so insane. And I think we're having the first few signs, the first few evidence right in front of our eyes here. When you have Nico, when you have Hunter, now you have Modesty, who's, again, mechanically speaking, is galaxies away from Maniac, right? You know, mechanically speaking, an absolute god already. The amount of talent is crazy. And then you have the clutching factors as well. We see Nico and Hunter in a 2v3 in a piece around, and everyone in green room goes, they're going to win it. That's it. We know they're going to win it. So all these factors coming in together explain why they can be successful from the get-go.
And I like that you brought up the point about Jax as well. You know, back in 2021, we were saying maybe a little bit inconsistent there. And I like that we're seeing these kind of signs of life coming in from him. And the impact, I know you were highlighting Maniac, they had particularly in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is an anomaly, right? What we just saw from Jax, that is not what we are used to see. He popped off massively. He defended the A side almost almost on his own, completely from A to Z. On the side of NIP, never found a way to deal with him with that position. Once they caught him off guard, repositioning, and that was it. He destroyed them, absolutely. But you cannot hope for that to be replicated time and time again. I don't think so. I believe that was an anomaly.
It's a statement for Jax, though, right? There was a lot of people asking and questioning whether or not he should stay or they should keep Maniac and let him play that role. But Jax have shown, you know, at least the first couple of games here, that he was justifiably, you know, staying in G2. So it's, I think, for him, you know, extremely important to get off to a good start. Just play well in the first couple of events so he can cement his spot one in the lineup without having to worry that if G2 is not finding results to begin with, then maybe he's on the cutting block. As long as he's playing like this just once in a while, as Maniac said, it's not going to be every single game, but just once in a while, fine casing this form, then Jax is going to be just fine in G2.
Yeah, that's another storyline I'm really excited to see evolving in G2. So many interesting stories coming from the squad already. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly how the land is laying after that result. Of course, we're going to be going to this lower bracket matchup next, Complexity versus Big. Nobody's eliminated, but it just does determine the seeding going forward.
Yeah, and a game where both teams, you know, are coming in with confidence that they can win it. I think Complexity, after seeing Big lose to NIP, they think that there's a good chance there, and Big should be the favorites going into Complexity. So I think both teams have a fairly good feeling coming into that one.
Well, we're going to throw it to a break as we are going to be getting the action underway very shortly to determine who is going to be going into next week's bracket gauntlet as the bottom seed. Neither team want to be in that position as it's Big taking on Complexity after this. The new NA squad returned, this time to take on the German Giants. But Big, not exactly looking so imposing in their first matchup against NIP. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly how that matchup went down. Doesn't really tell the entire story of the matchup, Jacob, as Big did start off having a 6-0 lead, so maybe disappointing for them to see them falling down into this bracket, which potentially might give them that 4th seed going into next week.
I think so, especially after seeing NIP play against G2. That was not a competitive game at all. I'm not going to say the Big could have done better, but I don't think NIP right now is in a state of mind where they should be able to be world beaters by any means. So for Big to bottle a 6-0 lead, T-side on Overpass, and lose the game in the fashion they did was definitely disappointing.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, as we can see with what their teams are going to be going into next week. Nobody eliminated here in the first group stage for Group A, B, and C, but in that eliminations round, that would mean 1 loss and 1 best of 3. They go straight to the showdown, Maniac. No chance of making it straight through to the spring finals the easy way.
And it would be a very long road to that. If they were to make it to the spring finals, it goes through winning time and time again best of 3s, and we have to say, based on what we've seen so far, it's unlikely to happen.
Well, let's take a closer look at both of the teams. Maybe we should start off with the side of Complexity, considering they're coming in with this new look NA roster. Not really totally sure what to expect. I know, Pimp, you were putting it as maybe some of the leftovers of the NA scene coming together. But, I mean, they didn't exactly go down without a fight against G2.
No, I think they showed a bit of resilience, made the game somewhat competitive in the second half against G2. In all fairness, they were behind from start to finish, right? So it was never really close. It was just them, showcasing that they can fight a little bit. I think there's a couple of players we have to highlight, Floppy being one of them. I think him and Junior are the two, key to victories, in the sense that Junior, obviously, with the AWP role, will have to play well. His stats the last couple of months have been good, but that's been against, tier 4, tier 3 NA teams. We need to see him be able to deliver at the highest level, which he was struggling a little bit with in Freya as well, which is why he's the leftover here for Complexity. Floppy as well, coming from Valorant back into Counter-Strike, he seems more motivated than ever, and I think he's playing good, so I would put my money on him to be the difference maker.
You talk about the uppers, and the contrast in both first games in Big and Complexity is massive. Junior on one hand, 0.41 rating in his first game, and Surgeon at 142. These two men right here could decide the fate of this game. And if you're a Big fan, I said it again in the previous statement, in our previous segment, if you are a Big fan, you have to believe in the Saison Nation, because he is always and has always been the MVP and the reason why Big were able to go above and beyond and get these W's home. He is the one hero for this Mannschaft, and they need Surson to be peak.
Yeah, and I think that was maybe a criticism we had of Big, mostly throughout 2021, was the win condition too much on Surson to be performing in these situations?
Yes, it was, and that's why they made a roster change. That's why they brought in more firepower, or supposedly more firepower, let's put it that way, because Faven coming into Big was a surprise to me. I don't think Gate did bad in Big. There's other players I probably would look towards in terms of replacing, but the whole communication thing, is a big factor, and then adding the firepower. We see Faven in 21 playing fantastically well. I think he was the biggest prospect when it came to the German scene, and the only player really that could come into Big and make them better. The start for him in Big has not been good so far, but I want to highlight it and stress it out that it can be extremely difficult for a rifler to come into a new team and find your footing from the get-go. We even saw it with Bit in Na'Vi. The first couple of times he was playing, it wasn't looking too good, but the more time he got, the more experience, the more practice, he started to get better and better and better. I somewhat expect the same from Faven, and my problem is right here that I don't think he's ready for it just yet, and that could be a way in for Complexity in this specific matchup.
I mean, that is definitely the trajectory that you do want to be following of any young star coming into the team. We can take a look at our Betway odds as we come into this best of one series, favouring the side of Big quite heavily in this one too. But we have to see what map that we're going to be playing out on. We saw Complexity playing out on Nuke versus G2 earlier. Obviously, Big taking the side of Overpass. Where do you hope this one is going to be going, Mitch?
Honestly, I think both Nuke and Overpass are potential maps for these two teams. I think they would be happy playing them. On the side of Big, I will say they should probably avoid the Nuke trap from Complexity. What Complexity showed us against G2 was very decent. The way they were able to maneuver these late round situations, it's still right there. It's open, and actually Big is going to make the choice to play Nuke. For my money, this might be a mistake. What I have seen from Complexity in these late round situations against G2 was more than great. Is that a mistake from G2?
The preparation, though, coming in, right? They've had a little time, very small time, but a little time to look at Complexity so they can prepare. And in all fairness, what we saw from Complexity, that's not going to change, right? They're going to run the same strats, the same default. So in terms of like this small window of opportunity to prepare, Big may have a bit of an edge right here.
Well, a lot of questions going into this one, and hopefully we are about to get some answers. It's going to be Launders and Scrawny taking you through the grounds of Nuke as Big take on Complexity in just a few.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. It's Blast 2022. It's Scrawny. It's Launders.
What's up?
Oh, Counter-Strike, baby. It's back. We've got it rolling. And we've got a fresh Blast format for you guys as well. So a little bit more of complexity, a little bit more of big. That's what we have coming up in this best of one. Still 3 BO1s to get you guys through this evening, the very first day of Blast Spring Groups.
Shout out to Messioso for the pickup. Thanks for coming to NA, baby.
Yeah, right. I mean, big shot for a lot of these guys. We got a little bit of a sample of each of them. You know, both these teams as well playing a prior event already in 2022. So these are busy rosters, and they're both obviously very fresh.
Yes, they'll probably go head-to-head at more of these smaller events throughout the year. We know kind of big are one of the better teams to end up at these smaller events. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Besides Gambit, who still show up to some of these smaller events to just show everybody who's boss.
You know, keep it humble.
We ain't coming back to tier 2.
Keep that gap between them all. And that's what we're doing here this evening, figuring out the gap between the bottom of this group. Big and Complexity, and a second Complexity nuke showing in the very same day. I'm all for it. You can't forget, double digits versus G2 to start the day. Rough starts to each half. Maybe this pistol will make a difference. But nobody's watching Squeaky Door, despite it being off its hinges. Searson executes Junior. Keto times it perfectly from ramp, attacking Floppy down to 30. Tapson ends Grim. And finally, we get a little bit of an answer here from Cole.
Man, they almost couldn't buy a trade there, but now things are rolling, and I think they can even score a plan if they'd like to. JT setting up some nades. There won't be a retake in from heaven for the next couple seconds. Paint can smoke comes down, but they know what the deal is.
Floppy gonna tuck underneath the heaven. JT over towards Hut. And the flash above. A little bit of a struggle here for Floppy. Tapson as well, times it well. Fang over towards Mini. Fang, a Canadian fragger. Haven't seen much of those after Twists and Naf. And we won't see him in this pistol either. He's down for the count as Big take round 1.
Actually, Daps is back. Stanislav's back.
Yeah, but I said fraggers.
Oh, how dare you.
Oh, baby. We're talking yams. Heavy-handed Heaven retake coming in there from Big. And damn, bro, we got pumped fraggers.
They could lose this game.
Yeah, all right. Speak your mind. Speak your mind. You tell me why.
Because honestly, the Nip versus Big, I thought they both looked pretty shaky, right? Pretty shaky. We kind of saw the fallout from that in the G2 versus Nip game just a match ago. And I think for Big, honestly, you know, NIP's overpassed T-sides, one of their weakest of all their whole map pool in terms of their strongest maps. And Big couldn't even close out with a lead in that situation. So not really great news for Big. Now, when it comes to the pickup, I love Faubin on this roster. It's the one that made the most sense. I don't think they could go anywhere else if they want to stay German. And he has already shown enough on Sprout. I think he was just hired to keep that team afloat long enough to just get picked up eventually.
Sure.
But that phase is over. I think Faubin will be staying on this team for a while. But even with that, they didn't play so well. You know, there's still some ways to go here for Big Clan.
I have seen an asterisk put next to Faubin's name when it comes to overpass particularly. I believe Maui Snake stating that it was a permaban for Sprout. So, you know, trying to get the wheels on the bus in that regards.
Well, maybe they shouldn't have left it in the veto.
Yeah, you know, best of one. You only get 3 bans. You know, they needed 4.
Guess he really didn't like it.
Yeah. Fang goes down early on this one. Tapson with the smoke spam on the cross. And now we've got a nice rotate downwards here. Tapson within the vent. Tizian here to support. Good thing Tapson's here because his teammate goes down empty-handed. And we've got Complexity now equalizing 3v3. Quick kill from
That's
Grim.
Killer. Whoa, they can actually take ramp off this. Ooh, this is a nice move from Complexity. And it looks like they're staying aware of any future options. They switch up to the Nico plant, slam the door shut, but they're not in good positions considering they don't have control, I feel like. They need to actually take ramp control and stop playing in the middle of both. Oh, that's very awkward post play here for Complexity. Floppy goes down. 2 up, both retaken from downstairs. I think Complexity are waiting for one more guy to come ramp and then they push them, but no one's there.
Doors swing wide. We've still got Grim tucked within dark. 1 around versus G2 from here, but he's getting shut down. Searson, heavy impact here. Favin gonna go ahead and try to stick that bomb. All 3 kills from Searson in the 2v3 to give Big their conversion.
They even changed the place where they put the bomb down, right? Which is specifically not great to defend with ramp, because you have to come out of ramp to defend it. So that was very weird, very awkward, and they couldn't read where Big were coming from. The rotation was nice and early, I think, from Keto, who flanked Secret which makes it hard to read for sure. But when they got that kill from Grim and they looked like they were posturing towards taking ramp, they had everything right there, and then they changed their minds. That's why you always got to go with, like how we were in the HLTV counter quiz.
It's not about what you say, it's about the confidence of which you say
behind it. Exactly.
You can be wrong.
Yeah.
Being wrong's okay.
Just be wrong and loud.
Lacking confidence, that's not acceptable.
That's when you're wrong twice.
2, 3 frags, instantaneous. This is a force, okay? We can't talk over top of this as if it's just some measly Glocks. This is Complexity forcing with what they could and finding nothing. 7 damage versus Tabson, Keto down to 51. That is the result of a bottoming of the bank accounts from Complexity. Not the result they were looking for in the third.
Which of these two teams do you think has more firepower, that word?
More firepower.
It's obviously impossible to truly quantify, but...
Sure. I think that, Favin brings a lot to Big.
Yeah. Especially in that department.
His teammates themselves saying that, like, since Xantares had departed, there was no way to replace that level of individual firepower until Favin came along. So I think that's a really big comparison to take. I think I'd still go with Big for now.
But, like, slightly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a big question mark around Fang.
I personally think that says a lot, though. That Big... that would even be a question for a team like Big, who have basically been top 10 for the last 2-3 years, whatever, and also touched top 1, I think, at one point. To say that there is a chance that this brand new roster of only like really promising individuals, you could argue has maybe more firepower than them, potentially. That's, I think, a troubling sign. It always has been for Big, but of course they've got a smaller talent pool to grab from since they're trying to stay German.
Yep, and doing it quite well. We do have Grim with the Deagle here. Something for Complexity, but ultimately outside shut down. Tabson, a real killer from this CT area, fades away from it. And that's going to give a bit of space over to Complexity, but what can they truly do with it?
Besides Monacy, who's your favorite player in the world?
Shocks.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, that's what Junior just did. Straight through the eyes of Tabson, and another one. Long-range Deagle kills. This is priming Floppy as he sits on 100 health, 30 seconds, with the bomb on his back. They could go for a flurry downstairs or back through Mini, and I just said they prime Floppy. He delivers a deep shot and then some. Tizian down to 17. It's tight. It's real tight, and Floppy knows it. You've just got to dodge. Just dodge long enough. He does. Tizian clutch 1v2.
The whole world saw that tracer right by his head. It's a nice try from Floppy, and ooh, that's gonna make you Arthur Fist a little bit. You know you had it, but still, 4 kills is huge. Nice couple of shots here from Junior, and Complexity do some good damage at the very least. It's a round that shouldn't have happened, right?
Shouldn't have, no sir. Especially when they go down so quickly as well, right? Think about how early that outer play was kind of cooled off. But here we are, 4-0 start for Big.
Let's take a look.
Stellar CT stuff and a real test now. Guns up, Junior op in hand.
We had Complexity coming up. A lot of the rounds on the T side were most impressive. There were some pretty fine margins in those rounds, but T side nuke is just a little bit harder, so I thought that was a pretty good showing.
Tabson dodging flashes. Misses his chance at the first fight. Still finds JT ahead of those blue boxes. And he's got support as well. Searson through the smoke. I would love to see how much so.
Yeah, I don't know if he was on top of a box or not. He just rotated over. Oh, Grim will answer back on outside at the very minimum.
Trying his damnedest.
There's still some utility up here for Complexity, and now that outside has been excavated, no one from Big to come back and push. It is kind of a reset. Grim's low, though. And you can see they're still worried about outside, so they're tied up a little bit. But Tizian, will he get cleared?
Nobody holding. Yeah, it's just about whether they clear it, and they don't. That's the error they make. Grim trades. Quickly 2 players up into heaven, and we start to get that activation of Keto wrapping around from the lobby. Huge health advantage as well here for Big, so should be a matter of just icing out these last 2. Keto does get into position swiftly, and for that reason, he'll stop this bomb plant. And any chances that Complexity should have, but should being the operative word. It's Big on fire, 5-0 start, quick and easy. NA, near airport.
Why you say that? Don't say that. Don't deliver it like that. They could have obviously dropped lower, but they don't know if someone's waiting in the vent for that rotation. So a lot of these retakes have been tricky from Big. I feel like they've been coming in from good spots. Yeah, okay, it's not through a smoke. Yeah,
kill feed lies.
It's a little bit, you know. He couldn't see his feet at all.
Yep.
So there's that. But some good outside play. Tapson being used how he wanted to be used. Making these aggressive maneuvers outside. Look, he's talking at 100 miles per hour right there.
Flapping them gums.
Wow.
Complexity.
JT, look at all that brain.
JT.
He's astrophysicist or something?
He must be.
Chemist?
Yeah, astrochemist, actually.
He's in school, I think.
Yeah.
He went to school.
No, he's being taught a lesson right now. That's for sure.
He's still in school.
I think it was their coach.
You know, everybody in NA, when it was the old Cloud9, everybody had an exec from Cloud9 that they were using.
Okay.
All the tier 3, tier 100 teams, whatever, that were coming up.
Like Liquid?
Everybody was taking JT executes.
All of them?
Everybody. And he was pulling off the most flash assists in the whole damn world.
NA's back. Did you hear? Have you heard the news?
Is he up?
That's what we're being told.
Where's the ointment?
It rubs the lotion on its skin.
I would never put it on the back of my hand. I don't know why.
Well,
but I think that actually might be efficient.
It could be.
Okay, do you do that? You're not gonna comment on that?
Me? Yeah. I mean, you do your entire hand, dude.
But you put it on the back?
No, in the palms and then rub to the back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Germany, it's a little different.
They do things backwards, apparently. Launders, there's so many different rosters to talk about.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike, since we last cast it.
You know John McDonald? He did the GDC talk on BackNet?
No. Oh, John, okay, yeah.
He was on the Devour podcast, and he actually brought up your name. You know what he said?
What?
Devour these nuts.
Oh my god, dude. Get out of here. Can you stop? It's the first cast of 2022.
You're not going to take off your headset and leave after that?
Nope. Gonna let it slide. Says more about you than it does me.
Okay. Telling yourself that. NA Copium.
That's all we've got right now, man. Rough outing so far for Complexity throughout the day. 12 rounds, I believe, if memory serves correctly, versus G2 on Nuke served them well, but obviously it was like a slow start in each of the halves, and it was really just a little comeback they were trying to muster. This is very strong from Big. This is very strong indeed. 5-0, nice and clean, nice and easy, and we still have Complexity in a lackluster bye without guns.
Tough times, but you know what? We've always been poor.
Sure.
Just until like a couple months ago, we're barely getting salaries on these players, you know? So there's always a chance with them anyways. Oh, yo, that's way too many bullets through the smoke. Oh, the bomb gets dropped out. They're all getting shot down and squeaky.
A slaughter inside of the A site. Tabson, ambitious floor spam. That's gonna maybe cost them. JT jumps down. Oh, but the cover's there. Searson does him dirty. And we've got a sole survivor here for Complexity in the form of Junior. No longer an honorary member of Brazil, nor Furia. He said in his interview that he's playing Counter-Strike with 4 of his best friends on this Complexity lineup.
Oof. Art was listening to that.
Yep. Imagine.
Yuri had his headphones on.
Meanwhile, we've got Floppy back from Valorant.
My one concern or like thought with Junior was that when he played on Fury, obviously the playstyle did not suit him, you know, because it wasn't putting up the results they needed. And it's probably hard enough communication into the playstyle and everything. You know, that's the whole kitchen sink joining a team like Furia. It seemed like Junior was going to fit that kind of playstyle because, you know, from what we saw before on that previous Triumph lineup, you know, very explosive offer, looked like he was ready for the action. I could see why Furia picked him up, but it didn't work, obviously. But I feel like from that team, he's obviously learned a lot, but probably also picked up some stuff that's not going to work elsewhere. So I always thought, you know, like JT, for example, is a very structured caller. So there's got to be some balance that Junior has to strike with some of the lessons he learned from Furia, probably pull from some of that confidence, how to be aggressive, all those kinds of things. But also at the same time has to reel it back a little bit so that his playstyle is still palatable for JT's system, which is probably going to be a little bit more methodical and slower.
You can't start playing like Furia and then keep playing like Furia somewhere that's not Furia.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Searson shuts down Fang.
leaving him at 2 and 7 so far. And Floppy will respond. That's Tabson down. Big scalp to take, seeing as we do have Tabson right behind Searson in terms of the frag department. 11 and 9 kills apiece. Floppy lurking within those smokes as, again, Outers just kind of questioned, and well-placed Molotov on top of Searson, trying to cause a bit of discomfort here, and that discomfort pushes him straight into the scope of Junior.
Great tactic to kick things off. We saw in that game, or just earlier versus G2, they did do a heaven wrap kind of late. Around 35 seconds, they got to start moving if they want to. That previous match, they went lower, then came back up, got pushed out, and it looked desperate. This one looks a little bit more composed, and it seems like they'll also be able to get into heaven in time, but oh, the rotations are actually here. Keto's going to come clear outside, but will he with confirmation bias as he sees an opening and he takes a shot, but it's at someone farther away.
Grim guns him down. Favin caught with nades in hand.
Uh-oh.
And that leaves Tizian nowhere to be found. This is Complexity, 10 seconds, getting into this A site and taking it. And you are right. We saw this exact site of a play versus G2. The old triple secret up and down doozy.
Yeah.
You know?
You get mollied at the bottom, you get shot at the top through the smokes.
It's the old NA tactic. If we don't know where we're going, then neither do you. This one ends up working out. Last time it was Monacy caught in heaven.
But the call is good. They still moved in a good amount of time, and even in that round in the G2 match, they looked good about how they approached the site and attacked it from heaven. JT was getting some of the opening kills in that game, actually. So Frag started to come together. Still a dire situation here for Complexity, but
no doubt.
A nice round. As long, if you're going to get one round and it's nice, at least it's nice.
Well, this is the beauty of the new format here at Blast, right? Is we've already seen Big have a 6-0 lead. That didn't end well for them versus NIP. And now Complexity will break onto the board. Feels like that could have been a kill from Keto. The timing there was almost perfect.
He shot at someone like outside mini, I think. Yeah, he didn't see Grim.
They never see the Reaper coming.
Yeah, Grim came at him like Pac-Man.
Waka, waka, waka. Gobble it up. Every inch you can get, and right now it's just the 1 for Complexity. Healthy buyback as well for Big. Not like they have any economic issues. Not like they've had too many close rounds.
Nothing fast here from Complexity. Actually, can't even remember how many upper execs if they did. Any.
They got botched out in the squeaky push that one time.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And speak of that situation, the cards fall similarly here for Floppy. JT responds. That's a couple rounds now. Tabson falling outdoors.
That's an interesting one because JT's actually alone outside, so that strengthens this inner push. You know, like if they think it's going to be way more presence outside, and Complexity are ready for this, they could punish again. Always big when your lone attacker gets a frag like that. And now they've moved for ramp control as well. They've done it relatively quietly. There's still 2 rotators downstairs, however. I think big rotations this games are quite good.
Ooh, definitely well ahead of time. But Favin going to take the place of Keto. Grim just killing everything that steps inside his sights.
Oh, such good awareness from Grim. You could easily forget that someone else could be in control room, right?
Yep, for sure.
That Molly specifically goes to land in front of the controlled doors. So you could easily step in front of it. But the idea is if it's in front of the controlled doors, they were just worried about protecting the post plant, making sure that bomb can't get stopped as opposed to stopping someone from peeking up. So you can easily just like throw that molly, forget someone could rush up and move on with your day, get shot in the side of the head, but not Grim.
Stays sharp, keeps it clean, and gives Complexity their second. So 2 in a row. JT's kill outdoors, is that the turning point, or is it more so still just Grim clearing out B?
They did that perfectly. So like if JT knows the value of that kill, he's doing that one-on-one versus outside, no support for him, and he's got all his teammates ready in lobby to take something. So they immediately get their compensation by taking over a ramp room. And even though Big's rotations were there, maybe that's why Grim was so ready for 2 people downstairs, because they saw 0 in ramp and they know the outside guy was just alone.
He is staying on it for sure, watching the Molotov every step of the way.
Real nice.
Prepared and punctual. Now finally we have Big falling on their sword. Economic struggle. We got pistols around the op of Searson. Searson obviously still playing well, but is this too much to ask? He's right there, already through, and Floppy X. Oh! With the headshot into Tizian through the smoke. Oh, icing on that cake. Junior's the cherry on top. Favin stopped as he pushes through the squeaky door. And Big is no more, other than Tabson here. Tucked in the corner. Good for one, which is something, but Complexity starting to make a trail of round wins now.
I don't want to get too excited, but that was one of the best rounds I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, bro.
That's why we practice.
Look at this one, dude.
Okay.
Learn that in Valorant.
Yeah. Show me a body. Show me a corpse.
I'm happy that you got that wrong.
Give me a corpse.
Means
Damn
you haven't
it.
played too much.
It's been a minute.
Quick burst, definitely a faster round than what we've seen from Complexity. Favin on the back of the site, just the one. Fang, this is nice. You know, I think Fang is definitely one of the most unknown entities coming in from North America. If you guys are joining us as a European viewer, and you're like, who's this guy?
He's a good Toronto man.
Yes, sir. Another Canadian killer. And one that I think has like a really good mentality and work ethic, right? He's kind of been touted by a couple of players around him as being somebody with a clear picture of what he wants to accomplish and a clear path for that, right? A plan, rather.
Yeah, he's
not a
had
path.
some big words in interviews, you know, like, oh, I want to be the best, all these kinds of things. And everybody says that, but you're going to get clowned on if you don't actually deliver. But if you're actually intent on it, none of that should matter, right? So, better to be confident anyways, you know?
Not the best of games from him so far, but a nice clean double here in round number 10 to give Complexity a fourth.
I felt like you could see a little nervousness when he played against G2.
Yes, the first round, man, when he just kind of bunched up on Grim within that hut push, like he was blocking people, and it's just, it looked scared. Yeah, for sure.
There's a couple of moments of indecision, which is fine. He already had showed a lot when he was playing in Europe, and his first time over here was at the Fun Spark, where he got the MVP over Big in the finals, even though they lost the tournament as a whole because he played so well throughout. So who knows? But there's plenty of reasons to want to be nervous. It's a big debut.
And a big day as well, right?
And view.
2 games minimum. Maybe 3. Maybe 4. If a team from this match right now can run the whole night back. Complexity G2 rematch, I'm just saying. It's a possibility.
Yeah, we totally win the second one.
Copiums. Tabson deep on ramp. Junior will kill Keto, but oh, the trade's not here. Not straight away, that is. Searson hits his shot v floppy. That's him now walking wounded. But do they commit? Doesn't look it. Oh, JT does damage, but Tizian wins the duel.
That's quite nice from Tizian.
That's 2 players from Big here, mid-40s.
Well, okay, they've still got some info at least. Tizian's now got smoked out of Mini, so they can separate their fights. All those bullets are coming in from Tizian. Nice amount of presence from him. You know, even playing from the outside here. Oh, they've got Ben locked up.
Perfect positioning. Perfect positioning. Good showing here from Favin. They had them hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, it was a very nice, small moves there from Tizian, but very nice ones. Just being aware of the outside push because, you know, it's nice because the attack from Complexity was also nice. You know, after they dealt with ramp and pulled back a little bit, just waited. Tizian didn't freak out and try to rotate too early. He was starting to look like he was going to go over towards Secret for the rotation downstairs, and he was moving at the same pace as JT, but still aware of JT. JT was waiting for that push to come out. It's the little things.
Searson not at the boot camp.
He hates boot camp.
He hates boot camp.
He's never at boot camp.
It's funny. It's Searson.
Maybe the air conditioning's too high.
Could be, man. You never know.
I hate that when the air conditioning's too high.
Maybe he thinks his teammates stink.
Yeah. Maybe they talk too much.
I'll never forget that time Tabson pulls off the crazy 1v3 and Searson just stared at him. Like, so what?
Job not finished.
Job's not finished. Let's win. And right now, that's what Big are thinking as well here. Back on the scoreboard with that 7th. However, still a few more to go on this CT side, and they want to rack them all up. Wall of smokes outer, 2 players behind red. No preemptive cross. They'll wait. No stress.
Searson's looked quite sharp today, though.
Yes.
You know, even though they're playing a little bit bad versus Nip overall, I thought he was very clear-headed.
And 11-4 at the moment. Has been passed by tabseN.
They just ate so much damage there. I think they mistimed the smokes on the cross, and the molly came down at a good moment, so they were forced to come down into it.
This has the makings of that heaven wrap into the A site that Complexity like to play.
Yeah, but they can't get Searson off this post, so he can always punish them for coming back up, and they've already seen Complexity make this play a couple of times, so I feel like that won't work. And I don't know, I would imagine Complexity should read into that as well, but they could do it. Like you said, they've done it before.
The alternative, of course, just continue on downstairs, as we see them doing. They make that contact, the Faven, and only the one. Fang, quick trade. Searson gonna find a little bit of a gap here to work with.
Oh, his own smoke.
Whoa, but he misses a shot, goes deeper, outwards, takes the risk, and will catch Floppy. Junior taking his time, well played, makes sure that he doesn't whiff or miss, and Grim inside of vents topples Tizian. So we've got a man advantage in the post plant for Complexity, and tabseN already starting to give up this little bit of real estate. Complexity figure it out. They don't walk back up into Searson to try that A play. It's success on B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was tight. They made it work. I mean, they went 1 for 1, and I feel like the entry pack has been solid. Again, their T sides, they look confident, so small, you know, but an inch of silver lining so far. And yeah, I mean, they've come back. They've worked hard to come back into this half with a CT side to look forward to. So that is something.
So if we look at
nice
this,
Searson's nice play for Searson though.
To push out, yeah. Definitely sees why. He completely wrote off the possibility of another player being behind red box. So at first I was like, oh, the confidence, but really he's just quite certain he was alone.
You're about to say something.
I was gonna say, if we look at this Complexity lineup, right? Obviously Floppy has been touted previously as being one of the best potential up-and-coming riflers within NA. But then he went to Valorant, while Grim had his chance on Liquid in a role and positions that maybe weren't his to flourish with. When you look at this team now, because Grim's at the top of the scoreboard, Floppy has the potential. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we'll pause on that. I remembered everything you said.
Okay. You hold. I'll test you in a bit. For now, it's Searson versus Junior. Op v op deep inside of ramp. Grim's positioning. Well, he's got a bit of vent to play with. Ooh, and he finds the timing too. I was gonna say between Grim and Floppy.
So hold on. He's gonna see the window has been broken open, and then he can actually come back. But just wait a second. Did
he didn't notice?
Oh, surely. Oh, that was the tip actually.
Ooh, but there's still something here. Awkward moment downstairs costs Grim what could have been his anchor into B. We get the rotate back up from Searson, expectant of the heaven peak. And then the ramp push is coming through as well. Oh, Keto times it, but gets caught. Fang watching flank. Forces Searson back downstairs.
Wow, Searson going downstairs. Wow,
JT
okay,
goes
yeah, he's
downwards.
gonna beat them there. He's got this long line, and oh, take the first shot. No trade comes through. Beautiful second for Searson.
And now it's just about finding JT, who for a moment looked like he'd be on his own. Fake plant. Causes a shuffle. Here's the confirmation of one inside the vent. Swings the door. Up close. Searson goes down, but Tizian trades it. Big will take another. And we've got Complexity again. The pump fake back and forth into the scope of Searson.
I thought that was gonna be a mistake that Searson made the rotation. I thought, okay, they'll just continue on to heaven. But they had Tizian upstairs to watch it, and he made a move right away. Real huge round from him. Beautiful moves, man. Yeah, Searson's definitely sharp today. That was going to be a pretty easy round for Complexity. If they got that smoke off on Decon, there was no counterplay remaining for the CT side. So, got to appreciate how quickly Searson had that call to action.
Nice nade, 40 damage. So Grim and Floppy, who's next up in NA?
They both have to be.
Who's the one?
No, this is why NA fell apart, Scron.
Nope. You got to pick a star.
It's people like you pitting us against each other, okay? I just didn't think it was going to come from a Canadian. Me and Fang and Daps and Stan, we're also disappointed in you, man.
Please forgive me.
Nafly called, he just said, shut up.
What's Twist have to say?
Twist is shaking his head.
Oh. All the way here in EU.
You got the whole team reeling right now. It's got to be floppy, though.
Right?
It actually has to be, because you got, like, this team, right? It really can't just be one person, or this team isn't going to win anything. They're not going to have, no one's going to have good stats. I've never met a strong man with a weak core.
Yeah.
What the?
That's an advanced execute from JT, you know, the ones that everybody steals. Keto 2K, Grim answers. Keto 3 frags, in fact, and that leaves poor JT all alone. He's going to try to come into the A site, but as he gets distracted by Heaven, the box peak prevails, and we've got Big just racking up round wins.
It's a small mistake. We've all done that before.
Every once in a while. This is Keto from the Heaven. Watch him rack him up. 1 and 2 through Hut. Single-handedly stopping that A play for the most part. And then Favin comes through too.
Maui said Keto's going to have better stats than Rez.
Yeah.
The first 6 months.
Maui Snake also told me that Complexity was going to beat G2 this morning.
I think he also said that he thought Favin should replace Keto, so I don't really know what's going through his mind.
He really puts the snake in Maui Snake.
Oh, yeah.
Know what I'm saying?
Not even from Maui, by the way.
Yeah, right? See, it's all right there. It's all right in front of you.
Realize.
Final round of the first 15. Big gunning for those double digits. Are you less impressed with Complexity overall today, now that you've seen this second one?
I'm feeling pretty good now, actually.
Yeah, I feel good.
Because this was 6-0, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Long ago. It's a new day, my boy, as they say in South Africa.
Lots of bodies stacked up on the A site. Well-timed Molly. Fang tries to go through. Favin shuts him down. And, oh man, it is all good. So far, Big, perfectly timed yet again. Keto killing him from the backside. And we've got that 10th round on the board for the Germans. All too easy for Big.
No, don't hold on. Ah, no! Insane opening skills. Oh my god. Well done. Yeah. Oh my god. Definitely not the best for my
Not the best, yes. Now Diggle, it will be reversed, I think, no?
Now you have chance.
And we're back for the second half. Complexity and Big. Double digits found from Big in the first one. You know, they didn't quite hit it out of the parksy, but still commendable, respectable, and winnable from this point on.
Yeah, that's what G2 said against Na'Vi. But look who won the major.
Oof. The $1 million whiff.
Shout out to Haka, great video.
Yes, fantastic. Go watch that YouTube channel. All of it. Consume it. Oh. Fast wrap here from Big. Big challenge, in fact, through the locker room. Fang just caught in the cubby. Junior, though, single-handedly stops it, and then Favin sneaks out in the meantime. I like that a lot. He's ready for Grim's peak, but Grim's sharp in pistols.
He's super sharp, yeah. He's definitely a solid pistol player.
I feel like Grim's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder coming off the whole Liquid situation. Wants to prove himself.
He's probably just coming onto a team where he just feels the most confident, too. He's just learned so much, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's stopping the rotation back. As long as he stays focused, and you know he's got his glasses on. He's ready for this rotation. Oh, my God, dude, he's got more. He's got more.
With a swipe of the scythe, we've got the Reaper dropping 3 out of the pistol. Again, just keeps pistols cleans, man. Just taps away.
Just read that Grim 4K pistol.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, get better in pistol rounds.
Very nice. You know, from every angle, this is a great round from Grim just because cut off the rotations there. They triple reinforced ramp. You gotta love that. I mean, they had the attack coming into hell, 2 players in there, both failed. Junior rotating in. He picks up both trades. Grim as a rotator from the ramp to cover things. They were all over that big game plan, yeah.
Wow, okay. What's crazy is he didn't see the other 3 players because of the box and his reload.
Yeah.
And the smoke.
Well,
so
still in a good spot.
Numbers in abundance. JT, MP9 ready for the push. It's going to be 4 players coming. And
Tapson gets both?
I don't know.
With a P250?
P250.
The whole reason for MP9s is to kill P250s.
Yeah, well, it didn't work. And Floppy's going to be able to find himself the one. It's Grim to try and save the day here alongside Fang. They'll quell the threat. It's over.
I'm still fuming.
You want to get it off your chest?
It's fine.
Bundle it up, swallow it, and save it for later? Let's watch this. How does this happen? 2 guys.
You know, if I watch it from his perspective, I'm like, that was nuts. But watching it from the MP9 perspective, I'm like, that's pathetic, you know? Pretty amazing stuff.
Props to him. We got 4 Deegs on the field here in the hands of Big. So let's see it. Tabson Deagle, you still rate that highly?
Yeah, man. I like everything that Tabson does, pretty much. He's like one player where I don't have anything bad to say about him.
Nothing at all.
I can't. Nope.
Hmm.
I mean, if you want to start.
Yeah, he left NA.
Tabson?
Yeah, remember he played on NRG with Peter. Dirty Peak Pete.
I can't fault anyone for abandoning us. I'm sorry.
That's fair. I don't hold it against him either.
The fact that he gave us a chance, you know, smile that it happened kind of thing.
Yeah, went back home to Germany and has been trying to put them back at the top of CS ever since.
They touched it.
Commendable. Right now, JT deep in control. Fabin flirting with the peak, but waits for Tizian to get into position. We've got a double up here inside control room from Complexity. They themselves faced something similar. Ooh, Junior goes for the jump up, primes JT perfectly. Nicely done, DJ. Catches the JT 3K, and it's easy.
Everyone's got great smiles these days.
Braces. That's why.
What?
That's why everybody's got great smiles.
Oh, okay.
You just fabricate smiles with braces.
Yeah,
you had braces, didn't you?
Yeah, but then I didn't.
Nerd.
I didn't wear my retainer, and then now my teeth started moving again.
Well, I can realign them if you'd like. Frag grenade outside. Gonna miss the mark. MP9 tries to push up close. Grim with the headshot through smoke. Why not? Keo over box and into Junior. Now, Fang's still flirting around with the red room, so he can wiggle here, but they're starting to leave and head elsewhere. That's a lot of bodies kind of outdoors for Complexity. Could have created an opening somewhere else, and I feel like Big are trying to feel that out. Good spray through the wall as Floppy's dropped halfway.
They did a good job of reorganizing before the next part of the hit came in. Pretty ready for upstairs, actually. So, might be a mistake from Big thinking that Complexity are feeling insecure in other places. We'll find out in a few seconds, it seems.
Ooh.
I think they need to keep focus on Squeaky. Oh, okay. They're letting him cross now. And oh, taps it.
He goes back.
Through Hut as well.
All the damage that was done to Floppy, the assist and the kill was through the exact same spam into that A site. Wow. Perfectly called out in the position. Excellently executed down into the B site. They swipe away another round win. An 11-8 lead for Big.
I feel like they had a very powerful engagement there, and they
super fluid.
They left up, yeah. They let up a little bit too easily, and they didn't have the rotations to do that. So leaving Squeaky open is a nice find from Big. I thought Big were going to try to hit upstairs since they didn't have anyone going towards Secret or anyone who could lurk to meet them in lower. Didn't have any vents presence to begin with. That was the risk they took, but since Complexity didn't leave someone in the vents, it was pretty much the perfect play. That being said, if Complexity spent a couple extra seconds there waiting for the hit to come through and using their upstairs presence to fight against Squeaky, they might have got some more compensation. Unfortunately, they didn't try to do that. Some very nice clear here from Keto.
Yep. Knew what he wanted.
Yeah.
And never gave Fang a chance to refrag.
That was beautiful, too.
Same spam.
Yeah.
Poor Floppy. Never saw a soul.
I feel like Grim's so good, he should commit to that fight, but he had an opportunity to pass, and he got away from it. Oof. The punish. JT getting into Secret. A lot of T's outside.
And those fights that were there last round from Complexity, nowhere to be found. Fang behind Little Blue. Could be a lurk fight here between Fang and Tizian if he sticks around long enough. 2 players down Secret, and Tabson also just chilling, holding off, letting that foray downstairs unfold. Whoa.
I don't like this spot I don't like the spot for Complexity. They're making the rotation pretty blindly. They don't have anyone watching outside really. They don't know what's going on. Okay, so now they'll take 2 downstairs, but they're not getting committed. And Floppy's pushing into the lobby. Oh, with 2, really thinking about this going lower. But okay. Fang's here by the stairs.
Oh, gets the dink.
Oh, he got both. He only got traded afterwards by Tizian through
finished Keto.
That window.
All right, that's a big moment here from Fang. Again, struggling tonight, 9 and 14, but 2 crucial 2Ks at least to his name. And this one could be big. It's primed Junior's timing. Grim as well, trying to figure this out. Junior could get it before they get in through Mini. Goes for the second. He gets shot by the op, dropped to 22, and Searson runs inwards, back down the vent, heads towards B, 2 steps ahead of his 2 enemies, both of which have less health than him combined. He gets the plant in, can't get off site. He's gonna have to hit a couple zingers. And if he can isolate these 1v1s, then maybe he lands both shots. He's gonna stay scoped up on the double doors. Oh, the Molotov, but the kill connects. Searson starts to burn, and Junior finds his head. But that felt winnable for Searson.
One headshot and he's dead because he already did that earlier damage to Junior on that turnaround flick through Secret. That was sick.
Close moment from Searson.
Nice try. Yeah, he's fierce right now for sure.
NT.
That was really, really good effort. But okay, so this round I thought was really falling apart for Complexity. They had that rotation downstairs, but they did have Fang outside sitting at the stairs watching the cross. I thought they had absolutely no presence spotting anybody on the cross, had no idea what Big were doing, but just trying to guess. So it looks like they did cover a bunch of things. I thought maybe they were doing too much. They had the lobby push going on, but they doubled up on it through Squeaky and through Hut and kept Fang with eyes outside. Well, that's not too bad. Within 2 rounds now are Complexity, making this a much more compelling match.
Favin slipped out and down.
Yeah, I love that big art, just taking over vents and making the most of putting pressure on the rotations. I feel like that's where complexity have been maybe the slowest. Even the G2 match, this game as well. Vents have been a big problem for him.
The Molotov flushes Junior back with 60 HP. Favin still has not moved, locking into the vent. 3 players outside around big box. And there's a question mark around whether Junior comes up for a peek, whether Fang tries to take a chance. Smokes all over the place, movement to be heard. That's 1 confirmed. Junior now on 35.
Wow. This is quite risky. Those smokes can come up. Oof.
Favin makes his move.
Yeah.
Fang in the meantime able to catch Keto and a second bomb included. Then there's the peek out from the MP9 of Floppy, loses the duel, but he still has eyes on bomb. And that's going to draw Grim into the equation. It takes Tabson back up despite him crossing from Secret. Oh, and the headshot versus JT. That's nasty. But still, it's all about the bomb. We're talking 15 seconds in this moment. The pressure is on. This is complexity double digits unless they can just hang on to this control. And Fang does it dirty with a double. 3 in the round, forcing Favin back to where he started. B is his, but the bomb is not. 10 to 11.
That was an electronic of a round right there. Wow, very nice moves from Fang. When he was sitting on the opposite side of that box, the ladder box, with the outside smokes, it was like, man, he is on a timer right now. But he put himself in a good spot to be in the action, in a spot where you wouldn't think someone would just sit there and wait. So it worked out beautifully for him and the roster. And then once he got that bomb down, he put himself on the perfect angle. That's like the punish angle for when people come back up through Secret and try to rotate in through Mini. He just put himself in that spot, stayed off the Opera as well. It's 10 rounds now for complexity. The game becomes very real, as you can tell by Tabson's furrowed eyebrows.
Scornful.
Who do you think he's mad at?
Like a good leader, himself.
Himself, true. That was powerful. That was a powerful play and a powerful round. And a very poor big, as you can see by the firepower meter.
Yeah, a turning point, perhaps. Or complexity flubbed this opportunity, and we are right back to Big's winning ways.
I don't think so.
Time will tell. As it always does. Lots of smokes outside. Only 2 bodies here. Less than other rounds. And Junior, well, he'll find Favin nice and easy, trying to challenge around on ramp. He saw the AK crossback, hit that shot. Style points. He's going to find the wallbang in 1 second.
It felt like it. Wanted to click
Floppy,
for him.
he's going to go clear. Ooh, doesn't clear all his corners and gives over a second gun.
Yeah.
Not the end of the world with 2 of the 3 players still from Big so wounded, but just a curious caveat in this 3v4 attempt. 3v5, in fact. It's already started to unfold. But they're making no sound here at the T's, just falling silent. And in doing so, feels like Fang's gonna go gather info.
Yeah, they got some hunters on this complexity playing very floaty with their CT side, but they still got the numbers and a huge HP advantage. And Junior has support from beneath, which is really important because he doesn't have to ever get nervous about the idea that they can walk up ramp versus him. Only versus the Heaven Wrap, apparently.
But he shouldn't be too concerned.
Yeah, he's got hep.
Gets a shot baited out, follows up with the second. JT will kill Keto. Another death. Tizian, armored AK, 1v3, swarmed on this B bomb site, but every round is winnable. Heard a bit of a rush over towards the doors, pushes in, gets the kill, finds an escape route. Perfectly timed, goes back on his own accord with the flash, but the smoke, that's not something he calculated. However, bomb tapped straight ahead of him. Needs to go for the reload. They're not on top of it. Another tap's gonna prime another spray, but Junior all the way? No, denied. Tizian 4 HP. Bomb 3/4 of the way gone, and smoke soon to fade. Tizian, he's just drawing them back. This would be an immaculate 1v3.
No way.
He finds that timing, and he walks away with the clutch.
He's not the guy we talk about that much, but maybe we should. That play saves the map for Big. Oh, man. I can't believe that. I feel like he was about to let go of his spray versus the first guy who's on the bomb. But it's planted in a great spot, you know, right there for the door. Even that smoke, it just doesn't remove enough of the reference points to make that too hard to spam through. Wow. That's not too fun.
No, that is a very tough pill to swallow.
A multivitamin.
Yeah, like one of those big thick ones that they don't even put in like a smooth capsule. It's got ridges.
Yeah. They look like sea rocks.
Ugh. Oh, I said a turning point or else. And we got the or else in that one. I believe you said I don't think so.
Yeah.
You done thunk wrong.
You couldn't predict that.
Nope. Beautiful 1v3. JT gonna get charged down by a fully equipped big team. And they're now looking to put a bit of distance between them and Complexity, who have been nipping at their heels ever since that 6-0 start. Searson inside of the fire, falls. Favin burning Fang to a crisp. 2v3 as Keto's hands are busy, bomb now planted. MP9 and a scout to potentially play with. Or save. Options theirs to make. Choose.
Oh, looks like they like their guns too much. No, in fact, predicting that Tizian would win that 1v3 makes you an enemy of the state.
Right? Yeah, that's when.
No.
Sometimes you got to go with it.
I have to perform a citizen, the rest on you. I have to get you extradited.
It's all that pent up time, you know. I've been waiting to cast more CS, dude. I've developed like a third eye for it. Telling you. That's a good old jump around every corner tactic. A Counter-Strike classic.
My leg?
Falls short. Grim's not having fun.
Job's not finished.
But he's playing well. 21 and 15.
You can't get 1v3. It ruins the day.
It ruins everybody's mood.
On a force buy.
Yeah, well, it doesn't ruin everybody's mood. Big are probably ecstatic.
Yes.
Junior with the scout in hand here. That scout and MP9 combo saved from the previous round. And we'll see if it finds any impact. Grim gonna quickly move his feet down to the B site, trying to get ahead of this.
Oh, man, money is so bad, huh?
Yeah, it's, you know, in this economy.
Wow. Pre-inflation, they would have had 3 buys in a row.
Anders told me, buy gold.
Buy gold.
Junior, looking for gold, but instead, a participation trophy. He'll watch the rest of this round from the sideline. Door swings wide. JT answers. Taps in, looking to trade him in that back sight, but JT actually moves his feet to collect the MP9 and dies right thereafter. Floppy, what's up? What's good? USP, apparently, as he shuts down Searson. Tizian trades it, and this plant is inevitable, as is the round win. 14-10 to Big.
Yeah, so that Tizian's the round in itself. Saves him from a force buy. Should have been the 3 round for Complexity. Then the next 2 are half buy saved for Complexity. And we're already at 14. Talk about pivotal. You just don't see that as often anymore. You don't really get rounds that break you for 2 rounds these days with the, you know, comeback mechanics in CS. So that was really the perfect time to do that. If he had the choice to pick.
But we did see Complexity also give G2 a run for their money at the end of the second half. And this one's not over just yet. Buy back in from the Cole squad. Single off on Junior. Lighter on the utility. But of course, desperate for some more round wins.
Wow. Such a significant advantage here. There's no grenades for Complexity. Or a minute 27, we're down to a single flashbang. 2 flashbangs, not even a smoke left over. and Big chose to play a slow round. That's just a nightmare for Complexity. So, you know, not much you can do about outside control. There are going to be some dry fights in this game. A retake is very unlikely. Expect some aggression here from the CT side.
Keto gonna push through. Deleted by Grim, who's...
Wait, what?
That's an NA tactic. You don't understand. Floppy. Wrapping around into the lobby. Searson trying to get ahead of this. He's going to collateral them.
It hurt him scope, but how patient are they going to be is the question.
Grim drops as expected from the server, so still a 4v2 to close out here.
What do you mean that wasn't on purpose?
No, this is like the continuation of the tactic. Ooh, missed shot. Tizian, though, finds Floppy.
Oh, they got open up vent, yeah.
Oh, and they drop. They're gone. Like the wind, they will whip their way down to this B bomb site, planting in the back of it. And that's going to allow Searson to prime the op. Posted. And Tizian moves forward. Ooh, gonna play this one split. I kind of like it. This is obviously gonna hide him from the control windows, from the double doors. He just needs to stay solely focused over on these ramp openings. And even if JT comes through, it could go unspotted. Watch Tizian take 2 kills here. Junior's the first, turns his attention towards doors, and JT, in fact, will trade. Now, Searson on this back position. Just gotta play the time perfectly. Oh, but he misses his shot. Takes a little bit of damage. There's no kit here on JT, so a desperate situation for him. And Searson fades away into the sunset with another round win.
Damn, they did that 2v4 right there. I feel like the real big problem right now is like they could have won that round, but I feel like there's a player in a lot of these rounds that can't die. That player's dying a lot.
Sure.
The positions that are holding everything together, whether they realize it or not, are not being emphasized enough. And I feel like there are multiple pushes that are coming in for Complexity in a lot of different locations. But I feel like, yeah, the guy who is really holding the position together, they're not aware of who that is. And I think everyone's taking risks as if they're all kind of equal parts when they're not. And there's so many times where Vent and Squeaky have been abused against Complexity, made their life a nightmare, basically. Because, I mean, tide just turns. You get down the vent, and you know that they were waiting for you upstairs and saw you and Squeaky. That's the whole value of it from the T side. So credit to Big for finding that opening over and over again, but too often have Complexity just let it go.
Kind of crack that door open, allowed Big to flood through it. And they found themselves that coveted 15. So 5 map points, map and match points here for the fresh best of 1 format at Blast. No elimination on the line, of course, but it will be Complexity taking 4th place in the group going into next week's gauntlet. No second chances from here on out. Ooh, fast one as well. Already downstairs, already testing control. JT with nothing but the deagle. Favin's hands are busy. Keto comes around the smoke and gets himself the kill. 5v4. Post plant as well. Very hot Big coming off of the press in this one to just shut down Complexity. Oh, and it's a hefty nade. Real thick. We've got 3 smokes, 3 FOMUSes. That's what Complexity are trying to work with here to gun back a chance on Nuke. But time ticking quickly and headshots even faster. Wow. It is Big to walk away with the win. Complexity at the bottom of Group A.
Man, that was a nice final attack to really show their range. I felt like some of the earlier rounds were a little vanilla, resting on a knife's edge, and Big were having a bit of trouble making it look convincing. That was such a nice way to end it.
Yep,
nice and clean. That showed how much farther they could go. Beautiful shot there from Big. I love how they actually didn't even go into control. They had the smoke down out of control, put the bomb down immediately. So it could come down to time, which is a problem for Complexity before that. But a series of tragedies, seriously, at least you can point to the mistakes. We know what could be better.
Sure.
But there were some highlights as well, especially that round from Fang and a couple of other small things.
Sprinkled in.
To look back on, yeah.
Just a little. But of course, now it's going to be Big trying to run this group back. A revenge match versus Nip is what awaits us. G2 already slotted in for our final game of the day. We'll hand this one back over to Freya.
Thank Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, a victory from Big on the grounds of Nuke sees them taking the win over Complexity. Unfortunately for the NA side, that does mean the end of the line here in Group A. They are heading towards next week's bracket gauntlet in that 4th place seed. And that is going to be a real long, hard slog, Maniac, if they're hoping to make it to the spring finals, because they have got a very, very tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very difficult. I just want to start with Big, and I want to talk about how towards the end of that game, we thought this would be a repetition of the game against NIP, right?
Yeah.
We have that good start coming in from Big. They're 6-0 in the lead. Everything is looking great. Green lights all around. And then suddenly it's creeping in again. It's Complexity winning rounds they shouldn't. It's Big butchering advantages they should have had. And that was just not enough. But Tizian is here. Tizian is here to save us, and that's our eco play. That's not something we say too much, but this time around, I have to take props. I have to take a moment to salute this incredible clutch. It starts outside with a down drop. We see Junior destroying our little friend from Faven as well. That's going to be a long round, and as we can see, it was some Tech 9s. We had a Glock as well on Searson. It's just Tizian on the AK. And really at this point, when you're looking at it, that should be it. Like, Big should never be winning this game.
No, and he's. I mean, we never really look at Tizian to really be that clutch factor either. He's not really a name. I think Lorne just brought up during the game the fact that, you know, he's not normally a name that we look at.
And he starts now. He starts now. Look, the fact that he wins the duel against Grim is something incredible. That is actually what unlocks the situation. Grim had it completely blocked in here, but once he does it, then he can play with the angle. He can play behind the smoke, and he knows that the pressure is onto Complexity. There's not a lot of positions where the diffuser can be in. He finds Junior, and then he here makes a little mistake. He allows Fang to get a duel. He just will escape barely with his 4 HP. That could have been the end of the clutch, and then he absolutely destroys them. And look at this. Look at what happened the next round. It is actually really hard for Complexity.
Yeah, incredibly costly coming into that. And I believe we do have a mic'd up moment from this very moment from Tizian, so let's hear that.
Gegen 2. AWP und M4.
Plus, Diffuse nicht. One. User down. Nicht.
A big celebration coming out of there from Big. But I do want to give them props to how clean and calm that was in that situation, man. I mean, literally just giving him the bare necessity info. And it was a moment which we were kind of gritting our teeth at, because it was like, oh, no, he's not diffusing. Then he got that info in. So it's just like, yeah, props to the clean communications from Big.
For sure, man. And it was a game-winning moment. Let's be completely honest about that. Not only an eco play, but a key round in the game that turned it around completely. Once that happened for Tizian, once that happened for Big, they were the better team on the server. They got to shut down the game, and they got to showcase, I guess, the level we all expected from Big in this game, you know, which was more polished, more in control. You even saw the last round. They were not afraid of making it a fast-paced game as well. So a lot of positive signs after all coming out of Big after that Tizian clutch. So again, I think we're standing here and we're giving our commiserations to Complexity. It wasn't a bad game, but I don't think they're ready for this level just yet.
To be a little bit harsh on Big as well, right? When you look at these lineups and you think about the Palmers, the success that both these teams have had in the past, there should not be a discussion. We have a Big that has been at some point at the top of the HLTV ranking, who's won tournaments as well, who's definitely a tier 1 team, and we have Complexity, who not really any player has been really improved. We had, of course, Grim with his stint in Liquid, that could have been a bit better, but Junior struggled in Freya. So the fact that we actually talked about a game and we weren't exactly sure, all we're asking from Big is just reassurances. Like, please, reassure us on your level. What can we expect from you? And in that regard, that was a good first step in letting us know that there is still a gap between a team like them and a team like Complexity.
Yeah, maybe I want to poke that a little bit, because I feel like there are bigger differences on the side of Big Clan than maybe when, you know, we were seeing it really high in terms of the HLTV ranking, making it to the world #1 spot. Because we've got to talk about the coaching staff behind them as well. That's been a really big shift. Of course, we've seen that 5th player sort of moving in and out, with Gade coming in, now Favon coming in, which is a player that we were saying, you know, I don't really understand why Big didn't go with that initially in the first place. But I just remember some of the interviews they gave. It was in terms of the anti-stratting ability, and they were just saying that wasn't sustainable in the long run. You can't literally prepare for every single opponent. It just wasn't sustainable for them.
it wasn't sustainable, and if we gotta be a bit, harsh and honest about it as well, it was in the online era where all the teams seems a little bit jaded, Teams like Heroic and Big, they had an opportunity to be the best in the world for the first time ever, and they were highly motivated, whereas teams like FaZe Clan, Astralis, etc., some of these veterans, even Nico from G2 said that it's hard to motivate yourself playing online over and over and over. So they got it on I wouldn't call it a cheap basis, because they were the best in the world at the moment, and they deserve the credit for it, but it was never sustainable, and I don't think anyone ever realistically expected Big to be a top 5 or top 3 team, for the course of a period of 3 or 4 years.
And even though that's a victory that we have right here, let's not pretend that we didn't see garbage rounds out of Big. Like, there were situations that they should not have lost. And for the highest level of Counter-Strike, this will be unforgiven. Teams will punish you. Teams like G2 will definitely punish you. So if you are Big, you have to iron out these mistakes. You cannot just walk outside as the smokes are fading. You cannot just lose a 3v2 situation where you have the upper hand. Counter-Strike is about converting these situations. You get an advantage and you push it to the end. Big have dropped the ball a couple of times against Complexity, but they were good enough to win it back. Fair enough. But that won't work all the time. So we need to see a more polished Counter-Strike from Big.
I mean, just looking on the bright side, a little bit more for the side of Big. Is it good now that we're seeing, or we're not necessarily seeing, rather, the reliance on Citizen to show up? Sure, he did put up some solid numbers during that game, but yeah, the fact that we can see Tizian stepping up like that, is that giving more flares of sustainability for Big to make their way back to the top?
I hope so. I mean, I'm still not looking towards Keto or Tizian for them to elevate to the next level. I want Faven to be more involved. I want to see him, have a good game of Counter-Strike and find more consistently impact, I'd say. He did have a decent game in this one. He went 6 for 7, I believe, in opening duels and found impact, overall in the game. But he's a fragger. He's a guy that is supposed to drop 90, 100 ADR, drop 20, 25, maybe even 30 kills once in a while. And if you can have both him and Sirsen coming in hot on the server. We saw what happened with Big in that period when they had both Sirsen and Santeros playing well. When they had enough firepower, and enough strategical depth, I will say, with tabseN being the in-game leader, Big can be a very, very scary team. But I don't think that's going to happen before we see Faven consistently perform for this lineup.
And what we have seen right here from Tizian, I'm not going to take anything away from it. That was a very good performance.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic Counter-Strike that he played. But let's not pretend that he is a liability at times. There has to be some sort of middle ground where he can land, where he will do just what's needed, but not become an easy target and an easy solution for the opponent. That is what I'm asking from Tizian. Look at interns inside of Gambit, for example. He's not flying high in stat, but he's also not a liability. He's reliable in his positions. He'll get the 1.5 to 2 kills every time. That's what Big need from Tizian. That was a great performance. All the power to you, but we know that at times is a liability, and that's the issue for me. That's the ceiling that is blocking Big.
Are we removing tabseN then for this conversation? Because I remember there was a time when we were talking about it as, the big fragging in-game leaders, and we're going back to when BlameF was on the side of Complexity as well. We were looking at him to make huge impact. And we liken tabseN to him a lot of the time, especially when they were at that world #1 spot. Are we kind of removing that pressure from him now that Faven's come in, and we sort of putting a bit more of that towards him?
I don't think there's enough firepower for us to alleviate that pressure on tabseN. I don't think it would be fair. I still think that you're looking at a triumvirate of doom of tabseN, Sirsen, and Faven. These are the 3 people you need fragging in order for Big to have good performances. There's not enough talent all across the board to just say that, oh, no, tabseN can just be an IGL. No, he needs to be fragging still.
I think tabseN is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and I think people forget how good he can be on an individual level when he doesn't have to stress himself with the calling. He's involved a lot, sort of like Apex, I would say, while still keeping up an individual performance on the server overall that is very, very impressive. But a lot of people, including myself, a year ago, 2 years ago, before he ventured into being the in-game leader of Big, thought that this guy could be a top 10 rifler in the entire world. All I'm saying is that if there was more talent within the German scene, if there was an in-game leader, a young prospect, or someone who could take charge of this lineup, where you could free tabseN and let him go for focusing on his own individual level, sort of like BlameF is allowed to do now in Astralis, you'll probably see tabseN play even better. So I think the problem right now for Big is the lack of talent in the German scene. If there's an in-game leader that has any, future prospect, it's about taking him, it's about learning him, and then let tabseN free, let him be the player that he's supposed to be. Because right now, he's good, but he can be so much better.
Well, we are going to be seeing more of Big going forward in this group, but I just wanted to get your closing thoughts on Complexity. Was it a disappointment in terms of what we saw them delivering in the group?
Yeah, I guess it was. But, I mean, the thing is, we all got hyped from this lineup, and we tried to work out what would be the winning conditions, and we talked about these fairy tales of Junior and Grim, rising from the ashes. And the truth is, aside from Grim, none of these players actually truly have a deep experience of the tier 1 or being in the top 15 or top 10 of Counter-Strike. It's just not the case. So what we're relying on is this idea that coming in together with the right atmosphere, with the right dream and the right attitude, they eventually will elevate together. That is going to take some time. Just like that, I won't tell you that this lineup is good enough for the top, but they could together elevate to get something better, but we're going to need to give them some time for that.
I think that's the main phrase I want to hit here. Time. Give them a bit of time to figure it all out, because they're not ready for it yet. I think we saw that today, that the level they can play at potentially in the future can be competitive. I'm not going to say here and say that I believe that it can be a top 10 or top 15 team. I honestly don't believe they have enough skill for that for right now, but give them a little more time to get more competitive, and let's just conclude for now that they weren't ready for this level just yet.
Well, we mentioned Grim, and we are going to get the chance to get a few words from him.
Now, Grim, a pretty intense game going up against Big this time around. And obviously, Tizian getting that clutch round was kind of the deciding factor, and just the economy and your chance to come back into it, on top of obviously you lagging out as well. How does a loss like this feel after those like very close rounds and these issues?
It's not too bad, I'd say, because we're still a pretty new team, so we're figuring things out as we go. Like the clutch situations could be fixed with like more chemistry and better like playing together. But besides that, the lag out rounds, I mean, there's nothing I can really do about it, so I kind of just have to like ignore it and try to go to the next round. But as for the close clutches, I'd definitely say that they had some nice swing rounds there that definitely brought them back into the game.
Now, obviously, you guys are out of the group right in this position. You'll go on to the next stage and have to fight all the way through. But for you right now and coming into this team, to me, it seems like you've got an extra air of confidence about you since you come from obviously Liquid and now playing with these guys. Is that what it feels like to you?
Oh yeah, I definitely have a lot more confidence. We're all super good friends on this team. I've been good friends with everyone here before I even joined the team. So for me, it was like really like a dream come true to be able to play with like such good friends and players at the same time. It kind of allows me to like take more risks in the game and feel a lot more confident because I super good friends and players as well that I can trust in game and out of game. So it helps a lot translate to in game plays.
And it's not very often even the highest level, right, for many different teams that you get to play with your friends and enjoy it while doing it at this level. But I did want to ask how big of the environment change has been for you and how are you feeling overall?
I think the environment's been great here. Everyone's like pretty understanding, like mistakes happen. It's like all good. We're on to the next round instantly. No one's really harping about mistakes, which is super nice when you're having close games like that, especially the Tizian clutches and the other clutches that happen that could definitely like make the environment go bad. But on this team, it's like, okay, whatever, we just got to focus on the next round. And I think that's super important to have on a team. And I think it allows everyone to play a lot better when there's like less stress on mistakes and we're just focused on the next round every time.
Another positive, right, is for this event, JT wasn't in North America, so you're all together, you're all at boot camp. You've got a little bit of time now until next week before you play again. So are you just full grinding practice now every day here in Europe and trying to make the most of it?
Yeah, pretty much. We're not taking like many off days. We're grinding, and the scrims have actually been really nice. So that's been good, like showing us our mistakes quicker so we can fix things and move on. As we're a new team, we need to learn quick and adapt because all these teams are coming in. But honestly, there's a lot of new teams too that are having the same struggles. So I think we're all figuring out with time and trying to practice as much as possible to iron out the issues quick.
Well, good luck with the practice, mate. I look forward to seeing you back next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's really great that we get the opportunity to hear from Grim a little bit there as well, particularly as you were saying, Maniac, you know, he's one of the more experienced players when we're looking at this higher tier of competition coming out of NA. I'm interested to see if they can fix some of those mistakes as he was alluding to going into the bracket gauntlet next week.
I think both Grim and Junior can come in with some experiences, you know, playing with some players that were at the top for the longest time. Maybe they have absorbed some of the lessons and the philosophies of Counter-Strike. A point that he mentioned that, again, I want to echo is the fact that he says they're all good friends, there's a good atmosphere. I think that might be the only pipeline for a dream that there is in that team. Like the fact that they feel so good with each other that maybe they can elevate. That's truly the only angle I will find to try and see how fighting can go, because it would need something of a miracle for them with this group to be able to compete in the top 10, the top even 15 of Counter-Strike. There's still a margin, it feels like.
I hate to be this guy, right? Because I agree. I think it's a good thing when you're friends on the server, and sometimes that will elevate your team play, that will elevate your willingness to sacrifice for each other and put in the extra hours. But when that's the only thing you keep onto right now, when that's the thing that every single player right now is just saying that, yeah, we're all really good friends and we're enjoying our time so much, you know, already to me, that gives me the sense that, okay, then they already already themselves aware that they're not ready for this level just yet. They're not competitive in that sense, right? They got to keep them all high. They got to accept that right now they'll lose a lot of games until they are ready for the next level. So when we hear players say from the get-go in a team that, yeah, we're gelling together well and we're best friends and everything is fine and everything is good, why are you not talking about how good you are in practice or how good your individual skill is or how good your teammate is, etc., etc.? They must know right now that it's maybe a little bit too early for them. I think they, with time, could be competitive, but for now, I think we're seeing that complexity is still a work in progress.
Yeah, well, they've certainly got some time to be practicing more before we head into the bracket gauntlet next week, but this is the bracket overview for Group A thus far today. Unfortunately, Complexity are the first team to be placing in that 4th seed position going forward. That does mean we do get that rematch time of NIP versus Big. And now, this is interesting. I'm so excited to see this filling in over the course of the next 3 days. Complexity are going to be going against the 3rd place of Group B. And that, I feel like it's going to be quite a hard task, no matter who they're facing up there against. Of course, there are some different teams with some different roster shakeups, but still, yeah, definitely not an easy route for Complexity.
No, definitely not. We can play theories, but there's a little bit of Astralis. OG could be over there. MIBR as well could cause some ruckus.
Yeah.
If Na'Vi wakes up and is completely playing Counter-Strike, I don't think they would end up in that position. It'd be very surprising to see them so far down on the gauntlet, but the road is going to be very long ahead for Complexity.
Well, we have 2 more games on the cards, and the next one is going to be a grudge match for the Ages. We're seeing Double as Big are going to be taking on NIP once again here in the Spring Groups. It's going down after this break. Make sure you join us back then.
So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
But they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so you can't really put them on the same tier.
They could almost be S tier, but I feel like I'm not gonna put too many teams in S tier.
NIP 2014 as E.
Didn't NIP have that like insane record and everything? 2014, they must have been dominating, so I'll put them into S.
NIP 2014 A tier.
Honestly, I didn't watch NIP 2014, so like I don't have like a really good like scope. I just know that they won a lot, so I'll just put them at the A tier.
Oh, okay. No, you know what? The NIP 2014, put them as D.
And then C, I will put the 2014 NIP, also with Virtus Pro 2014.
I'm gonna put VP 2014 at C tier for pretty much the same reason as NIP. I honestly didn't watch them back then, but they didn't have the 87-0 streak, so you can't really put them on the same tier.
VP 2014, I think it's A tier. I feel like VP was up there with the teams that were like dominating the others.
Virtus Pro 2014 A also. I'm an authentic, I'm a bit nostalgic when I see this.
So on the S tier, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 for sure. So hard to play against, so without a doubt.
B, I will put Virtus Pro 2014 and Cloud9 2018 because it was really hard majors, and NIP 2014 as well, I think.
Cloud9 2018, I'm not sure if I'm underrating them, but I would maybe put into B tier. They were a really strong lineup, but I don't really remember them being that dominant during other tournaments.
Now let's put Cloud9 2018 to C tier. I think that their win was actually like really crazy, like the mental fortitude they had to have in that major to be able to come back.
Cloud9, I remember this overtime versus FaceClan on the Inferno. It was really stressful for players, I think, and like Virtus Pro in 2014, I was seeing these emotions, and I don't know, just want to put it to the B.
Actually, maybe that's why they should be a B tier.
rematch time, and Big are ravenous to claim revenge. NIP may have taken a step ahead early on in the group, but now Big have certainly caught up to their tail. So maybe we should reflect a little bit on that first matchup that we saw. It was on the grounds of Overpass Matthew. What were your key takeaways from that first series?
I think the name that I want to mention first would be that of Hampus. Honestly, he has to be a key of translation when you look at both these teams and how it went down on Overpass. It was about Hampus finding all these gaps in the defense during the T side. He had a number of late lurks where he found impact, ended up with 28 kills. That was beautiful. My only problem is, whereas my heart wants to believe it's going to happen time and time again because I'm a romantic and I love to see the beauty in life, my brain, which some of it still is alive at that point, thinks, is that replicable? Can I rely on it? Is that going to work all the time? And if it doesn't, when Hampus doesn't find that kind of impact, I think we start to see the cracks. We start to see the limits of a team like NIP and their game plan. And I have a big struggle to just rely on one player to unlock a situation on the T side.
I agree, and that's my main concern for when it comes to NIP as well. The fact that they lack that, I guess, star power and that security and device being on the server, that presence with the AWP, a player that can always make the difference, a player that can always go in and change the dynamic of a game. Whereas for what we've seen from Fuzi so far in this tournament, hasn't really been too good. He's doing okay. I wouldn't say he's a liability, but he's not a difference maker. He's not a player that goes into the server and dictates the game and dictates the tempo of the game. So I agree. I think Hampus is kind of like the one-trick pony right now in NIP. He was doing fantastically well in the first game, but he has to replicate that performance. And being in that role where you constantly go for risky duels, logic tells you that you can't be successful all the time. So it's going to be tough for him.
And I think that's a really tough thing for Fuzi coming in and standing in. He's really stuck between a rock and a hard place, because the fact that he's coming in here and replacing Device as a stand-in, and we know how much impact Device has. I think you have to be living under a rock for the past few years in Counter-Strike to not realize how influential and impactful he has been. And coming into NIP, maybe not the most impactful, but still, I feel sorry for the kid. You can't not feel sorry for him, because it is a really, really big shoes to fill.
Well, look, you can look at it both ways. One way to look at it is, listen, you've got a lifetime opportunity to play under the big stage, to have all the spotlight on you, and you can make a name for yourself right here, right now. Obviously, that's the romantic way of looking at it. And then you have the realistic way of looking at it, where you look at left, you look to your right, to your teammates, and you're thinking, am I inspiring them as much as Device would inspire them within the round? Probably not. Absolutely not. You try not to be a liability for them, but within yourself, you're not giving enough compared to the person that should be in your spot. And it's very complicated. And for NIP as well, to go through these games with 200% of their heart, knowing that, man, what are we going to do with this lineup? Like, when is Device coming back? I don't really know. In a game where 5% difference changes the whole game, how do we know right now that NIP is giving everything they have every single game? That's my issue.
It's the uncertainty, right? And I think we've seen that before. And players and people out there may not understand this concept, but when a player is not playing at 100%, it can directly be seen on the server. And when you're in an uncertain period where you don't know whether or not Device is coming back or when he's coming back, why would you as Risk go in 100% and play like it was for your life, right? You wait for that until you're facing a major, until you're going into a boot camp for some of the biggest events of the year, just like you do in any other sports, right? You can't be in a top shape all the time, so you pick your moments. And right now, why would NIP invest 100% into this lineup when they know there's a possibility that Device is coming back in a month, in a week, or whatever there may be, right? And that's a problem for them right now. And that's why I don't consider NIP to be the best shape.
And one criticism we did have on the side of Big, though, the last time we saw these two teams face at Muir a few hours ago, was the fact that they started off 6-0 and then they ended up losing the map. They really didn't make much of a dent in NIP after that.
No, that wasn't enough. I think they could have and they should have pressed the advantage on their T side way more than that. And that's because they were also lacking just a little bit. Look, Surson had a great game. You can see it as well. He had 25 kills. He definitely started 2022 in the best of fashions. But on the bottom half, it's again the Tizian discussion. He was struggling on that B side. He was abused time and time again by NIP. So this cannot happen anymore. The rest of the pack was enough. And on the other hand, it was obviously the Hampus duel. So are we going to see that again? I have more faith in Surson playing the same kinds of number now than I have in Hampus doing it again.
Yeah, no, it is a good point going forward as well. I do want to take a quick check in with our Betway odds to see if they're still siding with the side of NIP. That's what we saw the markets lying last time. Oh, it's incredibly close, but they are going with Big. I mean, maybe we say sometimes you learn more from a failure going forward. Who knows? But we're going to see if we're playing it out on the same map. Are you expecting it to be Overpass again? Expecting some different guys?
I'm expecting Big to not allow Overpass to be the map. Honestly, when I see the difference of Counter-Strike they played on New compared to Overpass, I don't see why they would allow it to go. I was really not enthusiastic about the way they didn't push the advantage on the T side. So maybe they will allow it. I would prefer them to just
If I'm
push it
big,
away.
I would do it. Yeah, I'd honestly do it. You know, I'm a big believer in the second chance, you know, on the same map. And we're getting, not an overpass. Actually, NIP learned from that one. I like that, you know. I really think that's a very proactive move. We get into Nuke, which is interesting for Big. They just played it. NIP, what can we expect from them? We have seen Fusi play Nuke CT side. I remember during the World Finals, they were very competitive. Fusi in particular was actually, to be honest, the best player from NIP at that tournament on the CT side of Nuke. So that's maybe a bit more of his comfort zone, and that gives a more even duel between him and Sirsen. So that's a good thing. But I like NIP avoiding
I know what you mean.
overpass, right? Because Maniac, we have history on that. We tried it before against each other. I remember a tournament where you beat us the first time around on Mirage. You know, I was thinking to myself, let's play Mirage one more time against Titan. And the second time around, we beat you quite convincingly because we learned from that loss match.
I have no recollection of that moment.
I do.
Man, you're keeping this personal, Pip.
Yeah, it's getting very personal.
Why he's got to attack
We're like unlocking your trauma or something today. We're having a therapy session up
I
here.
had to take a jab when I had the chance, right? All I'm saying is there's way more to be taught, you know, or learn from a loss. So I respect NIP for not walking into that trap.
You know,
Just
you
like
learn a lot.
Maniac
You learn a lot when you lose, and boy, did Jacob learn in his career. He learned a lot.
Anybody that you're putting on the spotlight then, Maniac, as Pip's going with Fuzi?
I'm going to stick with Sirsen because I'm kind of excited about what we're seeing right now. I think he faded away at the end of 2021, and that was a problem for Big, and now we're going back to his beast level.
Well, we just saw Big looking pretty dominant on the grounds of Nuke, and we're going to see if they can do it again, once again, versus NIP. We're going to be kicking it to a quick break, but when we're back, join Scrawny and Launders for all the actions go down.
Welcome back, folks. Scrawny and Launders here to take you guys through the 5th best of 1 today, which is also the same as the 2nd best of 1 of today. It is Big versus NIP for the 2nd time on their run to face G2. Mohan?
Yeah.
Who's going to take it?
You picked Nip in the rematch.
I did.
Sometimes it's good to pick the team who loses in the rematch. The desk had some really good discourse about it. The idea that the team who loses learns the most, you know?
Yeah.
But it was actually NIP to avoid playing Overpass again, which makes this a bit more interesting.
Right.
And because there was the thought that, you know, maybe Big lost, but they could have won that game, and they had a pretty rough middle period in that.
What the desk forgot is that the team that lost is also already the losers.
Ooh,
okay?
Yeah.
And
Losers.
if I've learned anything in life personally, it's that as a loser, you can't win.
You just keep losing.
So
over and over again.
Who knows what happens?
Yeah,
but
we'll
I
see
do
if
like
that
that it's not Overpass. This is kind of what I feared with this format. I was like, oh man, we're just gonna get like the same game and the same teams. And how many times have we watched Big and Nip? Yada yada yada. Well, this isn't the same Nip. We got Fuzi, not Device. We got Favin, not Good.
Good.
And we have a fresh map as well coming into this second one. So all aboard. The hype train to face G2 to close out day one of Blast Spring groups continues.
So what's different, I think, coming into this year is, of course, for NIP, you know, Device having a few months off, that could affect them. I think Pimp brought, you know, shone a good light on that, where he was saying it's hard to keep your head on straight with a roster that you don't feel like there's stability on. You don't know, you know, if this isn't the team you're going to win the major with or attempt the major with, you know, how much is your heart into it? When they were, you know, really built on Device and around Device in this last year. Hampus being one of the best players in the server, it's kind of an awkward situation. I mean, I feel like you don't want Hampus to be the best player on your team. He's already doing the IGLing, and he makes a lot of really aggressive plays and stuff like that. But that's not supposed to be able to grant you the best stats. I mean, you know, take him compared to like player like Nafany, he gets outclassed by the rest of his teammates and still manages to have like around the same level of impact.
Sure.
And then I think that reflects in the discrepancy of results between, let's say, NIP or Gambit. So I don't really like that for NIP. Now for Big Clan, Searson looks so good at this event so far. I think he's in absolute top form right now. So he's looking to reclaim his 2020 form. Actually, you know, 2021 wasn't great for him. Top 9 in 2020, which was huge. First German player in the top 10 for CSGO, I believe. And I think it was obvious when you saw him play. And I think he's kind of right around that form right now. So that's great. Searson from home as well. He hates the boot camps.
He hates them.
Plays hella well from his home. Perfect temperature. Mom can bring him snacks.
Hey, you got to get what you got to do. Do what you got to get when they do, like it is.
When the getting gets good, do it.
Speaking of the context of playing, talk to me about Fuzi on LAN.
Yeah, so when we casted the Academy League, the We Play Academy League, it's a fantastic place, an incubator for a lot of the players overseeing Modesty on G2, Fuzi here on NIP. Fuzi was the opera for their academy level team, and in the online portion of the academy team league, he didn't really stand out. He was just one of the players on the team. He was good, but not amazing. Yeah. And when they got to LAN, whatever the stat said was one thing, but we could see that he improved actually when it came to a LAN setting, which personally, that's the player I'm trying to take a bet on. So I like that for him. And then when he went to play with them at IEM Winter, he led the scoreboard in a couple of their matches, looked really strong overall. So good things to say about Fuzi.
Here at World Finals too, man.
Honeymoons are always nice, you know. But
seeing him face to face with other competitors, that was a good version of him. We go back, you know, Maui Snake drawing my eye to the fact that Fuzi actually had a pretty quiet We Play League this season.
Yeah.
Didn't watch it too closely personally, but you know, to hear that, it's kind of like, oh, it's a shame for him to go from like this incredible high of being included in the main roster and like, you know, kind of surprising people with his individualism. Only to then recede back into what is like a middle of the pack type performance. And earlier tonight as well, bottom of the scoreboard for Nip versus Big in the opening. 4 and 18 on Overpass, and you could argue, you know, Overpass a bit of an Aubr's dream at times. So unlucko.
Yeah, and he's his style. It's not like Device is. It's not like Jaquin. Oh, maybe it's a little bit more like Jaquin. It's a little bit more aggressive. Right? And I think that's where he can actually help Nip out a lot because of their struggles on the T sides. It's just a famous, you know, remark to make about them that they have trouble kind of making progress across maps on T sides. Their defaults look a little bit too vanilla sometimes, and Fuzi does know how to take an opening duel and win it. So they're going to need that from him to be able to win this match. And I think, yeah, the rematch will be a lot harder than the first one over for NIP. We've got a new map for both these teams to play on, but a map that they both can play.
Yeah, especially Fuzi. Oh, everybody's dead. For the most part, 3 immediate kills coming out from Big, so stellar start to the CT side. However,
they had a whole plan. Hampus got this kid of nades and no reason to use it now.
2v5 attempt. Let's see it. I was going to kind of highlight that I think Fuzi on an individual level is actually one of those operators who's pretty comfortable on Nuke. I've seen some nice clips from him within this A site, but we'll have to sit back and wait and see if he can improve on his prior performance.
Yeah, I quite like Big on Nuke as well, though, and I think that their T-sides are pretty compelling sometimes, and they gave Complexity a really hard time in that last match we just saw. So I think the veto landing here is kind of nice for them. And for a lot of teams who are coming out of practice, right? I mean, they might have had a bunch of maps they thought they were really good on in scrims, but the officials are where you really decide your map pool, and I think that now they've shaken off some of the rust, got an official on Nuke out of the way as well. It's going to help get them even more comfortable.
They're making something happen.
Yeah, they really are. And oh, okay.
Searson puts an end to the party. Rez is dead, and so is Happus.
A good effort, for sure. E for effort, as they say.
Do they say that? I thought they say A for effort.
A for effort,
you know what I mean? But E,
if you're being rude,
you don't spell effort with an A. So
that's true, yeah.
What are we doing here?
Right. It's strange.
What are we doing here? Ninjas didn't get to do much. Definitely didn't get to do what they wanted. Like you said, Happus had the utility for it. We didn't even get to see what their strat was.
Yeah.
Because it just turned into a 2v5 attempt.
So that in English. Let's go.
I speak a little German.
Go ahead.
Krankenwagen, which is an ambulance.
It's like a wagon that you put sea monsters on.
Schmetterling.
It's when you smelt metal.
No, that's a butterfly.
Anything else?
Nothing else I can say on air.
Okay.
Production knows what I would say. Keto pops up from boxes, falls, runs away from the danger, which is an option. Fight or flight. He flies. Happus, Deagle headshot to kick it off here. Plopsky even moving this Tech 9 forward, so we do have an opening here from the Ninjas, and let's extend it to the Swedes' favor. Plopsky retrieves the FAMAS, doubles up on the kill feed, and gives them a 2v4 post-plant advantage. That's excellent for the Ninjas. Happy days for them. They get into that ramp room. We saw again that first flight falls down to the B site, and then the flood from the Ninjas in pajamas to take the second round.
Plopsky's the guy who just became so forgettable, you know, into 2021. Unfortunately, because, and I say that because the magnitude of his pickup, right? Because he was regarded as this, you know, amazing rookie that needed to get a chance on the top Swedish lineup at the time. And when he came on, you saw it a little bit, but then the inconsistency started coming in. It felt like he was just getting put back and forth on this roster, not getting a ton of space and not really doing a ton for the team overall. But I noticed in the last match also that NIP played earlier, Plopsky was taking a lot of initiative, hitting some shots. And we know the peak is there for Plopsky, but he's never had the consistency that you want to be like, we know how good he is. You know, there's no point in talking about that if he's never actually putting up the numbers regularly. But seems like he's starting off on the right foot this year as well. Kind of backhanded, but I ended off nice.
Yeah, you did. You got there. No. You know, and that's the thing. That's why that, you know, that was the headline, and then you followed with the article. Good clickbait.
Thanks.
A little gap there for Happus to hop over. Ooh, but then 2 kills come through here from Big. That's fantastic considering they're by. One of those Deagles already successful in its endeavor. Searson comes up from Secret. And everybody just kind of sulks back into their decrepit corners. They hold, they hang on. Now they'll try to push forward yet again. But we've got an A1S holding down the line. Fuzi to 60 HP, still manages to get into Garage, but this isn't where you want to be fighting with an SMG.
This is such a hard duel to win, especially versus the Icarus Fell, one of the top M4A1S skins.
Not bad, not bad.
I always like to throw out some Icarus Fell propaganda here and there.
Okay, sure, yeah. Yeah.
It's that bluish hue.
You know what they say, there's nothing wrong with propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Are they doing S-Tag speaking Swedish right now?
Yeah, I wonder how that's going.
Yeah.
Hopefully well.
Is he Sapphire and Duolingo? Or Ruby?
Yeah, that's right. Duolingo.
What is his rank? Well, okay. They've got, you know, an attack on both parts of the map, lower and upper. So it's going to be confusing for Big if they don't want to move. We'll see if Plopsky can get any more out of this. They're
Tough
starting to
ball.
join forces. Not a lot of time, though.
7 seconds. No real time, in fact. So shut down. at.CET will kill Tizian at least. So, you know, curb a little bit of money off of the success here from Big. But that's a great round from them. Remember, double Deagles coming into it. They bought up what they could, and they put themselves in a prime spot. It was that difficult cross that kind of cost them a little gap, right? Hampus gets by. Probably thinks, oh, this is easy. Meets Searson down in the depths. And gets put in the back of the Kraken wagon.
The Kraken wagon, yeah. They put up a pretty decent buy, considering, you know, just with behind the Deagles. It didn't feel like the pistols were all there. And now we've got a similar buy here for NIP, but only 1 AK. We're going to try to steal this right back.
Down he goes. at.CET with the into the B site. Or at the vents, at the very least.
Yeah, you can see how they are going to deal with this. Looking to potentially double up towards ramp. Allow ramp guy to rotate down, or they can push for some more information. Wow, they're just not shaking at all off of this vent drop, so we'll see if NIP use it against them. Ouch.
My legs!
It's not good for the, you know, the knees don't come back.
No.
You got to be careful with those.
You can only regenerate your knees if you're a lizard person. And the jury's still out on Hampus. Taps in. Easy pickups. Easy indeed.
Yeah, here's the other option. Just focus down on outside. Need a lot of utility to get that cross off. Popsky will find something.
Whoa, dude.
Wow.
Woo. Sent flying. Never gets old.
It's a crazy day for Hampus.
Never gets old.
Falls off the silo.
He tried to repair his... Oh, hold on. at.CET comes up. We got to treat this seriously.
Holy.
Keto's in a 1v2. Bombs down in front of him.
Oh, they're about to escape Keto as well.
Oh. They skate by.
But they are going for the upstairs plant, which I can't help but feel like gives him some odds.
Oh.
The bomb will go down so he knows where both players are. Oh, but he can't punish.
Fast. Dinked and dead. No way they win that.
Wow. That's actually kind of nuts. I honestly don't know where all those kills came down from. Just from the outside cross? They
luckily we've got replays.
Found the trades. Jesus. Wow. Like a pog. Flipped up.
It's just...
Devs need to take a look at the physics on that one.
There's so much velocity.
Crazy.
Oh. I like that. Okay. Well. Hampus, poor guy. 2 rounds back to back. He's fighting with 50 HP. This time at the hands of the nade. Big. We've already seen them win a round they're not supposed to, but this is with so little. And that 1 A1S, you know, the silver lining of their purchase.
They can't get it back either.
Down.
It's at the top of secret. I mean, Boozy knows that someone's... Oh! Okay. Oh! Wow, very nice shot from Keto. 5-7. Oh, now he's getting attacked from both sides. at.CET goes down. 3v4 here. Big Clan. Will they do it again?
Oh, that is slick. They get away as well.
Anyone going to win 2 rounds in a row? Oh, okay. Plopsy's going to make a case for it.
This is sloppy, huh? Such nice tethering there from Big, but we do get the claw back here from the Ninjas. 2 kills now back their way. Rez on a quarter health. Hampus sees the threat, deals with it, and it falls to Keto yet again. This time 1v3. Plopsky tagged.
The bomb.
And bagged. 35 seconds.
He saw the bomb go up, I'm pretty sure, but he's going to leave vent open, expecting to get attacked. I don't know if they're going to... Maybe he's thinking that they're going to expect him to rotate down through ramp really quickly. He actually stays in heaven. This might be a great play from him.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is so smart from Keto, but you won't get away. Wow, that's... I think what he was doing was they know that he saw the bomb, so I think he was going to level deep and thinking they're going to expect him to rotate down ramp really quickly. Instead, just paused. Didn't show himself at all, and NIP read into it.
I'd agree. Feels like you figured him out. And he almost figured out the entire situation. Just put his gun away right there. You know, if he keeps his gun out, anticipates the peek and runs back, maybe he's got a chance. But knife out, tries the hops, and gets caught in the final web. So nice attempt from Big, considering, again, they had 1 A1S, and that went down first. The rest of it was just those pistols. Nearly able to prevail. Instead, it's another round won by the Ninjas. Hampus going to get caught by this. Silent pistol push by more than one member of Big. They'll grab the gun and try to double back, but by the time they arrive at Mini, it's already been mollytopped off, and bomb now confirmed. But, you know, take a kill in a weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, both these teams don't look obviously perfect right now.
That's a polite way to say it.
Not perfect. But shaking the rust off is a big part of CS. Usually we see the most amount of upsets happen right after a break.
Always.
Yeah, no matter how much you're practicing.
Always.
That's just the way it goes.
Remember, Complexity beat Gambit.
No, that was always meant to happen.
Oh, okay. That wasn't Ring Rust?
That was Destiny.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, their 7th Vertigo loss in a year.
Right. Yeah.
Not a coincidence. It was actually a really great game from Complexity.
Yeah, sure.
No, it really was.
Yeah.
No, the JT called a fantastic game. They're holding a ramp control like tier 1 players. I mean, if they ran it back, it wouldn't even been as close.
Like tier 1 players.
Yes.
You don't think you're maybe exaggerating a little?
Well, how else would you beat Gambit on
Partially
Vertigo?
biased, you know? No, not at all. We see through you, Launders.
You pick Complexity twice a day, but you're pretending to be an NA fan. You're
I don't know
not.
what you're talking about. I just, you know,
Sometimes the better team loses, right?
Sometimes. 4-2 score up, and a quicker one by the looks of things. Looks like Ninja's going back to what was that first gun round move. And yet again, Hampus, first man across. Rez, ow, takes damage. And Tizian posts up early. There's a lot of bodies behind this smoke. Oh, the bank nade. Nicely done by Tizian, at least killing Plopsky, and also forcing the flood forward. Keto from ramp, can't quite connect, loses half his health and is met by smoke, so interrupting that ramp rotate as at.CET comes through hut room to disturb the A-site players. 3v3, and a daunting decision here.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go for it because
they gotta save.
Yeah, because so when you disrespect the smoke like that, and you know you get the 1-for-1 trade, you know the rotations aren't there because the rest of the map is resting on very fine margins. You don't want to move too soon, so it's understandable that NIP know that once they kill Tizian in that spot, it's very unlikely that they've overstacked lower. And if they go fast enough, they get it control, they can throw their nades at ramp and establish on the site. So I think that's a position where Tizian needs 2 frags or the 1 kill and staying alive, and he couldn't do that. So a nice call from NIP. It's very aggressive, it's very risky, but it's the right one.
Yeah. And it works out all right. 5th terrorist round win for the Swedes.
Got to really pick your battles, all right? You don't do this every single time where you burst through a smoke off of 1 flash, but, you know, you've got the roster this close together, all these players tight on their spacing. They sensed an opportunity, and they were right about it.
Yeah, it feels like if there was that crossfire set from the CTs on top of that grenade, then, you know, 4 guys running through blind. Maybe not, Chief. But it works. We'll see what comes in this time. This is, I believe, 4 in a row from the Ninjas.
I'll go with that.
Hampus, well, up to the same shenanigans. You said you don't do it every time, but they are doing it again. And they're doing it faster. They're already ahead of Tizian, in fact.
Oh yeah, they weren't even smoked downstairs. And S-Tag still primed for the lurk whenever he wants to.
But
Searson's here. He could get mollied. They're giving him another dry peek. Now they can swing. Oh, the
Nice
nade
nade.
comes in. Bullet.
Tabson tries to get the angle over top box. Could challenge. Runs out. Sees the plant. Stops it. Oh, just in the nick of time. Another as well from Tabson. Takes back man advantage big with an edge thanks to the IGL. At a tough spot to recover. Fuzi and at.CET, if they're not cautious, they're going to present themselves here to Fatman, but Fuzi gets the better of it. And I feel like he knows that he's within this pressure cooker, this crunch at the moment. 50 seconds, at.CET makes a ton of sound, and the young kid's going to have to clutch. Not going to happen in the face of Tabson. 3 kills on that B site, all his, all big, and they begin to rebound.
Let's go, Tabson. What a nice move. You know, that spot, the only thing is that I'm seeing 2 Molotovs on the players that are remaining, and they didn't establish nades on ramp, right? You take control room, or nades on ramp, get downstairs. They got a little excited, I think, when they found all that space early, just like they did on that previous round. Not even a smoke in their face when they got into secret, so they're like, we're gonna take this and not overthink the situation. But once they got into their spots, they had so much utility remaining, and they could have just covered the plant just by holding an angle with decon door completely open as well. You know, that's an observable mistake, but at the same time, it's a nice crack that Tabson found where normally you'd think, we can't push here. They're probably going to be watching this. tabseN calls them out on their bluff and make sure that history doesn't repeat itself.
Bit more of a forward stance outside. We saw CSGO immediately down on that B site just a round ago, this time back on Secret. Utility fight here towards door. Oh, Plopsky. Yeah, tough spot to be in. Smoked off, flashed in his eyes.
What were they doing here, actually?
I don't know, trying to sprint through, trying to puncture, but nobody else is able to follow up with him. He gets shut down just as easily as at.CET tag. However, Hap is going to cheese a kill back their way.
I'm not a huge fan of that play because they didn't follow up with anything. Like, now, Freya have a really cool strat where they'll do the smoke in front of the squeaky, but to punish people who spam, Art will run through the smoke while his teammates drop the vent. In this situation, Plopsky comes out, but there's no one behind him, and no one taking over vent control as well. However, Kill comes down the other side of the map, shakes things up. CSGO has to leave his post, and that could have been a frag on Hampus. Now Hampus looks to punish that move, and the T's will be able to get downstairs safely. A lot of pressure on CSGO now.
Yeah,
will he be aware of the thought that he can get flanked? He's been good today.
Double lobby flank. CSGO not even contemplating that his back is open to the attack. Hampus, he's going to walk right into it.
Oh, he can call his teammates downstairs. No way.
Shank to the spine. CSGO gets eviscerated. And that's going to serve as the trigger to this B hit. So bomb inevitable. What do you think about that lobby push, man? I thought maybe they come down vent and that would have then given the cover to CSGO's back so that he could watch site.
Yes,
but they just kind of got into lobby and I thought maybe, you know, fast ramp play or something. It seemed kind of slow there from the mid round on big.
Indecisive. Like, the idea is obviously what you want to do. If you take over another part of the map, you know, outside's been compromised, whatever it is, you squeeze for a different part of the map. So take over lobby. But the natural thing is to obviously flank through the ramp, clear things out that way, get confirmation, and then help downstairs. Instead, they really left CSGO out to dry, and I felt like, okay, CSGO's watching for the thought that they could come down through the ramp, but this entire time, his teammates barely have any plans to help him out. I mean, they're moving so slowly, and this is Hampus walking all the way from red outside to Secret downstairs to be able to knife him. So you could say, hey, CSGO, you know, maybe turn around, but you could also say, you know, big, there's a real likelihood that they come downstairs. Why is there no support here for CSGO? What they were really prepared for was some kind of heaven wrap, you know, and then CSGO could rotate back upstairs and maybe try for the retake or something like that, but they didn't really keep both options out in their head, and it felt like there was a chance that lower could be hit.
So we'll have to see if Big can do it yet again. They have yet to win consecutive rounds, and now AKM4 triple B.
Game plan's looking pretty solid here for NIP with all their lower hits. The amount of times they're taking advantage of Big for either playing it too lightly.
Two players went down ramp with pistols, and one of them just popped off. Hampus got down that secret staircase so quickly, but he died just as fast as he arrived. And I've liked this lately, this kind of two-man deep vent boost.
Yeah, it's huge.
Look, works wonderfully. Fuzi, quick kill. Tizian, smothered into the corner, but Favin's able to get his hands on the gun and trade it right back. Deagle from Keto, down for the count. CSGO up from downstairs, and they're going to walk right into tabseN. Executes the first and dies out to Plopsky. This is his 1v3 attempt. 4K on the round, perhaps. Favin already so low on health as well. I feel like CSGO's going to be the guy to stop this.
Yeah, I think reading this is going to be kind of difficult from Plopsky, but you know, either site that he goes to, the big players could have stacked. So let's see what Plopsky tries to do. A really interesting spot for Favin to play. Surely not going to get cleared. Favin will take him out. That's beautiful from Favin, actually. Prepared to go up into heaven as well, and doesn't have to watch up above him, because who's going to clear that from above?
Beautiful spot.
Yeah. Can't be mad at Plopsky for not clearing that. Who would be there?
I don't know if I've ever seen a kill from that position.
Yeah, that's new. For sure. But yeah, this boost is really sweet. They just got a little scared in this moment and tried to swing off of it. But then when NIP came forward, it was awkward again. You know, they had someone so far ahead after they just lost a piece and then sacrificed one back, but it was NIP who had the guns that round.
And they don't have guns this round.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not the cleanest game, man. I mean, some good stuff here from NIP, though. In terms of ideas. You know, I think they found some weak spots, especially with lower.
Although to think last round, you know, again, they get into lower, stuffed by Searson's Deagle.
2 times he's done that with just a pistol.
I just thought he had a chance to run away with it, but instead it's him that gets run down, run over. Tizian Tux. We got some utility being primed here from the Ninjas, but they're also met by smokes, so definitely going to play with their own timing. And the CTs in the meantime, not getting too adventurous. Here come the Molotovs, the flashbang, and the push. But it's not into the A site they'll go. They drop. At least the front end of this attack does. Favin catching S to tag. Tabson so ready with Keto. Everybody prevails here from Big. You know, we just said this game's not been the cleanest, but this round, well, this was stellar stuff. Easy and peasy.
Yeah, it felt like they were double reinforced at every single point, but the CTs didn't have anybody watching outside, really. They just worried about lower immediately. They were cool about the vent drop this time, had 2 players in place to stop the attack, and kept a couple upstairs just in case it was a fake.
Oh, that's what that... Ooh.
That's nice. Was that the bomb too? Yeah, maybe the plant could have came in.
Ooh. Which, you know, in a round like that, silver lining.
Yeah.
Yada yada.
I want to believe that neither team would be really happy about this game from themselves. Like, if they were to speak openly about it. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have rose-colored glasses on when you're playing. Searson on the punch outside. That's a few opening kills for him here on CT side.
Yeah, Hampus, you know, there's been a couple of rounds where he's dropped to 50 by either his own fall damage, a stray frag grenade, and that one round Searson deagles him down secret. Now this time he's down out of it, so I feel like there has been a bit of a drop-off here from Hampus. Last 4 or 5 rounds have been a bit more difficult for him. And those coincidentally are the rounds Big have been winning. 5v4, comfortable spot. Not for Tabson, seeing as he was flushed out of the corner and into the crosshair of Plopsky, but Favin and Tizian here to save the day.
Wow, very nice cover from Favin. You know, leaving his post to come and escort Tabson out of a tight spot. And even though Tabson goes down, he's right there to refrag, getting those 2 frags.
We're getting some good little clips here from Favin.
Definitely.
Just more and more of a sample, or like a sample pool.
Sample size?
Sample size, yeah, that's it. Sample size, you know, a bigger and bigger sample size of Favin is what we need. Again, God replacing Xantares was something that a lot of people criticized. Favin replacing Gade is kind of like, oh, the expectations are lower now, but ultimately the shoes he is still filling are by extension those of Xantares.
Yeah.
It's a big ask of him. And we've seen some nice moments here. He's 9-6. Oh, round 13 upon us, and all of the advantages in the hands of Big for this one.
Yeah. Hey, maybe this is an inconspicuous cross. They get downstairs. Searson's supposed to be watching outside. He could maybe call it timing, but I think he doesn't know for sure. And Big have been slow to rotate without any info, right? They don't want to just make guesses. And they're double reinforced on the ramp, but there's a chance for the lurk. However, I'm going to assume control window hasn't been blown open. Yeah, so there's no way for Hampus to actually attack ramp. But what he can do is say, hey, if you can get downstairs, we win the round. I know no one's here.
Sounds so easy.
Oh, he actually comes through as they attack.
Yeah, catching Keto, but it's those incendiaries to completely stave off the other T's. Hampus, though, hands on an AK. Headshot onto Tabson. Deagle's back out. Searson's only got a sidearm, and Hampus, that's 3 on the round. Every kill so far has been his. And they've got 40 seconds to figure this situation out.
He really is the judge, jury, and executioner in some of these rounds for NIP. So smart from the IGLing perspective, pulling off these lurks in such creative ways. And there's a moment where he's not relying on a glass break, but just a lot of pressure to take attention off that glass break, stress the communication too, make sure it's loud in the Discord, and then come through, and he becomes a part of the execute. Okay, now he goes down, but he does that with some information, which allows his team to go fast upstairs. They've got to do the rest. Hampus did everything already.
Yep. His final action, giving these other 2 players a chance in the clutch, but Rez presents himself to Tizian and Fuzi. This would be a big play to make, a heaven wrap. It's going to be a ton of time, CTs have kits. Utility starts to trickle down onto that bomb site, but neither player is close. And you don't want that Heaven Man to drop downwards. You're kind of banking on the mini player to come through, or Fuzi suddenly has a prime position. I'm talking tier 1 real estate. Both CTs down beneath him. Fuzi with the clutch.
That's a big move. He needed a lot of time to be able to do that, walking all the way around. But the clandestine operation pays off. Fuzi making sure that none of Hampus's kills were in vain. And what a beautiful round between the two of them.
Sick.
Off pistols, but, you know, they couldn't have made that look any better. And Hampus did a good job of avoiding the scope of Searson as he crossed outside as well at the beginning of the round. They used almost no utility to make sure that Searson couldn't in good conscience say there's a chance that someone came downstairs, make a rotate, because he doesn't want to compromise other parts of the map if that wasn't true. Really beautiful stuff from Hampus for sure.
A round they have no business winning, and even closing, really. But they get it over the line, and Searson, steps beyond the boundary. Goes into the no man's land, and S-Tag ices him out. Hampus creeping through smoke. What a troll. Tries to do it again, and will!
Dude.
Excuse you. We've only got Favin left. It's a 1v5. There are still a bunch of T's all around him. He's going to fight this one tooth and nail. Takes a bit of damage to the wall bang, lines up bodies, but only gets one more. So 3 players standing. Wow. I can't believe Hampus does that twice.
It's amazing. He's heating up. Man, you got to understand, it's especially in the lurk role, which has fallen out so much as the years have rolled on, and there's been more and more CS every single year. It's hard to pull off and be creative in the lurk, and it's sometimes a liability for your roster to try it too often because teams prep against you. They know how you play. You've only got a certain amount of maneuvers you can do. But Hampus seems to have just an infinite playbook when it comes to making creative moves in the lurk, in the clutch. So really cool stuff, man. If someone put Hampus in the top 20, I wouldn't have been against it. He was really on that short list for me of IGLs who did the most last year, and it's great to see that he's continuing with it into 2022.
One of those IGLs who maybe gets criticized sometimes for not setting up all of his pieces, but he knows how to set himself up well. We look at that round downstairs just prior to it, this one as well. When the bigger picture implements him and his decisions, those are the rounds I can cheer for. Op on Searson, MP9 for Favin. By the looks of things, another A-site split. They come through mini first, they find Tizian. That's an easy one. It's the guns that could serve an issue, or taps and pops off. But he is dead alongside the rest of his team. Keto, Culled, and NIP with a strong lead at the end of this T-side. NIP with the 9-6 lead, led by Hampus at the helm.
Hampus.
Doing what he does, man. Just, again, creating a game plan here for NIP around him, creating openings, following through with those heavy-handed hits. It's a good showing from Hampus, and you know what? It's what I've kind of come to expect from NIP.
This guy we'd love to talk about. We talk about so much about Hampus. You know, with the Vice on the team, it's like a really nice core that they got going on. But right now, it's just, man, he can't be all the firepower for them. But they still put up 9 rounds straight up.
Plopsky with the dual Berettas. Always have to take note of those. Rez sees presence towards ramp, falls away twice. Ooh, heaven. Oh my God.
Nice. Okay, all right.
Plopsky runs those guns into Hut. Fuzi kills Tizian. Favin, well, he'll come out from that squeaky door. Essa tags in an awkward spot, and Keto's going to kill him. Hamp is able to answer as well. The Berettas find their second and third. Oh, hey, ooh, crazy. Why'd he jump? You know?
Mouse wheel, probably.
Oh, I don't know. What could that possibly be?
Get stuck in between 2 ticks.
I was told there's no downside to scroll wheel jumping.
Oh. Yeah, hardware. It's not user error.
Whoa.
I guess it could be user error, but it's usually hardware.
There's an alternate universe where he jumps and hits that headshot.
Yes. Is that the better or worse one? Do we like that one?
A little bit.
We celebrate.
I know I shouldn't.
We always celebrate.
Listen, I'm a guy who I cheer when someone gets sent to the moon, so I feel like I would have to.
Oh my God! Every smoke wall in this game has been interrupted.
It's kind of sloppy CS, man.
Well, yeah. But the other thing is that sometimes they haven't seen anybody cross anyways.
Yeah. Sloppy's not always a bad thing.
Yeah, Sloppy Joes.
Sure. Yeah. Is that what they call him?
Yes.
Plopsky.
One is from Joe.
Catching Tizian. Fuzi, Berettas, and a scout. What a combo. Let's see it. Anyone else up close going to get chased. Oh, Tabson gets the better of him. We've seen Tabson with some P250 hits, but 2 guns better than 1. 1v1 with Keto versus Fuzi. And the swing out, perfectly timed.
There's
Don't
always
give him
a time
any
in
chance,
swing.
dude. Just go. Just go. Close.
Yeah.
And he does.
Well done.
Big take second pistol.
They're back in it. Never left. Get comfy. I wonder how much Tabson likes, you know, when he doesn't have the whole team there. You know?
Yeah. I feel like I
know
wouldn't.
Searson doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I feel like me too.
But I'm also, you know, I'm a little bit of a control freak, so I feel like.
But yeah, just for the camaraderie of it all.
Yeah. The bonding experience.
Yes.
I'm a social creature.
Yeah.
Maybe Searson's not.
Oh.
Ooh, decides not to. Somebody else. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be that front runner.
Wow.
Hit that. He hit that. That's damage done.
Counts.
Come on. Deagles in hand. Fire on the feet. And
we got a trap in the vents.
Big cool off.
Oh, but now 3 downstairs. And they could still freely rotate out, but maybe it's in their best interest just to go push secret together. Looks like Hampus will be the one to do it by himself. Maybe?
Rez, your turn.
It sucks. You never want to be the first one to shoot the glass.
No, but you also don't want to shoot second.
Yes. Yeah, that's catch-22, really.
I've seen enough Westerns to know.
Yeah.
Shoot first, ask questions later.
Yeah. I think Searson would be the Clint Eastwood, you know? Gran Turismo, grumpy old man.
Ooh, great film. Just like Bright.
Don't call that a film.
Fuzi down beneath it. Oh, it's such an awkward angle when you get stuck in that corner. It's like, I've got the element of surprise. Yeah, you've also got an awful angle and 3 players peeking you. So, as you'd have expected, that one is for big. Huge weapon advantage. And the round advantage dwindles.
Yeah, that's the whole idea, right? If they're not actually in heaven, then you punish them for leaving. That high-low advantage. Shooting down.
The Big Lebowski, though. That's...
Yeah, a film.
Come on, dude.
What? Were you going to say that's a movie? Just a movie?
No, it's a great one.
Okay, yeah, film.
Yeah.
They don't just throw the word film around.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's all. Like Bright.
Will Smith, he's always good.
Anyways, it's rewind time. Let's talk about the game.
Not much to talk about, Wanders. USPs. No Kevlar. They got the smokes right. Wasn't perfectly
Gapless.
timed, you know, but they still had to wait.
Yeah. They got to be grinding their teeth a little bit, you know? Like they want this win. Losing to Nip twice today would be pretty rough, considering I feel like both teams know that on another day they play a lot better. They'd probably win 2-0 themselves.
Especially after having a 6-0 lead on Overpass
Yeah.
and kind of choking on that one.
Right.
But a very cautious take here from the big clan.
Who do you feel like is going to win now? Now that this game is going to be about tied.
I haven't even seen a gun round from the Ninjas.
Yeah.
So it's an unfair time to ask me, but I'll stick with Ninjas.
Okay.
Although I like that Big are being very meticulous on this T side. This round was a prime example of it. You know, minimize all losses. Don't go like Hampus running down into Secret wildly into a set of pistols.
I love what Hampus is doing over on that T side, but I do like Big as a whole on their T side. I think they're a very well-measured team overall. I actually think their CT side is where they leave a lot of gaps, in my opinion. And I feel like sometimes they don't get exploited, and I wonder if it's by design. They've actually, you know, figured out a way to leave something open and not have to worry about it. But we didn't see NIP take advantage of the vent lower a couple of times and make it look scary. But when we swap over, I feel like Big do a lot of good things. Don't waste players that often on T side. However, now they're succumbed to the lobby crunch, and Tizian will get one back and spot another, but he'll only grab that and be able to leave. Boozy will pick up a third kill, and now it's just the 2 players left, tabseN and Tizian.
What a crunch.
Wow. And they're just waiting to get back in.
And that smoke's going to delay it. There will be no split. Not to mention the player above him can't come find him unless he offers the headshot.
But Plopsky is, in fact, alone. There is some weird situation where he doesn't win his opening duel. And NIP do not have confirmation that it hasn't been an approach towards outside as well.
It's be a slow burn.
Yeah, he'll get out of dodge.
Tizian letting off the ladder, coming in instead through the main entrance. Trying to tuck himself alongside tabseN, but they're going to walk right into Fuzi. He sees the barrels, spots the hands, and fires off. Hampus then swinging in from Mini, trying to put an end to it all. And alongside Fuzi, they will. So Ninja's back to winning ways the moment they have guns.
Yeah, strong call. It felt like Big were going to try to slow play this half to begin with.
Yep.
And NIP just said, hey, let's get in their face right now. Looks really good. So essentially a great call here from Hampus. And they put significant pressure on the cross as well. And it looked like Big were going to do all kinds of things to make this as tricky as possible. Lurking through the wall smokes, staying inside a lobby the entire time. It looks like they were actually waiting for a crunch. They got NIP to come forward, but weren't prepared for Hut specifically.
Yeah, no one was watching it. Between the 2 players there. Wrecked. And next, round 21. Guns on both sides of the coin. Tizian's like, try me, Hampus.
Try it again.
Try it.
Try it. He'll find a way, though, huh? Hampus is good.
Yeah. He's good at what he does. You know, he's got a very specific style.
Yeah.
I feel like a style that pisses a lot of people off. You don't want to play against him.
I'm so mad for his opponents constantly.
A real Swedish troll.
Like I said that because it's like Swedish.
And he'd admit it. He knows. He's self-aware. Oh, I like the timing there. Hampus arriving just as the Molotov goes down. Keto's like, I can push through right here, right now. And no.
It's a trap.
Hampus awaits.
And with that molly, Hampus could have been able to spot on top of Silo as well. But that comes with it too, if you want to try to push through.
Tag awkwardly above the hut, fire on his feet. Oh,
Yes,
but he
sir.
sprays through. 2 easy pickups, and Hampus from Secret back into the vent. It is a massacre of the big clan as they tried to push out A.
We're seeing a new Nip, you know? Good on T sides now, and putting up their half of the bargain on CT side as well. It's that timing is everything that S-Tag swings out on. When Squeaky is such a prime target for the T side, you can see Hampus actually using Smalley just to spot over top of things. But yeah, this timing's when all the T's line up, and this smoke is ephemeral. It'll go up. They're going to try to use it while it's still down, and there's always going to be a way for you to get damage, if not kills. And at.CET shows us an ideal example of that.
Forcing Big back into the pistols, not ideal for the German team. Trailing by 3 on the T side of Nuke.
That's when it feels oppressive.
Right. That's when those A1Ss feel impervious.
Oh my god. A1S has ruined overpass.
Really? No hit. Rez down to 62, fades away with the nades. Oh, Fuzi peeking into this. Uh-oh. Oh, he's going to get chased down. Taps with the USP for a second. There comes Plopsky soaring from the skies, peeking deep to ramp to end it. And another for the Ninjas.
Yeah, their odds are fading away now, Big. Wow, they've just really have fumbled the bag here in the second half already. 13-9, clean rounds here for NIP. So not only do they keep the op into the next round with Plopsky being able to pick it up, majority alive. They're building up even more bank. And again, this is where all the CT side advantages come from. It's just when you win rounds in a row, because things cost so much. But they got a stranglehold on this match, and Big will have one of their few last attempts here with a full buy.
Yeah, let's see it.
No op in hand.
Put a little life on it.
Sending Keto out on a mission.
Hampus again down into the troll cave.
Yeah, he'll safely cross. Hampus will look to stop Keto. This will be an interesting engagement. We've seen Keto on this angle in previous matches.
There's a crucial 1v1. Ooh, and Hampus loses the duel.
Bit high.
Compromises Rez, but he could stick around here. You know, not worry about that timing. Oh, but again, Rez just finally going to be able to add a kill to the tally. Tries to run away at this point, and even has cover because Fuzi just shaves one off of the back and then chases down with the Deagle in hand. He does not let off the pressure. It's damage onto Searson with the op back out. Predicts the peak. V-Fabin follows up V-Searson and primes at.CET as both these remaining big players are low. There goes the one in the distance. It's all about Searson up close. at.CET has him moving. And at.CET just goes quiet for a moment. There's the retreat from Searson back through those double doors, but where's he gone? Deep, all the way back around those vents. Could come towards Decon, we don't know. And neither will at.CET as he gets on top of the bomb, going for the full 5 seconds, he calls it!
Oh my god, yeah, Searson was so low here. He made the move to get all the way around, just to say, okay, he's going to fake it, and then I'm going to come out of the door. One chance to try to attack him, but I got to play this slow. I don't have HP to come out if he didn't fake it. Actually surprised he won that. Searson took so much space back.
Fuzi making moves.
Yeah, this is almost a great hold. I really think that the awkward part, though, is even though NIP win this round, Rez's awkward rotation downstairs, right? He knows that a player had just crossed secret. He has reinforcement coming in from ramp, but he sticks around to fight for so long that he ends up running out of ammo and then runs into the B site and then runs back towards ramp knowing that he's going to get shot from behind and has no bullets in his gun. He could have got downstairs safely after the first contact, shot some bullets off, got to a safe spot, reloaded, and I think things would have operated normally, but they still win the round. The beautiful 1v2 from at.CET for what it's worth, and it's 14-9. That's the real story.
The Ninjas very much pulling ahead. See if Big can shock a little life into this T side, because ever since that 17th round win, the rounds that came thereafter, they kind of fizzled out. You know, they had momentum in the lineup. Oh my God. That's just superb for Hampus. Perfectly lining up for him. He didn't even do anything too special. That's just, you know, victim of the circumstances. Big down to the 3v4.
And he spotted the bomb outside of the cross as well. Got an extra bullet on that player. Takes the edge off his teammates. But Fuzi's still looking, yeah. Oh, man, the timing is wonderful for Fuzi.
Oh, he gets away with it. Oh, comes back. Deeg to the head of Keto. And now the Ninjas feeling confident A 4v2 to confirm 15. Just gotta close. Bomb hustles its way back around through lobby, trying to join up with Favin, but he's actually extending outwards, and he gives his back over to at.CET as Plopsky comes in with the kill. So no matter what there, Favin, even if he brings one, he's sandwiched. Tizzy in 1v4.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Oh. He just looks at it. I love how he accepts his fate. He's like, if this is gonna happen,
it's gonna happen.
So be it. But he knows that nothing's gonna happen to his favor. He walks away with that AK. 15 on the board here for the Ninjas, looking for the 2 wins over top of Big in the very same day.
I'm gonna let you be the negative one here, okay? How would you rate NIP's performance so far in this match? They're up 15-9, of course.
How would I rate it on...
Out of 10.
Out of 10?
Yeah. To their
Honestly,
own standards.
Yeah, nothing too spectacular.
Yeah.
6.5.
6.5.
7.
I would bump it just for like Hampus.
Hampus,
you know?
yeah.
He's playing like a 9 kind of thing.
I'm kind of waiting for like the Rez activation, because earlier today on Overpass we had a super quiet start from Rez. Hampus on an individual level is making calls and plays that tailor to his decisions and strengths, and then Rez kind of caught back up within above 180 or whatever. Those ramp plays though, unlike on Overpass earlier, those ramp plays, like I still don't see the Rez effect. So that's why I deduct 6.5.
Yeah, it's like Plopsky's has been the second star so far.
Yep, and Fuzi at times.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah,
he will show up.
He's definitely getting more comfortable.
I tried to allude to it at the start of the map. Like, I think he's just comfortable on Nuke. I don't think he minds these kind of like close range combat op moments. We saw it once over towards ramp. We saw it at the bottom of ramp down into the B site. And here again under pressure towards Squeaky, Fuzi delivers some kills. NIP 5v3 to try and close 16-9. Mid-round replays. You're feeling frisky.
That's when you know what's gonna happen.
You're feeling frisky.
It does feel like NIP are going to end on fire at their tempo as well.
Yep. A CT side that really shut down Big. You know, ever since we got those gun rounds out of them, we haven't seen Big win a round.
Yeah.
The tale of the CT side. Brought to you by the A1S.
That's a huge part of it. All right, last-ditch effort here for Big Clan.
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. And their way seems to be towards this ramp room. But it's Fuzi in position, sitting on 2 kills, make it a 3rd.
Another collateral.
A full hand, a 5, an ace. It's there for the taking.
Well.
Single shot, come on, Fuzi.
Here's his one job. Don't let him get the ace.
Yeah, just drop it on him. Hamp is gonna run it down, and that's that, folks. He sits back in despair. How dare you? No ace to close, but still a victory for the Ninjas. Not once, but twice today over top of Big on Overpass and Nuke.
Well, nice scenes from Plopsky. Really good end to the game from Fuzi.
Yeah.
And overall, outstanding match from Hampus. And with those things in mind and all the teams getting better as the matches roll on, feeling a little optimistic here for NIP. You know,
it's a better look.
Most of that game, there were so many mistakes back and forth that it was hard to give too much credit to one team or the other. But since it was that decisive and we saw some of the better scorelines coming out of the rest of the teammates of NIP, that's great. I think a little bit more consistency out of Rez, and then they're a real
They're good to go,
yeah.
100%. And I think, again, it's kind of hinging on Hampus right now, but if Hampus is at the top of the scoreboard, it's not what you want to see every day, but it is a good strength to lean back on. So props to NIP. They will continue their run today. It is G2 versus NIP up next to close this group. But first, the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, unfortunately, Big unable to rewrite history as they take on NIP once again. It doesn't matter that they changed the map, even coming onto the grounds of Nuke. NIP are the ones to take it forward. Unfortunately for Big, that does mean they finish as the 3rd seed, heading on into that bracket gauntlet next week, Maniac.
Yes, indeed. A much better face-off for NIP as well. And I was just laughing to myself the contrast that it makes when you see them against G2 and then you see them against Big. And you feel like players are completely transformed. I mean, individually speaking, that was much better. We had Plopsky playing good Counter-Strike. We had Fuzi towards the very end as well, shining in a couple of these rounds. This was much more convincing from the side of NIP.
I fully agree. I think it's impressive that they were able to make it somewhat easy against Big without having Rez playing well. We kind of posed the question and posed it in a way that can NIP win without Device? most likely not. Most likely that will be, you know, a big deficit to them. And if that were to be made up for, that should come from Resh. You know, that is the secondary star player of this lineup. But once again, we see Hampus play well. We see Plopsky play well. And Resh just having a decent game. So we're not even seeing NIP firing on all cylinders, even with this iteration of the lineup with Fusi on it. So I'm impressed. And again, as last time we saw Big play them, it's just a little bit underwhelming right now. I don't know what it is with Big. They have a lot of rounds where they are the favorites. They have a lot of rounds where they're supposed to win, but they find a way to throw it away more or less every single time. So there's still some groundwork they need to figure out.
I like that you bring up Hampus in terms of the side of NIP, because I know we were prefacing this saying you can't exactly rely on him to be that star showing up a lot, but he does it again here on Nuke versus Big. And I think that is kind of good signs, as Launders and Scrawny were saying at the tail end of that game, saying there is some optimism potentially for NIP going forward, but it does depend on that level of the opposition, as you were saying, Maniac.
I agree. I wouldn't say this was as one factor as this was on Overpass.
Yes.
On Overpass, I really had the feeling that the game plan was lackluster, and whether or not Hampus would find a kill would decide everything that was going to happen, which to me was a problem. In this case, I feel like it's more of a team effort. It's just Hampus doing great. And this is exactly what you want. But this man right here, firstly, I want to talk about how he transformed himself towards the very end. He had this good clutch in the first half, of course, but if you really keep your eyes on him towards the end of the second half, you could almost feel his confidence rising up. You could feel how suddenly he was taking duels more decisively. He was actually going into the action instead of letting it come to him. And this example right there with the Deagle is a very good one, where he actually takes the initiative to go and fight. And that's something you will see with rookies. You will see them kind of getting the ball rolling when they get these kills, and suddenly they feel more and more comfortable in taking duels. We had a good example here.
Another name that we do have to throw into the ring as well, showing up, was Plopsky on this particular map.
Yeah, having a good performance, showing off with the rifles, showing off with the pistols, and an interesting topic when it comes to NIP, because I think a lot of people out there, including myself at times in 21, were wondering, is he good enough for NIP? Can he really step it up? Because he did have a period where he was the best player a couple of years, a year ago I think that is now, and you're thinking, okay, if that's the Plopsky level we can expect for the future, and if he can get even better from here, then he's a fantastic signing. But for the vast majority of 21, he was a bit underwhelming. So for him to start off 22 in a good fashion, getting some confidence early on, especially when you lack device, is massive, right? You want him to pick it up. You want him to showcase once again why they banged on him a year and a half ago, and why Plopsky potentially still have a spot in NIP when you look into the deeper stages of 22.
Yeah, I do kind of want to zoom out and take a bit of a wider picture of NIP as well, because they've been in a lot of tournaments where Device, of course, props to him for taking that time out in terms of his health and well-being. We always want to see players doing that. But I think it is an interesting conversation when we're looking forward and going, this isn't the lineup that they're planning to go forward with, and it's just how long do we keep talking about them in terms of, you know, integrating Fusi into the roster, because we know that that isn't their long-term game plan.
No, and that's very complicated for players to be, you know, firing on all cylinders when you don't exactly know what the future holds for you. I think it's very hard, just on a human perspective, to give 200% of your own self when you don't know what the hell is going on, and you don't know if this is the lineup that you have and that you want to build on. So I think they probably burned a lot of energy, not only physical but also emotional. You can talk about Hampus, of course, the IGL, and you can talk about at.CET joining the roster, and then suddenly everything is changing around. So for NIP, I truly feel for some of these players, because it is definitely hard to keep that motivation going when you don't know what the future holds.
And that's why I want to see the GM and the whole organization step in, because, you know, at some point you have to pose the question, okay, is Device not coming back within the next 3 months, 4 months, then maybe we have to figure something else out. Or, you know, what is the situation going on right now? And the best example I can give for those of you who are following Counter-Strike for the past years is FaZe Clan with the whole Olofmeister in and out. I believe even Kerrigan said it in a couple of interviews, at least alerted to it, that it is very frustrating as an in-game leader and as a team waiting on something you don't know whether or not is going to happen. You will never put in 100% of your efforts into a team if you think that in a month you're going to play with another player. Then you're saving that energy, you're saving that mental capacity until you're with the team you believe in, right? So if you're constantly jumping back and forth between, oh, Device is coming back, he's not coming back, Fusi's coming in, he's not coming in, Jaquinho has been rumored, you know, to join NIP as well. So are you technically wasting your practice time with Fusi right now? So for a player to be in that scenario, it is incredible challenging. So I agree with Matthew in the sense that I feel sorry for the players, but at the end of the day, this is a problem they have to manage, and it also stems from the organization. They have to figure out what is the game plan, what is our solution, and how are we going to make sure that our players can perform at the highest possible level given the circumstances.
And what are you kind of seeing of NIP as we're going to be seeing another rematch going against G2? What do you kind of see of them going up against this caliber of competition? Because I know Maniac, you were drawing the comparison of the different sides we saw to NIP versus that different level of teams.
Yeah, I truly believe that G2 is reality check as to where NIP is currently. You could see that Inferno game was extremely one-sided. There was no question individually or team-wise how they were approaching the game. We'll see if this is a BIST repeat that happens again, and we'll see if NIP looks insufficient once more. But I feel like there is a gap. I feel like there truly is a gap. And then we have to ask the question, what do we want from NIP? Do we want NIP to be a top 10 team? And as that regard, that game was sufficient, right? You beat Big quite convincingly. Great, it's nice. Do you want to lift trophies? Do you want to win championships? Then that game against G2 was not enough. And this is where you have to actually set your goals for that lineup.
I agree. You know, you have to manage your expectations in a way. And without Device, NIP is not a championship quality team, right? With Device, you can argue that they are a team that should be within the top 5 range. All things considered, you have a strong G2, you have Vitality coming in. Now FaZe looking scary all of a sudden. Navi, Astralis, all these teams.
The list is too long. NIP doesn't have a spot there.
There's so many strong teams, right? So do you really expect NIP to be in the conversation with those teams? I don't, you know, but fans may do. But without Device and in the current situation, let's manage our expectations. And yeah, as said, you know, the fact that they're able to beat Big is a good thing for NIP, but a poor thing for Big.
Well, before we do jump into our final game of the day, we do have a few words courtesy of Plopsky.
Plopsky, you face off against Big again, and this time a little bit more convincing for sure in terms of the scoreline, but very scrappy again at the beginning between you guys. Can you kind of feel like both of you are giving it your all in a game like this where it's so up and down at the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say like from their side, but like I think our part is that you know, obviously it's like our first games now in a long while after the break and all, and I think it's still like a little bit messy in our communication in the team. Like it's a little bit unclear sometimes what we do, but I think like at least I think like we played a little bit better this time, like in the chaos situations rather than the G2 match where we just completely failed. So yeah, I mean, I think it was just good this time at least.
And when you say about like the chaos situations and sometimes you're not kind of sure what's going on there, is this a lot down to kind of you guys at the moment seeming to be relying on the information Hampus is getting you and kind of him being the first one forward to kind of find the space for you?
Yeah, it's a little bit like that, but I think like we have tried to get away from that a little bit, but obviously it's still Hampus, you know, if he has a feeling and he wants to do anything, then he'll do it, of course, like everyone knows that already. And yeah, then we just have to play off him, but sometimes we have tried to not play off him that much, and yeah, it's a little bit new for us, but it's going both ways, I would say.
Now you're going into the final game of the day and you get to go for a rematch against G2. Now, the confidence you guys showed against Big definitely didn't seem to be there last time around G2. Is there something you can do to fix that? Because I feel like yourself, Fozy, right, especially in this game that just happened, you guys were hitting all your shots and you were kind of taking a little bit more authority than what we saw in the G2 game.
Yeah, I think like the G2 game, we just got off to a bad start. Our communication was really bad. I don't know, for some reason we didn't have much energy, and we just didn't hit our shots, and they hit all their shots. And then the big game, we basically just had a talk, and then we went out for a little bit of a walk to get some fresh air, and then we were just like newborn, or however you can say it. And yeah, it felt better, and we did it the same now as well. So hopefully it's going to be a better match against G2 this time.
And in terms of going up against this G2, right, obviously they're very new. You can't really work out exactly what they're doing. Are you going to have to rely more on just the reads and the feelings from Hampus in a game like this?
Yeah, definitely. Like, they have a new roster. We don't really have much to go on since they've only played 2 games now, I think. So I think it's definitely going to be up to a lot of individual plays this game, at least.
Well, let's see how it goes. That game's not too far away. Plopsky, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck.
Right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I like that we got to hear quite a bit of honesty from Plopsky there as well. Just going back to the beginning of that interview, he was saying, you know, comms weren't particularly clean. They could have been a lot cleaner. And I think that kind of translated, to be fair, from both sides of the equation, particularly looking at that first half. It wasn't the cleanest game of Counter-Strike.
No, it was not. It was absolutely not a clean game of Counter-Strike, but we have to say at that game, NIP were the better team. The amount of times where chaotic situations went into NIP's favor, specifically in the first 7 or 8 rounds, that changed everything. And this is what Jacob was... Jake, I was going to call you Jacob. Jakob for a second. Jakob. That's what Jacob was talking about. The fact that Big lost some of these rounds at the very beginning, it just put them on the worst of tracks.
Yeah, and I think for Big, you kind of used the perfect word, kind of a lackluster performance coming in here, particularly when we're looking at them having a core that did hit that top world #1 spot at some point in Counter-Strike history. What do you think was particularly lackluster about their performance thus far in the groups? I know we have only seen them a handful of times.
Yeah, a bit of everything. You know, I think they were a bit underwhelming in the individual level. Some of the clutches that could have gone their way, I guess you lack that desire and that willingness to take the fight or be proactive in the situation. It felt like they were playing a bit with the brakes turned on, you know, in a way. And then again, you know, it was just a bit of an underwhelming day for Big. And I also want to say the same argument we used for NIP can be used here, right? We got to manage our expectations. I know Big at one point were the best in the world. So was NIP, you know, many years ago. And we're getting to a point now where I don't think it's fair to keep them up to that level. You know, I don't think it's fair that we keep bringing up that they were the best in the world. Because in all fairness, I don't think these players, you know, this iteration of Big ever will be a top 3 team again. They have potential. They can be competitive. But to expect them to win tournaments and go deep into tournaments, given that you have teams like Vitality, Astralis, FaZe, etc., it's not really realistic, is it?
Look, I agree with you, but I will be a bit more demanding with Big. I think that some of these rounds that they have lost, which they shouldn't, cannot happen.
Sure.
Period. End of it. Like I accept the fact that there are inherent limits to this lineup, and then probably the top 1, 2, 3, 5 in Counter-Strike is not attainable anymore. Fine for me, but that doesn't mean you have to wait for a smoke to bloom out before you actually cross. It doesn't mean you have to lose a 4v2 dropping the bomb outside. All of these rounds just simply cannot happen. Doesn't matter how strong your lineups are. This is something you can talk about together and you can fix. The argument about staying a German team was to play a clean tactical Counter-Strike. That's why they want to stick to German, because they communicate better, they don't make these mistakes. Then don't make the mistakes, right? That's my thing. You want to go down that route, play a clean Counter-Strike. Don't lose these rounds. And okay, maybe you will face some limits down the road, but at least you'll be clean on your way.
Yeah, and that's what makes it all the more challenging going forward for the side of Big as well. Of course, not down and out of the competition just yet, but it is going to be tough going into the gauntlet next week. But we do have some words from the coach before their departure.
NKJ, I got to say, right, to start this one off with, you're very scrappy on this nuke again, going up against NIP. You didn't get off to the good start that you wanted. And it kind of felt like you guys kind of fell flat after trying to force the situation a little bit too much. Would you agree with that to start things off on CT side?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that with you. It was very unfortunate for us. We were kind of making too many mistakes, doing silly mistakes, over-peaking. We had a lot of advantageous situations that we threw away, unfortunately. Felt like this should have been at least a 9-6 or 10-5 half in our favor. But it just fell completely apart when we were trying to force the situation there. We were a bit too greedy in certain situations, and it was just a throw.
Now, overall, right, when you look at the picks and bans as well, I noticed that you guys banned out Dust 2. What was the reason for that as well? Because that used to be such a key map for you guys. Is it just that you haven't really integrated Faven on it yet?
No, I think you got something wrong there, buddy. I think we...
did I get it mixed the wrong way around?
Yeah, I'm 100% certain that we did not beat Dust 2, my friend. 100% certain.
Let me look. I'm so... Oh, yeah,
no worries.
Yeah, I read it the wrong way around.
No worries.
You're definitely correct.
Trust me, he's very well integrated on that map. He's very well integrated on that one.
And then not playing Overpass again, right? Not getting to have that shot again. Keto told me he would have wanted to, so that made sense coming onto it. For your nuke, though, it has been a pretty good map overall. So you're saying just the mistakes that were being made there. Keto said that some of the communication wasn't so good as well beforehand. How do you view it once you're seeing it from the outside, now looking at it overall?
Yeah, definitely. Communication was very sloppy, not only on Overpass, but also on Nuke. A lot of silly communications where we were not giving the information, and in certain situations when it went too hectic, we went with giving too much information at certain times. A lot of times we didn't have a good pre-talk, how we wanted to handle certain situations if they appear, if they are coming up. We had a really good read on what they were going to throw at us, but a lot of times we were just... I don't know, in certain situations I felt like we were just a bit too sloppy, too stupid, and I don't know. It was just a rough game to watch, to be honest with you.
And now obviously you don't play until next week. You've got a bit of time to go on to it. What kind of things are you going to be looking at working on to make sure you're better prepared next time around? Because there'll be quite a lot of games that you guys will have to play, considering you finished in 3rd place for the group.
Yeah, well, we're obviously going to rewatch the matches tomorrow. I'm going to go over every single map that we played. I'm going to look at every single round. Every silly mistake, try to make sure that we are on the same page when it comes to the approach. in certain situations, then we are obviously going to work at our map pool because, let's face it, we've just integrated Faven a couple of weeks ago. Still working on the map pool, not a solid 6 map pool. Need to work on our weaknesses and obviously just take it day by day and grind as much as we possibly can and invest a lot of time.
One thing I did want to ask you personally, sometimes when we cut to your camera, we see you writing down some of the notes from rounds in particular. What things do you look out to write down? Is it more like the communication or someone not following something? What kind of notes are you looking at kind of gaining from situations like this?
Yeah, obviously as much as I can gather, right? So for example, I see somebody over-peaking, I write down he over-peaked, or if somebody's doing a certain mistake or a silly mistake within a round that we pre-discussed, pre-talked, had like a really, really good game plan, then I write down, all right, he messed up here, he had the wrong waypoints, or let's face it, for example, some after plans, why are you not peaking here with your teammate, and just to write down the round number. So I have it already written down for tomorrow when we go over the demo.
Oh, brilliant. Staying a step ahead. I like it, NKJ. Well, thank you very much for your time, man. We'll see you next week as well. And hopefully I'll make a solution for being able to do these interviews with my glasses so I don't get your veto rock.
Perfect. Thanks for having me, man.
Cheers, man.
Thank you very much for that one, James. A little bit of that's a really interesting question at the end, getting a bit of an insight into the coach's notebook, no less there. I just wanted your kind of final thoughts on Big, as James was alluding to. Of course, we are going to be seeing them going forward into that bracket gauntlet next week. Do you see any signs of, NKJ was saying working on the map pool, working on communications a little bit. Do you see this as further for hope?
I thought that this was a very cold interview, but a very realistic one at that. Yeah. And I can appreciate how actually level-headed NKJ was in that interview, facing the fact that, hey, listen, that was a hard game to watch, and this was absolutely not okay, and we threw away these rounds, and that's the first step. The actual first step if you want to get better is to be able to face all the messed up decisions you made in a game. And sometimes you have to go back to the basics. Maybe they're just over-eager to achieve right now. They really absolutely want to do well, and as a consequence, they talk too much, they're too hectic. That's something they have to fix. They have to find their rhythm, and that's by facing your problems that you can fix them.
Yeah, and it definitely is going to be an easier challenge heading forward, as of course more teams do await them in the gauntlet. This is exactly where we are standing in our Group A overview as we go into the final game of the day, which is of course another rematch, G2 taking on NIP. But I believe we can take a look at our bracket for next week, because this is where things are going to be getting really tough going forward. Of course, Big taking that 3rd place spot. Group C is a very interesting one. We're saying that that's probably going to be one of the toughest groups to be facing off against. Of course, they are going against the 4th place seed there, but any upsets that might happen, that might be quite a tough one to be facing.
Yeah, I mean, you can put it pretty simple and say, right, if you win this game, you get to skip a round in that gauntlet stage. You just have to win one best of 3 game in order to qualify. So right now, there's a lot at stake for both NIP and G2 for that matter. They want to make sure they win this game and give themselves a big advantage in terms of qualifying for the quarterfinals.
Well, one more grudge match on the cards tonight, and it's going to be rounding out the Group A action here at day 1 of the spring groups. It's going to be G2 taking on NIP once again, and we're going to see if NIP can bring the heat to this remix G2. Make sure you join us after the break for that.
And back in the days, I couldn't even play this tournament.
I'm a little bit biased, right?
It was like the early days of kind of Counter-Strike, and it wasn't as good and as hype.
So Astralis 27th with Kirby, I would say it's D.
Astralis with Kirby. Astralis 17, that would be on C.
C.
Astralis 2017 with Kirby, I would put it on A, I think. And it's because I feel like that's the first time Astralis won the major. Yeah, I believe he won the MVP as well of that major, so...
Astralis 17 with Kirby, let's say C.
I think I'm going to put Astralis 2017 and Gambit 2017 on the B tier list. Those are good teams as well. Gambit surprised everyone winning it. But they didn't really stay together to do more afterwards, so...
Gambit 2017, I have bad memories about that one, but I believe it was also a decent one. They've changed the meta, so I gave it to them in A.
Gambit B.
Then I'll put Gambit on F.
Gambit 2017, I kind of want to put it on B, but A at the same time. But I think I'll put it on B. Maybe I'll put it on A as well, just because it was Zeus that won with Gambit in 2016, the major.
On A tier, I will put Gambit. Like, I remember the story that Zeus even bought tickets because he didn't believe that they will pass group stage.
Cloud9, C or D?
Okay, so let's go now to the B tier list. Let's go with Cloud9 2018, the Magic in American soil. Cloud9 versus FaZe, my boy C2K.
C.
Cloud9 2018, definitely S. It was one of the best majors.
Then I would say on B I would put Cloud9 2018. I remember one day before final, like 2 or 3 FaZe players like Nico, maybe even Drain, they write in Twitter that it's gonna be easy final for them. And the comeback that Cloud9 did on Inferno was insane.
Cloud9 up. I have to put that on S tier.
One more match to determine who takes the Group A crown, and history is undoubtedly favouring the side of G2, already taking down NIP once today. And when we look at this newly mixed up roster, Jacob, they're looking pretty solid so far out the gates.
It's been good. It's been good. It's kind of what we expected, to be honest. The firepower is through the roof, right? They haven't really been tested so far, I would say. A little bit maybe in the first game. Complexity tried to monster a comeback, but it was really never really in danger. Sorry, it's getting late over here. But for G2 to be playing at this level right now is kind of what we expected. We've seen class from Nico. We've seen Monacy show glimpses of his potential. Hunter have been playing well as well. And then Alexi B being in charge of this lineup, being aggressive, proactive, taking a lot of opening duels in the very first game. So yeah, and not to forget about Jax, who was the best player in the second map. So I think right now G2 have shown us glimpses of what we can wait for in the future, and it's looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I think the prospect of Monacy being able to turn into a star is so tantalizing for G2, because if you think about it, you take a second to think about it, the evolution of Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike started where one good player could win a game. That was to get right times, obviously. And then you went on to 2 superstars were needed. You had the simple, the electronic. And now I feel like the game has gone to such a high level that you actually need 3 machines to win. Think about Na'Vi. Bit was the missing piece that changed everything. They started winning everything. You have Gambit as well with Shiro, Akside, and Hobbit. And could Monacy be the 3rd piece of that puzzle? That's why everyone is getting excited. And yes, it's still very early days. And yes, there are still a lot of questions to be asked. But if he happens to be the 3rd piece of the puzzle, then you have the same constellation. You have 3 machines being able to constantly make the difference. And now we have a talk for who's the best. And that's why everyone is getting excited. That's what everyone is hoping about, dreaming about, to Counter-Strike to be so competitive.
Well, another question I'm asking is whether Bet Whales are lying for this series. We saw them earlier, of course, favouring G2, and man, they are hella favouring them coming into this. No surprise, considering this is a rematch of a game that we saw earlier, which did go down on the grounds of Inferno. Do you see that happening again, gentlemen?
Why not?
Why not? Really?
Well, I mean, if G2 are allowed to play Inferno again, they probably will do it.
Yeah.
I don't think G2 should be in a situation where playing Inferno again is dangerous. I think this was so clean the way it happened that you're not just going to go into it, look at the demo and say like, okay, I know why we lost actually. You know what, let's replay Inferno, it's going to be perfect.
Yeah,
if you're G2 and you can just play Inferno again, they were just really not competitive at the time.
Mirage? Why not a bit of Mirage? Why can't we play a bit of Mirage? Both like to play Mirage. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Oh, no, NFP banned
No,
Inferno. No, it could be Mirage.
Why are you ruining my dream right now?
I was saying the Inferno dream because I didn't think NFP would let through Inferno again.
And
but
actually, G2 is going to be able to decide. Yeah. They will decide whether or not they go back to Inferno.
Oh, no.
That's what we do. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, there we go.
You said what?
The Inferno is over.
Man, I can't read, apparently.
To be fair, I'm a mole without my glasses as well, so it makes sense.
But you guys want like a visual examination or something? We can fix something.
Yeah, maybe.
Should we do the test like when you have to check like this? I see Mirage, Inferno.
Anyway, Mirage. You know what? Let's just forget about that.
That's good though.
Yeah,
It's
it is good.
Open, explosive map. You would talk about the star power. We talk about the firepower coming out of G2, right? Imagine having Maniac playing well next to Nico, next to Hunter on a map like Mirage. We know what Hunter is good for on the T side. He likes to be up in that window, getting boosted. We know Nico likes to be towards the A-bomb side on the T side as well, trying to find openings towards ramp, apartments, and then, you know, you chime in with a little bit of Maniac with the AWP lurking around. I think the T side from G2 on a map like Mirage could be super, super dangerous. Not to forget about the CT side, of course, where they can just lock it all down. So if I'm NIP, sure, I'm happy that I get a second chance on Mirage. But again, realistically speaking, do we really think they stand a chance? Because I don't.
No, we don't. We just want to gather information. We want to learn about this new G2. It's a new map. It's a new day. It's a new life. Here we go.
A new dawn, new day, and we're going to be seeing it to round out the day as we head on into Mirage. Yet another map that we're going to see Maniac gracing the stage, as well as Alexi B on the new side of G2. And we're going to see if they can bring the pain once again to NIP. We're heading to a quick break, but make sure you join us back after that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Final map of the day. A little bit more action between G2 and NIP, and hopefully a little more action than what we got on Inferno. A 16-6 is where these two teams ended in their first showing earlier, but now we're on Mirage. And everybody knows that Mirage is the map of FPL, of FACEIT and whatnot. So this means that surely that's where Maniac has been bred and raised and trained.
In some ways, got to be his best map. I mean, in some ways, like coming to this into this team, you know, the question was when we got to the finals with Na'Vi and G2, if they had pulled off Nuke, could they have won Mirage? It's always been a map that they go to and they love to play. NIP play it as well, but G2 are just so well fortified on CT side right now with Maniac as Auber. I mean, I just would not. I think this is a clear mistake for NIP to go here.
A mistake.
I mean, OG's, OG loved Mirage. That's huge for Alexi. This team is just so, I just can't even imagine NIP winning this map. Like, that's how confident I feel. We haven't even seen this team play. It's, I don't know, man. On paper, I just don't see it. They've just got such a strong lineup. I feel like they've got to be so excited to show people their Mirage right now and just find out exactly how good they are. They probably have to do so little work to actually be good at this map.
Sure, yeah, to kind of get the ball rolling.
They got the pieces, man. It's crazy.
Well, listen, like I think Maniac said it best, right? Nobody on the desk is necessarily expecting that NIP can win this game, but we're here to collect data.
Yeah.
We're here to learn.
And Na'Vi are the best Mirage team in the world right now. And G2 have lost in the past, but
4 now.
They got an upgrade for this map.
Let's see it, man. I've seen a lot of crazy clips coming out of that G2 boot camp from m0NESY on Mirage specifically. Things that you can't even believe.
Yeah, seriously.
With the human eye. But here we go, folks. G2 and the Ninjas in Pajamas for a second time today. We've got Rez tucked away in Cubby.
Oh, it's tricky.
And he starts to exit, but he hasn't been able to find anybody. 2 players over towards the jungle. It's dirty.
Yikes.
Not what you want to see for Rez. That could have been the pistol turned on its head. Instead, he's dead. And we have G2 in a 3v2, trying to pull away. Fuzi back down to the bottom of Connector. Crucial kill versus Hunter, and we get that tap on bomb. Fuzi gonna try to win the jungle duel. Oh, and G2 will close.
Okay, but did Rez get CSGO'd? Did he?
We got to slow it down.
Yeah, we got to zoom it low.
We got to slow it down, hit it with the super zoom.
We got to really zoom that one. There's so many duels here where NIP could actually just win this pistol. So many close ones. And honestly, I felt like Rez was, I felt like he was on him a little bit. But I also felt like that about Nico at the major, and then we got to zoom in on that. I was like, maybe it wasn't. But, we're gonna need some detectives on the case for that one.
Call them in, get the specialists.
Yeah, wow. Well, don't want to really give up a pistol in this match. That's not on this map, not versus this team. That's for sure.
Well, now they have scouts, Launders.
Oh, Plopsky's been doing good.
Yep, Pops Jax, who was the most impactful player.
G2 tweeted out, 47 years old, getting MVP. Gotta love
Jax,
G2.
actually. I've forgotten. Let me go look.
28, I think. 29?
29.
13 years older than m0NESY.
29.
He's a whole human older than m0NESY.
Wow. So. When do you consider a whole human?
Okay. Actually, let's not get into that stuff.
That's a slippery slope.
Get you real fast. Okay. Yeah, he also put Jax put on his Instagram story, just won a match with my son with m0NESY.
I love how Jax is a good guy.
He's embracing it.
Good energy.
Yeah, and that's got to be part of the reason why, it made the difference between him and Almanac, where there were upsides for both of them. That PMA from Jax, I feel like made a world of difference.
Yeah, Jax simply dances better. That's the tell-all.
Yeah.
Rez gonna be stuck inside of the jungle as the lion hunts. m0NESY trying to come up through Connector here. He actually lays his own smoke at the top of it so he can turn his attention back towards Cat. Alexi gets naded off of the bomb site. But Hunter alleviates a bit of pressure here by taking down Rez. Still, no bomb plant, awkwardly enough.
Yeah.
And Happis was trying to stop it, but Nico gives good cover.
I actually love that re-smoke top Connector.
Right? Just let me do my own thing.
Even if he dies, it still smokes so they can plant for it, and he can continue to fight. And that's obviously what gets Hampus to swing the pendulum all the way around to CT spawn.
Even in their loss versus G2 earlier, Hampus, top of the scoreboard. So he's been at the very top for all 3 of the games so far today from the Ninjas.
No, he's been solid, super solid.
All 3?
This is their third. Yeah, well, they beat Big twice and lost once to G2. Yeah.
This is number 4.
So, all right, nice try. Good kills. They get hunted down like dogs.
I like the attempt there, at.CET.
A hungry G2 players. Alexi specifically tried to bait names out and then got it. G2 made such an incredible team this offseason. Full credit to them. Not easy to do in CSGO. Wow, okay. Shout out to Hampus for that one. But it's not easy to do in CSGO. Brutal game to try to grab players. Everyone's so expensive these days. Carlos had to go to Na'Vi of all teams to get a player from them. That is not an easy negotiation. I think most would have given up, honestly. But the fact that he grabbed it, and we've already seen it, render just so many good results already. It's just, yeah, it feels like it's really coming together for them.
Oh, dude, Hampus.
Oh my God.
I like it.
Another
second Deagle kill.
Yeah.
You know, wouldn't be the first round that Hampus has set his team up to win.
That's true.
When they're working with lesser weapons.
Did the interview with James Banks in between games and just said that they're trying to follow up on the Hampus plays a little bit less, but that's causing communication to become a little worse. So they're trying to find a balance between, you know, working off of Hampus's plays because he's going to continue to be himself, but also trying to form a game plan outside of that, not just go on the aggressive lurk information.
Developing. Growing, learning, improving. Things you need to do. Jax hops around inside of the bomb site, topples at.CET as he gets set alight. Jax. You know, I think Jax, me and Anders were having this conversation where like Jax sometimes is like arguably predictable because he's one of these guys, he's like a snowball, you know? Once it starts rolling, he gets his first kill, you know he's gonna go for the second. And then once he gets that second, sometimes, he's gonna push the ball and try to get that third. But I've seen a couple moments where you really see him kind of clenching his teeth and stopping himself. And this was one of those times where he could have run into market, he could have taken that chance, but he didn't, he held off and kept things cool as a cucumber.
I know what you mean. Feels like a ball of electricity.
Yeah. And I think that like his play style, it's one of those people who you talk to him and you can see it coming.
Well, what's good about it is, you know, some people go to wit's end to try to be unpredictable and as versatile as possible. And in CSGO, you've got to be a little versatile. But Jax has always said that he doesn't actually aim to be the best player. He wants to be the best entry fragger. And him knowing himself, I think, is really nice for the roster, especially when they can afford to have a role player, considering now they've got a very, very strong core.
The game begins, Launders. Round 4. Weapons up both sides. Fuzi on the op. Fuzi versus m0NESY. 2 WePlay players. Or WePlay Academy League players.
Right. It's incredible.
Alexi B. Oh, nice timing. Comes up through connector. Somehow got beyond Rez. Hampus gonna be a little upset with that one. Maybe Rez scratching his head and trying to recall the action. But obviously all this damage, dude. G2 just softened up. at.CET burned into the open. Hunter's gonna stop. Oh, Fuzi. Yeah. Crosshair drawn upwards, goes back into the bomb planter, will find him, but post-plant. Man advantage.
They got the mid-rotation coming in as well, and Nico's rerouting to A-ramp, so they'll be focused on both these choke points. Will they forget about Hunter?
m0NESY in the meantime, trying to puff his chest, trying to slow them down. Nico will come in with some impact, trying to draw more attention. Primes Hunter perfectly, the Kovac effect. Excellent pinch between the two. And another round for G2.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So, shout out to Striker. He drove 7 hours yesterday to do an interview with Alexi B to talk about the team coming into the Blast groups and, you know, dispelled a lot of myths and talked about his experience so far. And the quote was that I could tell right away that Nico and Hunter don't need, you know, mid-round micromanagement or whatever. And, you know, that much we knew already. The idea was for him that, you know, he was known for this clip at Blast where he did the mid-round calling in a post-plant where OG weren't communicating as much. But honestly, it was a symptom of the fact that they simply weren't communicating when they should have been.
Sure.
And that's just not going to be true for players this caliber, I guess. I mean, you want to say that they were, obviously, the OG players, totally capable of doing that. But Alexi felt like he had to step in those moments. And it's just not, I don't think he wants to be known for that because that's not something you should try to do. You know, micromanaging actually has a negative connotation, but we use that word a lot, right? But usually it means you're trying to exert so much control that you're stressing yourself.
Yeah.
You know, in a world where you've got players who all can make decisions.
Yep. I think
you've got to have trust too.
Nico at the start of the broadcast alluded to kind of what Alexi's been doing with the players who he didn't mention didn't need micromanagement, right? Sometimes m0NESY maybe in a 2v2, he's not being clear with what utility he has, what he can offer in those situations, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's not controlling m0NESY more so as it is just prompting him to give some info, to set up plays, teamwork, etc.
Yeah, and we've heard m0NESY do some interviews, one with James, and speak some English, and he's played FPL a ton, so we know he's capable. But Alexi said, we'll see when we get to really high-pressure situations, because practice is easy if he's going to feel as comfortable communicating when there's a lot of chaos going on.
Of course.
And of course, that's when speaking your non-native language is the worst, and will probably take some time. But with a team like this, man, you could have a bad day and still win. And that's really, I think, the key for G2. They put together such strong players that if, you know, Discord's drop for 5 minutes, you might not be able to tell.
Well, you know Hunter and Nico, they just, you know, they speak cerebrally, right?
And Serbianly.
Yeah. Fair is fair. 5-0 start here from G2, just getting through these easy rounds versus NIP. Gun round's gonna be coming back at us, but...
Yeah, that's Connor's favorite.
I know that one was specifically for me.
Yeah.
That was like there was like a karate kick in there.
Jump man.
You know?
Damn boys up to something. 5-0 for G2.
Goddamn, bye.
2-0. at.CET on the op and Boozy on the op.
All right. Takes 2 to stop Monacy.
Yeah.
We'll see if that is the case.
Sometimes 3.
Hampus. Oh, creepy crawling down
And
through
Hunter
the
did
underpass.
not stop. That's actually tricky because, you know, sometimes you're just going to run up, then stop, wait for a flash. Hunter just put on his ice skates. Uh-oh. Wow, that was
almost died to
close.
the nade.
Yeah.
Which would have been a great way for the Ninjas to just get back that man advantage. But
That's all a big fake. They get the kill underpass. They know mid control is weak, and now he's smoking off connector and scaring them from peeking window because they could be taking mid. So CTs are left guessing. Plopsky will be the first guy that can press up in the mid if they want to, but G2 moving really good here.
Missed shot.
Up onto the site already.
Oh! Nades go both ways. Alexi dunks it onto at.CET. Jax will fall, but Nico's keeping things sharp. Just wrecks
time.
Dude.
He didn't have time to shoot back. Wow. That was very nice pace from G2.
Yeah.
You know, they took that kill. They moved forward the protocols. Hunter, he was never planning to get out into mid. Just established some of these nades so that no one from the CT side could push back into mid. And the idea is that while that's happening, if there's enough time, NIP could reclaim mid, peek in later. But during that time, they organized the A hit in its totality and got up the A ramp fast. Nothing worse than seeing a team set up a play like this and then just take too long to transition into the actual site hit. They do a good job of making it fast.
On the money. at.CET also missing his first shot as the player came out from...
Oh my god, dude. And Rez is fast too, you know? There's nothing faster than light speed.
Yet.
Except these hands.
Yeah. Catch him. Oh, man. Wow. I have a feeling this team might get really good.
You know, cautiously, Alexi's like, maybe we clear the group, you know?
Yeah.
And now we're just, everyone's getting better, and we'll see the first day is always going to be the roughest, but it's a pretty damn good start already.
Not too shabby.
Yeah. NIP have always had it. I mean, most teams have trouble versus good operas, but NIP, I feel like, get farmed by good operas sometimes because they don't. I feel like, especially on their T sides, they do so many lurk plays. They're like really prone to just, you know, getting killed on walk peaks and stuff, not using a lot of flashbangs. Sometimes they don't full exec enough. So that's the other problem, I think, stylistically coming up against a team like G2. We saw what Monacy did in the Academy League versus teams who didn't flash him properly.
Yep. Right now, Monacy not even needed. Everybody else from G2 stepping up to the plate early.
Yeah, Lexi had a high opening kill success rate versus, I believe, NIP in their last game, the highest on the team. And already doing really well individually in this match, too.
Not to take anything away from the individuals and the firepower of his previous lineup in OG, but imagine being Alexi, you know, a guy who's kind of been praised for what he could do with Ents back in their run to the majors, and then
I think people threw a lot of shade on OG, but people forget they did put together a lineup for basically free.
Yeah.
You know, and they were really confident about keeping players on for a long time, and
they found Montu out of nowhere.
They all got good, you know, with Alexi, and they had some top 2 finishes. They kind of had that aura of, okay, well, they can't finish tournaments. They can never, you know, fully win. But you could argue they did pretty well considering how little investment they actually put into, you know, picking up stars or anything like that.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a less expensive roster than this one. And so with the price tag comes the impact on full display tonight. Plopsky's tucked inside of the corner, gonna go ahead and deal with the IGL of G2. Jax answers. Now it's Hampus back from bench to try and strike some bodies down. It's 3. Nice, clean spray. Thanks to the A1S.
Beautifully done. Jack's like, get out. I'm supposed to go up first.
Yeah, right.
Let me out.
This one just quick, clean, and easy.
Yeah, beautiful spray. A first round here for NIP.
7 rounds deep.
Yeah. And I think another good thing and criticism for Alexi B. So he's really good at snowballing, I feel like. Some of the games got close because I think he leaned so much into aggressive plays that sometimes it would get too messy. But it fits really well with, I think, probably the ethos of this team, where Nexa had a similar calling style.
Okay, well,
I think they definitely like to lean into the aggressive maneuvers.
You know, nobody's perfect, Launders. What doesn't Alexi do well?
Yeah, I think he has trouble more with structures, and like structured game plans across a map and slowing things down when he needs to. And I think that's where the teams can look a little messy. Sometimes you see him make a call in a moment where they have, full utility. They do something fast. And you're like, maybe this is a round where you should have been more composed. That's how I see it. But I also personally believe that a change of scenery, especially for an IGL, can make a world of difference. You learn so much. Sure. You don't bring your baggage from your old team.
Yeah.
You develop a new play style. You quietly improve things with a team that now, fully believes in you and everything like that. And I think the same thing will be said for Nexa as well, coming onto OG.
Fresh start and a restart here in the 3v5. We had Fuzi pick up an opening op kill towards mid, not to mention the B-Apps lurker goes down. Monacy peeking into the counter off, dealing with it. And now it's Rez's chance to show us a little bit of pizzazz, a little fire, a little spice coming in from the Swede. 3 kills at the top of connector, shuts down any hope off of the back of Monacy's solo pick.
Yeah, that's the aggressive push up from Plopsky. The default gets dismantled by him and Fuzi. Rez does the best here at the top of connector. No trades possible. Showing Nico just how fast he is too.
So back-to-back round wins nets them this. Just pistols here for G2. And a CT side that finally has a chance to start. 6-0, really the cursed scoreline today.
Yeah, means nothing. But does it mean they'll lose? I mean, it's only true for Big so far, right?
Yeah. And even then, they still beat Complexity. So, I am really stretching things here. Ooh, damage. Rez dropped to 20 as a tag. Oh, he's been found out. Oh, but he should still be fine. I mean, these players, for the most part, don't even have head armor. They're mincemeat. As long as nobody oversteps the boundary. And sure enough, 3, 4, soon to be 5. All fall trying to come out from Raph. A desperate situation calls for desperate measures, and no result there for G2. 3 in a row for the defense.
Yeah, they were just lacing up the running shoes. They got a kill, run across the site. Overwhelmed, but they can't get that first one to get in. Well handled by Aztag and the crew. And NIP are back in the half. Not firmly, but at least in spirit now. I think they'll be feeling a lot better.
Quick hop down. Uzi. Oh, this is far more aggressive. We've already seen Hunter skate by this angle. Fuzi unscoped and tucked.
Yeah, he's going to believe in this.
Oh!
Okay, let's go.
Let's get it. That's a sick pickup. Timing was perfect.
Yeah, and they win mid. They win mid, and they saw Hunter in this exact position around this timing, getting ready for them to hit A. So this can be the first thing they think about. And G2 are not risking anything by worrying about A in this spot. So another kill from Fuzi. They're correct about the approach. Look how comfortable and confident they're playing now.
Excellent round coming out of the Ninjas. I mean, perfect response to Hunter sliding out from bottom. Fuzi's repositioned just in time.
Yeah, I really wonder if they're going to try to go for mid control again, because that looked awesome.
Not to mention no misses. 2 for 2 on Fuzi's shots.
Yeah.
Rez and Esatag follow up, and Nico left 1v5. Well, would you look at that?
You could tell they ran that, set tactic out of spawn, leading with Hunter into underpass. Now, typically when you build the strat book, you have a situation like this, you get called out for one player. When you do this strat the next time, you could have Hunter go underpass to throw the same set nades, but then you come out mid late and you try to take it up cat, or you're hitting B the entire time where it's way less likely the CTs are going to push upper B like a number of times and a half. So there's still ideas here that G2 can work off of just because that gets called out. Doesn't mean the most, but what's good for Ninjas is that they didn't overthink that. They saw that, okay, Hunter's here. We've seen this lead to A before. Let's go ahead, jump on A really quickly, and they're just right about it. And there's no punish there from G2 to make them look stupid or foolish.
What's this?
Wow.
5. Channel 5.
Andrew Callahan?
Breaking news with Andrew Callahan. Damn, nice shots. Nice couple of shots. Good read, as you said, just the read, the mid-round, the decisions, it's all clean. That's a very clean round from him. That's the kind of round I see, and I'm like, oh, maybe there is a chance. At the very least, at a solid CT side. You know, there's ideas flowing and decisions being made and changes being made. It's not like we're watching Nip just try to do the same old thing and keeping this stale and just trying to hold back versus this crazy impressive individual level. We've got moves and they work.
Yeah. Now, if I'm G2, I think, you know, I think on paper that T should be able to win mid at a certain point in the round. So if I see that all the success is coming basically from their mid presence on the CT side, I'm establishing mid either quickly or late, but they don't actually have very good guns here to do that. But they could call that tack just to see what they can do next round. Maybe call something quick for this one as well. But I think trying to come in to get NIP off of mid first, I think would open them up to some of the ways they've won the rounds previously. Too young to have a Glock Dragon tattoo.
Yeah, that's
not from his era.
Nah, definitely. Yeah. He hit the thrift store.
Yeah.
Arguably not even old enough to get tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Fuzi has a tattoo of a millipede on his forearm.
He's got some cool tattoos, actually.
Yeah, good aesthetic.
But I wouldn't want to look at a millipede every day.
I know, yeah.
But then I do cast with you.
Excuse me.
Life isn't perfect.
Listen, I've been called a lot of things in my life. Sometimes warranted, sometimes not. Never a millipede. That solo AK on Nico. That's the one threat here. And it's the third in this B hit. Plopsky, easy pickup on the first, but Nico will find that impact. Bomb dropped in the open, 20 seconds. Only 15 to spare with the bomb plant needed, but patience nearly pays off. This hit doesn't pan out. Rez rotates in time, and Alexi B, all that's left over here. Maybe save the AK. No, brother, die. Die, die. As we do have Nip on fire.
And I think the obvious next move as well, because Nip, I've seen the success in mid, is to now switch the game plan to extremities. So we'll see if, I don't know, if they go 2 levels deep or they just go with what is the most pragmatic based on what they've seen in the last couple of successful rifle rounds and perform some kind of attack on mid. But I think this would be a great time for, you know, Plopsky to make his upper B push play or for them to try to find some compensation inside of Palace early. But it looks like G2 are actually taking to the A ramp really fast. And Ninjas have eyes on mid, and they don't see anything right now. So rotations are coming over towards A. There's 3 here. Have no one inside the site.
Oh, quick, but not fast enough. Jax falls to the flailing Essa tag. Fuzi's ready for his chance to shine here, but smoke's all over the place. Modesty gonna get dropped by the smoke spam. He's trying to get nullified in this game. Currently 2 and 9. Essa tag pushes past Ticket. And he's gonna challenge because Plopsky takes his place. So this trickle-in effect is working well for the Ninjas. They're looking to tie this game with 6 rounds straight.
That was weird because Esatag goes flying out from the Ticket, and Jax has an opportunity to kill him.
Yep.
Esatag almost kills him before he hits the ground with his M4 or his AK or whatever it was. But that would have changed it up. Esatag ended up getting 2 kills there.
Is now leading the side of the Ninjas in Pajamas. What has happened, Launders? 6 rounds straight from the Ninjas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of set and quick moves from G2. And I think another situation where I'm like, I personally see that, like, you know, they can win any number of ways, but I think a default would actually be really solid. But once upon a time, Alexi B was criticized for killing too many defaults.
You wouldn't want to be a hypocrite.
Yeah. Or just feed into that. But there was a real opportunity here.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, sometimes that kill feed, man, it gets you. It says it's through the smoke, but...
The other problem with mid, especially the CT is going to hold the line all the way to the top of mid, is that now you've got 2 rotators fast to A. You know, nothing slowing them down whatsoever.
Should be G2 to be lickety-split in this one. Mac 10 for Alexi B, Tech 9s, Deagle's in the mix. And that SMG's just floating here on the other side of smoke. Rez better be cautious. He hears it for sure. That's going to draw Happus into the gunfire. Oh, dude, Happus falling for that one. Being held by bench, he dies. And then we get players from G2 coming out from underground. So heavy emphasis here towards middle off of the back of what was initially just a Mac 10.
One thing's got to cross their mind. I mean, there is a gun up on Cat, but the problem is they don't have any smokes to get it safely.
I tried to praise Fuzi for his combat opping. We'll see if he can stop this threat.
Oh, they're trying to move this to get into window.
Dinked and not yet dead. at.CET has to tuck. They are able to get up catwalk. They are able to grab that AK-47. And even better yet, they're able to walk away with it. Sure enough, at.CET's position known. Dropped to 44. But Fuzi still alive and kicking, catching Hunter as he does try to attempt the cross through murder. m0NESY, ooh, this could be one of those moments. This could be one of those rounds. 2 Deagle kills already, looking to put out the fire on the Ninja's side, but we do have Fuzi already close towards Ticket. In the corner, Beretta's out.
Academy versus Academy.
Deagle swap.
Oh, is he?
Gonna go for the plant. Fuzi peeks and ends him.
No plan as well.
Done.
NIP talent.
NIP talent, yeah. Young ninjas.
Young ninjas. Nice couple of shots. Consolation prizes. Tag timeout would be called. And again, we're seeing a lot of set stuff. You know?
What you doing over there, Xtaz?
But I think they have room to take time. Oh yeah, Alexi also said for Xtaz that he's got a lot of authority on the team. Like when he said when he speaks, people listen.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I like that. But they're keeping him behind a curtain.
Alexi has that same aura as well. It's kind of like a glaive, like a natural leader.
Yeah.
In that sense, but yeah, Xtaz is the other big pickup that we haven't talked too much about.
It's just going to be really cool to see Xtaz with a new group of players to work with, right?
Yeah.
Because he's one of those coaches where we're like, well, he must be doing a great job. All of his players tend to praise him. He's the guy who kind of implemented the 6-man system with Vitality, which was the most successful. And yeah, now new project. So, you know, really only replaceable by Zonic. And if you get replaced by Zonic, you can't be too mad.
Yeah, that's like the one guy right there.
at.CET opens up, Rez with one as well. This is just nothing but the ninjas in pajamas, round after round, gunning for that 8th consecutive. Shooting to win this half. Happus gonna hear that hop up. Hunter taken to 22, frag beyond, but Rez lands it. The double nade.
m0NESY's not got a ton of traction so far in this half.
Nope.
T-side presence hasn't really been there as much. Got that, you know, a couple of Deagle calls in that last round.
I feel bad because I mentioned the 6-0 start and how that's bad luck.
You did, yeah.
And
you've just been a prophet today, haven't you?
Here we are. I told you, third eye's open. You know, I see the truth.
See if G2 had as many edibles as you did.
The world's not flat, but it is hollow.
Okay.
There's an octopus in there. Something like that. See the peek from Plopsky, perfectly timed. Alexi B, so concerned with the catwalk play, but let's go, m0NESY. 1v3, you know, sprinkle in a little bit of magic. Show us what all the hype's about. And he shoots him in the foot.
Harder than the head, though.
Right?
Which makes it even more impressive somehow.
Somehow. But
the top?
That sounds like copium.
I am the guy who picked complexity.
Actually, that shot was hard. Yeah. No, sir. Opening from at.CET, Rez as well off of the stairs. Tries to get that fadeaway second frag. The second nade.
Beautiful.
2 go in. No one goes out. Unbelievable scenes.
They got,
NIP, this is impressive.
Yeah.
8 rounds straight, gunning for that 9th.
Yeah, they tried to be tricky about that, made it look like it was some kind of A hit and then ran to mid, but only their mid half of the attack was successful and they lost 2 pieces in the process. Here, another opening kill in jeopardy. Rez gets off, and at.CET actually pops off.
Right goes deep. Oh my God! Rez jumps into it, they line up. Oh, there's still a chance for the Ninjas to recover this one. I mean, it's not Swedish CS without a little trololol. And at.CET looking for that gap, just a smidgen of an angle. I feel like he knows there's 2 players here as well. Which way to look? He slaps down Nico and the second. at.CET's an opper. And it falls on Maniac.CET yet again. 10 health to his name. A 1v3 and teammate slain. Doesn't have the bomb, but he does have time. But time comes for us all, Launders. And unfortunately, with this little HP, Maniac.CET just gonna get shut down. The Ninjas in pajamas with a 9-6 half after a 6-0 start. We call that the run back. Swedish CS in full force.
With a new year comes new content from Blast and Betway. For the Blast Spring groups, we've got something special coming your way. The free-for-all Fiesta. 3 groups of 4 players will fight it out in our factory new free-for-all arena. But there's a twist. Weapons will change every 20 seconds. The player with the highest number of kills will be crowned the winner. Make sure to stay tuned on the Blast Premier stream to see your favorite pros go head-to-head.
Well, tickle me pink. What a comeback. What a turnaround. What an absolute showing here from NIP.
Nib. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they dealt with the problem. They got onto the mid control. They started getting kills. They owned in the default. But we didn't get a response from G2. I feel like that was the disappointing part. Kind of more set stuff, and it failed. They tried some different set stuff, but all the usual choke points, and I feel like that's where NIP were very comfortable. So, yeah, I mean, I really didn't think NIP had a chance in this game. Just Mirage just felt like one that was just going to be a homer, like for their map pool. But this is super solid showing from NIP, especially coming off a couple games versus Big where, you know, even in an interview with James, Plopsy said, yeah, things are a little shaky right now, despite us winning. But everybody's getting better as the matches roll on.
It's crazy as well. 6 rounds into the game, I feel like all of those expectations of this being a home run was still all there. Like everything was going as we kind of expected. And then upside downtown. Let's see what's next. Flash around the catwalk. Hunter going to be tucked in. We've got lots of bodies on this B site, but Alexi's only able to deliver 1 kill. Oh, but they line up for Hunter. That's easy. Another player falling from the apartments into the bear trap. Set on Cat. Is it easy for Esatag in a 1v4? No bomb control, but at least an isolated 1 versus 1 to start.
Yeah.
Just jacks up close and personal, so this shouldn't be the hard part.
Man,
that comes next.
Everyone was fragging on NIP in that first half, and Esatag was really leading in a lot of ways, being that A anchor for most of the game.
Then he threw that nade at Rez.
That was funny too.
Yep.
But that's just 1 more kill, right?
Technically. Hides behind the cash register.
To be honest, most of the time you're not supposed to jump Tetris. You know, you only do that in the
That's
FUD.
true. Yep.
So.
That's true.
That's true.
This one works out well for Hunter.
Yeah.
They come to him.
This next shot's pretty good too.
Ooh, crisp.
It's in the air. Oh.
Nice tracking. And that one's that. So G2 starting the second half just as well as the first. For now.
Alexi said the thing that, oh, we win the pistol, we convert the second, you know. That's how we win the best of ones.
Left foot, right foot.
Yeah. Puck in the back of the net.
Play your own game.
Ball in the end zone.
Shuttlecock over the net.
Yeah.
That's badminton for you. A real gentleman's sport.
Until you watch it at a pro level. Those guys are crazy.
Smoke meets the mid, so no pop yet here from the Ninjas. Ooh, dangerous game to play. Alexi putting his head on a platter. Nico's hungry.
So Alexi's taken over. Well, Almanac was playing B. So Alexi's playing in this spot, and Jack's fortifying the A side.
Nico and Connector as always.
And this is stuff that NIP are learning as well, because they don't know the spots that G2 are going to play and how they'll play it. So there's a big advantage for G2 in all of these games, actually. Much unknown.
Deep lean on the A site with Jax moving forward into Palace, so starting to carve out control and information. Alexi continuing to jump here, sees it again. But it's the 4-man train up Cat that could be dangerous. They die empty-handed. It's got to be Nico to deliver something spectacular. He's looking for the angles, trying to keep them off of the guns, but they jump across over towards bench already. Nico, oh, it's labored, and he goes down. A single kill to his name. Check out the damage. So much done for these last 2 players of G2 that they just need to barely push it over the line. Monacy down to 24. Everybody's lit. Jax, in fact, with the most amount of HP, but it's still not that much. And Bomb beyond the halfway point. These T's doing a good job of just keeping themselves in cover. Jax gonna find the headshot, trying to push in. The pressure's on Happus. Bomb tap twice. Oh, and the Deagle lineup from the IGL of the Swedes to close.
Sir. That's beautiful. And they were so convinced, eyes glued on the bench, knowing that he was behind there, but he actually moved out quietly and set up a play like that to be possible. I mean, it was beautiful because he got the collab, but even if he got one, he had pretty much won the round already. Another great move from the IGL in this series, and a round stolen away. And this comes down to, they have a setup waiting for Cat and jump spotting upper B, but
like
neither of them get
devil.
a kill. Yeah.
I feel like that's Jax's spirit animal. Nice nade. You take those. So a real wrench in the works here as G2 win pistol only to lose the following round. Can they do what was done to them with Deagles into Scout? We'll see. But Monacy's not over towards Ticket at the start of this one. Already starting to kind of rotate round. Back and forth he goes.
Well, that helps.
Yeah. Caught inside of the ladder room. Fuzi, though, he will take damage.
Uh-oh.
Pushed back on ramp, and then the creeping crawl from Alexi B gets called out by Plopsky. Man advantage held onto to the ninjas, but just
swinging
by the skin of Fuzi's teeth.
Yeah, it looks like they're swinging correctly here. I mean, Hampus taking heat up in the B halls. Knowing what they know, they at least took down one of the B players for certain. Actually, they know it was both, so it's just that on pistols, you can't be positive. But it looks like the read is absolutely correct here. There's not going to be an over-rotation from the CT side. B site wide open, ready for the plant. It'll be tough for the CTs to get back in. Oh, wow.
That's nice.
Holy, that was a headshot.
Yeah, you take those. That kind of like puts it back. Even though you know you're late, kind of puts it within the realm of possibility. But Hampus going to play that AK up close and personal. Sticks it to Jax and Monacy. And then we are left with Nico, who did get a nasty little 1D at the start of this one. But how much more can we ask of him here? He's going to piece together the picture. Grabs a Galil on top of that. Plopsky paying it patient. But Nico predicts the spot perfectly. Ooh, but then goes ahead and walks into Hampus's crosshair. Despite having heard that player is moving,
yeah,
he's down for the count. So Ninjas back to success.
Still looking for the third guy.
Yeah.
Beautiful moves from Hampus this round. Oh, almost getting to see those. That millipede tattoo.
Look at this thing. Crack of a whip.
Nuts. Gave him a second try. It's dangerous. And a clean 11th. Game getting scary here for G2.
Yep.
Of course, I mean, CT side might be nice, but they lost the second. They lost the second round.
Bro, they've won 1 out of the last 12 rounds.
Yeah, that's. I want to say bad, but everyone knows that.
Yeah, don't be obvious.
7-Eleven was a part-time job.
Nobody here. Knock, knock. Bomb site empty. So. Oh! That hurts.
You know, they'll take as many of those. They're playing so well. They'll take as many of those Deagles as you got. Okay, maybe only a couple more.
Now, of course, bodies lining up deep in CT spawn. Fuzi close with the MP9, making money. Fat stacks as he cashes in on the CT kills and leaves Alexi B all alone.
You know, the plan was to have Fuzi come out for Chiquino to come in. But it's an awkward situation because at the same they need to fill their academy level roster with an Opera as well, so that would make sense. But they always, I guess, have the option to kind of work with either player.
Sure.
So it's a weird spot. But I thought it was strange to, you know, have the forward goal of having Chiquino come on after Fuzi to only switch him back out after, you know, Fuzi will spend more time with the team, learn more about how the team plays, and Chiquino has to learn from square one. But I could also understand that, you know, Chiquino wouldn't agree to come and play on the team if his only chance was to play on the academy roster.
Yeah.
So that's a weird spot.
Chiquino actually went to the same, excuse me, not Chiquino, Fuzi went to the same high school as LNZ. They went to the same Swedish esports school.
It works.
I mean,
it's working.
It's here. One of them's got a sticker.
They're going to start putting them in the textbooks, right? I mean,
yeah, they must, right?
It's got to be their crowning achievement so far. Well, a decent start damage-wise as Hampus is nice and low. You got to keep that guy low. And you got to make sure you know where he is. The second part's harder than the first. I mean, HP doesn't always matter that much for him either.
No, he plays with 100 health at all times.
Yeah. Mentally 100 HP. The Sean O'Malley.
Yeah. Oh, my leg's broken? Yeah, I'll just keep going. It's the sugar show. But not so sweet is this position from G2. Down 5 rounds. Having not won any. More than 1 in the last 13, dude. That is dire. Low utility as well here.
Oh, he's quick.
And at.CET phases the smoke. Just as the ninjas put a smoke down at the top of connector, they get that opening. They crack the whip, they get the kill, they put a smoke down, cool it off, find another frag coming in from Catwalk. Hampus lurks out from Palace as if he has 100 health. And we have an A site wide open for the taking. Mwah.
That was also absolutely textbook.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, every follow-up kill made so much sense as well. You know, it's almost a spot there where you're like, okay, Jax no longer has a really strong position. I call that spot Dennis. I don't know what people call it anymore, but it's a nice angle when you're, you know, fighting versus default. It's kind of like tucked in, so it's hard to see versus Palace, but it's not scary for Hampus after his teammates just get those kills in mid for him to peek out that wide. So, you know, Jax spots get compromised, and the refrag from window as well, even throw a flash over from CT, so they had an idea of where Jax was playing. Everything was just too obvious after the first kill from NIP. I am shocked that at.CET won that reaction time battle versus m0NESY, because that's another thing that we saw from him coming out of the Academy League. Especially in those duels, he was always the faster person, but at.CET has the benefit of course, sitting inside the smoke and phasing it.
Knocked out. Cold.
Nice and careful here from Hampus. Ooh, not many more chances here to play for G2.
Nico looking scrambled. What the hell are we supposed to do against this?
Yeah.
at.CET top of the scoreboard for the Ninjas. The honorary Swede. But it is everybody on this T side pulling their weight.
Definitely.
Everyone.
And CT side, they all had above 10 kills.
We get the A1S boosted here on the bottom of Underpass.
Uh-oh.
What?
I think they just spammed the cat smoke. Oh, maybe they saw him. I don't know.
Yeah, that looks... That's a lot of commitment for a hunch.
They're in a bad spot right now.
Oh, but the fact that they have the 2 A1Ss down here kind of like takes away a bit of pressure. They just need to like hold this off. I feel like they know the attack is coming. They know they're trying to be dug out of this trench. And somehow, between Alexi and Hunter, they're able to get all the kills they need. They were stranded.
Look at this. There's 3 players in Underpass right now, and they're just winning their duels. There's 2 players left from Ninjas. If you're Plopsky, you're just so mad.
Of all the rounds that you've just lost, this is the one you win.
And they've reboost.
A play that feels like it needs the element of surprise. They lose that sneak effect.
Absolutely.
And yet still pull this one off.
And they are so scared to leave this spot, but they don't really have to at the same time.
Okay, folks. Well, that's that.
Yeah. Somehow it's still not a great sign for G2. It's just funny. But they'll take it, man.
Yeah, it's a lifeline.
Saves away 14, yeah.
Yep. And you do it when you still, you know, had a bunch of money building up, so...
And now they have enough space to get organized again. They push through into upper B. They do 2 things. They have cleared out upper. They can now rotate through spawn. And NIP have totally lost track of them.
And Alexi finds nice timing.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, but Rez will find the kill. Now, there are still 2 weapons, and there's no time, so I'm not going to get excited at all. It's over.
Yeah.
But I am excited for G2 because they have no business pulling this one off. I want to see them kind of get back to that winning way.
That was really a clown car down here.
Yeah.
You, as a CT, you know, this is where you're going to feel the most insecure in a spot like this. Plays like this are great, and they are very strong versus cat plays or any kind of defaults towards mid. But once you all get spotted and have no way to even rotate out, that's when you're like
ready to
concede, yeah. But Hunter holds that hard line on both those engagements, probably doesn't have the advantage. Instant first bullet headshot, so.
Sometimes you just got to deliver. And that's what G2 give us in round 21. Now the 22nd comes at us hot, guns on both sides.
Whoa. This is really, I mean, they coming out of Underpass. They're going to spot this. Surely, yeah, that's free. Hunter goes down. No idea that there could be a timing and window. And Boozy gets killed. Oh my god, everyone's falling like dominoes.
It's instantaneous.
What just happened?
Everybody died.
How could they not be aware that that there could have been an Underpass hit there, or players? Wow.
I'm shocked.
They were mesmerized.
Hypnotized.
That's inexplicable.
That's just shocking.
That's
that
great,
happens
but
so fast. They lose every fight on every front in a matter of mere seconds.
Happens again. Yeah.
Players caught looking the wrong direction.
It's weird. Something could have covered. You know, even if they didn't cover it, I'm more surprised that Hunter's still there. You know, eyes glued to the top of mid instead of peeling back a bit or whatever. Unless he has a teammate watching the underpass push or putting some pressure on underpass, holding a molly for underpass, smoking it, something like that first. No idea what the comms were like in that spot.
Lexi moves forward, but... Uh-oh. Ah! Oh! And he's dead. Alexi's not laughing.
We will take those. That's funny.
Oi.
He really didn't have to no-scope either. Oh my, you went through 3 no-scopes.
Third time's the charm, as they say.
Wow.
Right at the last second as well.
Oh.
He almost got away with that.
He had the edge of coming off of cycle since he didn't scope, right? He shaved a little bit of time off every attempt.
That's math.
That was really a Russell Westbrook moment right there. Just keep shooting.
What a stunning performance out of the Ninjas.
Yeah.
Just so sharp, man. The plays have been sick. The calls have been clean. The shots are crisp.
Yeah, and the two-way team as well. The fact that the T side's already looking better.
Yeah.
Even if they called themselves shaky from those last couple of matches, their T sides were also formidable. So the fact that they're doing it again, and probably I thought T side I wasn't super sure for G2 with them with the new lineup. I thought CT
it's
side
a formative period still.
Yeah, but CT side I thought it was just plug in.
Should have been sick.
Super simple, but
we kind of had this conversation at a round table on Media Day where it's like talking about teams that kept the same rosters, Na'Vi, Gambit. Ninjas kind of are the same roster. This uncertainty around the 5th piece and Device not coming back, but this is a team that's got practice in. They've got LAN events under their belt as this exact 5. So we've got to put them in that list, right? That's playtime under their belt. But still, I mean, inexplicably out of nowhere after those first 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Because as you're saying, our expectations were that the CT side would be plug and play. And that's what we got.
Yeah.
We were going down the par for the course, and then the cart flipped. The alligators out of the, I don't know. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the Ninjas have been this dominant. And then the second half starts, they win pistol, and no, it all gets stripped away.
Yeah.
And G2 really just seemed to me now like they can't get their feet underneath them. When it rains, it pours.
Yeah, those rounds require a second look, right? I mean, the way that everyone died at the same time, you couldn't even have time to switch up and look at the different players who were going down, but everything moved like butter.
Yeah, this one's torrential.
Yeah. It's the kind of rain that hurts. They ain't got no umbrella. Rihanna's nowhere to be found.
15, man, secured. And so many map and match points. What a sweet, delicious serving of revenge that the Ninjas have been able to pull off.
I'm so happy to see this round. A third attempt, right in the last round where they have full guns and everything.
Yep.
And we just saw NIP dumpster their last 2 rifle rounds. What are they going to change? How's it going to be different?
We started this series by saying that maybe Mirage was a mistake. And oh, how we were mistaken. Up until now. A little bit of spice here for the G2 esports side. Some success. Completely shutting down ramp in its entirety. Minus at.CET, who still sticks around. Waiting for Fuzi to go elsewhere. Bomb and spawn. They're looking for damage here, but this is a win from G2 by the looks of things, unless they really, really throw.
Not a single player is positive scoreline-wise on G2.
Not even Nico.
Not even a single player is negative on the Ninjas. And that does reflect coming out of the first half. Everyone was contributing. Connor's shaking his head.
I am. I'm
absolute scenes. Well, that's a clean one. And I feel like opening kills has been a dominant stat in the favor of NIP, where especially in like a lot of their mid takes in the first half and in the second half, where they've killed Monacy top connector or just found that first duel Hunter on Cat. That was so strange still. That's been working for them. But bigger picture, still 6 rounds for G2 to get back into it. Call those rounds uncharacteristic if you wanted to. I'm sure G2 would say the same. And I'm sure NIP are going to take every single round as seriously as the last. Because again, they can make a lot of mistakes, but they still have such fierce players on this roster. When you look at NIP, you know, they didn't have a single player in the top 20, whereas G2 have a Nico and Hunter both in the top 12. Plus the prospects.
You know, we've seen one map of Mirage from this exact 5-man core of NIP. 16-14 win over top of Astralis. That's it. Now here they are. So far, I would say dismantling G2, right? Because that 6-0 lead, you look at the scoreline, you're like, well, that's not that far away, but no, remember the context. 6-0 to 9-15. Smashing, but still a little chance here. There's enough time to fail. Rez answers after 2 kills come through from Jax. We get this ace stack out of the defense. A couple of bodies still in position and some hesitant rotates as well in the off chance that there are some mid plays. But that is not the case. Fuzi, Esatag both on ramp. Smokes begin to fade and the threat of a peek is high. There's nobody there. It's m0NESY Deep Palace, Nico on site. And 2 rotators with some distance to cover. Fuzi's figuring this one out. Oh, but Nico's just not giving him that kill. Oh, and then right through the top of the box.
Wasn't even a peek yet.
Disgusting. Nico lands it, Esatag reveals himself and will cut down 1, but with the bomb on his back in 40 seconds, he's got time to make moves.
It's so annoying. That was free for the offer.
But that's what happens when an Academy Opper has to hold the number 3 player in the world.
True.
That's what you get, kid.
m0NESY is going to get... Is he going to get spotted? Oh, okay, he's going to back against this wall, but he has been spotted here. Oh, Esatag, all I could think about the knife.
But the CT's so close.
And he actually could win this round. I mean, it's unlikely, but okay. Lexi will take him out. Double digits.
At the least.
But their hands aren't clean. All right, they have not made up for the way they've lost some of these early rounds in this half. And the disappointing fact they started 6-0 and just got clean for the rest of the first half. Those are bad signs. I always want to give bonus points to the teams that adapt and win later in a half, because I feel like, you know, the earlier ones are easier with so little data. And NIP figured out their opponent. What the hell?
Yeah. You qualify first, you win first.
Yeah.
Not nearly as impressive from coming from the back of the pack.
So, you know, starting now to see some upside here for G2, but not nearly enough to say, well, NIP aren't simply going to trip over the finish line now, because they won so dominantly in a couple of those rifle rounds. You can't help but feel like that's going to come again.
It feels like an inevitability. But never count your chickens before they hatch.
And you owned a farm, so.
I did. Well, I didn't own it, but I grew up on it.
Right. You had shares.
E-I-E-I-O. Cooled off by the smoke. We've got that solo AK. Don't forget, it needs to be Hampus in terms of the firepower. Good flashbangs here. Dealing with the rotators. Oh, but Jax, again, back-to-back rounds where he's able to get 2 quick kills as they attempt their exits.
What?
There goes the AK of Hampus, falls into the hands of Fuzi. He will find 1, but he's at half health just because of all the utility damage flying in on him. Fake plant, ambitious. Loses as he gets swarmed by those remaining CTs. Jax knows he did a good enough job to prime his teammates for the taking, and now here we are, 1 step closer for the G2, 15-15.
47 years old.
Can you believe it?
And looking so damn limber.
Yeah.
An absolute specimen. 4 rounds to go. Hampus has a deagle in his hand, so it's still not an amazing buy here for Ninjas. But enough to win the round, especially, again, in the way that they did it before. They didn't even lose a player on a couple of these rifles. So let's see. Oh, Rez starts it off hot.
Yep.
That's a cap player down, and look, there's some emphasis towards the B side of the map. The bomb is still at the top of mid, so they clearly haven't made a plan just yet, but They might be following up on this quick one from
good
Odyssey.
recovery.
He's in and out.
Yep, 4v4 snatched back. But I feel like Hampus is low-key one of those really good Deagle players. If I'm Alexi, I stay on high alert. Okay, but maybe with 49 HP, he is...
It can also get him in a AK, actually, but he's kind of far from it.
Mm-hmm. And if he gives up this position, then threat of a B-Apps push when they do have this cat train coming.
We saw this exact call before, and it worked out beautifully, right? Off the second round of this half.
They lose Plopsky.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Monacy peeks into it. Good repositioning from him. He's feeling omnipresent at the moment. Alexi calling the rotate well. But we do have Fuzi trying to carve a path into this A site because Jax had gone into this expedition to the T-spawn. A flash around on CT actually blinds Fuzi, so that's not comfortable. They'll go for a second chance. This draws Jax back into the action. He strikes the perfect moment, taking off at.CET's head. We've got Fuzi in another clutch, and he falls short. G2 on the comeback.
Yeah, they're getting the crust out of their eyes now, and they're only 3 rounds away from getting... That's a good thing.
No, dude, crusty eyes are not a good thing.
Well, yeah, that's right. Getting it out is a good thing.
Ugh, but it's still gross.
And then you put it in your mouth.
Oh, God, stop. Dude, what is wrong with you, man?
I wouldn't have said anything if you didn't squirm.
Oh, my God, dude. Go chew on ginger.
One of my favorite hobbies. Jax is so quick.
Yep, nice and sharp.
Yeah, an amazing match and day for him. But still, Nip's game to lose, I want to say. They don't have guns on this one, however.
Yeah, gonna have to take one on the chin. Hold off.
And that pair of rifle rounds is such an enigma. I really want to take another look at it. Never seen so many things go wrong all at once.
Nico looking for it. But Ninja's very much tucked here. at.CET and Fuzi both they found a safe spot. You can throw utility at us, wound us, soften us up. But unless the CT comes digging, they're going to hang on to this. Very much rooted into the bottom of mid.
Now again, we saw an idea, and I love the way that Nip are playing this T-side out really slowly. I feel like that's making G2 as uncomfortable as possible. They're also taking over mid without losing any players. And the last time they put pressure on B where there wasn't a rotation like Monacy's, it was a problem for G2. They lost both duels between Alexi and Hunter, and it feels like they're playing in a similar way. So it looks like the call is going to lead them in that direction. 25 seconds, and the hit will come on strong. And look at the rotations, man. They're pretty slow. There's not even a person outside of the window to come in quickly.
It's got to be Alexi and Hunter. And Alexi's already dropped to half health. Hunter, good lineup. And Alexi's still able to deliver a solo kill. He tucks into the van, where he will hang on with ease, it seems, unless Fuzi just throws a total wrench into the works. Not going to happen. Every once in a while, you see the starting of something special.
Yeah.
But, you know, 1vX, good luck.
And the calling has been good. No, I think it's a pragmatic idea from Hampus, and it's got them the space they needed. But it was crazy that they won the first time around, you know, with Hunter and Alexi ready for this kind of hit, and both not winning their duel. So can we be surprised that they win this time? You know, not really.
Alexi playing B site on Inferno with Nico, and playing B site with Hunter on Mirage. It seems like he's got a taste of that Kovac factor.
He was teaching him finish.
And he wants in. So, oh, this is fun. Monacy hunting. Bullets zinging by. Decent nade damage there versus Rez and Fuzi. They'll be softened for the M4s to topple them easily. G2 Esports, that logo looks good on fire.
There's NIP leveraging this opening duel time and time again, and now G2 are just playing a little bit more timidly around mid. Hunter's not pushing off of Cat. Nico, Monacy not in connector and window ready to attack. Instead, they're going for a more passive approach, and it seems to be starving NIP out, you know, sufficiently. So with that in mind, how do NIP take it to the next level?
Gotta kick it into that extra overdrive. Just break through. You know, you did all the hard work already. Just one more. You don't need to find a solution that'll work consistently. You just need a solution to one of these rounds.
If you got gimmicks,
now.
bring them in now.
Yeah. Within the next 40 seconds, they're going to have to decide. Flash prime for the cat peek. Plopsky going to stick around inside connector. We've got 3 bodies leaning towards this A site. It's going to be a repeat. 2 players under pressure within B. Alexi burned to 66. Hunter's gone unchecked. He's gone unchecked. 2 players line up. Easy pickups from Hunter. 20 seconds. Jax catches Plopsky on the other side of the map. And G2 gunning for 14. But Fuzi yet again alleviates the pressure. And he's going to try to tuck himself back towards Van. They've got the post plant. It works. But can they hang on? It needs to be Fuzi. 45 health denied. And G2 keep on coming.
Oh, the floodgates came open, man. Hunter, what a move from him. I mean, that was so exquisite. The way that he took the first 2 duels and then baited a shot out from the player on Get Right, but made him uncomfortable, then made space into B-halls. But as you brought it up, Fuzi taking him down, making that post plant possible, even though it was 2v3. But this is where, you know, they flooded out of the window, feeling the pressure. And m0NESY delivered. Hunt and Nico complimented his kill as well. That was very, very close from NIP. And I like that they're taking over mid now that G2 are conceding it. And that's putting a lot of pressure on the rotations. And they've always been slower towards B. Again, it's still another great call from NIP. But they are coming forward to close the round. And now it's the last chance before overtime.
Oh, man. Oh, they did all the heavy lifting. They were just stretching it out.
Yeah. You know, even though we're up to, I think, 7 rounds in a row, 1 for G2, I still feel like NIP are trying their hardest and bringing these rounds closer and collecting data as they go and using it, you know, appropriately based on what we've seen. So I would be worried about G2 copying and placing a setup like that where they're giving up mid control. NIP are taking it to the last few seconds, but using every bit of space that's given to them.
Yes. And getting that one like closer and closer, you know, if not by inches, just almost there in that last round. If it wasn't for Hunter's bag of tricks. Round 30. Pressure at an all-time high. G2, they know they can get this last one.
G2 relatively unwilling to push in extremity. Oh, that's a good tag. I mean, it actually messes the smoke up completely. Yeah.
If that hits Nico, they find him and they kill him. That's one thing, but m0NESY scoped in over top. He gets tagged. at.CET takes that fight.
Uh-oh, that's going to get interrupted as well.
Twice. 2 times. The top connector smoke's been messed with.
I mean, surely they know that the idea was to try to take over Cat this time, but G2 are not really moving a muscle, and Nico feels like he needs to watch for the window push, but it's B again.
Oh, it's the same situation, but a variation. Oh, Hunter gets snapped down by Rez. Alexi's already been able to kill 1, but there's still 4 players here. Is it his chance to multi-kill? He goes for 2. And a smoke comes down. Nico already in position, jumps out from window, 3v3, bomb down, and he skulks forward ever closer. Plopsky on the box is dead. Nico, now known to be close, dropped to 15 health. It needs to be Hampus and at.CET. Now just at.CET, 3 players to take, and G2 run it back. 8 rounds straight for OT.
Dude, Hunter is amazing. So much subversive pressure there. Peeking in one position, sneaking out through the window, knowing that there's an opening, but not overextending, not committing to an engagement, tagging someone here, letting his teammates know, hitting somebody else, getting a kill. They could not deal with him. And even if one half of the site has died on B, he's always been there to pick it up. It's another round where NIP, they get forward with the game plan, and here they try their hardest to get eyes off of connector with their smokes, and they have to use way more utility than they're comfortable with. But they still get away with getting up Cat, and there are only 2 players from G2 on that site.
Again.
It's the right call. They got him back in there.
3 rounds in a row that we see NIP attack that site, and G2, they add no other players. Is that crazy? To not throw a 3rd man in, to not have a closer rotation? It worked. It worked, if not by the skin of their teeth. They pulled it off again, and OT is upon us.
But now it's scary for NIP, you know what I mean? Now that the rest of the half is gone and G2 have won 8 or 9 rounds in a row to get to this point. The ball is in their court completely. And the confidence too. But it looks like Window's been taken over at a great timing, and Nico's about to reload. Hunter, Hampus is making his way into spawn. This is a trademark play from him. You usually see it sometime in the half. He saved it for overtime in this spot. Another attack on B is coming.
And this time, Hampus, he is that extra variable, that solution. And it's already made apparent here. Oh, but Modesty, he gives them just another chance, at least for just the moment. For a second, it felt as though that was him. And his chance instead dropped as Rez just flies through the fire. CT's on all three fronts. Alexi found out through the smoke. He's dropped out of this one. And now Plobsky soon to be faced. Had he not just walked away, Jax retreats and they give this one over. The Ninjas find that solution. They take their B site. The Hampus flank launders.
Yeah, that's gotta be the way he made his brand. On Mirage, making his way through the window on all the right rounds, finding a way to flank B. And this time he did such a good job of saving it. I mean, it went all the way to overtime. He probably could have pulled it off sooner, but I can remember in that regulation, most of the time, Nico was waiting and waiting for the time that Hampus would come through, and he never did. And this is where you're going to be so mad at yourself for finally letting it go. And if this happened any sooner, it would be NIP to actually win the game.
Yep.
But there's still odds for them to win now. It's just a harder path.
Yeah, 16-14 would have been nice, but at least open up OT with the round win. And there are still so many questions about G2's second half in OT just because of the nature of that 6-0 to 6-9 flop. The Ninjas just squeeze through. 4v4 immediately here in this one. Nico falls in connector. Hampus down off of middle. Pretty impactful players to lose for each team. CT smoke lands in the front con. But Ninjas fall silent.
Kind of got a brand new situation here. A 4v4 with so much time on the clock. NIP have been used to an opening kill or waiting and not finding any targets. And then moving into their attack. And oh, the spray is just a bit off. Alexi gets taken down to half. And we've seen so many of these rounds end towards B. I think almost all of them in the last 9. Oh, Jax will come to make sure that they can get nothing out of mid.
Hunter gives cover, but dies right thereafter. Esatag does a good job of giving that chase, but a slight gap drops him in the knees. Jax on the attack, Fuzi on the trade, gets dinked in the process. Jax worth his weight in gold here in this round. But Fuzi still has a chance to grab that bomb. Now this would be one of those miraculous moments. 9 health to work with.
If there was going to be a way, it would be with the op.
He's got a safe plant. Nobody can rush him down. He's going to get this one in. There is an incendiary on Monacy. Monacy just missed his shot. If he goes for that re-peek, it could have been the chance, but Fuzi's so nervous about a potential CT peek. It's not coming. Stairs and jungle. That's the threat. Goes back, gets the first, dives away. He has a real chance at this one now. 1v3, Alexi B, all that's left, and he's right there, but the flick's a miss. And Alexi stands tall.
Oh, man. Wow, it's making the Academy proud with that attempt. That was so damn close. That would have been 2 in a row for Ninjas in overtime. 2 away from winning, but instead they'll trade rounds. That is intense. A very nice try. Valiant effort for sure. Yeah,
that
this
peek
is a
from
new
Jax.
Dude, Jax has been making all kinds of plays.
Cover
over
from
on
Hunter.
The A site. Yeah, he had a way out. Working off each other. And that dink even made the round a little scarier for Fuzi, right? He really just had to get out as fast as possible.
Bottle to the head. Monacy dropped to 80.
Yeah.
Looking for a gap, and he'll find a slight one, but there's nobody there. Oh. Substantial damage off the nade. But another one where it looks like, you know, the initial waves just crash upon each other and then a still body of water ensues.
And this is a point of comfort, I think, for NIP, but G2 are getting better and better at dealing with it. However, Fuzi will drop Nico, opping as a secondary here on the map. You can see NIP do not want to be complacent and trying to copy and paste the same plays, but now they've got even more reason to try it. It looks like the B attack is coming, and I wonder if they'll even be scared of the smoke. Flash comes through, and the approach comes as well. Alexi, however, finds huge compensation. 2 frags, 3v3.
Rock solid in the back of this B site. Oh, it's been the avenue of attack so many times. Hunter gets in to the mix with some impact. Hampus trades 30 seconds. And an easy plant. As the pressure's just a little too late, Jax gets tagged down to half. Plofsky burned off of his position, and Hampus fights Jax off Cat. It needs to be m0NESY. His chance to clutch. Young Guns in the clutch, back-to-back rounds. Who's gonna take 17? m0NESY blindsided by Hampus, and NIP with the edge.
They make it happen, and that's this time. Alexi getting both kills on the B site, but alone, and the rotations are so slow, and there hasn't been a single time that G2 have tried to push Palace, have tried to push B apartments, have gone into that underpass play that they tried way earlier on in the half. After that all failed, they have started to just use vanilla setups where they sit and wait and work off of their site holds and not do anything outside of that. And their comfort zone is becoming too tight. NIP know what to do with this space and are finally starting to convert, even if it's late now. This is all that matters. We're here at OT. NIP need 2 rounds to win, and they've switched over to the CT side, proving what they need to.
Where they gave away 6 rounds straight and then clawed back every other one. A testament to their ability to figure things out. So what's the first look from G2's T side now that it's been so long since we've seen them here? Heavy mid. Heavy damage. Hunter dropped to 20 early. Plofsky, though, solo B play. And you can see that uncertainty within him, turning from catwalk back to the apartments. Dangerous to leave a gap, but Ninja's very much trying to emphasize this A play, and unlike G2, going forward, gathering info, making moves.
But this is what I feel like G2 needed in regulation on their T side. When they lost those 9 rounds in a row, they were not willing to go slowly and default. And here they finally taken over mid successfully without losing a player. They took damage on Hunter, but now they can see if NIP will falter in this position and Fuzi's getting pushed out. He was missiles, now he's back at CT, and he wanted to fight there, but he can tell that the approach was coming. The flank is coming in on mid, but this is awkward. A ramp might actually be even more beneficial. These are just rotators now to the T's.
Yeah.
As long as G2 move quickly enough, and they've established within the site, and now they move back.
Oh my. How odd. 5v5 post plant.
G2
in
are
a
trying to figure out
full gun round.
G2 have not pushed anything, though. They need to figure out where they can squeeze towards.
Yeah. Wondering how the hell did they get this far with no point of contact. There's the pop-up. And there's Fuzi down for the count. Alexi, high alert. The ramp had been pushed. Rez comes in from CT. Hunter standing in the no man's land, but still delivers kills, as does Jackson. m0NESY alongside them. It is a flawless sweep from G2 in the post. And that is 16 all.
That's a terrifying situation, but that's one where I feel like you can push a ramp, but you've almost got a spot where you have the best position. Getting all the way around to mid just makes you another player who could come through connector, which is the same as the B player, the same as the guy who's coming from underpass. It's something that somebody on the A side is going to be first prepared for. So when they came back, if they had not gone that far, maybe that would have made more sense. And it was too late for them to still be in mid, so that might have been a mistake for NIP.
It's fast. Oh, it's quick. Fuzi hops back down into the cover of underpass.
Oh, they've kind of trapped one.
But there's no B player to deal with it.
There's no B player, but they know that Fuzi's going to be scared.
Okay, bro.
Jumping shots? Okay.
Yeah, right. Stop.
He literally doesn't even care about it. Yeah, he's still worried about underpass. This smoke is going to come up very soon, actually, so he's in jeopardy.
He better get around that corner, and he will.
Yeah, but still, A site's been taken over. That's one rotator they know they've gone this way, and Popsky's still up.
Dare I call that ambitious?
Ambitious. He saw the cold Dare 4K. He said, I've got to hit at least one. I don't even know.
Mathematically, eventually, one of those could land.
Just watched too many simple on the ladder.
Yeah, bro.
You know, no scopes at events.
Yeah, these zoomers, I tell you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
then
why.
That happens.
Yeah, it's better to be lucky than good, as they say. Wow, 18 rounds for G2.
That's
Hard fought, but hey, they made some adjustments.
Yeah, this last round I wouldn't call hard fought.
Yeah.
That was it's like slicing through butter into that ace.
That's true, but it's mid control again.
Yep.
They just were not willing to do before. That's just working out perfectly for them. And NIP showed that they wanted to be overly aggressive on CT side and mid over and over again. The entire time, Fuzi's just jumping on. You can't explain it.
I don't know. You know, they think different.
Yeah.
They think different. I'm outdated.
Well.
All right, this is it.
Now
Ninjas.
Yeah, them looking for double overtime at minimum.
God. 7 rounds in a row from G2 to get us into overtime. Now a 5v4.
Oh, wait.
Turned 5v3. We could be staring double OT in the face. This one goes back to that faster pace, little mid-emphasis coming through, and they get hit by a grinding stop. The moment they try to challenge this B site, it's 3 kills. Jax will bring it back with 1. Oh, but the lineup from Happus, and this goes double OT.
We got to.
Seems like nothing else matters.
No, it's been such an interesting game because, like, you know, we've seen NIP call a great game, but then still lose those rounds at the end. G2 getting better into overtime.
And then this last one.
Yes. I mean, a clean win, but just to get them to a spot where they can try to win again. And I think we got to have double overtime here. I think if we had some kind of referee, would just order double overtime. It has to come. We have to see it. All the tests in the world. Lots of good practice, Alexi.
That's what I'm saying.
Lots of great practice.
We came into this series
see them learning before our eyes. There's really nothing better than that.
We said we're here for data.
Yeah.
Collecting data.
We get the ESA tag op again. He was really great on the CT side. Ticket op. Whoa. He actually.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's. Oh, okay.
But a miss.
Yeah. Monacy with the miss.
The kid misses.
We are in double overtime, huh?
You know, for anybody who just wants this game to end, I ask you to remember how meaningless your life was during the player break.
True.
Okay?
Yeah.
You want a Counter-Strike? You've got some Counter-Strike.
That was me IRL. What the hell? Mood attacked. Mid control again here for the T side. But with a really big casualty. Or is he? You know, Monacy, not his best map so far. I feel like Hunter and Jax have been the real stars of the show so far between B and A. Oh, he's got the right idea. Flickers in. Oh, beautiful track, and Alexi down. Convincing one here.
Let's go. ESA tags hit a couple zingers, but this is everybody else other than Nico dead for the count. 30 seconds. Down for the count.
Down for the what?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like a bag of worms. 1 kill for Nico, maybe? He's been found. He's got the bomb. And A-site's actually wide open for the taking. You can just go. Just go.
Is this actually winnable?
Yeah, it's yours.
I
Go
mean,
ahead.
There's no one on cat to even stop him
There you
here
go.
as he goes to plant. CT's open.
Plant.
Oh, he's not even gonna try. I mean, you gotta assume someone's around, right? What? What? Wait, what? Wow. All right. There's no time on the clock. He has to get that kill.
Yeah,
That's
listen.
when most people spray, right?
Listen, man, some people one tap, some people plant bombs.
That's crazy.
Okay?
Can't do both. Oof. All right. I mean,
that's so sick.
Yeah.
All right.
But it's Nip to win the round.
Yep, sure enough. NIP, 19-18.
Every round's more important than the last, as they say.
Not the best of years. Double op as well still. ESA tag and Fuzi.
Ooh.
Oh, what goes around comes around.
That was sick from both players.
Oh, that's gnarly.
Shout out to both of them.
Like, they're both dope, but
Jax is
Fuzi's
mad.
so much cooler.
Jax is mad, but he got a lot of damage off right there.
He can't be mad because...
He'll find out after. We'll see if it comes to something. Is Fuzi an underpass right now, or is he off cat? Okay.
Off cat.
Oh, he's just dead now.
Yep. Old news.
I see mid control paying off in dividends here. Swing back around. classic approach to the site. The CTs, of course, without mid are going to be scared about rotating, and this is where you squeeze, and at.CET tries to find that space, but now gets shoved off. Has the right idea, though. Can feel that A hit coming quickly. This angle's strong, but he's really relying on the smoke and Hampus to keep him alive.
Yeah, I mean, the Palace peak could be deadly. Oh. But the casualty comes in before the peak does. Hampus ready for the connector play. Hunter even able to get another, but Hampus also multi-kills here. m0NESY will find him up close and personal, and Plopsky not near enough to stop that bomb plant, but maybe he can keep them stranded on site. They've got the cover of the smoke temporarily. And he's got all the utility he needs. Plopsky gun out, of course, and m0NESY able to find him once that cover fades. Another win for G2, inching this one closer.
Yeah. m0NESY said when he came into the first match in the interview that he wasn't nervous at all.
Yep, doesn't even feel pressure in games.
I guarantee you it's there now, but at the same time, he's getting more comfortable, and if he starts to open up, there's not a lot of room for that for NIP. Whoa. Oh. Holy hell. I actually... It's like, nice job, son.
Points at him.
Taught you everything you know.
Yo, you're sick.
That round was a whole movie. Start off the Fuzi Jack spam battle.
Oh, man.
Ending on the A site. And Hunter getting the kill in jungle, man. He had 2 pairs of eyes on him.
m0NESY gap shot. Ooh, what could have been? What is?
Yeah.
He lands that. Nico opens up. It's Rez dead towards ramp.
Oh, there's instantly so much pressure now on A. Window guy got spotted. 1 player down on the ramp. Fuzi here still has an op, and as long as he holds, he can push into it and wait. But look how quickly Hunter is taking that space.
Yep. Robbing that territory. Working his way through the bushes, but dying to Plopsky, and that's going to draw a player back. Fuzi remained posted that entire time, despite Hunter walking behind. Fuzi trying to jump down into the cover, but that's 2 kills on the A site because at.CET gets caught. m0NESY takes damage, dropped to 10 HP. Hampus trying to do what he can here with the op off of the catwalk. Hunter still within jungle. Plopsky getting ever closer around these CT turns.
Oh, he has so much time to sit Apex for the CT players. It's dangerous. Yeah, and that Plopsky's dead. Hampus alone. He's going to try it.
And done. m0NESY giving cover to Jax, and he could feel it. Like you said, he's firing up. He's feeling more comfortable, and the impact is so evident.
I thought his arm was going to fall off. His magnetized Ektaz right there. Oh, okay. Too much comedy for a game this intense, man.
Like, do I cry, laugh, cheer, or what?
That's a beautiful use of the timings here from m0NESY. Aware of everything.
Yeah, they're starting to get fired up.
Damn.
He's like, man, I'm so cool.
Yeah. It's one of those games where it was so damn close, but you're right. It wasn't even close at the end.
No time for fun and games, Jax. It's business time. Pull up your business socks. Oh, and throw those nades deep. Fuzi drop to 35 top mid. G2 with the 2-man ramp. Oh, another one.
I think this is the first time they pushed a ramp, which is a huge... Like, not only... Since NIP's rounds have been so slow, right? There is an opportunity for the A-ramp guy to actually make his way all the way around the map, flank B if it's going to end B, or, you know, go through Palace, clear that out. And instead of double pushing like we saw NIP do, they're leaving m0NESY here on A, so everything's still well fortified, plus they got their opening kill. So this is already better round from their CT side now.
And they can smell Hampus.
They're failing to make any kind of, you know, interesting play in regulation.
The scent of Sustroming is strong.
And this is the key kill, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, your full intentions are known now for NIP. And they've got to come up with something new, and they do not have the material to do it.
They're making sound at the bottom of connector, so Nico's on high alert. Oh, Plopsky just gets wrecked. Nico changes sides and still manages to die as at.CET spams through that smoke, but 1v5 for easy tag. Seems a bit too difficult to call. There's the play through the murder hole. Oh man, he splatters him, and now that's a B site wide open. Get ahead of m0NESY and you're good. Oh, he stutter stepped a second.
Yeah.
And a second is all he had.
Whoa.
m0NESY cuts him down, and this G2 CT side in OT2 is looking as strong as ever.
banger match so far, but man, NIP had to lose 9 rounds in a row to get to regulation. Now we're double overtime, and this is the most dangerous of a situation it's been for them. 1 round away from losing. I can feel they had it, and man, they did play really well, even when they were losing, but just couldn't overcome that final hurdle. What? Okay. I mean, what are the settings, you know? We've actually seen that so much.
Dude, the amount of impact that he's been able to find as this game goes on, and now Hap is just jumping haphazardly around corners, that's going to cost them the 3v5 of all things. G2 through thick and thin. A 6-0 lead. A 7-round consecutive comeback. And now double overtime is where they end this. Frag after frag. Modesty, despite trailing the rest of the team at the start of that one, he throws his name into the hat, rises through the ranks, and G2 end this game so close on that scoreboard. Every single player throwing themselves at it in order to finish NIP.
When we started the match, the analyst desk, myself, I saw no chance in the world for NIP based on what they said about themselves playing earlier today, based on the fact that it's Mirage, which is such a plug-and-play map. But what we saw was a team that could have closed that game out. Could have. They were so close. And honestly, you could call it a choke because they lost so many rounds in a row, but I always look at the quality of the rounds, and in my opinion, they played well in each of those situations. I thought the calling was really great, but G2 kept themselves afloat, and they got better as the game progressed.
You know, my final question, what if round 30, Hampus gets that market flank instead of the first round of OT? You know, a game of margins, and an awesome game as well, right?
Yeah.
The beauty of these groups at Blast this year is obviously nobody's eliminated. We're just setting up the seeding for the gauntlet that begins next week, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is G2 taking the top spot. But 3 other people at the very top of their game, the analyst desk and Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, an absolute marathon to be ending out the day here. Group A of the spring groups, and every ounce of effort coming out to G2 for that comeback. Absolutely worth it, Maniac. 7 rounds in a row. Then we go to 1 OT. NIP somehow managed to pull it back their way, but G2 ending this one out on a high.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to unpack from that game. I agree with you. And I think if you're on the G2 camp, obviously, right now you have a sigh of relief. You actually made it back, you pulled it back together, and you won. But it would be a crucial mistake to ignore that mid portion of the game where G2 completely disappeared from all the radars. They were nowhere to be found for about 9 to 10 rounds where NIP were dictating every single step. So G2 is going to have to find out how and why they end up in that situation. But I think it was good for their characters. It was very forging for them to be able to put that comeback together and fight through it. We saw Modesty fight back towards the very end. But let's not forget that this was a very tight game.
Yeah, I mean, NIP definitely should have won this game, right? Because as you said, G2 went missing for the majority of the first part of the game, and I don't know what happened, right? It felt like NIP were very successful playing a slow style of Counter-Strike. The T side was very dragged out, you know, taking mid-control very slow, very methodical, then waiting out for that mistake, waiting out for the play from Nico or the aggression from Hunter. And honestly, they kind of outplayed G2 and made them look very pale. We talked about the firepower coming in. We talked about all these individuals who can every single round make the difference, but for the vast majority of that game in ordinary time, NIP made G2 look very, very human, you know, and I think that's a lot of praise going towards NIP. Then we go into overtime, we go into G2 waking up, and we start to see Nico, we start to see Monacy, and it kind of went as we expected in overtime, I will say, but overall, super impressed by NIP. They were so close winning the game, and they probably should have.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredibly close indeed. But we are going to get a mic'd up moment from the moment that G2 started to mount that comeback.
Flash here. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Keep this smooth, keep this comms, and we'll f them till the end. Let's go.
They have up on it. On his side for sure.
They
One more default, one bench. Default and bench. I have default. Bench and default.
Nice. Default.
I have default.
Let's go.
Let's go.
good mentality. Let's go.
You just feel the energy inside the camp of G2. I'm loving that from Jax as well. Ever the romantic kissing his teammate's hand when they were just pushing it to a 2.
I have no idea why I did that.
Did someone do that to you when you were playing, Jacob? You never had someone kiss your hand when you were playing?
Never in my life. Never in my life. What I have seen before, though, Alexi doing this, because in all due respect, right, he was playing in OG, and they found themselves in a lot of games, you know, where they were down. They weren't really the best of the best team, right? They had to fight back, and I always thought to myself that OG showed quite a lot of resilience, and that was always Alexi in the voice comms as well, you know, bringing the team together, trying to stay on top of it, saying that we need to keep focusing, we can fight back, etc., etc. That's good for G2. I think one of the problems for G2, you know, historically speaking, have been them choking and not closing down leads. They don't really strike me as a team that makes the biggest of the biggest comebacks, but with Alexi and this kind of mentality, that's a win that feels much better than winning 16-6 or 16-7.
Yeah, I guess just as much as we can criticize that mid portion of the game where they disappeared, we have to give them props for the resilience when they started picking up the pace, when they started having their players waking up, getting activated and finding their solutions. Once they had the goals and they knew how to get there, it was a very clean affair for G2. I just wonder why they were so static. Yeah. I think that is something that quite surprised me. It was even brought up by Londers and Connor during the cast that there was a moment where G2 were absolutely not going for any information, and NIP completely analyzed it. They slowed down the pace, as you said, and they completely kept G2 in the dark. All these late B splits, never seen it coming from G2, and that is something that surprised me a little bit. I would have liked to see a bit more activation, looking for information, basically what we saw towards the very end, where they were a bit more mobile.
I agree. I think the reason for that, I think G2 felt that NIP was playing so slow and so laid back that whenever they would poke middle, whenever they would poke connector, or even try to push up B, they would be waiting for them, right? So they kind of, I think they kind of made the decision to say, okay, we can play this kind of game. We can shut down the bomb sites. We can shut down the hits when they came in there. And in all fairness, right, the last 8 rounds on the CT side, G2 constantly shut down those pushes by playing defensive Counter-Strike. A couple of rounds they were out poking, but that game plan, I guess it worked, you know, in the second stage of the second half, so you can't really fault them for it. It was a good Counter-Strike game. Both teams really, I guess, deserved to win it, but only one could. And again, I must say, you know, you look at NIP without Device, they came this close to beating G2 in a matchup like this. Very impressive.
Yeah, absolute nail-biter of a series to be rounding out our day. We are going to get a few words from at.CET before its departure.
So at.CET, well, what a way to start off the year, right? But I guess this one's going to hurt badly for you when you look at the sense that you guys are up, right? The game was in your hands and they came back into it. But I want to start with the point where you guys were 6-0 up, right? So when they were 6-0 up against you and you guys fought your way back into it. Like, you guys on the CT side were locking it down, having a very good position overall for it. And you're AWPing as well coming in handy. Like, at that point, did you guys kind of feel like, okay, we can do it. We've got a step over them?
I mean, I think for sure, like it helped getting like 9 rounds in a row on CT side. But I think as soon as we were like at 15 rounds, that was when we were like, okay, now it's, you know, or 14 rounds actually. I think it was when I was like, yeah, we got this. This is our game. But yeah, we dropped the ball. I mean, they played well, to say the least. I mean, we managed to get 9 rounds in a row on CT, and then they managed to do somewhat the same with like 5 or 6 rounds in a row. So I mean, it's they play well, but for sure, you're kicking ourselves that we didn't finish it.
Now talk to me and kind of explain to the viewers at home, right, where you're getting to that situation, like you said, 14th round, you feel like, yeah, we're doing it, we've got it. What can happen and what can change in the team?
I mean, I think you know, we were trying to mind game them in a sense. You know, we went A, and then, you know, we lost like huge, like we just got destroyed going A, right? And then we were kind of thinking to ourselves, okay, they're going to think that we're going to go back to what worked, which was going mid, you know, splitting like towards B, you know, sitting in the con smoke, killing them. So we thought they were going to think that we're going to do that. And then we went A again, we got destroyed again, you know, and it was just like kind of like what happened after, you know, 15 rounds. It was, that was kind of the rough patch. And then, you know, we managed to get in some really good situations on B, and we just wasn't able to close it. Like they were jumping out right side of kitchen instantly and just catching us off guard because they were playing so YOLO in like a clutch situation on B, right, after plant. They were playing super YOLO, and they just, you know, managed to surprise us twice, I think, going out there. And then, yeah, just tough luck, really.
And did you notice the kind of style up change that happened with them? Because originally, right, CT side, where we thought they were going to have a better showing, they were so defensive, they were giving you guys so much space to work with. But for us, we're looking at it and we see them change up. They start to push a little bit, they start to take some fights, and that's where it seemed to come undone for you. Would you agree?
I mean, they started to get some confidence, and for sure, Mirage is the type of map where you
you can't just stand still and wait. Like, you have to do something. You have to do something proactive. Push different places, make sure the rotations come in, so you're able to take these, really risky plays. So I think after those, especially like close to overtime, I think they got that confidence, and then it was just rough after that. I think they were amazing players, right? So they're gonna hit some really good shots as well. So yeah, couldn't fend them off. Even though we got destroyed on Inf, and we're like, let's just throw a Hail Mary. I'm just going to say this. We hadn't practiced Mirage at all, like not a single time with Fousey, because it wasn't our priority.
I was going to ask, yeah.
So we literally just winged it. Like, we were like, okay, let's play it FPL style, of course, with more of a team sense to it, right? But we managed to do really well, so I'm proud of that, at least.
And that's actually what I was going to ask you, right? Because when I'm looking at the video go down, I'm thinking, okay, Mirage is kind of like a Nico, Hunter, even Manesi, right? A bit of a playground for them. But this was a risk you guys were willing to take? Was this just like you're saying, the confidence play you had to go for yourselves?
It's like, we were just thinking, it's a BO1, like anything can happen. They have insane confidence on Inferno. They clearly just outplayed us on that map. There's no reason not to try, like, in a BO1 to just throw in that Hail Mary. So we did that, and it paid off, and then it didn't, right? But I still feel like we played a lot better than what we could do on Inferno, at least against them there. So it was a risk, but I feel like it was a risk worth taking.
And I've got to ask this as well, right? Because your AWP was on point. You were hitting some great tracing shots the whole way through as well. Is this something we're going to see you pick up a little bit more?
I mean, when we're playing Mirage, I'm gonna be trying to op, but I don't think on any other maps it makes sense, because I'm in a role that doesn't really give me that possibility. So I think it's just Mirage, if any time.
Oh, it makes sense. And just overall, right, it's been a long day. Obviously, you even played one more game than then. Did you start to feel yourselves kind of running out of steam a bit towards the end at all? And kind of what do you make of your whole performance throughout the group stage?
For sure. By the way, I just want to say, like, I'm the type of guy who can, like, have a stare contest, and I'll be able to, to not blink like once for like 3 minutes. But I was sitting in A Palace with the op holding, and I could literally feel like my eyes twitching. I don't know if it's like, the immense amount of Red Bulls trying to keep me up, or like just the entirely long day that we've had. Like, so I could definitely feel it in that moment. I was like, what's going on here? I was getting really pressed right there. But it was a long day. Not much to say about that, to be honest.
We still manage a second place in the group, which is very well respected, going up into the next stage. So I'll let you get some rest, mate. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Thank you.
A valiant effort from the side of NIP, considering the absolute marathon of Counter-Strike they've had to endure today. We can take a look at exactly how things are shaping up. Of course, G2 Esports taking the #1 seed, heading on into our bracket gauntlet next week. Kind of how we expected things to be panning out, gentlemen. Weren't exactly sure what fashion we were going to see G2 showing up here with this newly mixed-up roster, but pretty impressive from them.
Yeah, the fact that G2 ends up in first position is not a surprise, but the way and the manner with which they had to fight against NIP, that one I didn't see coming. Looking at Inferno, judging by that first performance, I thought this would be a whitewash. Absolutely not, and props to NIP for making it competitive.
Yeah, let's take a look at the gauntlet as well as we're heading into next week's competition. Of course, we've still got Group B coming up for you tomorrow, Group C as well on Sunday, but this is exactly how the land is lying. G2 Esports only one best-of-3 series win away from making it straight into the spring finals, which I think is going to be very exciting indeed. NIP hot on their heels would be a little bit more of a slog for them, but unfortunately, Complexity, they're in that elimination spot, Jacob. That's pretty hard for them.
Yeah, and so is Big, right? Both of those teams are going to have it cut out for them in a game that could be their last for this time around. I think Big has been the biggest disappointing today.
Yeah.
I think they should have been able to at least make the games more competitive. Whether or not them or NIP should finish second in this group was kind of up in the air for me, but the fact that they weren't really competitive against NIP, especially the second time around, was a little bit underwhelming.
Well, from disappointments to highlights in our CS Money Play of the Day for day #1 here at the Spring Groups, we're going to be kicking things off with a little bit of a Maniac action, Maniac.
Yeah, he's the one that we kept on our radar here, and he's playing with the scout, and he's making great plays. That second shot through the smoke, oof, that was sexy.
He's sexy. He's playing sexy Counter-Strike right now. Another guy who's playing a bit of sexy Counter-Strike is Floppy. And he did it. He did it on Nuke with the AK-47 in this scenario. He's shutting down the push coming in from the CT side. And Floppy has been playing some pretty sexy Counter-Strike as of lately. Ever since changing from Valorant to the greatest of all time game, Counter-Strike, he's been looking pretty goddamn good.
That was some good Floppers moment right there with the AK indeed. And finally, we had Tizian pulling off a clutch that was very much close to impossible. That 1v3 here with starting the quick trade on JT, repositioning, finding Grim in what should have been the end of the round, and then he just plays very aptly and cleverly behind that smoke. He knows he's got him by the ropes, and he's just gonna pull back, make sure Fang doesn't find him, and he plays the end of the clutch beautifully.
Some really solid stuff coming into the first top tier tournament of 2022. Make sure you head on over to the Blast Premier Twitter and get your votes in, because we're going to be crowning our champion played tomorrow in our pre-show at the beginning of the day. We also need to crown a king, I guess, in terms of our Betway predictions coming into this as well. Oh, actually, me and you, Maniac, and Moses and Anders all sharing the crown alongside the fans, of course. The big brain, the fourth brain up here in the analyst.
Let's just say for now we're sharing, right?
Yeah,
for now we're sharing.
Before.
Yeah, because you and I were at the top of the food chain. Right? So for now we're just sharing. Jacob is over there. I mean, 4 points not too bad either. He's doing great. It's just the first day. Let's.
You guys are full of yourself.
Well, there's a chance for redemption, Jacob, because hell of a lot more Counter-Strike coming our way. We can take a look at what's on the docket for tomorrow, as we are going to be moving into Group B. This is what I really like about this format, the different groups that we're going to be seeing, and of course, they're all going to be mixing together heading into the bracket gauntlet next week. But a bit of a baptism by fire for the side of MIBR, because Na'Vi is first on the docket for them.
Not the team you want to be facing in any scenario as well, and I'm going to keep my eye on Astralis as well. I have a feeling that they're not in the best of times. We see Config having obviously some trouble with the vid over there, so I'm hoping that Astralis is going to do better. It has been very shaky.
There's a potential for disaster. I just want to say it out loud right now. Astralis have not been looking especially good as of lately. They already played one tournament so far this year. That didn't go too well. Given the fact that you can't go out of the tournament just from finishing last in this group, I think we will see Astralis play more with this lineup, but we're at a scenario right now where it could be do or die time, and that is, it's
just because they cannot be eliminated. I think we're gonna see more.
That's the positive. Yeah, there we go.
I guess
that's how bad it is right now.
Technically, I'm not wrong.
Well, Jacob maybe not looking on the most positive note heading into tomorrow for the Danish side, but we've got a lot of questions that are still to be answered. We head on into day 2. We're back at the same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you join us then.